When Lin Yue cultivated his chi to a combat power of 15,000 in the Dragon Ball world, he awakened an absurd ability, dimensional travel. From the sands of Namek to the raging seas of One Piece, from the Soul Society of Bleach to the hidden leaf village of Naruto, this man, who mastered the ultimate compression of life energy, became the rule breaker of all alternate worlds. In the world of pirates, he effortlessly tore through Akainu's magma with a mere flick of his fingers and chuckled lightly at Whitebeard's Gura no Mi, saying, "Old man, your punches lack power." Faced with the deep affection of Boa Hancock, he left behind a promise, "I will return," and turned to use a wall of chi to withstand all the cannon fire from the Navy headquarters. In the world of Bleach, he crushed Aizen's Kyoka Sujetsu with his bare hands and yawned at Yamamoto Jinryusai's Ryujin Jaka, saying, "Not hot enough to be a lighter." In his sparring with Uno Hanaretsu, he hit a balance of slaughter and tenderness. In the Naruto world, he blew apart the tailed beast bomb of Shikaku and told Kagaya Otsutsuki, "The end of chakra is chi." Orochimaru's reincarnation jutsu became a joke before him, and the Sage of Six Paths regarded him as a god of the alternate world. From the Angel Nebula of Super God Academy to the Monster Association of One Punch Man, Lin Yue's chi was forever synonymous with dimensional suppression. The Holy Kaisha's Heavenly Blade Judgment was treated as a mere streetlight, and the Void Engine became his energy snack. Even Saitama's Serious Punch was merely a warm-up for him. He was the relative who could repair the time machine in Bulma's laboratory, the mortal whom Beerus found more interesting than laws, and the object of affection for Hancock and Kagaya. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Outsider. As the pungent, sweet scent of rust invaded his nostrils, Lin Yue thought he would rot on this charred land. The intense pain in his back felt like a searing iron repeatedly grinding against him. He struggled to open his eyes, and his vision was filled with distorted clouds and a sky glowing with an eerie red light. The ground beneath him was still hot, with debris embedded in the wounds on his palms, mingling with warm droplets of blood that clung to his skin. Cough! He attempted to prop himself up, but was forced back to the ground by a wave of tearing pain. The last frame of his memory was that of a particle collider spiraling out of control in a laboratory, a ghostly blue energy vortex consuming the entire observation platform. And then came the endless sensation of falling. Where is this place? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the distance. Lin Yue struggled to turn his head and saw two figures in peculiar attire approaching. The one in front was a bald boy, his orange martial arts uniform covered in dust, yet his face bore a look of urgency. Behind him was a tall man with golden hair, his left arm hanging awkwardly, dark red blood soaking through his purple battle attire. "Goku, hold on!" the bald boy shouted over his shoulder, clutching a small box that glimmered with green light. "The elder gave us the last Senzabin." The golden-haired man, called Goku, waved his hand weakly. His voice was frail yet undeniably resolute. "First, let's check on that person. He still has life in him." It was then that Lin Yue clearly saw the man's face. His chiseled jawline was taut, and a wound on his forehead was still oozing blood. Yet his black eyes shone astonishingly bright, fixated on him without a blink. "Krillin, lend me the detector." Goku extended his hand toward the bald boy. Krillin promptly unfastened a silver device from his waist and handed it over. Goku pressed a button, and a blood-red number instantly appeared on the screen, accompanied by a shrill beeping sound. "Combat power, 500. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. Did the battle with Raditz cause this much collateral damage? Did even passers-by get caught up in it? However, Goku frowned. He slowly crouched down, his palm hovering a few centimeters above Lin Yue. A gentle energy flowed from his fingertips, like the spring waters caressing Lin Yue's skin. "His chi is very pure." Goku's voice grew solemn, not like that of a villain. It was at this moment that Lin Yue finally grasped the situation. Goku? Krillin? Raditz? These names detonated like thunder in his mind. He suddenly glanced at the golden-haired man's tail, which was limply dragging on the ground, the tip still coated in dirt. Dragon Ball. He had actually traversed into the Dragon Ball world, and, judging by the scene, it was clearly after Goku had defeated Raditz. The intertwining of excruciating pain and shock washed over him. Lin Yue's vision darkened, and a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. As Son Goku extended a hand, Lin Yue's fingertips brushed against a round object, and without a second thought, he stuffed it into his mouth. He swallowed it whole, and it slid down his throat, instantly transforming into a warm current that coursed through his body. The wound on his back began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, the tearing sensation disappearing without a trace, and even his stamina surged like a battery, suddenly recharged. "Huh, that's..." Krillin pointed at Lin Yue's mouth, suddenly exclaiming, "That's the last Senzabin." Only then did Lin Yue realize what he had consumed. He propped himself up, looking at the faint green powder remaining in his palm, awkwardly scratching his head. Sorry, I thought it was an edible wild fruit. Wukong chuckled as he rose to his feet, the pain from his wounds seemingly alleviated. It's all right, the Xiando is meant to save lives. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Lin Yue quickly calculated in his mind. Revealing his identity as a time traveler would likely brand him as a monster. He surveyed the battlefield around him. The fractured mountains, charred trees, and the remnants of a spacecraft half buried in the earth. Taking a deep breath, he said, I'm a practitioner of cultivation, lost in mountains, and somehow ended up here. The excuse was riddled with holes, yet Wukong clearly had no intention of probing further. He patted Lin Yue on the shoulder. This place is perilous. Come with us back to Keishiandao, where you can recuperate. Colleen nodded in agreement. Yes. Grandpa Keishian is very kind. And Burma is also there. She will surely have a way to help you contact your family. Just as Lin Yue was about to consent, he suddenly heard a roar of engines. A bright pink hovercar burst through the smoke and skidded to a halt before them. The door swung open, and a blue-haired girl in a white research uniform leaped out, holding a detector even more exquisite than Wukong's. Wukong, Colleen, are you all right? Burma's gaze initially fell on the two, but was quickly drawn to the suddenly appearing Lin Yue. Who is this? His name is Lin Yue, and he is also a practitioner of cultivation, Colleen explained. Burma immediately raised the detector towards Lin Yue, and the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate wildly, soaring from 500 to an unmanageable level. The shrill alarm grew increasingly urgent, and finally, with a loud bang, the detector erupted in a cloud of black smoke. Burma was thrown back a step by the shockwave, staring at Lin Yue in disbelief. What on earth are you? A monster? Lin Yue gazed at the still warm remnants of the detector in his hands and sighed in resignation. It seemed that in this world, maintaining a low profile would be quite the challenge. Chapter 2. Mastering Under Wukong. Kame House on Kame Island was far smaller than Lin Yue had envisioned. A crooked house stood on the beach, with a wooden sign reading Kame House hanging at the entrance, and a few faded martial arts uniforms drying nearby. The waves crashed against the rocks. The sun warmed the sand, and several seagulls circled overhead. This was our dwelling. Krillin led Lin Yue through the courtyard, pointing towards Wukong, who was diligently performing push-ups. A part of his daily training routine. Lin Yue followed Krillin's gaze and beheld Wukong, his hands firmly on the ground, his body rising and falling with such rapidity that it seemed to blur. The sand beneath him was marked with countless shallow impressions, certainly numbering in the thousands. 1987, 1988. Wukong counted, sweat dripping from his chin onto the sand, where it was instantly absorbed. Lin Yue felt a jolt of realization. Was this the foundation of combat prowess in the Dragon Ball world? Such intensity from mere daily training explained why they could unleash world-shattering power later on. Wukong, take a break, Krillin called out. Wukong paused, rising to his feet and casually wiping his face with a towel. Lin Yue, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? Thanks to you. I'm completely well, Lin Yue replied sincerely. In fact, I have a rather bold request. Go ahead. I wish to take you as my master. Lin Yue took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. I know I am quite weak at the moment, but I yearn to grow stronger, to learn how to control my power, at the very least to protect myself. He spoke truthfully. In this perilous world, lacking sufficient strength rendered one a sheep awaiting slaughter. Wukong was undoubtedly the finest teacher. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also possessed the purest heart for martial arts. Wukong was taken aback, scratching his head and smiling a bit bashfully. There's no need for that. We can train together. If you wish to learn how to control your ki, I can teach you the basics. Really? Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with hope. Yes. Wukong walked to the shoreline, pointing towards the distant rocks. Ki is the energy that resides within everyone. Try to feel it, much like you feel the flow of the wind. Lin Yue complied, closing his eyes and following Wukong's guidance, clearing his mind to sense the energy within him. Initially, he felt nothing but the rhythm of his heartbeat and the flow of blood. Yet he did not give up, recalling the warmth brought by the sense of being, attempting to grasp that sensation. As moments passed, Krillin yawned beside him. Gohan took an entire day to learn this. Lin Yue, don't rush. Before he could finish, he noticed a faint white aura surrounding Lin Yue's body. I felt it. Lin Yue suddenly opened his eyes, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. It feels like a warm stream swirling in my belly. Wukong's eyes widened in surprise. Zulfast, faster than Gohan. You have great talent. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the house, carrying a stack of instruments. Upon noticing the aura surrounding Lin Yue, she raised an eyebrow. Oh, Our little prodigy has begun to learn how to use ki. She set aside the instruments and retrieved a notebook, beginning to jot down her observations while muttering to herself. The energy fluctuation frequency is 12 Hz, with a stability of 98. This individual's energy wave is exceedingly peculiar. It is neither as gentle as Goku's, nor as aggressive as Vegeta's. Lin Yue approached her side, gazing at the oscillating waveform depicted in her notebook. Is it truly strange? Of course it is, Bulma replied, her pen pausing momentarily. A normal energy signature should manifest as a singular frequency sine wave. Yet yours displays a superposition of 3 distinct waveforms, akin to a mixture of Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza's energies. A chill ran through Lin Yue's heart. Could it be the influence of the particle collider from his journey through time? No more research. Take a break. He retrieved a chilled can of cola from the nearby refrigerator, popped the tab, and handed it to her, then resumed his gaze at the screen. You ought to be developing dark circles under your eyes. Bulma accepted the cola, its icy touch momentarily startling her. She looked up at Lin Yue, who stood in the sunlight, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes as clear as a freshly washed sky. Though he was a stranger who had appeared just yesterday, he evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. Who asked for your concern? She turned her face away, taking a large sip of the cola, her ears subtly reddening. I'm merely curious. After all, you are the first human capable of causing my detector to malfunction. Lin Yue chuckled softly, refraining from pressing further. He turned his attention to Goku. What shall we learn next? Try to concentrate your energy in your hands. Goku extended his palm, gradually forming a sphere of white light within it. Like this, control its size with your mind. Lin Yue mirrored Goku's actions, attempting to gather his internal energy into his palm. Initially, the energy sphere flickered erratically, akin to a candle struggling against the wind, but he quickly grasped the technique. In less than 10 minutes, a stable white sphere of light ignited in his palm, even outshining Goku's. Impressive. Krillin applauded enthusiastically. Goku nodded in approval. Starting tomorrow, let us train in the gravity chamber. Lin Yue clenched the energy sphere in his palm, feeling the relentless flow of power within him, his heart brimming with anticipation. In this world, he finally had the potential to grow stronger. Chapter 3. Late night in the laboratory. The nights on Turtle Island were tranquil. The sound of waves crashing against the shore resembled a lullaby, occasionally accompanied by a gentle breeze wafting through the window, bringing with it a faint briny scent. Lin Yue lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. Scenes from the day's training replayed in his mind, Goku demonstrating how to integrate energy into punches and kicks, Krillin cheering from the sidelines, and Bulma bustling about with her instruments. All so vivid, they felt surreal. He rose and approached the window, gazing at the moon shimmering upon the distant sea. 2 days had elapsed since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, and he was gradually reconciling with this reality. Yet new questions emerged. How long could he remain here? Would he ever return? Click. A faint sound of a door opening emanated from the adjacent room. Lin Yue peeked in to see Bulma, clutching a laptop, tiptoeing toward the laboratory, a small annex beside the turtle house, rumored to be her secret base. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to follow her. The laboratory was illuminated by a harsh, pallid light, with an array of instruments haphazardly strewn about. The screens on the walls displayed intricate energy waveforms. Bulma sat in a chair, her fingers flying across the keyboard, her brow furrowed in concentration. The most prominent display featured 3 waveforms of different colors. Red represented Goku, blue denoted Vegeta, and the pulsating purple waveform in the center unmistakably belonged to Lin Yue. Still studying this? Lin Yue's voice suddenly rang out. Startled, Bulma nearly spilled her coffee on the keyboard. She whirled around to find Lin Yue leaning against the doorframe, 2 cans of cola in hand. Do you walk without making a sound? She exclaimed, clutching her chest in mock reproach. It's because you were too engrossed. Lin Yue replied, approaching her and placing one of the chilled cans beside her, invigorating her senses. Condensation dripped from the cola can, leaving a small, damp mark on the floor. Bulma glanced at the can, then back at Lin Yue, sighing deeply. Who exactly are you? A lost cultivator, Lin Yue replied, cracking open his can and taking a sip. Stop with the deception, Bulma insisted, turning her notebook toward him. Look, Goku's energy is purely fiery. Vegeta's carries a cold aggression. And yours? She pointed at the purple waveform. Here, there are 3 peaks corresponding to hot, cold, and neutral attributes. This doesn't conform to any known biological energy structure. Lin Yue stared at the waveforms in silence. He couldn't very well disclose that he was from another dimension, his body having been irradiated by particles from an alternate world. Energy, he mused, doesn't necessarily have a fixed form, does it? It's like water. It can exist as ice or vapor, yet its essence remains H2O. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that your energy can shift attributes at will? Essentially. Lin Yue extended his hand. Would you like to experience it? Bulma hesitated. After years of studying energy, she had never encountered such an extraordinary force. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over her hesitation, and she cautiously extended her wrist. Lin Yue gently grasped her wrist, noting the delicate coolness of her skin. He carefully channeled a thread of energy, allowing it to flow through his fingertips into her body. At first, the energy felt warm, akin to the gentle embrace of spring sunshine. But in the next instant, it transformed into a chilling breeze reminiscent of a mountain spring, and finally evolved into a soothing warmth that coursed through her veins. How was it? Lin Yue asked softly. Bulma jolted, as if struck by an electric current. Retracting her hand, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed, feeling as though they could fry an egg. In that fleeting moment, she distinctly sensed three contrasting energies flowing within her, yet they harmonized like a complete melody. Who wants to feel your energy? She stammered, turning her face away, her voice wavering. I was merely conducting an experiment. Lin Yue chuckled at the rosy hue of her ears. All right then, the experiment is concluded. May we now take a respite, Ms. Bulma? Understood, she replied, flustered. Bulma shut down her computer and stood up. I merely wish to comprehend your energy structure. Not to stay up late, she remarked, though her footsteps slowed. As she reached the doorway, she suddenly turned back. Hey, the modifications to the gravity chamber will be completed tomorrow. I will arrive on time, Lin Yue interjected. Bulma nodded and briskly returned to her room. The moment she closed the door, she leaned against it, feeling her heated wrist, her heartbeat still racing. That guy, though he seemed about the same age as them, always maintained an air of calm. Moreover, his strength was formidable, yet he bore no arrogance. Lin Yue observed the firmly shut door and smiled softly. He picked up the notebook on the table, the screen still displaying the three waveforms. He was aware of Bulma's insatiable curiosity, but certain secrets he must keep close to his heart. He turned off the laboratory lights and walked back to his room. Outside, the moon had hidden behind the clouds, and the sea roiled with dark waves, as if concealing countless secrets. Chapter 4. The cries of the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber was far more rudimentary than Lin Yue had anticipated. Dubbed a chamber, it was essentially a cube constructed from a special alloy, with silver pipes adorning the walls and a display screen in the corner indicating a gravity multiplier of 10x. I modified it using the spaceship's engine, Bulma announced proudly, tapping the wall. It can be adjusted to a maximum of 100 times gravity, though, currently, it can only stabilize at 50 times. Goku had already changed into a black training outfit and was stretching. Lin Yue, for your first time in the gravity chamber. Let's start at 10 times. Lin Yue nodded, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door of the gravity chamber. As the door cracked open, an immense pressure enveloped him, as though an invisible mountain bore down upon his shoulders. He stumbled slightly, but managed to steady himself and entered the chamber. Bang! The door slammed shut behind him, and the 10 times gravity took immediate effect. Lin Yue felt his bones groan under the weight, his knees buckling uncontrollably as he nearly collapsed. He attempted to lift his arm, only to find it felt as heavy as lead, each movement requiring tremendous effort. Coughing, he felt the air in his lungs compressed, making breathing exceptionally arduous. Concentrate your energy in your dantian. Like a tree taking root, Goku's voice came from across the chamber. He stood on the opposite side, sweat beading on his forehead, yet his breathing was steady, and his posture remained upright, as if entirely unaffected. Lin Yue gritted his teeth, trying to follow Goku's advice to compress his internal energy downwards. However, the energy was like a mischievous child, darting chaotically within him, refusing to coalesce. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his vision started to blur. Keep going. Krillin's voice echoed from the observation window. When Goku first faced 5 times gravity, he could barely stand. Lin Yue wanted to laugh, but he lacked even the strength to twitch his lips. He could feel his combat power depleting rapidly, plummeting from over 600 during the day to 400. Don't think of resisting the gravity. Try to embrace it. Wukong approached him, his voice deep and resonant, conveying that energy is not meant for resistance, but for harmony. Lin Yue closed his eyes, striving to comprehend Wukong's words. Harmony? How does one achieve harmony? He recalled the waves he observed by the sea during the day. No matter how formidable the rocks, the water always found a way to navigate around them. Shouldn't energy flow in a similar manner? He endeavored to relax his body, relinquishing his struggle against gravity, allowing the energy to flow in the direction of the pressure. Much like adjusting one's course in a rushing river, rather than swimming upstream, he sought to align himself with the current. Miraculously, the weighty pressure seemed to lighten. His body ceased to tremble, and his breathing became more fluid. Slowly, he lifted his head. Though still arduous, he managed to stand firm. Yes, just like that. Wukong nodded in approval. Lin Yue clenched his teeth and began to attempt movement. Each step felt as though he were walking on cotton, yet simultaneously sinking into a quagmire. The soles of his shoes creaking against the ground. Sweat drenched his training uniform, clinging to his skin and outlining the slight muscle definition of a youth exerting himself. With every movement, his knees emitted creaking sounds of strain. Sweat dripped from his chin, splattering onto the metal floor and creating tiny droplets. He gasped for breath, his vision of Wukong beginning to waver. The tenfold gravity weighed upon him like an invisible shackle, creaking his bones and rendering his blood flow almost viscous. Try throwing a punch. Wukong's voice pierced through the dense atmosphere. Suddenly, he assumed a stance before Lin Yue, his fist slicing through the air with a sound akin to a breaking wave, swift as lightning even under tenfold gravity. Let the energy follow your fist. Do not allow gravity to confine it. Lin Yue gritted his teeth, concentrating all his will. He felt the energy in his dantian ignite like a spark, gradually ascending through the meridians of his arm. When the energy reached his fist, he exerted himself vigorously. His fist barely rose 30 centimeters before it met an invisible wall. Soft and powerless, falling limply. Ugh! Frustration pierced his heart like a needle. Unwilling to yield, Lin Yue attempted again, only to be met with a sudden, excruciating pain in his shoulder. Stop! Wukong swiftly approached and grasped his shoulder, warning him that his muscles had reached their limit and further practice would lead to injury. He pressed the button on the wall, and the gravity gradually decreased to normal. At that moment, the weight vanished abruptly, and Lin Yue's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, his body trembling as if devoid of strength. He gazed at his palm, still warm from the energy that had flowed through it, yet unable to grasp that power. That was quite commendable, Wukong offered towel. When I first entered the tenfold gravity chamber, I was carried out within 3 minutes. Lin Yue accepted the towel and wiped his face, hearing Krillin's astonished voice from outside the observation window. Wukong, you really had such an embarrassing moment? Bulma crossed her arms and scoffed. Someone was screaming like a pig being slaughtered just now. Who screamed? Lin Yue's cheeks flushed. In his moment of unbearable pain, he had indeed let out a few muffled groans. Suddenly, Bulma tapped the observation window. Hey, monster, do you want to see something interesting? She pressed the console button, and the walls of the gravity chamber gradually became transparent. This was crafted from reflective alloy by the Frisia Force, capable of real-time monitoring of muscle fiber pressure. A three-dimensional model of Lin Yue appeared on the screen, with red stress points primarily concentrated around the spine and thigh muscles. Bulma pointed at the model and explained, your muscle density is 15 times that of an average person, yet your muscle fiber resilience is inadequate, which is why you fatigue more easily than Goku. How can I improve? Lin Yue immediately inquired. Weighted squats, Goku replied, squatting down, cradling his knees, executing squats in the gravity chamber to enhance muscle resilience swiftly. He demonstrated a proper squat, causing the metallic floor to slightly indent beneath his weight. 300 a day, and after a week, I'll teach you new techniques. For the next 3 days, Lin Yue immersed himself in the gravity chamber. Squatting under 10 times the normal gravity proved far more torturous than anticipated. Each descent felt as though his knees might shatter, and rising felt like bearing the weight of a mountain upon his shoulders. Sweat drenched 3 sets of training attire, and his muscles ached to the point of being unable to grasp chopsticks, yet he never faltered. On the 4th morning, upon completing his 300th squat under the tenfold gravity, Lin Yue suddenly felt the energy in his dantian erupt. A warm surge coursed through his veins, invigorating his previously aching muscles, and his bones produced a soothing crackle. Instinctively, he threw a punch, the fist slicing through the air with a whistling sound, creating a faint ripple in the atmosphere. His combat power had reached 800. Krillin cheered while holding the detector aloft. Goku also wore an expression of delight. Excellent. Shall we try 20 times the gravity today? Lin Yue gazed at the control panel on the wall, inhaled deeply, and pressed the 20x button. The familiar oppressive weight returned. Yet this time, he did not crumble as before. The energy flowed seamlessly within him, akin to an invisible armor shielding his bones. Though his muscles still ached, They steadfastly supported his body. It seems the Senzu beans not only heal injuries, but subtly enhance your physique. Bulma's voice resonated from the observation window, holding a new detector. The numbers on the screen stabilized at 800. However, do not become complacent. This is merely the passing mark. Lin Yue flexed his wrists, feeling the surging power within him, and suddenly grinned at the observation window. Care for a wager? I bet I can run under 20 times the gravity within a week. You're on. Bulma replied with a raised eyebrow. The loser must assist me in cleaning the experimental equipment for a month. Sunlight streamed through the transparent walls into the gravity chamber, casting a golden hue over the youth's upright figure. Lin Yue assumed his stance once more, his fists now swinging with unwavering determination and strength. Chapter 5. Vegeta's Provocation. On the morning of the 7th day, the beach of Kame House was still shrouded in mist. Lin Yue had just completed a 5-kilometer run under 20 times the gravity. Sweat dripping from his hair to the sandy ground, forming a small dark patch. He shook out his arms, feeling the surging energy within. As the numbers on the detector stabilized at 1200, nearly a 50% increase from a week prior. Not bad at all. Wukong emerged from the woods, shouldering a hefty log adorned with several freshly caught giant fish, destined for breakfast as grilled delicacies. Lin Yue approached with a smile. Do you require assistance? Please summon Bulma and Krillin. The fire is nearly ready. He gestured toward the nearby bonfire. As Lin Yue turned towards Kame House, he was abruptly met with a piercing sound slicing through the air, emanating from the clouds above. The noise was sharp and urgent, reminiscent of metal scraping against the atmosphere, starkly contrasting the familiar roar of a spaceship's engine from memory. What could that be? Krillin dashed out of the house, pointing at a rapidly enlarging dark speck in the sky. The ominous shape halted a kilometer away from the island, revealing the silvery silhouette of a spacecraft. The hull was riddled with bullet holes, and the tail wing emitted ominous black smoke, clearly indicative of a fierce battle endured. More unsettling was the bone-chilling aura radiating from the vessel, akin to a serpent's tongue brushing against the skin. Wukong's expression turned grave. He set the log down and instinctively assumed a combat stance. It was Vegeta. Lin Yue's heart sank. Vegeta? What could he possibly want at this moment? According to the narrative, he was not supposed to make his official appearance until the Namek saga. The spacecraft's underside spewed blue flames as it descended slowly onto the beach, stirring up a cloud of sand. As the hatch swung open, a Saiyan clad in a deep blue battlesuit emerged. He was tall, with short black hair standing upright and a sneer of unmasked derision gracing his lips. Most striking were his black eyes, swirling with arrogance and ferocity, as if nothing in the world could captivate his gaze. Kakarot, Vegeta's voice was low and gravelly, imbued with a metallic quality, as his gaze swept over Wukong before finally settling on Lin Yue. Who is this inferior creature? The scouter on his wrist emitted beeping sounds, and crimson numbers flashed on the screen. Combat power 1200? Ha! This mere scrap dares to associate with you? Lin Yue clenched his fists, sensing Vegeta's energy akin to a drawn blade, imbued with a potent murderous intent, a purity far surpassing that of Frisia's minions. He is my friend, Lin Yue, Wukong interjected, positioning himself firmly in front of Lin Yue, his tone calm, yet undeniably resolute. Vegeta, what brings you here? What brings me here? Vegeta scoffed, the scouter turning towards Wukong. Your combat power has risen to 8,000? It seems that battle with Raditz has strengthened you considerably. His gaze shifted back to Lin Yue. How dare this suddenly emerged inferior creature presume to practice Saiyan techniques? Lin Yue stepped forward, locking eyes with Vegeta. Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. Oh, Vegeta raised an eyebrow, his derision intensifying. With a mere combat power of 1200, you dare speak to me? Suddenly, he lifted his hand, gathering a sphere of purple energy in his palm. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. Vegeta, stand down. Wukong roared, charging forward as golden energy erupted around him. But it was too late. Vegeta's energy sphere shot towards Lin Yue with a whistling wind, moving so swiftly it nearly left an afterimage in its wake. Lin Yue's pupils constricted sharply as he instinctively summoned the energy within him, a wall of white aura materializing before him, resembling a translucent shield. Bang! The energy projectile collided with the barrier, erupting in a blinding flash. The shockwave sent shards of stone flying across the beach, even extinguishing the distant campfire. Lin Yue was propelled backward by the immense force, stumbling 3 meters as his feet carved deep grooves into the sand, a tingling pain radiating through his arms. As the dust settled, Vegeta's expression shifted from derision to astonishment. Although he had unleashed only 30% of his power, sufficient to obliterate a small spacecraft, it had been thwarted by this boy with a combat power of merely 1200? Intriguing. Vegeta licked his lips, a glint of bloodthirsty excitement flashing in his eyes. It seemed he could allow Lin Yue a few more moments of life. "You're going too far," Bulma shouted, rushing out with the scanner in her arms. The screen revealing energy readings from the earlier blast, potent enough to annihilate half of Kame House. Vegeta paid her no heed, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yue. "Your energy is peculiar, unlike that of Earthlings or Saiyans. What exactly are you?" "What I am is of little consequence," Lin Yue replied, standing tall. Though the barrier had shattered, the energy within him surged with unprecedented vigor. "What matters is that this is not a place for your rampage. Arrogance. Végétaes aura soudainement surgi." Violet waves roiling like boiling magma. "Since you wish for death so eagerly, I shall oblige." He lunged at Lin Yue, moving so swiftly that he left only an afterimage in his wake. Goku attempted to intervene again, but was repelled by a wave of energy Vegeta effortlessly unleashed. "Kakarot, do not interfere," Vegeta's voice commanded with an undeniable authority. "This is my battle with him." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue concentrated all his energy into his legs. Aware that his speed could not match Vegeta's, he gambled everything on a split-second maneuver, rolling to the left just as Vegeta's foot passed, narrowly escaping the fierce gust of wind generated by the strike. Boom! Vegeta's foot crashed down where Lin Yue had been standing moments earlier, causing the sand to collapse into a 5-meter-wide crater. Debris and grains of sand flew, grazing Lin Yue's cheek and leaving a trail of blood. "Quick on your feet," Vegeta remarked, turning to face him with a cruel smirk. "Unfortunately, you are too slow." He launched another assault, fists and feet raining down like a tempest. Lin Yue could only rely on his perception of energy to evade the onslaught, quickly accumulating numerous wounds. Each dodge drained his stamina, and the readings on the scanner began to plummet. "Lin Yue," Krillin shouted anxiously, yet Goku restrained him by the shoulder. "Do not go over there." Goku's expression was grave. This was a fight Lin Yue had to endure. A powerful kick from Vegeta struck Lin Yue squarely in the chest, sending him careening like a broken kite into the wall of Kame House. The excruciating pain forced him to cough up blood, his vision beginning to blur. "Give up." Vegeta approached slowly, the soles of his shoes crunching against the sand. "A lowly creature like you does not deserve to stand before me." Struggling to his feet, Lin Yue wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He could sense the energy within him rapidly depleting, yet something within his heart burned fiercely. It was the unyielding desire and determination to survive in this world. "I have not lost yet," he murmured, his voice hoarse yet remarkably resolute. "Stubborn fool." Vegeta had completely lost his patience. He raised his hand high, a purple sphere of energy swelling rapidly in his palm. "This time, I will utterly crush you." "Enough." Goku's voice thundered like a storm. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, engulfing the entire beach in a golden hue. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Yue, an overwhelming aura swirling around him, his black pupils transforming into an emerald hue. "Super Saiyan." Vegeta's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face for the first time. "Impossible. How could you? He is my disciple." Goku's voice was frigid, his energy oscillating as if it were tangible. "If you dare to move against him again, I will kill you." Vegeta, upon witnessing the unmasked murderous intent in Goku's eyes, glanced at the formidable aura surrounding him and gradually unclenched his fists. He understood that he was no match for Goku in his Super Saiyan form. "Humph." Vegeta snorted disdainfully, turning towards the spaceship. "Kakarot, you will pay for this." He shot a cold, piercing glance at Lin Yue. "Next time we meet, I will personally crush you." The spaceship ascended once more, soon disappearing into the clouds. Lin Yue slumped to the ground, feeling as if all his strength had been siphoned away. He gazed toward the direction Vegeta had departed, his heart still racing. In that fleeting moment, he had truly felt the threat of death. "Are you all right?" Goku approached and offered him a senzu bean. Lin Yue accepted the bean and swallowed it. A familiar warmth coursed through his body, rapidly alleviating the pain of his injuries. He shook his head. "I'm fine, thank you." That's just how Vegeta is. Goku sat beside him, his golden hair gradually reverting to black, yet his words rang true. His strength was still insufficient. "I know." Lin Yue looked at his palm. With a lingering heat from the energy blast remained. "I will grow stronger." Bulma approached, holding a scouter that still displayed Vegeta's battle power reading, 18,000. She regarded Lin Yue with a complex expression. Why didn't you dodge earlier? With your speed, you could have easily. Dodging once doesn't guarantee safety for a lifetime. Lin Yue interrupted her, his tone unusually earnest. If I cannot withstand his attacks, how can I protect others? Bulma was taken aback, observing the determination etched on the young man's face, and suddenly the number on the scouter seemed trivial. Krillin rushed over, holding a roasted fish. Stop thinking and eat first. Goku's fish is delicious. Lin Yue accepted the roasted fish and took a hearty bite. The savory flavor of the fish enveloped his senses, dispelling the earlier gloom. He watched the sun rise above the horizon, golden rays illuminating the beach. And a singular thought filled his mind: to grow stronger, to become stronger than anyone else. Chapter 6. Breakthroughs and surprises. Under 20 times gravity, the mornings on Kame House are always awakened by the sound of crashing waves. But for Lin Yue, the recent mornings have been interrupted by the blaring alarm of the gravity chamber. Beep, beep, warning, abnormal cabin pressure, gravity stability at 78. Lin Yue sprang up from the floor, cold sweat instantly soaking his training uniform. He had just dozed off under 20 times gravity, his body still in a half-crouch position, his knees numb to the point of losing sensation. Another night in the gravity chamber? Bulma's voice came from the observation window, where she held a coffee cup. Dark circles beneath her eyes. If you keep this up, my gravity generator will be prematurely scrapped. Lin Yue moved his stiff neck, leaving circles of sweat on the metal floor. After Vegeta's provocations, he had devoted all his time to the gravity chamber, transforming from someone who could barely stand under 20 times gravity to someone who could manage basic punching and kicking training. Today, let's try to condense an energy sphere. Goku entered, clad in loose martial arts attire, holding 2 heavy sandbags. He focused his energy in his palms, envisioning it solidifying into a hard stone. Following his lead, Lin Yue stood still and took a deep breath. The weight of 20 times gravity felt like an invisible hand pressing down on his shoulders, causing the energy within him to flow sluggishly. He attempted to gather the energy into his palms, but as the white aura began to emerge, gravity tore it apart, scattering it into motes of light. Don't use brute force. Goku tied the sandbags to Lin Yue's wrists, encouraging him to feel the energy flow under pressure, akin to swimming through water, moving with the resistance. Lin Yue closed his eyes, envisioning a stream winding around rocks. He ceased to compress the energy forcefully and instead allowed it to ascend slowly in the direction of gravity, like vines entwining around a trunk. This time, the white aura stabilized in his palms, albeit only the size of a fist, yet remarkably solid. Good. Goku nodded. Now try to push it out. Lin Yue aimed at the distant target and forcefully propelled the energy sphere. As soon as it left his palm, it began to descend, grazing the target before crashing to the ground and creating a shallow crater the size of a fist. Off target. Krillin leaned against the observation window, recording data. Gravity affects the trajectory of the energy sphere. You need to calculate the lead time. For the next 3 hours, the gravity chamber echoed with the muffled sounds of exploding energy spheres. Lin Yue's arms grew numb from the recoil, blisters forming on his palms. Yet his eyes shone brighter with determination. Each failure deepened his understanding of the relationship between gravity and energy, and his precision steadily improved. Take a break. Bulma entered, holding a nutrient supplement. Your glycogen reserves are nearly depleted. Continue like this, and you'll faint. Lin Yue accepted the nutrient and drank it in one gulp, the cold liquid sliding down his throat, transforming into a warm flow, nourishing his taut muscles. He noticed the stray hairs at Bulma's temple and suddenly observed the dark circles beneath her eyes. Have you been burning the midnight oil again? Not without reason. Bulma opened her notebook, filled with waveforms of energy. Your energy under 20 times gravity exhibits a state of quantum entanglement, which fundamentally contradicts existing physical laws. She pointed at the fluctuating curve on the screen, remarking that a normal air mass should resemble a smooth parabola, yet has appeared to fluctuate chaotically like an electrocardiogram. Lin Yue leaned closer to examine the screen, observing the purple curve representing his energy continuously splitting and reassembling under the force of gravity, writhing as if imbued with life. He suddenly recalled the fragments of otherworldly visions that flashed through his mind during the Elder's potential development. Could this be related to dimensional traversal abilities? Perhaps it was adapting to different physical laws? Lin Yue ventured to suggest. Bulma's pen halted abruptly as she looked up at him with keen interest. What do you mean? Nothing. Lin Yue averted his gaze, unprepared to disclose the secret of dimensional traversal. Maybe my energy is rather unique. Bulma scrutinized him for several seconds, then suddenly seized a wrench from the table and tossed it at him. Catch. Instinctively, Lin Yue raised his hand, and at the moment of contact, he felt his energy surge into his palm, forming a protective cushion. The force that could shatter bones under 20 times gravity was effortlessly mitigated. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly jotted down notes. Just now, your energy automatically formed a protective layer. Was that an instinctive reaction? Lin Yue was taken aback. His action had been entirely subconscious. It seems your body adapts to gravity faster than your consciousness does. Goku approached, holding a new detector, power level 1000. Congratulations. However, Lin Yue felt little joy as he recalled Vegeta's power level of 18,000 and Frisia's terrifying 530,000. 1000 was still far from sufficient. I want to try 30 times gravity, Lin Yue declared. No way. Bulma immediately objected. Your bone density hasn't reached the required standard. 30 times gravity would shatter your entire skeleton. I can increase it gradually, Lin Yue suggested, glancing at Goku, increasing by 1 times each day to adapt. After a moment of contemplation, Goku nodded in agreement. But I must be there to supervise. If anything seems off, we stop immediately. Over the next 10 days, the gravity in the training chamber increased by 1 times each day. Lin Yue's body rapidly evolved through pain and adaptation, with his bone density increasing to 3 times that of an average person, and his muscle fibers becoming as resilient as steel. By the time the gravity reached 30 times, he was able to run and leap freely within the chamber. That afternoon, Lin Yue practiced consecutive energy blasts under 30 times gravity. The white energy blast shot towards the target like a barrage, each explosion raising clouds of dust. The more he practiced, the more proficient he became. His energy flowed ceaselessly within him, and he even began to experiment with altering the trajectory of the blasts while in motion. That's enough for today, Goku said, glancing at the time. Krillin has prepared your favorite grilled meat for dinner. Just as Lin Yue was about to conclude his training, he suddenly felt a surge of turbulence within his energy. The final energy blast veered off course, trailing a white tail toward the Kame house, or more precisely, toward Bulma's red sports car, parked in the yard. Not good. Lin Yue's pupils constricted. It was too late to chase after it. Bang! A projectile accurately struck the engine hood of the sports car, the tremendous force lifting it 3 meters into the air, and upon landing, it was still emitting plumes of black smoke. Bulma's shrill scream echoed from within the house. Lin Yue, that was the engine I just modified. Lin Yue, gazing at the smoke-billowing vehicle, sheepishly scratched his head. It was a limited edition that Bulma had poured 3 months of effort into modifying, reputedly capable of brief low-altitude flight. I apologize. It was unintentional. If apologies were effective, why would we need insurance companies? Bulma exclaimed, rushing out with a wrench in hand, her face smeared with oil. Do you have any idea how difficult it was to work on that engine? I had to source parts from the intergalactic black market. Her words abruptly ceased as Lin Yue knelt beside the car, pressing his hand against the deformed engine hood. A white energy surged through his fingertips, and to everyone's astonishment, the distorted metal began to slowly revert to its original shape. Even the shattered components emitted faint clicking sounds. 5 minutes later, as Lin Yue withdrew his hand, the sports car, aside from some superficial scratches, astonishingly started up perfectly, the engine humming steadily. This is... The wrench in Bulma's hand clattered to the ground. Energy not only possesses the ability to destroy, but also to restore, Goku explained with a smile. Lin Yue's energy was extraordinary, capable of being as searing as flames, yet as gentle as flowing water. Rising to his feet, Lin Yue dusted off his hands. Can it still drive? If not, I can. Don't touch my car. Bulma abruptly shoved him aside, diving into the driver's seat and pressing the accelerator. The sports car shot forth like an arrow, carving a graceful arc across the beach. Observing her exhilarated silhouette, Lin Yue couldn't help but smile wryly. She was in fact quite pleased. Goku patted him on the shoulder, understanding her reluctance to admit it. The setting sun elongated their shadows, while the waves lapped against the rocks, producing a gentle sound. Lin Yue gazed out at the distant horizon. A sudden surge of impulse welled within him. He yearned to discover the full extent of his energy. Goku, he suddenly said, are you familiar with the Room of Spirit and Time? Goku paused for a moment, then nodded. I've heard of it. It's a special space atop Korin Tower where the flow of time differs from the outside world. Why do you ask? I want to give it a try. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If he trained inside, would he progress more rapidly? Goku, recalling the flames of desire for strength he once possessed in his youth, recognized that longing all too well. I'll take you to consult Master Roshi tomorrow, Goku said. But the pressure in the room of spirit and time is unlike that of the gravity room. You must be mentally prepared. Lin Yue nodded vigorously, his gaze fixed upon the darkening sky, as if the warmth from repairing the sports car still lingered in his palms. He could sense that he was drawing ever closer to the formidable goal he aspired to achieve. Chapter 7. 3 Days and Nights in the Room of Spirit and Time. Corinne Tower was even steeper than imagined. The spiraling structure pierced the clouds, every brick bearing the marks of time. Lin Yue followed closely behind Wukong, using both hands and feet to ascend. The stamina cultivated under 20-fold gravity proved invaluable here. Yet the loose stones on the tower's walls nearly caused him to slip several times. Almost there, Wukong's voice echoed from above, as he leapt effortlessly between the crags, as if strolling on level ground. After climbing for another half hour, they finally reached the summit. Contrary to the majestic palace he had envisioned, the pinnacle housed only a modest wooden cabin, beneath which a bell hung, chiming softly in the breeze. Wukong, you come again? A white cat, adorned with sunglasses, sat gracefully before the cabin, cradling a teacup. It was the cat sage. Cat sage, we wish to borrow the spirit time room. Wukong respectfully bowed. The cat sage squinted, his gaze settling on Lin Yue, his tail swaying gently. This young man possesses a rather unique aura, he mused, setting down his teacup and gesturing toward a door beside the cabin. Only 2 individuals may enter the spirit time room at a time. 1 day inside equates to merely 1 hour outside, and the maximum stay is limited to 2 days. Why only 2 days? Lin Yue inquired with curiosity. Because the mental strain within is immense. Ordinary individuals would lose their sanity after 48 hours, the cat sage replied, licking his paw. Moreover, the space is confined to 10 cubic meters. It will be quite cramped for the 2 of you. Approaching the door, Lin Yue noticed strange runes carved into the door panel, exuding a chilling aura, as if it were a gateway to another realm. Are you ready? Wukong stood beside him, holding 2 compressed rice balls, devoid of food and water. We must ration our provisions. Lin Yue nodded, inhaling deeply. He could sense an intangible pressure emanating from behind the door, more disconcerting than 30-fold gravity, an oppressive force that seemed to pierce his very soul. Enter, but do not overexert yourself. The cat sage waved his paw. If it becomes overwhelming, exit immediately. Wukong pushed open the door, and a wave of chaotic energy rushed forth. Lin Yue followed him inside, and the door clicked shut behind them, instantly severing the light and sound of the outside world. Before them lay a dim, grayish expanse. The ground solid beneath their feet, yet nothing surrounded them, only an endless stretch of gray and white. Time appeared to lose its significance here. There was no sense of its passage, nor any point of reference. This is the spirit time room. Wukong's voice reverberated in the vastness. The perception of energy will be magnified tenfold, and any stray thoughts will be amplified infinitely. Lin Yue attempted to sense the energy within him, but it surged wildly, akin to a startled wild horse. The gray-white currents around him relentlessly battered his mind, and fleeting images began to flash through his consciousness. The laboratory before his journey. The smiling faces of his parents, Frisia's icy gaze, and Vegeta's mocking grin. Focus your mind. Wukong's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Do not let distractions take control. Startled back to reality, Lin Yue found his forehead beaded with cold sweat. He hastily closed his eyes, employing the technique Wukong had taught him, sinking his energy into his dantian and erecting a mental barrier. The chaotic images gradually receded, yet the surrounding pressure intensified, as if striving to crush his very soul. On the first day, we began by acclimatizing to the mental strain of this place. Wukong sat cross-legged, striving to maintain his true essence amidst the chaos of thoughts, an endeavor deemed more vital than the mere cultivation of energy. Time became nebulous. Lin Yue lost track of how long had passed, perhaps an hour or possibly a day. He remained in that meditative posture, allowing various thoughts to rise and fall within his mind while still preserving a sliver of clarity. When he finally opened his eyes, he observed that the surrounding grayish-white energy seemed to have softened somewhat. Excellent, Wukong remarked, handing over half a rice ball. Now we shall commence energy cultivation. The pressure here will expedite your mastery over the flow of energy. The ensuing training was 100-fold more brutal than the gravity chamber. The mental time room not only magnified the perception of energy, but also amplified suffering. Each circulation of energy felt akin to traversing a razor's edge. A moment of carelessness could precipitate a mental backlash, resulting in excruciating headaches. Lin Yue learned to condense energy orbs amidst agonizing pain. to stabilize his energy even when beset by chaotic thoughts, and even to transmute the surrounding grayish-white energy into his own strength. His combat prowess surged astonishingly, escalating from 1,000 to 2,000, and then to 3,000. On the evening of the second day, during a practice session with energy orbs, Lin Yue suddenly sensed a qualitative transformation within his energy. Subtle golden patterns emerged within the white energy sphere, reminiscent of twinkling stars. When he projected this energy outward, the orb left a golden trail in the air, its explosive force threefold that of before. Lin Yue marveled at the palm of his hand. The purification of energy. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Wukong's eyes. Your energy has become purer than ever, naturally enhancing its potency. At that moment, a fleeting vision flashed through Lin Yue's mind, a world fraught with storms, where a man clad in black armor wielded a sword against a colossal void. The image vanished as swiftly as it appeared, almost like an illusion. What's wrong? Wukong noted his unease. Nothing. Lin Yue shook his head, aware that this was yet another manifestation of fragmented dimensions. The pressure of the mental time room seemed to have awakened latent memories within him, perhaps leaving him a bit fatigued. On the third day, they commenced practical sparring, in the confined space of 10 cubic meters. The sound of their fists and feet colliding resonated with a dull thud. Wukong refrained from using his full strength, yet he effortlessly neutralized Lin Yue's attempts, as if guiding him to uncover openings. Your attacks are too straightforward, Wukong advised, grasping Lin Yue's wrist and gently twisting it. Energy must flow as fluidly as water, capable of evasion and diversion. Lin Yue leveraged this guidance to pivot, driving his elbow towards Wukong's chest, only to have it blocked by Wukong's palm. The energy flowed along Wukong's arm, unexpectedly ensnaring Lin Yue's shoulder. To Lin Yue's astonishment, he found himself immobilized. This is energy binding, Wukong explained, releasing his grip and ensnaring Lin Yue's energy, rendering him unable to exert force. Immediately, Lin Yue endeavored to replicate this technique, launching another attack on Wukong. This time, he refrained from rushing in. Instead, he transformed his energy into fine tendrils, subtly wrapping around Wukong's arm. As Wukong threw a punch, he suddenly felt his arm grow heavy. His movement slowed by a fraction. I did it, Lin Yue exclaimed in exhilaration. Wukong chuckled. You are progressing swiftly. However, he suddenly flickered and appeared behind Lin Yue, his speed even more astonishing. Lin Yue turned to counterattack, only to discover that Wukong had already maneuvered to his side. This exchange of offense and defense continued for an indeterminate duration until both were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. It was nearly time to exit. Wukong glanced at the invisible sky. Nearly 48 hours had elapsed. Lin Yue nodded, sensing that his combat power had stabilized around 5,000, with his internal energy pure and refined, akin to a tranquil deep pool. More importantly, his mastery over this energy had reached an unprecedented level, allowing him to faintly perceive the aura beyond the room of spirit and time. Let us depart, Wukong proclaimed, rising to push open the door connecting the two worlds. Blinding sunlight flooded in, compelling both to squint. The cat sage sat before the house, still cradling his teacup. How do you feel? He inquired, profoundly enriched. Lin Yue replied sincerely, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, cat sage. The cat sage stroked his beard, casting a meaningful glance at him. Your energy harbors many secrets. Be cautious not to be consumed by them. Feeling a stir within, Lin Yue was about to inquire further when Wukong pulled him toward the base of the tower. Let us return. Bulma and Krillin must be worried. The descent was 100-fold easier than the ascent. Lin Yue found himself bounding down the steep cliffs with ease. He could distinctly sense the surging power within him, each step feeling as though he were treading on cotton, yet bursting with explosive potential. Upon their return to Kame House, the setting sun painted the sea in hues of crimson. Krillin rushed over, holding a detector, and upon seeing the displayed numbers, exclaimed, 5,000? Lin Yue, you're incredible. Bulma peeked out from the laboratory, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Yue, then raised an eyebrow. The room of spirit and time didn't drive you mad? She held a new device. Here, your energy detector has been upgraded. It can now display more precise fluctuations in combat power. Lin Yue accepted the detector, donning it as the screen stabilized at 5,000, an impressive 5-fold increase since his departure. He gazed upon the smiling faces of his companions against the backdrop of the setting sun, and the torment of the 3 days and nights spent in the room of spirit and time transformed into a warm current within his heart. Yet, He did not forget the cat sage's words, nor the haunting images of the realm of the dead that flashed through his mind. He placed a hand over his chest, where his energy flowed calmly, yet seemed to harbor endless enigmas. What shall I learn next? Lin Yue inquired, looking at Wukong, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Wukong pointed toward the distant sea, where massive waves crashed against the rocks. Tomorrow, I shall teach you the energy barrier. Lin Yue stared at the white spray of the waves, clenching his fists. A combat power of 5,000 was still insufficient. He needed to grow stronger, strong enough to protect those dear to him, strong enough to confront the impending dangers. As night deepened, the lights of Kame House twinkled like stars. Lin Yue stood by the shore, feeling the pure energy within him, for the first time filled with confidence about the future. Chapter 8. Energy Barrier and the Great Ape Gohan. The morning sea breeze carried a briny scent, causing the training mats on the beach to flutter. Lin Yue stood at the center of the mat, adhering to Wukong's guidance, evenly distributing his energy around his body. A white aura enveloped him like a delicate veil, glimmering softly under the sunlight. The energy wall was not meant to withstand force directly. Rather, it should absorb impact like a sponge. Wukong stood opposite him, wielding a wooden stick. I will strike you with varying degrees of force. Attempt to dissipate the impact with your energy wall. Lin Yue took a deep breath and nodded, signaling that he was ready. Wukong swung the stick, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, striking towards Lin Yue's shoulder. Instinctively, Lin Yue directed his energy towards his shoulder, and the energy wall immediately thickened. The stick collided with the wall, producing a dull thud. Yet the force was deftly redirected into the ground. Well done, Wukong commended, then increased the intensity of his strikes, the stick sweeping towards Lin Yue's side with a whoosh. This time, the energy wall rippled. Although it blocked the attack, Lin Yue staggered back half a step, feeling a sharp ache in his waist as if struck by a heavy hammer. Let your energy flow, Wukong encouraged. Imagine it as a living stream capable of dispersing the impact. Lin Yue adjusted his breathing, allowing the energy to circulate within him. As Wukong's stick came at him once more, his energy wall rippled like waves, channeling the force outward, and he stood firmly in place. Thus, Wukong transitioned from the wooden stick to a stone, and then to a hefty log. Lin Yue's energy wall, once precarious, gradually became resilient and agile. By noon, he could easily withstand Wukong's full-strength punch with his energy wall. Excellent. Now, attempt to expand the range of your energy wall. Wukong stepped back a few paces. Gesturing towards Krillin, try to protect him. Lin Yue concentrated, extending the energy wall sideways. The white halo expanded like a soap bubble, gently enveloping Krillin, who curiously reached out to touch it, feeling the elastic resistance at his fingertips. Are you ready? Wukong lifted a boulder taller than a person and hurled it towards the energy wall. The stone, accompanied by a whistling wind, crashed against the wall, causing the white aura to tremble violently, akin to a deflating balloon. Lin Yue felt his energy rapidly depleting, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Hold firm, Krillin shouted from within the energy wall. Lin Yue gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of energy into the wall. Just as it appeared on the verge of breaking, he suddenly recalled the grayish-white energy currents from the hyperbolic time chamber. Energy could not only defend but also guide. He abruptly altered the flow of his energy, and the wall, like a sail caught by the wind, redirected the boulder's trajectory to the side. The stone grazed the energy wall and crashed onto the beach, sending up a cloud of sand. Success! Krillin exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Lin Yue retracted his energy, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily as the readout on the monitor dropped to 3,000. Yet, a smile illuminated his face. The sensation of mastering power was far more gratifying than merely enhancing combat prowess. Let us take a break. This afternoon, we'll spar with Gohan. Wukong handed him a towel. Mention of Gohan reminded Lin Yue of the little boy who always clutched a dinosaur toy. He knew Gohan harbored immense power within, despite his typically gentle demeanor. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gohan returned from school, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Upon spotting the training ground on the beach, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Dad, brother Lin Yue, what are you practicing? Would you like to give it a try? Lin Yue beckoned him. Is that all right? Gohan replied eagerly, casting aside his backpack and striking a trembling stance, a technique he had learned from Goku. Don't use your full strength. Just go easy, Goku advised. With a smile, Lin Yue nodded, suppressing his energy to 2,000 as he slowly approached Gohan. Despite his young age, Gohan was remarkably agile, deftly evading Lin Yue's attacks while occasionally countering with his own punches. His energy was pure, akin to the morning dew, imbued with gentle strength. How impressive, Gohan! Lin Yue feigned a vulnerability, allowing Gohan to land a punch to his abdomen, doubling over in mock pain. I'm sorry. Gohan immediately retracted his fist. Anxiety etched on his face. It's all right. I was careless. Lin Yue straightened up, rubbing his stomach. Let us go again. The second round commenced, and Gohan clearly loosened up. His punches, characterized by a child's inherent agility, came from unexpected angles. As Lin Yue dodged, he guided Gohan in better utilizing his energy, occasionally deflecting Gohan's punches with gentle bursts of energy as if engaged in a delightful game. Suddenly, the sky darkened. An afternoon that had been bright and clear was suddenly cloaked in ominous clouds, and a full moon peeked through the gaps. Oh no! Goku's expression turned grave. Gohan had yet to learn to control the great ape form. Before Lin Yue could react, he witnessed a remarkable transformation in Gohan's physique. His bones crackled. His body swelled rapidly, brown fur sprouting from beneath his skin, and his eyes transformed into a crimson hue. In mere seconds, the adorable little boy was replaced by a towering 10-meter great ape, roaring and thumping its chest in primal ferocity. Gohan, stay calm, Goku shouted, rushing forward, only to be sent sprawling against the wall of the Kame house by a powerful swipe of the great ape's arm. Goku! Krillin's face turned ashen with fear. The great ape Gohan's gaze fell upon Lin Yue, devoid of rationality, consumed solely by a desire for destruction. He lumbered forward, his colossal footfalls casting a shadow over Lin Yue. Lin Yue's pupils dilated as he instinctively raised his energy to 5,000. Thrusting both hands forward to conjure a massive energy wall that rose like a transparent shield before him. Boom! The great ape's foot crashed against the energy wall, producing a deafening sound. Lin Yue felt as though his arms would shatter under the force. The energy wall twisted violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. The ground beneath them buckled under the weight of the great ape, forming a gargantuan pit. Roar! The great ape bellowed in fury, raising its foot to strike again. This time, cracks appeared in the energy wall. Blood trickled from Lin Yue's mouth. His vision began to blur, yet he gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of energy into the wall. He could sense Gohan's energy raging within the great ape like a beast trapped in a cage. Gohan, it's me. Lin Yue exerted all his strength to shout, glancing around. They were on Kame house. We are merely playing with you. The giant ape momentarily halted, a flicker of confusion flashing in its crimson pupils. However, fury soon regained dominance as it seized a nearby rock and forcefully hurled it at the energy barrier. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered, and Lin Yue was propelled by the immense shockwave, crashing against a distant reef and spitting blood. The numbers on the detector plummeted to 1,000. Brother Lin Yue. The giant ape seemed to recognize him, its movements wavering. At that moment, Goku, clutching his stomach, stood up, taking a deep breath as golden energy erupted around him. He instantaneously teleported behind the giant ape, seizing its thick tail and yanking it with all his might. A pained roar escaped the giant ape as its colossal body lost balance and crashed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Goku concentrated his energy into a sphere, striking precisely at the base of the giant ape's tail. With a cry of anguish, the giant ape began to shrink, swiftly transforming back into the unconscious Gohan. Lin Yue struggled to rise, moving to Goku's side and gazing at the unconscious Gohan, sighing in relief. Is he all right? He's fine, just exhausted, Goku replied, lifting Gohan in his arms, a weary smile adorning his face. Thank you for your help earlier. Without your delay, I might not have made it in time. We're partners. Lin Yue smiled, the pain in his chest a stark reminder of the recent peril. Bulma and Krillin rushed over, horrified at the sight of the ravaged beach and the unconscious Gohan. After hearing the events, Bulma immediately retrieved a peculiar device from her laboratory. This is my invention, the artificial moon suppressor. She affixed the device to Gohan's wrist, explaining that it would automatically emit interference signals upon detecting Blood's waves, preventing him from transforming into the giant ape. Lin Yue observed the silver bracelet, adorned with a flickering green indicator light, marveling at Bulma's ingenuity. As night fell, Gohan remained in a deep slumber. Lin Yue sat by the shore, contemplating the restored energy barrier, his mind racing with thoughts. The battle that day had taught him that an energy barrier required not only strength, but also resilience and wisdom. Moreover, the immense power lying dormant within Gohan made him realize that this world harbored many formidable unknowns. What are you thinking about? Goku approached, handing him a can of soda. I wonder when I can become as strong as you, Lin Yue confessed. Goku chuckled. Everyone has their own reasons for growing stronger. What matters is finding your own. Mine is to protect everyone. What about you? Lin Yue gazed at the lights illuminating Kame House in the distance, observing Bulma and Krillin bustling about. And the sight of the slumbering Gohan filled him with resolve. I also wish to protect everyone, he murmured, his tone unexpectedly steadfast, vowing to safeguard this world and potentially other worlds in the future. Though Goku did not fully grasp the latter part of Lin Yue's statement, he sensed the determination in his voice and nodded appreciatively. The waves crashed against the reefs, and the moonlight bathed the beach in a silvery veil. Lin Yue clenched his fist, the warmth of his energy radiating with unwavering resolve. He understands that the path to becoming stronger is still long. Yet he is no longer lost. Chapter 9. The Chi Detector and a Battle Power of 5,800. The mornings on Kame House are always accompanied by the sounds of crashing waves and metal clashing. Lin Yue kneels on the floor of the 50x gravity chamber, sweat pooling beneath him. He has just completed his 500th weighted squat, and the lead weights on his wrists and ankles have become soaked with perspiration. Each movement feels as if he is dragging a tremendous burden. Beep. The battle power stabilizes at 5,500, with a chi purity of 89. The voice of Bulma emanates from the wall-mounted speaker, tinged with a mechanical chill. Ever since he emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, she has installed a real-time monitoring system in the gravity chamber, ostensibly to collect data, but in truth, to meticulously record Lin Yue's growth trajectory. Gasping for breath, Lin Yue raises his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. The 50x gravity feels like an invisible net, tightly ensnaring his body, making even breathing a task that requires additional effort. Yet he does not pause. Instead, he gradually rises and assumes the stance of the Kamehameha technique that Goku has taught him. The chi must be grounded, the intention must be focused, he murmurs softly, as his hands slowly come together before his chest. A white orb of energy begins to coalesce in his palms, initially flickering like a solitary candle in the wind. But as he continually channels his strength into it, the orb solidifies and emits a faint humming sound. Kamehameha! He thrusts his hands forward with force. The white energy wave trailing a fiery tail as it hurtles toward the distant target, creating a basketball-sized crater in the metallic wall. The shockwave rebounds, rendering his already sore arms even more numb. The energy conversion rate has risen to 37. Bulma's voice resonates again, indicating a 2 improvement from yesterday. Yet still falling short of Goku's 50. Lin Yue offers a wry smile. He is acutely aware of the gap between himself and Goku. It is not merely a disparity in battle power, but also in their respective depths of understanding of chi. Goku's energy flows like a naturally occurring stream, while Lin Yue's feels more akin to a man-made canal, capable of rushing forward, yet lacking the same innate grace. Rest for 10 minutes. Goku's voice calls from beyond the observation window, holding a thermos containing nutritious soup prepared by Bulma to replenish energy. Lin Yue presses a button on the wall, and the gravity multiplier gradually decreases to 10x. The sudden alleviation of pressure nearly causes him to collapse, and he hastily grasps the nearby railing. As he opens the gravity chamber door, a rich aroma wafts toward him. Drink slowly. It's hot, Bulma advises, handing him a thermos filled with a light yellow soup, floating with unknown chunks of meat and vegetables, crafted from the special ingredients of Namek and boasting protein content 20 times that of beef. Lin Yue takes the thermos and sips heartily. The warm broth glides down his throat, transforming into a soothing warmth that nourishes his taut muscles, significantly alleviating his fatigue. He gazes at the dark circles under Bulma's eyes and cannot help but ask, "Have you been staying up late again?" "It's all because your chi is so peculiar." Bulma opened the tablet in her hands, revealing a plethora of data and charts. Ordinarily, when combat power exceeds 5,000, the fluctuations in energy would exhibit a periodic decay. However, your energy fluctuations are nonlinear, akin to existing simultaneously in 2 dimensions, she pondered with a furrowed brow. Lin Yue felt a stir in his heart. Could it be the influence of dimensional travel abilities? He dared not inquire further and instead diverted the conversation, asking, "Is my new detector ready?" "Indeed, it is," Bulma replied, retrieving a silver wristband from her pocket, adorned with a blue crystal. This was the energy detector 2 Malawian Quatches, capable of not only displaying combat power, but also analyzing the attributes and fluctuation frequency of energy. It was waterproof, shockproof, and boasted a month-long battery life. Lin Yue took the wristband and donned it. The crystal immediately illuminated, showcasing a figure, 5521. He moved his wrist slightly, finding the wristband to fit perfectly, notably lighter than the previous model. Thank you, he said. Don't celebrate too soon, Bulma remarked, crossing her arms with a playful smirk. This device has been modified using the core chip from Frisia's army. If you dare to damage it, prepare to spend a year cleaning my laboratory equipment. Rest assured, I shall cherish it, Lin Yue replied with a smile, though he internally wondered if this detector could withstand Frisia's energy when they reached Namek. In the ensuing week, Lin Yue's training reached a bottleneck. His combat power hovered around 5,500, and no amount of effort seemed capable of pushing beyond that threshold. Although the purity and conversion rate of his energy continued to improve, the pace was far slower than before. This is a normal occurrence, Goku said after one sparring session. Every practitioner encounters a bottleneck. The key is to find the opportunity for a breakthrough. Opportunity? Lin Yue inquired. Yes, Goku replied, picking up a stone from the ground and tossing it into the sea. It could arise from a battle, an epiphany, or perhaps a delicious barbecue. He chuckled, patting Lin Yue on the shoulder. Don't be too hasty. Relax a little. Pondering Goku's words, Lin Yue attempted to shift his focus away from the relentless pursuit of increased combat power, instead channeling his energy into refining his fundamentals. He diligently practiced the condensation and dispersion of energy, experimenting with various methods to control its flow, even beginning to mimic Goku, Krillin, and Vegeta's techniques. That afternoon, he practiced creating an energy wall by the seaside. The white barrier stood like a shield upon the sand, with waves crashing against it, transforming into a mist of water droplets. He endeavored to make the energy wall thinner yet more resilient, akin to an invisible membrane. Lin Yue, look what I brought you. Krillin's voice echoed from afar, as he approached with a massive cage containing a vibrantly colored fish. I caught this explosive flame fish in the deep sea. They say consuming it can enhance one's explosive power. Lin Yue retracted his energy gun and walked over to inspect the fish. Its scales shimmered with a metallic luster, and with a flick of its tail, it emitted tiny sparks. Indeed a remarkable specimen. Shall we grill it for dinner? Lin Yue inquired with a smile. Absolutely, Krillin exclaimed excitedly. I'll go fetch Bulma to prepare the seasoning. Watching Krillin dash away, Lin Yue felt a significant lift in his spirits. He reformed the energy wall, this time relinquishing deliberate control, allowing the energy to flow naturally. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded as the surface of the wall shimmered with delicate ripples, gracefully dissipating the force of impact akin to the gentle caress of ocean waves, rather than bracing against it as before. Lin Yue gazed in astonishment at his own hands, suddenly comprehending that he had been overly fixated on control, thus neglecting the inherent fluidity of the energy itself. As Bulma had articulated, his energy existed simultaneously in two dimensions, perhaps necessitating a more adaptable approach for guidance. He endeavored to infuse the energy wall with two opposing attributes, one as fervent as flame and the other as frigid as ice. The originally pristine white wall manifested intricate patterns of intertwining red and blue, becoming even more resilient, impervious to the sun's rays. Power level surged. The digits on his wristband began to flicker. 5521, 5600, 5700. Lin Yue pressed on, continuing to guide the energy within him towards equilibrium. The fiery energy promoted expansion, while the icy energy instigated contraction. Their interplay birthed a marvelous chemical reaction. 5,800. As the number stabilized, Lin Yue exhaled a long, relieved breath. The energy wall gradually dissipated, and he sensed that the energy within him had become more refined and manageable than ever before. Have you broken through? Bulma appeared behind him, holding a tablet. The energy fluctuation frequency stabilized at 37 Hz, with a thermal attribute percentage of 42, a cold attribute percentage of 38, and a neutral attribute of 20. Truly a marvel. Though she called him a monster, excitement sparkled in her eyes as her fingers danced over the tablet, recording the data. The ability to manipulate two opposing attributes of energy simultaneously had never been observed among known cosmic races. Perhaps it's a gift, Lin Yue remarked half-jokingly. Gift? My foot? Bulma retorted with a sidelong glance. I analyzed your genetic sample and discovered an unknown sequence within your DNA chain capable of adapting to various energy environments. This explains your rapid mastery of energy and your command over multiple attributes. Lin Yue felt a jolt of surprise. Had the particle radiation during his traversal not only granted him the ability to traverse dimensions, but also altered his genetic makeup? Do not worry. This sequence is stable and bears no side effects. Bulma seemed to read his thoughts. It even enhances physical capabilities. Your recovery speed exceeds Goku's by 15. At that moment, Krillin's voice resonated from the Kame house. The barbecue is ready. Go meet. Lin Yue exchanged a glance with Bulma, both breaking into smiles. Let us go and taste Krillin's culinary skills, he said, stepping towards the house. Wait, Bulma called out, pointing to the detector on his wrist. 5,800. You're almost catching up to the initial Vegeta. Her tone carried an imperceptible hint of pride. How annoying to be surpassed by you. Lin Yue observed her flushed ears, suddenly finding this research-enthused girl quite endearing. At dinner, the aroma of grilled fiery fish enveloped the entire Kame house. The fish melted in the mouth, a warm wave coursing through Lin Yue's body, invigorating his inner energy. Krillin, your culinary skills have improved remarkably, Goku exclaimed, devouring the dish with fervor. Indeed, Krillin replied, puffing out his chest. Once we reach Namek, I will catch even more formidable fish for you. At the mention of Namek, the atmosphere turned solemn. Lin Yue set down his chopsticks and gazed out at the night sky. When do we depart? It will take a week for Bulma to finish modifying the spaceship. Goku responded. At that point, we shall head directly to Namek, locate the Dragon Balls, and revive everyone. Lin Yue nodded, yet a weight settled in his heart. He was acutely aware that the journey to Namek would not be smooth. The shadow of Frisia loomed ominously over that verdant planet. By the way, has there been any news from Vegeta? Lin Yue inquired. The scanner indicates he's training on the other side of the universe, Bulma said, pulling up a screen displaying a flashing red dot, revealing his battle power had soared to 23,000. He's making progress too. Lin Yue clenched his fists. The disparity between 5,823,000 remained vast. Yet, instead of feeling disheartened, his resolve to grow stronger intensified. I will become more powerful, he whispered, his voice barely audible, yet resonating with everyone present. Goku nodded in approval. Krillin patted him on the shoulder with encouragement, and although Bulma remained silent, a subtle smile graced her lips. As night deepened, Lin Yue stood by the sea, gazing at the 5,800 displayed on his wristband. He understood that this was merely a new beginning. The road ahead was long and fraught with peril, yet he no longer felt fear. For he was not alone in this battle. He had companions and people to protect. Taking a deep breath, he felt his inner energy flow gently, the intertwining red and blue glow flickering momentarily in his palm. Namek, I am coming. Chapter 10. The expiration of 6 months and the breakthrough under 50 times gravity 6 months had quietly slipped by during his training on Kame House. As the first leaf fell upon the floor of the gravity chamber, Lin Yue was enduring the crushing weight of 50 times gravity, pushing himself for one last sprint. His muscles were more defined than 6 months prior, his skin glistening with sweat, radiating a healthy bronze hue. The energy detector on his wrist displayed a staggering number, 14,987. Just a little more. Lin Yue gritted his teeth, each punch slicing through the air with a fierce whistle. White energy coalesced around his fists, exploding forth with each strike, leaving varying depths of dents on the metallic walls. Over these past 6 months, his progress was nothing short of miraculous. From initially stumbling under 10 times gravity to now executing various techniques with ease at 50 times gravity. He had surged from a battle power of 500 to the brink of 150,000. This transformation was born from countless nights of sweat and perseverance. The honing within the hyperbolic time chamber and relentless sparring sessions with Goku and Krillin. Lin Yue, come out for a moment. Goku's voice called from outside the observation window, tinged with an almost imperceptible excitement. Lin Yue pressed the button, and the gravity gradually diminished to normal levels. He pushed open the heavy cabin door, the blinding sunlight causing him to instinctively squint. Wukong, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan stood outside, their faces adorned with smiles. Congratulations on completing 6 months of training, Wukong said, handing him a towel. Today, we rest and celebrate. Celebrate what? Lin Yue asked, wiping his sweat. Celebrate your qualification, Krillin replied with a grin. Just half a year ago, you were a novice with a power level of 500. Now you're nearing 150,000. You're ready to join us on Namek. Gohan chimed in. Lin Yue, you're amazing. You've progressed even faster than Dad did back in the day. Feeling slightly bashful from the praise, Lin Yue glanced at Bulma, noticing a delicate metallic box in her hands. What's this? Your reward, Bulma said, opening the box to reveal a sleek black battle suit, crafted from special material derived from Saiyan battle gear. It was lightweight, durable, and had the ability to self-regulate temperature. She paused, a playful smile gracing her lips. Most importantly, it's stain-resistant, saving you from looking like a mud monkey after every training session. Lin Yue picked up the battle suit. The fabric surprisingly light, yet remarkably resilient, with a cool touch. He sensed a faint energy emanating from the suit, clearly a result of Bulma's meticulous enhancements. Thank you, he said earnestly. Don't celebrate too soon, Bulma replied, closing the box. This is just the basic version. When you return from Namek, I'll craft you an upgraded one, assuming you come back alive. Though her tone was teasing, Lin Yue could detect the concern underlying her words. He nodded, I will. The midday celebration feast was exceptionally lavish. Krillin grilled a gigantic explosive fish, Wukong contributed wild game from the mountains, and Bulma prepared an array of exquisite pastries. Gohan animatedly recounted amusing tales from school, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. By the way, the spaceship is ready, Bulma said, sipping her juice. The hyperspace engine has been successfully tested, and the navigation system upgraded. It can accommodate up to 5 people. When do we depart? Lin Yue inquired. In 3 days. Wukong replied. This gives everyone some time to prepare. Lin Yue nodded, though a swirl of complex emotions churned within him. He felt both excitement for the journey to Namek and apprehension about encountering Frieza. Despite his power level reaching 150,000, it still paled in comparison to Frieza's 530,000. Don't worry, Wukong seemed to read his thoughts. When we reach Namek, we will face it together, he added with a mysterious smile. And my strength has increased significantly as well. In the afternoon, Lin Yue donned his new battlesuit and re-entered the gravity chamber, determined to break through the 150,000 barrier before their departure. The 50 times gravity pressed down upon him once more, but this time he felt no discomfort. His energy flowed smoothly within him. Like a rushing river, he assumed his initial stance and began his final sprint. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, his movements quickened and the intensity of his energy surged. The numbers on a wristband fluctuated continuously. 14990, 14995, 14999. Just as he delivered his final punch, an explosive force surged within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. A wave of white energy radiated from him, impacting the walls of the gravity chamber with a resonant hum. He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his body, erasing all previous fatigue and constraints. The wristband's display stabilized at 15,000. He had broken through. Lin Yue clenched his fist in exhilaration, enveloped by the white energy that surrounded him like an invisible armor. Exiting the gravity chamber, he found Goku and the others waiting outside. Congratulations. Goku beamed with genuine delight. A battle power of 150,000 surpasses my own level when I first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Lin Yue, you're amazing. Gohan cheered, leaping in excitement. Bulma approached, scanning him with a device. Observing the data on the screen, she nodded approvingly. Energy purity at 92, conversion rate at 45, all physical metrics are stable. It seems the past 6 months of hard work were not in vain. Pausing for a moment, she added, though he still can't compare to my Goku. He can be considered a competent warrior. Lin Yue smiled, aware of Bulma's playful contradiction. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays enveloped Kame House, casting a warm glow over everything. Standing by the seaside, Lin Yue gazed at the distant horizon, filled with anticipation. The 6 months of training had not only catalyzed a qualitative leap in his strength, but it also unveiled the purpose of his existence in this world. He was no longer a bewildered traveler, but a true warrior, equipped with comrades, goals, and things worth protecting. Namek, Frieza, Lin Yue whispered, his gaze resolute. I am ready. Gripping the energy detector on his wrist, the number 15,000 shimmered in the sunset's glow. This was not the end, but rather a new beginning. The path ahead might be fraught with thorns, yet he would bravely tread forward, bearing the trust and expectations of his companions. 3 days later, as the engines of the superluminal spacecraft roared to life, lifting gently into the sky, Lin Yue cast a glance back at the shrinking Kame House, silently promising. We will return. The spacecraft breached the atmosphere, sailing into the vast cosmos. Outside the window, the starry river sparkled, with distant planets resembling colorful gems. Lin Yue sat by the window, feeling the slight vibrations of the ship, a smile gracing his lips. The saga of Namek was set to unfold. Chapter 11. The Superluminal Spaceship and the Compression Technique of Chi. In the cockpit of the superluminal spacecraft, the dashboard's azure glow illuminated Bulma's focused profile. Her delicate fingers danced adeptly across the control panel, as the energy shield of the spacecraft rippled, effortlessly avoiding a piece of floating space debris. We will reach Namek in 72 hours, Bulma announced, pulling up the star map. The green planet icon flickered on the screen. The superluminal engine is functioning normally, with an energy reserve of 85, sufficient for 3 round trips. Lin Yue sat in the passenger seat, gazing out at the stars that whizzed by the porthole. Those celestial bodies, which ordinarily required light years to measure their distance, transformed into vibrant streaks of color at this moment. The astonishing speed, defying the laws of physics, made him once again marvel at Bulma's brilliance. Are Goku and Gohan in the training room? Lin Yue inquired. What else would they be doing? Bulma replied with a dismissive pout, pressing a button that turned the walls of the cockpit transparent, revealing the adjacent room where Goku and Gohan were engaged in sparring. The shockwaves generated from their fists, colliding, caused the protective layer of the training room to tremble slightly. Your master and young disciple have maintained this state for 12 hours now. Lin Yue chuckled. Goku's dedication to training far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. And under his father's influence, Gohan gradually exhibited the innate combat instincts of Saiyan. He glanced towards the rest area, where Krillin was engrossed in a book titled The Guide to Survival in the Universe. Krillin, don't just bury yourself in that book. Lin Yue approached him. Let me teach you a technique for energy compression. It may enhance your combat abilities. Krillin immediately closed the book, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? Teach me quickly. Lin Yue led him to the vacant chamber of the spaceship, which had been temporarily transformed into a small training ground. He signaled for Krillin to stand ready while he assumed his starting posture. The technique of energy compression is, in essence, about concentrating dispersed energy into a single point to amplify explosive power. It's akin to this, he pointed to a fire extinguisher in the corner. If you compress an entire canister of foam to the size of needle's tip, the impact would be drastically different. He slowly raised his hand, gathering a sphere of white energy in his palm. Initially, the energy sphere was the size of a fist, but as he continuously compressed it, it gradually shrank to the size of a thumb, its brilliance becoming exceptionally blinding, warping the surrounding air. Watch closely. Lin Yue flicked his finger, and the compressed energy blast shot towards a distant target like a bullet. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, a fine hole appeared in the target, through which the starlit void outside the chamber could be seen, the energy blast having penetrated 3 layers of alloy protection. Wow! Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment. That is far more powerful than my energy blasts. The principle is quite simple, yet it requires precise control of energy flow, Lin Yue explained patiently. First, feel the distribution of energy within your body. Envision it flowing into your palm like water, and then mentally compress it. Yes, just like that. But don't apply too much force, or it will spiral out of control. Following his instructions, Krillin attempted the technique. But the energy in his palm behaved like a mischievous ball, either exploding halfway through the compression or failing to coalesce altogether. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he clutched his hair in frustration. This is too difficult. My energy just won't listen. Don't rush. Take your time. Lin Yue reassured him, patting his shoulder. When I first practiced this, I accidentally destroyed 3 of Bulma's scanners. Mentioning the scanners, Krillin suddenly recalled something. By the way, do you think Vegeta might also go to Namek? His power level is 23,000. Collectively, we might not even stand a chance against him. Lin Yue's expression grew serious. He was well aware that Vegeta's objective was also the Dragon Balls, rendering an inevitable 3-way conflict on Namek nearly unavoidable. However, he refrained from voicing this concern, instead giving Krillin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, we have Goku. Moreover, he pointed to Krillin's palm, stating that once you master the technique of energy compression, your battle power could increase by at least 30%. Krillin instantly regained his resolve, his gaze becoming steadfast. I must learn this. At that moment, the training room door swung open, and Goku emerged with Gohan, both radiating warmth. Upon spotting Lin Yue, Gohan rushed over. Brother Lin Yue, what are you practicing? The technique of energy compression. Lin Yue smiled as he tousled Gohan's hair. Would you like to get a try? Gohan nodded vigorously, his small hands clumsily mimicking Lin Yue's movements. To everyone's astonishment, although his energy sphere was faint, it was far easier to control than Krillin's. Quickly compressing to the size of a ping-pong ball. Gohan is amazing, Krillin exclaimed. Goku also wore a proud smile. This child's perception of energy is growing stronger. He turned to Lin Yue. Your method is quite unique. It significantly enhances the efficiency of energy utilization. Just a little trick, Lin Yue humbly replied. I want to try as well. Goku stepped into the center of the arena and closed his eyes. He did not consciously gather energy, yet a subtle golden aura naturally enveloped him. After a few seconds, a grain-sized energy sphere appeared in his palm, seemingly inconspicuous. Yet it rendered the air in the entire chamber still. Lin Yue's pupils constricted. He could sense the energy contained within that tiny sphere. If unleashed, it could obliterate half a spaceship. Goku flicked his finger, sending the energy sphere towards the target, which left a small hole behind. However, unlike Lin Yue, there was no damage around the hole, as if it had merely been pricked by a needle. Perfect compression and control, Lin Yue marveled sincerely. This is the foundation of a Super Saiyan. Even without exerting full strength, their understanding of energy surpasses that of ordinary beings. Bulma entered, clutching an assortment of snacks, and upon witnessing the scene in the training area, raised an eyebrow. "Oh, has our cosmic training class commenced?" She tossed a bag of potato chips to Lin Yue, stating that she had just received a radar signal indicating an asteroid belt ahead, which would require manual navigation to avoid. No need to navigate around it. Lin Yue caught the chips, a smile gracing his lips, as it was the perfect opportunity to test everyone's results. 10 minutes later, the spaceship entered the asteroid belt. Thousands of asteroids floated in space, the largest exceeding 100 meters in diameter, while the smallest were fist-sized, densely obstructing their path. "Are you ready?" Lin Yue stood at the weapon control console on the bridge, glancing back at Goku and the others. Goku and Gohan nodded, their energy aura shimmering, while Krillin took a deep breath, condensing a compressed energy sphere in his palm. Bulma gripped the control stick tightly, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Target: eliminate asteroids with a diameter of over 10 meters. Lin Yue pressed the button, temporarily shutting down the spaceship's defense shield, and began. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Goku made his move. Golden energy spheres shot forth like a meteor shower, each precisely striking the cores of the asteroids, shattering the massive rocks into dust. Gohan's energy spheres, though weaker, were densely packed, forming an invisible net to clear out the smaller asteroids. Krillin, his face flushed, launched the energy sphere he had been gathering towards a towering asteroid. The gas projectile penetrated the meteorite, leaving behind a smooth, circular hole, yet it failed to obliterate it. "So close," Krillin exclaimed in frustration, stamping his foot. "Use finesse," Lin Yue's voice echoed. He stood at the top of the spacecraft hatch, a white aura enveloping him as a protective shield. With a flick of his fingers, dozens of compressed gas projectiles shot forth like guided missiles, each striking the meteorite's weak points, adeptly disintegrating it into harmless fragments. "Impressive, Lin Yue," Krillin marveled, his mouth agape. Half an hour later, the meteorite field was cleared, revealing a safe passage. The spacecraft reactivated its shield and glided smoothly through. Krillin collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. "I'm nearly out of energy." Gohan leaned against the wall. His cheeks flushed, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. That was exhilarating. Bulma, eyeing the coordinates of planet Namek reappearing on the screen, scoffed. "I didn't expect you to be somewhat useful." Lin Yue approached with a grin, shaking a bag of chips in his hand. "Since I'm so invaluable, how about you treat me to dinner in space tonight?" "On what grounds?" Bulma shot him a glare. "For saving you the fuel cost of taking a detour." Lin Yue leaned closer, lowering his voice, "And I know you've secretly stashed the local delicacies from Namek in the lab. No need for me to expose you, right?" Bulma's face turned crimson as she swiftly covered his mouth. "When did you find out?" Watching their playful banter, Goku and Krillin erupted in laughter. Gohan curiously asked, "Dad, are Lin Yue and Bulma's sister and brother in love?" Goku scratched his head, pondering for a moment. "Perhaps. Just like Chi-Chi is with me. They always seem to care for each other." The spacecraft continued its journey through the silent cosmos, yet the cabin was filled with laughter and joy. Lin Yue gazed out the porthole at the increasingly vivid green planet, his unease gradually dissipating. He was aware of the terrifying power of Frisia awaiting them on planet Namek. But at this moment, he felt the strength of their camaraderie. 12 hours until arrival, Bulma resumed her seat at the controls, her tone considerably lighter. "Everyone should take the opportunity to rest, especially you, Lin Yue. There will be tough battles to fight once we reach Namek." Lin Yue nodded, settling into a window seat. He closed his eyes, silently channeling his energy. The application of the compression technique allowed him to refine his control over his energy, stabilizing his combat power at 16,000. However, he understood that this was still far from sufficient. Frisia, the Jinyu force, and the lurking threat of Vegeta, alongside the impending storm on planet Namek, were approaching. Chapter 12. The gas projectiles of the meteorite field and the debts of humanity in the cosmos. As the spacecraft's automatic navigation system emitted a soft alert, Lin Yue reclined on the training pod, perusing the Namekian data Bulma had provided. The holographic screen displayed the green planet slowly rotating, its continental plates forming a peculiar spiral, with red dots flickering, indicating the suspected locations of Dragon Balls. 3 hours remained until they entered the orbit of planet Namek. Bulma's voice emanated from the communicator, laced with a subtle hint of fatigue. I'll check the landing pod. Could someone keep an eye on the control panel for me? I will, Lin Yue replied, shutting off the holographic display and rising to head towards the cockpit. As he passed the lounge, he noticed Goku and Gohan engaged in a light sparring session, while Krillin was nearby, performing stretching exercises and humming an indiscernible tune. Krillin, could you do me a favor? Lin Yue asked, handing him a palm-sized device. This is Bulma's energy tracker. Please monitor the energy readings on the screen and notify me immediately if anything unusual occurs. No problem. Krillin took the device, sitting up straight like a dutiful sentinel. A faint aroma of coffee wafted through the cockpit. It was evident that Bulma had been burning the midnight oil again. Lin Yue settled into the pilot's seat and brought up the spaceship's status panel. The warp engine had switched to conventional propulsion mode. The energy shield strength was holding steady at 70, and everything appeared normal. He casually took a sip of Bulma's half-finished coffee, the bitter taste causing him to grimace. No wonder this girl always had dark circles under her eyes. At that moment, the energy tracker emitted a frantic beeping sound. Lin Yue's heart raced as he swiftly switched to the external monitoring screen, revealing dozens of high-velocity objects rapidly approaching from 50 kilometers behind the ship. A meteor swarm. Lin Yue quickly analyzed the data. They were traveling at 30 kilometers per second, weighing approximately 500 tons, and gaining speed. He immediately activated the ship-wide intercom. Everyone, prepare for impact. Goku, please reinforce the cargo hold. Got it. Goku's voice responded, accompanied by the roar of a bursting energy wave. Lin Yue's hands danced over the control panel as the ship veered sharply to the left, attempting to evade the meteor swarm. However, those meteors seemed to possess a will of their own, altering their trajectories to closely pursue the ship. Something's amiss. Lin Yue furrowed his brow. The meteors' paths were too systematic, as if they were being controlled. Krillin, can you detect any life signs? He shouted into the communicator. There are no life signs, but there's a strong energy response. It's coming from the largest meteor. Krillin's voice was tinged with tension. Lin Yue immediately focused the camera on the largest meteor, a rock approximately 100 meters in diameter, its surface glinting with a metallic sheen. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It was a disguised attack device, perhaps a vanguard from Friesia's army. No sooner had he thought this than the largest meteor cracked open, revealing a dark cannon within. A violet energy beam, trailing a fiery wake, shot toward the ship with such speed that evasion seemed impossible. Maximize the defensive shield. Lin Yue pressed the red button fiercely, and the ship's energy shield instantly thickened. Yet it quivered violently under the impact of the violet beam, the shield's strength plummeting to 30 on the screen. We can't withstand a second attack. Bulma's voice echoed from the maintenance corridor. I'm manually charging it, but it will take at least a minute. Leave it to me, Lin Yue declared, opening the emergency exit in the cockpit, a white mist enveloping him to form a protective barrier. He inhaled deeply, gathering energy in the palm of his hand. This time, instead of compressing it into a small point, he allowed the energy to whirl rapidly, forming a white vortex of power. Brother Lin Yue, I'm here to assist you. Gohan's voice resonated from behind as he, along with Goku and Krillin, arrived. Gohan concentrated, forming a golden energy sphere in his palm. Though faint, it radiated determination. Goku, you take the left side. Krillin to right. Gohan, engage in the middle with me. Lin Yue swiftly assigned tasks, aiming to strike the metallic sections of the meteors. Understood. The four of them unleashed their powers simultaneously, vibrant spheres of energy shooting toward the meteor swarm like fireworks. Lin Yue's white vortex energy sphere was the most formidable. Upon striking a meteor, it did not explode immediately, but rather drilled into its core like a bit, triggering a chain reaction that shattered the entire meteor into fragments moments later. Goku's golden energy spheres were precise and efficient. Each strike detonated a meteor. Krillin's spheres, though slightly less powerful, compensated with their sheer numbers, akin to a machine gun clearing out the stragglers. Gohan focused on protecting the ship, his energy blasts timely shattering any small meteors that breached their defenses. 10 seconds until charging is complete, Bulma shouted. At that moment, the largest meteor suddenly fractured into dozens of smaller ones, attacking from various directions, the cannon's barrel glowing with a purple light once more. Not good. It's a dispersed attack. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. Their energy reserves had dwindled considerably, making it difficult to defend against so many simultaneous assaults. Watch this. Goku suddenly leaped into the air, a golden aura erupting around him. He crossed his arms before his chest and then forcefully spread them apart. Kamehameha, a colossal wave of golden energy, surged forth like a torrent, engulfing the oncoming meteor swarm in an instant. The explosion generated a blinding light that streamed through the cockpit screens, causing everyone to instinctively squint. Shield charging complete. Bulma's voice brimmed with excitement. Seizing the moment, Lin Yue maneuvered the ship to accelerate, breaking free from the meteor barrage. Once the ship had fully escaped the danger zone, everyone exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Krillin patted his chest. Frieza's men are so cunning, using meteors as a ruse. Gohan leaned against his father, quietly asking, Dad, do you think those bad guys are already on Namek? It's quite possible, Goku replied, ruffling his hair, his expression turning serious. We must find the Dragon Balls quickly. Lin Yue approached the control panel, retrieving the battle footage. The playback revealed that just before Goku's Kamehameha struck the largest meteor, a small escape pod had ejected, vanishing into the cosmic dust. They've escaped. Lin Yue pointed to the screen. They might be notifying Frieza. What should we do? Krillin exclaimed in panic. Our position is exposed. Don't worry. Bulma entered the cockpit, her face smudged with grease and a wrench in hand. The atmosphere of Namek has unique components that can interfere with energy signals. They might know EVE arrived, but they want to pinpoint our exact location. She lifted her chin proudly. I was prepared for this. Lin Yue gazed at her greasy little face and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems I truly owe you my gratitude this time, Engineer Bulma. It's good to know. Bulma retorted with a sidelong glance, but refrained from further argument. As a reward for your recent valiant display, I have decided to share a little treat. She produced a small box from her pocket and offered them some fruit candies, a delicacy from Namek. The tiny candies exuded a faint, delightful fragrance, and upon tasting, a wave of sweet juice burst forth on the tongue, instantly dispelling the fatigue of battle. Delicious. Gohan's eyes sparkled with delight. Krillin savored the treat, exclaiming, These are far superior to Earth's fruit candies. With the candy in his mouth, Lin Yue turned his gaze toward the increasingly visible green planet outside the cabin window. The outline of Namek had become distinctly clear, with its atmosphere displaying a stunning emerald hue. He sensed a gentle and pure aura enveloping the planet. Yet lurking in a corner was a chilling, malevolent intent. There's still 30 minutes until landing, Bulma announced, fastening her seatbelt. The target coordinates had been set near the largest Namekian village, where they should be able to find clues about the Dragon Balls. Lin Yue nodded and secured his seatbelt. He touched the energy detector on his wrist, which displayed a combat power of 16,000. After the earlier battle, he had become more adept at the manipulation of energy. Perhaps he could develop a new technique. By the way, Lin Yue, Bulma suddenly interjected, what was the principle behind that rotating energy sphere you used earlier? Its energy trajectory was quite unique, resembling a tornado. Lin Yue took over the conversation, explaining, essentially, it involves generating centrifugal force through high-speed rotation of energy to enhance its penetration power. I named it the Cyclone Sphere. Cyclone Sphere. Bulma mused as she noted it in her notebook. If it could be integrated into the ship's weapon system, its power would likely increase significantly. Observing her engrossed in her research, Lin Yue chuckled helplessly. This girl could never forget her inventions, no matter the occasion. The spaceship gradually penetrated Namek's atmosphere, with the green sky drawing nearer. Below, rolling hills undulated, and peculiar plants swayed in the breeze, while distant lakes sparkled like sapphires embedded in the earth. Prepare for landing. Bulma's voice resonated with excitement. The ship's landing gear extended slowly, and it descended smoothly onto a vast plain. As the engines fell silent, an enveloping stillness took over, punctuated only by the soft rustle of wind through the foliage. We have arrived. Lin Yue opened the hatch, and fresh air rushed in, infused with the sense of earth and vegetation. Goku, Krillin, and Gohan followed him out of the spacecraft, their curious eyes exploring the unfamiliar planet. Will the Namekians be here? Gohan whispered. They should be nearby. Lin Yue closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energy surrounding them. Not far off, he sensed several faint yet gentle auras approaching. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a group of small green-skinned aliens with antennae appeared in view. They were modestly dressed in simple robes, observing the spaceship and its earthly occupants with a mix of curiosity and caution. Greetings, Lin Yue said. Wukong greeted first, a friendly smile gracing his face as he introduced us as beings from Earth. However, before he could finish his sentence, the Namekian suddenly emitted a terrified scream and turned to flee. What was happening? Krillin stood in bewilderment, while Lin Yue's expression darkened. He abruptly turned to the northwest, where a familiar and repugnant aura was emanating, radiating a strong sense of aggression. It was the minions of Frisia. Lin Yue clenched his fists. They had arrived before us, and had already harmed the Namekian. In the distant sky, several dark figures were rapidly approaching. The energy detector displayed fluctuating numbers, indicating their combat power: 5,000, 6,000, 8,000. The battle for Namek had commenced prematurely. Krillin, take Gohan and hide in the spaceship. Lin Yue's voice was icy. White energy began to coalesce around him. Wukong, prepare for battle. Wukong nodded, his golden aura erupting instantaneously. Sunlight cascaded upon his silhouette, casting a long shadow reminiscent of an unyielding mountain. Lin Yue took a deep breath, condensing his energy into his fist. The energy of the spiral bomb whirled in his palm, producing a deep hum. He gazed at the approaching enemies, his resolve unwavering. This time, he would not back down. Chapter 13. The Shadows of Namek and Gohan's Dream. Frisia's foot soldiers landed on an open space 100 meters from the spaceship. The green dust they kicked up obscuring their outlines. Leading them was a burly purple alien, adorned with 3 bony spikes on his head, bearing sharp teeth in a menacing grin, while the detector screen flickered with the ominous red number 8,000. I have found you. The remnants of the Saiyans and the Earth Monkey. The purple alien's voice grinded like sandpaper against metal. His 2 subordinates raised their arms, energy orbs flickering in their palms. The boss said to tear apart anything alive, especially that golden-haired Saiyan. Lin Yue stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wukong. The spiral bomb fully formed in his palm. The white energy vortex spun rapidly, the airflow tousling his bangs. Do not mistake your opponent. You must get through me first. Is that all you've got? A combat power of 16,000? The purple alien scoffed, scanning Lin Yue with the detector, finding him weaker than the intel on Vegeta. Perfect. Just what I need for practice. With a sudden roar, he transformed into a blur, launching himself at Lin Yue with a fist as large as a cooking pot. Enveloped in a purple aura, aimed directly at Lin Yue's face. Too slow. Lin Yue sidestepped effortlessly, simultaneously pushing the spiral bomb forward. The white vortex grazed the alien's arm, carving a deep trench into the ground and sending debris crashing against the spaceship's hull with a resounding clatter. The purple alien was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that this earthling was no ordinary foe. He roared in fury, turning to conjure a larger energy orb with both hands. Lin Yue, to your left. Wukong's voice suddenly rang out. Unbeknownst to the alien, Wukong had maneuvered to the side, his golden energy orb shooting forth like a meteor, interrupting the minion's attack. The minion screamed as he was struck by the energy orb, his body disintegrating into ashes amidst the explosion. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yue swiftly approached, gripping the wrist of the purple extraterrestrial with his left hand while his right hand coalesced with energy, striking directly at its chest. A dull thud echoed as the purple alien expelled green blood, its body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a massive boulder and losing consciousness. The last remaining henchman, sensing the danger, turned to flee but was pierced through the chest by a golden beam. Gohan had unexpectedly dashed out of the spaceship, his small hand maintaining the posture of launching energy blasts, his face pale, yet resolute. You mustn't harm brother Lin Yue and Dad. Gohan, who told you to come out? Krillin rushed forward, pulling him behind him, his frustration evident as he stomped his foot. I told you to stay in the spaceship. However, Gohan bit his lip, pointing at the unconscious purple alien on the ground. I saw him trying to ambush brother Lin Yue. Lin Yue approached and ruffled Gohan's hair, the energy vortex in his palm gradually dissipating. Well done, but next time, listen to Krillin. You must protect yourself to be of help. He glanced at Goku. Have you dealt with them? Goku nodded, casually gathering energy blasts to obliterate 2 corpses. Frisia's henchmen are growing weaker, but this also indicates that their main force isn't far away, Lin Yue concluded, his gaze shifting to the northwest. The energy there, though faint, exuded a chilling pressure, akin to a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, and there was more than one force. Bulma emerged from the spaceship, clutching her laptop, the screen displaying 3 moving red dots. I just detected 3 energy signatures, aside from the team we eliminated. They're S1 in the northwest with a battle power of 20,000 approaching, and another. She frowned. It's strange. It appears intermittently, as if deliberately concealing itself. It's Vegeta, Lin Yue asserted confidently. He was too familiar with that proud, yet sinister energy, sharp as a poisoned blade, waiting for an opportunity. Goku's expression grew serious. We need to find the Dragon Balls quickly. Krillin, do you remember the Grand Elder's location? Yes. I've studied the map of Namek. The Grand Elder should be in a village to the east. Krillin produced a holographic map crafted by Bulma, the green 3D model marked with several light points. But we need to traverse this canyon. There may be Frisia's patrols there. I'll scout ahead. Lin Yue volunteered. My energy is more concealed than yours, and I can escape if danger arises. I want to go with you. Gohan immediately raised his hand, his eyes sparkling. I can hide my energy too. Lin Yue looked at Goku, who nodded in agreement. Gohan has strong perception. Just be careful and stay in contact. Bulma rummaged through her backpack, retrieving 2 small communicators. Wear these. They are on a secure channel that Frisia's sensors can't intercept. Also this. She handed Lin Yue a metallic vial. The atmosphere of Namek will interfere with energy condensation. This is an energy stabilizer. It can enhance your output by 30% in critical moments. Use it sparingly. Lin Yue accepted the communicator and the vial, a warm current washing over him. This girl, who often spoke harshly, was more considerate than anyone else. Let us go. He led Gohan into the shadows of the canyon, their presence instantly merging with the environment, akin to droplets of water, seamlessly integrating into their surroundings. Towering rock walls on either side reached for the heavens, adorned in peculiar shades of purple, while glowing vines sprouted from crevices, casting a hazy illumination upon the path. Gohan closely followed Lin Yue, clutching the hem of his garment, his nimble steps silent as a whisper. Brother Lin Yue, he inquired softly, a hint of concern lacing his voice. Do you think the Namekians will dislike us? They ran away when they saw us. Not all, Lin Yue reassured him, kneeling to meet his gaze. They are merely afraid of Frisia's minions. Once we defeat those villains, they will understand we are here to assist. Yet, the image of the Namekians' terrified eyes lingered in his mind, evoking a sense of unease within him. These benevolent extraterrestrials should not have to endure such fear. Gohan, appearing to grasp the sentiment, nodded thoughtfully before suddenly pointing ahead. There, S-light. At the canyon's end, a gentle glow emerged, accompanied by intermittent melodies. The two approached cautiously, taking cover behind a rock to peer into a clearing adorned with blooming blue flowers, where several Namekian children gathered around an elder, listening intently to his tale. The elder's antennae bore a shimmering orb, radiating a warm light. It's a Dragon Ball, Gohan exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth. Lin Yue recognized it as the 2-star ball, his heart swelling with joy. However, he soon noticed the elder's aura was faint, as if he had suffered grave injuries, and the children's energies were tinged with sorrow. They spoke of Frisia. Gohan, with his keen hearing, discerned fragments of the Namekian language, realizing their families had been captured to coerce the Grand Elder into revealing the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Lin Yue's fists clenched silently in anger. Frisia was indeed willing to resort to any means for the Dragon Balls. Just as he contemplated stepping forward to negotiate, a voice crackled through his communicator. Lin Yue, trouble. Goku has been ambushed at the canyon entrance by Zarbin and Dodoria. A wave of dread washed over Lin Yue. Zarbin and Dodoria, Frisia's formidable subordinates, possessed battle powers exceeding 20,000. We must return immediately. He grasped Gohan's hand, ready to turn back, but the boy tugged on his sleeve. Brother Lin Yue, look. Gohan pointed to the sky, where the once clear green expanse had become shrouded in ominous clouds, flickering with golden lightning, as if a storm were brewing. Lin Yue glanced upward, suddenly struck by the bizarre shape of the clouds, resembling a colossal face, coldly surveying the earth below. A chill crept up his spine, and he abruptly recalled Gohan's earlier dream, Namek enveloped in darkness, with countless souls weeping. What's wrong? Gohan sensed his unease and asked, worry etched on his face. It's nothing, Lin Yue replied, suppressing his apprehension as he tousled Gohan's hair. Let us help Goku first. We can discuss the Dragon Balls later. He turned with Gohan, his pace unconsciously quickening. For reasons he could not fathom, the earlier clearing adorned with blue flowers evoked memories of a graveyard on Earth, and that crystalline 2-star ball resembled a frozen tear. As they emerged from the canyon, a golden wave of energy soared into the sky, colliding with purple and gray energies that erupted in a deafening explosion. Wukong's figure darted through the tempest of energy, his golden hair ablaze like flames, each punch imbued with cataclysmic power. Dad! Gohan could not restrain his exclamation. Sabo, noticing their presence, sneered, here come 2 more to meet their demise. Dodoria, you take care of that little brat. This Saiyan is mine. The corpulent Dodoria turned with a sinister grin, gray energy coalescing in his palm. Little one, your battle power may be a mere 5,000, but you should roast nicely. Not on my watch, Lin Yue declared, shielding Gohan behind him. As the energy cyclone in his palm reformed. This time, he incorporated the energy stabilizer provided by Bulma, the white vortex shimmering with a faint silver glow. Your opponent is me. Oh, you dare to provoke me with a battle power of 16,000? Dodoria's chubby face contorted into a malevolent grin. I'll crush you first, then feast on that little brat. He lunged forward, the gray energy surging like a tide, accompanied by a pungent, foul odor. Lin Yue did not flinch. He thrust the energy cyclone forward while channeling both hot and cold attributes from within. The searing energy accelerated the vortex's rotation, while the frigid energy sharpened its edges like a blade. The white silver-patterned cyclone collided with the gray wave, slicing through it effortlessly, aiming directly for Dodoria's face. What? Dodoria exclaimed in shock, hastily attempting to sidestep, yet the cyclone grazed his shoulder, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. You seek death, he snarled, clutching his bleeding shoulder, a frenzied, killing intent flashing in his eyes. If you wish to die swiftly, I shall oblige. He inhaled deeply, his belly inflating like a balloon, gray mist beginning to emanate from him. Be careful, it's poison gas. Wukong's voice rang out. He was entangled with Sabo, unable to assist. His poison can corrode your energy protection. Lin Yue quickly condensed his energy into a protective shield around himself and Gohan. However, Dodoria's poison spread with alarming speed, the green mist wrapping around them like a living entity, causing the shield's surface to bubble and emit a hissing sound of corrosion. Lin Yue, brother! Gohan's face flushed with anxiety, golden energy flickering in his palm, yet Lin Yue restrained him. Do not act impulsively. Fixating on Dodoria's distended belly, Lin Yue suddenly recalled the villain's weakness from the story. His poison required charging, a moment of vulnerability. He swiftly channeled all remaining energy into the shield while rolling to the side. Just as Dodoria unleashed a torrent of poison gas, Lin Yue burst through the gap in the mist, his fist charged with searing energy, striking fiercely at Dodoria's swollen abdomen. With a sound akin to a deflating balloon, Dodoria spewed forth a mixture of gray poison and green blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having dispatched Dodoria, Lin Yue immediately turned to assist Wukong. Sabo was in his transformation state, his blue skin covered in scales, his battle power surging to 23,000. Although Wukong held the upper hand, he found it challenging to secure victory. Saiyan, your opponent is me. Lin Yue bellowed as the cyclone orb reformed, targeting Sabo's vulnerable back. Sabo was compelled to pivot defensively, and Goku seized the moment, unleashing a cascade of golden energy. The Kamehameha, under the onslaught of the two, Sabo quickly found himself at a disadvantage, as Goku's fist shattered his energy shield, sending him crashing to the ground. Gazing up at the advancing duo, a glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly transformed into a streak of blue light, attempting to flee. Trying to escape? Lin Yue scoffed, flicking his fingers to release 3 small energy orbs that accurately struck Sabo's engine mechanism. The blue figure hesitated mid-air before spiraling out of control and plummeting towards a distant canyon. Don't pursue him, Goku interjected, blocking Lin Yue's intent to follow. He has lost his fighting capability and looked to the northwest. Vegeta is approaching. Following his gaze, Lin Yue beheld a silvery figure atop the canyon. With black hair billowing in the wind, it was Vegeta. His scouter was aimed at them, a chilling smirk gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with calculation. It seems our ally is finally willing to show himself, Lin Yue thought, clenching his fist, the lingering warmth of the cyclone orb still in his palm. Vegeta remained distant, casting only a fleeting glance before vanishing into the shadows of the canyon, evidently intent on reaping the benefits of their conflict. Goku's voice grew somber. We must hasten our pace. Lin Yue nodded, glancing at Gohan, who stared intently at the direction Sabo had fallen, his small face pale, yet resolute. Suddenly, Lin Yue recalled the clearing adorned with blue flowers and the melancholic song of the Namekian child. Let us go, Lin Yue said, taking Gohan's hand. We must rescue their families. As the setting sun elongated their shadows across the verdant ground, the distant sky began to clear, revealing a radiant purple planet. Lin Yue understood that this was merely the inception of the battle on Namek, with even mightier foes awaiting them. Yet he tightened his grip on Gohan's small hand, feeling the warmth radiating from it, and his heart surged with newfound strength. No matter how much darkness lay ahead, he would safeguard this warmth. Chapter 14. Vegeta's Pursuit and the Tremor of 15,000. Vegeta's spaceship hovered in synchronous orbit around Namek, its windows reflecting the arc of the green planet. He sat at the control panel, his fingertips gliding over the screen, displaying fluctuating battle power metrics, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 16,000. Has Kakarot reached 25,000 already? Vegeta's knuckles turned white from the force of his grip, as the red, representing Goku, blazed with an intense glow on the scouter. And that Earthling, Lin Yue, whose battle power was a mere 500 half a year ago now. The graph depicting Lin Yue's battle power resembled a steep cliff, soaring from 500 to 16,000 in just 6 months. This rate of growth surpassed even a legendary Super Saiyan of Saiyan lore. Impossible, Vegeta hissed under his breath, slamming his fist onto the control panel, igniting a shower of sparks. He would never permit an inferior Earthling to surpass him, nor would he allow anyone to threaten his aspiration of becoming the most formidable being in the universe. Beep, beep, the detector suddenly emitted a frantic alert, and a new red dot appeared on the screen, its combat power displayed as 530,000. Vegeta's pupils abruptly constricted, and his body instinctively tensed. This figure struck him like a cold dagger, piercing through all his pride. It was Frieza, the cosmic tyrant who instilled terror in the hearts of the Saiyan race, had arrived on Namek. Calm down, Vegeta, calm yourself. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to analyze the situation with composure. Frieza's objective was the Dragon Balls. As long as he could locate them first and make a wish for immortality, he could gradually enhance his own power and, one day, defeat this purple monstrosity. However, before that, he needed to eliminate the potential threats posed by Lin Yue and Kakarot, especially Lin Yue, whose energy was exceedingly peculiar, lacking the Saiyon's ferocity and the Earthling's gentleness, resembling an elusive mist. I will deal with you first, Earthling. Vegeta summoned Lin Yue's movement trajectory. They were heading toward a village in the east, the residence of the Elder and the area with the highest concentration of Dragon Balls. Let me see how much substance lies within your combat power of 16,000. He activated the ship's cloaking mode, the engines emitting a pale blue flame as it silently dove toward the surface of Namek. Meanwhile, Lin Yue and his companions were traversing the eastern jungle. The flora of Namek grew exceptionally tall, with trunks as thick as barrels and leaves of a semi-transparent green, sunlight filtering through them to cast dappled shadows. The air was fragrant with the sweet scent of blossoms. According to the map, passing through this jungle would lead them to the Elder's village. Krillin consulted the holographic map, parting the obstructive vines. The Namekian child had mentioned that the Elder could sense the location of all the Dragon Balls and could unlock a person's potential. Unlocking potential? Gohan asked curiously, like Dad? Almost, but in a gentler manner, Lin Yue explained, recalling the scene where the Elder unlocked Gohan and Krillin's potential, allowing them to unleash hidden powers without injury. Goku nodded in agreement, adding, I too had my potential unlocked by Master Roshi when I was young, and my combat power increased severalfold thereafter. At the back of the group, Bulma was adjusting the device in her hands as she walked. This is strange. My Dragon Ball radar seems to be malfunctioning. The screen was filled with garbled text. She tapped the device's casing. Could it be interference from Namek's magnetic field? It's not interference. Lin Yue suddenly halted, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding energy. Someone was employing an energy shielding device, its range perfectly covering this jungle. His brow furrowed, and he sensed multiple energy sources beyond Frieza's minions. There was Vegeta. Goku and Lin Yue exclaimed in unison. Almost simultaneously, a silvery figure descended from the sky, landing in the clearing before them, the dust raised, obscuring his face. As the dust settled, Vegeta's face, adorned with arrogance, was revealed to the onlookers, his black pupils gleaming with a chilling, murderous intent. Long time no see, Kakarot. Vegeta's gaze swept over Goku, ultimately fixing on Lin Yue. And you, lowly Earthling, I did not anticipate that within a mere 6 months, you would manage to elevate your battle power to 16,000. How astonishing. What do you intend to do, Vegeta? Goku stepped forward, golden energy beginning to coalesce around him. This is not a place for your rampage. I have no intentions. Vegeta spread his hands, his tone dripping with derision. I merely wish to see what sort of refuse dares to proclaim themselves a warrior in my presence. His scouter aimed at Lin Yue, emitting a series of beeps. 16,000, barely sufficient for a warm-up. Lin Yue advanced a step, standing shoulder to shoulder with Goku. White energy swirling in his palms. Enough talk. If you wish to fight, then come. He understood that reasoning with Vegeta was futile. This individual only recognized strength. How refreshing. Vegeta smirked, though his smile lacked warmth. Let me see if your battle power of 16,000 can withstand even a single blow from me. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Lin Yue, his fist enveloped in a violet energy wave as it struck towards his face. The speed was so tremendous that it left an afterimage in the air. Be careful. Goku attempted to assist, but was locked in by Vegeta's peripheral vision. Should he dare to move, another punch would immediately redirect towards Gohan and Krillin. Lin Yue's pupils contracted sharply as he concentrated all his energy into his fists. A searing shield forming, while icy spikes emerged from the cold energy. He did not evade. Instead, he met Vegeta's punch head-on. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, producing a deafening roar. The violet energy wave intertwined with the white and red energy, erupting and uprooting trees around them, creating a 10-meter-wide crater in the ground. Lin Yue felt as though his arm had been struck by an iron rod, his bones creaking in protest as he staggered backward 5 steps before regaining his balance. He glanced at his fist, skin split open, crimson blood seeping through. Only 16,000? Truly pathetic. Vegeta retracted his fist, flexing his wrist, disdain evident in his tone. That punch was delivered with merely 50% of my strength. Lin Yue wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, undeterred. Instead, a fire ignited in his eyes. 50%, you say? Quite intriguing. Taking a deep breath, he elevated his energy once more. Now it's my turn. He charged at Vegeta, his speed enhanced by 30% compared to before. As he closed in, he suddenly multiplied into 3 forms. This technique, mastered in the hyperbolic time chamber, created 2 afterimages to confuse his opponent's judgment. Childish tricks, Vegeta scoffed, his scouter instantly locking onto the true body as his fist hurtled towards Lin Yue with a whoosh. Yet this was precisely the opportunity Lin Yue desired. His true form suddenly sank, evading the punch while launching a long-accumulated energy cyclone upward. The white energy vortex grazed Vegeta's chin, striking the rock behind him and creating a gaping, bottomless chasm. Quite quick to react, Vegeta stroked his chin, where his battle suit had been torn by the residual force of the cyclone blast, revealing his bronzed skin. It seems you are not entirely worthless. His aura began to surge, purple energy waves roiling like boiling magma, and his combat power sword on the detector. 20,000, 22,000, 23,000. This is my true strength. Vegeta's gaze sharpened like a blade. Now, do you still believe you can withstand my onslaught? Lin Yue clenched his bloodied fist, feeling the raging energy within him. The disparity was indeed vast. 16,000 against 23,000, but he felt no fear. The half-year of training had not only enhanced his combat prowess, but also honed his will. We'll see. Lin Yue's energy began to rise as well, white waves of energy shimmering with golden patterns, a result of integrating Goku's combat techniques into his own style. Cyclone Barrage. He snapped his fingers, unleashing dozens of small cyclone blasts that shot towards Vegeta like a machine gun, each one imbued with high-velocity energy capable of penetrating 10 centimeters of alloy. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, crossing his arms in front of him, forming a shield of purple energy. The cyclone blasts collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of explosions, yet they could not shake him in the slightest. It's over. Suddenly, Vegeta vanished amidst the smoke of the explosion, reappearing behind Lin Yue. His elbow aimed to strike the back of Lin Yue's heart with the sound of wind slicing through the air. If this blow landed, Lin Yue would be gravely injured, if not killed. Lin Yue. Goku's eyes widened in horror, yet he was locked in place by Vegeta's energy. In that critical moment, Lin Yue pivoted unexpectedly, not to defend, but to channel all of his energy into his right hand, seizing Vegeta's elbow with an iron grip. What? Vegeta gasped in shock. He had not anticipated Lin Yue's willingness to engage in such a mutually destructive tactic, nor did he expect the opponent's grip to be as unyielding as a vice, firmly locking his joint. Did you think you were the only one willing to fight to the death? Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. He could feel Vegeta's energy violently battering his arm, as if his bones might shatter, yet he gritted his teeth, gathering the last of his energy with his other hand. Now, taste this. Dual polarity blast. Heat and cold energies intertwined in his palm, forming a black and white energy sphere that radiated both searing and chilling energy fluctuations. This was his trump card, compressing two opposing energies to their utmost limit. Once detonated, its power could severely injure an opponent 3 times stronger than himself. Vegeta sensed the threat of death and roared, unleashing all his power, enveloping Lin Yue in a torrent of purple energy. Lin Yue's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but before hitting the ground, he hurled the dual polarity blast fiercely at Vegeta. Boom! The black and white energy sphere exploded in front of Vegeta, forming a massive energy vortex that consumed everything in its vicinity. When the blinding light faded, a crater 50 meters in diameter remained, and Vegeta's figure had vanished. Is it over? Krillin asked, trembling. Lin Yue struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, shaking his head. No, he sensed that Vegeta's energy, although significantly diminished, had not vanished. It was rapidly retreating toward the northwest. He was fleeing. Goku exhaled in relief and hurried over to support Lin Yue. Are you all right? I'm fine, I won't die. Lin Yue forced a bitter smile, his arm no longer able to lift, his combat power plummeting to 8,000. This guy was indeed formidable. A combat power of 23,000 was no trifling matter. Bulma rushed over, producing a first aid spray to tend to his wounds. What are you trying to prove? You knew you couldn't win, yet still fought. Her hands trembled, and her eyes were red. If you die, who will repay me for that kind of energy stabilizer? Seeing her contradictory demeanor, Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle, which caused him to wince in pain. Gohan handed him a senzu bean. Brother Lin Yue, please eat this. Dad says it can heal your injuries. Lin Yue accepted the senzu bean and swallowed it. A familiar warmth surged throughout his body, his wounds healing at a visible rate, and his combat power restored to 16,000. He stood up, gazing towards the direction Vegeta had retreated, his expression turning serious. He would not let this go easily. Lin Yue said, moreover, he just mentioned Frieza. Frieza is coming? Krillin's face turned pale. It should be soon. Goku looked up at the sky, a glint of battle intent flashing in his golden eyes. We must collect the Dragon Balls before he finds the Grand Elder. Lin Yue nodded, aware that time was running short. Vegeta's appearance signified that Frieza's main forces were not far behind, and the tranquility of Namek was about to be shattered. Let's go. He dusted himself off and headed towards the Grand Elder. The four continued deeper into the jungle, sunlight filtering through the leaves and illuminating them, yet failing to dispel the tension in the air. Lin Yue glanced back at the direction Vegeta had vanished, fully aware that this battle was far from over. Vegeta's spaceship landed in the shadows of the canyon, clutching his bleeding shoulder, his expression dark enough to drip water. Although the previous strike hadn't inflicted a critical blow, it had reduced his combat power to 18,000. More importantly, he felt a deep sense of humiliation. A lowly earthling had managed to wound him. Lin Yue, Vegeta muttered, his eyes glinting with malice. I will make you pay. Once I obtain the Dragon Balls and achieve immortality, you will be the first to suffer. He activated the ship's repair program while simultaneously retrieving Frieza's coordinates, a calculating smile creeping onto his lips. Since he had no chance of winning in a direct confrontation, he would let Frieza exhaust their strength while he reaped the benefits. Outside the canyon, the wind swept across the purple rocks, producing a wailing sound, akin to a prelude for the impending bloodbath. Chapter 15, Arrival at Namek and Neil's Challenge. Having traversed the dense jungle, an expansive valley unfolded before them. The verdant lawn was dotted with circular white structures, and several Namekians were laboring in the fields, purple fruits hanging from the vines, presenting a scene of tranquility. Is this the village of the Grand Elder? Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, utterly surprised as it was nothing like they had envisioned. Gohan excitedly pointed at the distant structures. Those houses are so peculiar, resembling mushrooms. However, Lin Yue furrowed his brow. He sensed a stifling atmosphere enveloping the village, akin to the calm before storm. The Namekians toiling away, though appearing tranquil on the surface, concealed within them a palpable fear and sorrow. Someone is approaching, Goku whispered. A tall Namekian emerged from the largest white building, clad in a crimson robe, his antennae longer than those of the other Namekians, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, steadily making his way towards them. It's Neil. Krillin recognized him, the Grand Elder's guardian, with a combat power likely around 8,000. Neil halted 10 meters before them, his green skin shimmering in the sunlight. He remained silent, scrutinizing the group with a vigilant gaze, particularly tightening his brow when his eyes fell upon Goku and Lin Yue. Intruders, why have you come here? Neil's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. Namek did not welcome strangers, especially Saiyans. We mean no harm. Goku stepped forward earnestly. We are here to seek the Dragon Balls and thwart Frisia's nefarious schemes. Dragon Balls? Neil's expression grew more guarded. Are you allied with those purple monsters? Absolutely not. Krillin hastily clarified. Frisia is our enemy. We are here to assist you. Neil clearly remained unconvinced. A faint green aura emanating from him as his fists slowly clenched. Ever since you outsiders arrived on Namek, calamity has not ceased. My brethren have been slain, our home ravaged, and now you seek to seize the Dragon Balls? Mr. Neil, please allow us to explain. Lin Yue attempted to alleviate the tension. We know who the true enemy is. We can unite against Frisia. Unite against Frisia? Neil scoffed, his green aura intensifying. You dare speak of protecting Namek when you Saiyans and Earthlings cannot even safeguard your own planet? Suddenly, he lunged at Lin Yue, his fist accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Defeat me first. Lin Yue, caught off guard by the sudden assault, swiftly sidestepped. Neil's fist narrowly grazed his shoulder, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Yue could feel the force behind that blow, though not as formidable as Vegeta. It surpassed the minions of Frisia he had encountered before. Neil, stop. Goku attempted to intervene, but was held back by Lin Yue. Allow me. Lin Yue shook his head. He does not trust us. Only by demonstrating our strength can we hope to meet the Grand Elder. Taking a deep breath, a white aura coalesced around him. Mr. Neil, I do not wish to harm you, but if you insist on fighting, I shall oblige. Enough talk. Neil launched another assault. Green energy blasts shooting towards Lin Yue like a barrage of cannon fire. His combat style is rather unique. The energy orbs do not travel in a linear fashion, but instead curve through the air as if animated by a life of their own, launching an assault from various angles. Lin Yue refrains from meeting them head-on, instead weaving gracefully through the gaps between the energy projectiles. His speed surpasses that of Neil significantly, with each evasion executed with impeccable timing, skillfully avoiding the attacks while simultaneously maintaining pressure on Neil. Is dodging all you can do? Neil roared, bringing his palms together to conjure a colossal green energy orb. Try this. The green orb, imbued with a sense of destruction, hurtled towards Lin Yue, nearly engulfing all possible avenues for evasion. Not bad. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Lin Yue's eyes. He ceased his evasive maneuvers, gathering energy within his palm as a white vortex began to spin at high velocity, though it was still insufficient. He forcefully propelled the vortex forward. The collision of the white energy spiral and the green orb erupted in a deafening roar. The two forces clawed at each other, ultimately canceling out before exploding in a magnificent display of energy, forming a vast mushroom cloud. As the dust settled, Lin Yue and Neil stood their ground, their breaths somewhat ragged. Neil regarded Lin Yue, the hostility in his gaze diminishing, replaced by astonishment and perplexity. Your energy is quite extraordinary, Neil spoke slowly, noting it was neither the ferocity typical of a Saiyan nor the gentleness characteristic of Earthlings, but rather reminiscent of the primordial chaos that existed at the dawn of the universe. Lin Yue felt a stir within. Could Neil truly perceive the uniqueness of his energy? We are indeed here to assist, Lin Yue reiterated. Frisia seeks not only the Dragon Balls, but also wishes to annihilate Namek. We are aware of his weaknesses and possess the capability to counter his subordinates. Neil fell silent for a moment, clearly weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, an elderly voice emanated from the largest white structure. Neil, allow them entry. Upon hearing this voice, Neil immediately retracted his energy, bowing respectfully. Yes, Elder. He stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Yue and the others to enter. The Elder wishes to see you. But I warn you, should you show any disrespect to the Elder, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. We understand. Lin Yue nodded, following Neil into the white structure. The interior was far more spacious than one might expect. In the center lay a colossal Namekian on a stone platform, his form occupying half the room. His skin appeared somewhat withered, and the antennae atop his head drooped feebly, clearly indicating advanced age. Yet his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, akin to two profound stars, seemingly capable of seeing into the depths of one's soul. Welcome, travelers from afar. The Elder's voice, though aged, bore an enchanting quality that naturally instilled a sense of calm. I am the Elder of Namek, Manit. Greetings, Elder. We are from Earth. Goku began to introduce himself, only to be interrupted by the Elder. I know who you are, and I'm aware of your purpose. The Elder's gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Goku. Kakarot, the orphan of the Saiyans, your heart harbors no malice, only a thirst for battle and a desire to protect your companions. His gaze then shifted to Krillin. Krillin, a martial artist from Earth. Though your fighting prowess may be modest, your resolve is unwavering, and your heart is kind. Then came Gohan. Son Gohan, a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling, possessed immense power, yet harbored an aversion to combat, yearning instead for tranquility. Ultimately, his gaze landed upon Lin Yue, his expression becoming intricate. Lin Yue, a soul from another realm, your aura conceals fragments of countless worlds, embodying both light and darkness. You do not belong here, yet you are inextricably linked to this place. Lin Yue trembled. The elder had discerned his status as a traveler from another world. Do not be astonished, the elder chuckled, the creases on his face deepening. I can sense the pulses of the universe and perceive the essence of souls. Your arrival may herald a turning point for planet Namek, or it could usher in new calamities. Elder, we have come in search of the Dragon Balls. Lin Yue steadied himself, articulating their purpose. Frieza has already arrived on planet Namek. He seeks to wish for immortality, and we must thwart him. The Dragon Balls, the Elder side, they represent both hope for planet Namek and the root of disaster. Ever since your arrival, I have sensed Frieza's presence, akin to a greedy behemoth intent on devouring everything. He paused. I can assist you in locating the Dragon Balls, but prior to that, I wish to aid you in another endeavor. What endeavor? Goku inquired with curiosity. To unlock your potential, a glimmer of light flickered in the Elder's eyes. Within your bodies lie untapped reserves of strength, with a modicum of guidance. You can unleash combat prowess that far exceeds your current capabilities. Particularly you, Lin Yue. He turned his gaze toward Lin Yue. Your potential surpasses any creature I have ever encountered. Lin Yue felt a stir within. Unlocking his potential was precisely what he required. Faced with Frieza and the Ginyu Force, his current power was woefully inadequate. We are willing, Goku declared first. Please help us unlock our potential. The elder nodded and addressed Neil. Take them to the potential development chamber. Let us begin with Gohan. His spirit is the purest and most amenable to guidance. Neil acknowledged with a nod and led Gohan into the adjacent room. Shortly thereafter, golden light erupted from within, and Gohan's energy surged at an astonishing rate. Incredible, Krillin exclaimed. Observing the numbers on the scouter, Gohan's combat power has already surpassed 10,000, and it continues to rise. Lin Yue silently marveled. The Elder's abilities were indeed legendary. Next was Krillin, whose power soared from 5,000 to 13,000. When it was Goku's turn, the golden radiance nearly breached the ceiling, his energy becoming even more refined and pure, stabilizing at 30,000. It is your turn, Lin Yue. The Elder's voice held a note of anticipation. Lin Yue inhaled deeply and stepped into the potential development chamber. The room was simple, containing only a stone bed and several glowing crystals. He reclined on the stone bed as the Elder's tendrils gently rested upon his forehead. A wave of warm, potent energy coursed through the Elder's appendages and into Lin Yue's body, akin to a gentle stream replenishing a parched river. He could feel every cell within him rejoicing, awakening the latent power that lay dormant within. Unlike Gohan and Krillin, countless images began to flicker through Lin Yue's mind. The azure sea billowed with a skull flag. Figures clad in dark attire wielded their Zanpakuto. Ninjas flitted through the trees, and super warriors clashed amidst the cosmos. These were all realms familiar to him prior to his transcendence. So it was the voice of the Grand Elder echoed in his mind. Your soul is intertwined with countless dimensions, revealing the secret of your energy. Yet be wary, for such power can easily spiral out of control and consume your true essence. Lin Yue wished to respond, yet no sound emerged. He sensed the energy within him reaching a critical threshold, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Amidst the white waves of energy, various hues began to manifest, signifying the energies of different worlds. Boom! The energy erupted with full force, enveloping Lin Yue in a golden radiance, a power so immense that it resonated throughout the entirety of Namek. His battle power surged dramatically on the detector. 18,000, 19,000, 20,000. As the brilliance dissipated, Lin Yue slowly opened his eyes, perceiving that the world had transformed. He could distinctly sense the life force of every being around him, observe the flowing energies in the air, and even faintly touch the barriers of space. It worked. The Grand Elder retracted his antennae, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Your battle power has surpassed 20,000. More importantly, you have awakened your latent ability, dimensional traversal. But remember, do not wield this power lightly, for it could incite turmoil in the universe. Lin Yue rose, stretching his limbs, feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through him. He bowed deeply to the Grand Elder, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Grand Elder. No need for thanks. The Grand Elder waved his hand. Now I shall reveal the location of the Dragon Balls. Neil will guide you in your quest. I hope you can thwart Frieza and save Namek. As Lin Yue exited the chamber, Goku, Krillin, and Gohan gathered around him, their faces alight with excitement. Lin Yue, your battle power has truly surpassed 20,000, Krillin exclaimed, holding up the detector with fervor. Goku nodded with a grin. How do you feel? Do you feel an endless well of energy within you? Lin Yue smiled in return. Indeed, I feel immensely powerful. However, we must remain vigilant. The Grand Elder indicated that Frieza's main forces will soon arrive. No sooner had he spoken than Neil approached, holding the map marking the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls. I have marked all the Dragon Ball locations. We shall depart at once. The group followed Neil out of the white edifice, sunlight bathing them in warmth. Yet Lin Yue understood that this tranquility was fleeting. The true battle loomed just ahead. He gazed skyward, beneath the green canopy, envisioning Frieza as colossal spaceship steadily approaching. The Ginyu Force, Frieza's transformation. The climactic battle between Goku and Frieza. Those familiar narratives were unfolding once more. Yet this time, with his involvement, the outcome might be different. Let us proceed. Lin Yue clenched his fist, the warmth of his energy radiating steadfastly within his palm, ready to seize the Dragon Balls. A group of individuals made their way toward the location of the first Dragon Ball, their silhouettes gradually vanishing amidst the verdant embrace of the jungle. From this moment forth, the fate of Namek would be inextricably intertwined with that of these warriors from Earth. Chapter 16. The Ambush of the Ginyu Force and the Demise of Guldo. In the canyons of Namek, the wind howled, carrying sand and grit as it swept past the purple rock walls, producing a mournful sound. Lin Yue and his companions advanced along the canyon towards the site of the first Dragon Ball, with Neil leading the way, his steps steady, the green robe billowing in the wind. Beyond the narrow pass ahead lay the village where the second Dragon Ball was kept. Neil pointed towards the narrow mountain opening, where the outlines of white structures could be faintly discerned, though they may already be in peril. Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing sound sliced through the air. 5 figures descended upon the canyon walls like meteors, raising clouds of dust that obscured their faces. As the dust settled, 5 extraterrestrials clad in matching combat attire emerged into view, led by a blue-skinned alien with white hair and a sinister gaze. Beside him stood a short, stout, four-eyed alien, fiddling with a device in his hands, while the other 3 included a muscular figure with purple skin, a tall being with compound eyes, and a small green-skinned individual. The Ginyu Force. Lin Yue's pupils constricted sharply, a weight settling in his heart. They had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. The blue-skinned leader, Captain Ginyu, wore a chilling smirk as his device scanned Lin Yue and his companions, emitting a series of beeps. We have found some intriguing specimens. Saiyan Kakarot, battle power 30,000. Earthling Lin Yue, battle power 20,000. 2 weaklings and 1 Namekian. Captain Ginyu, allow me to handle them, exclaimed the short, stout, four-eyed alien, Guldo, rubbing his hands together in excitement, his bulging eyes gleaming with greed. My time freeze ability will come in handy. Patience, Guldo, Ginyu replied with a wave of his hand, his gaze shifting back and forth between Lin Yue and Goku. Let's play for a while. Lord Frieza has yet to arrive, and it'll be good to stretch our muscles. Then I shall first deal with that little brat and the earthling Fatso. Guldo cackled as he vanished from sight, reappearing before Krillin and Gohan, his hands slamming down onto the ground. Time freeze. An invisible force emanated from Guldo, causing everything around him to come to an immediate standstill. The swirling sand hung suspended in midair, Neil's mouth frozen in a half-open state, and Krillin and Gohan wore expressions of sheer terror, as if even the wind had ceased to flow. Ha ha ha, you can't move, can you? Guldo laughed triumphantly, stepping closer to Krillin, his fist gathering a purple energy sphere. I'll crush you first, Earthling Fatso. Just as his fist was about to descend, a wave of white energy suddenly erupted from Lin Yue. This wave did not surge in a linear fashion. Rather, it rippled through the air like water, creating ripples in the suspended space. What? Guldo's smile froze instantly, as he realized with horror that his time freeze was unraveling. Lin Yue slowly raised his hand, a white energy sphere spinning rapidly in his palm. His gaze is frigid as frost. Your time manipulation is futile against me. His training in the room of spirit and time had endowed him with an extraordinary sensitivity to spatial dynamics. While the dimensional perception awakened after the Grand Elder unlocked his potential allowed him to faintly grasp the threads of time. Although Gudu's time freeze was peculiar, its essence lay in the energy confinement of localized space, a barrier that Lin Yue's energy was perfectly poised to shatter. Impossible. My time freeze has never failed. Gudu frantically increased his energy output, striving to regain control over the space. Yet Lin Yue's wave of energy surged like a relentless tide, causing the stagnant space to collapse at a visible rate. It is over. With a flick of his finger, Lin Yue propelled the energy sphere like a bolt of white lightning towards Gudu. No. Gudu emitted a desperate scream, attempting to evade, only to discover that his body was still ensnared by the confines of space. The energy sphere struck his chest with precision, and in an instant, the swirling white energy engulfed him. With a resounding explosion, Gudu's form disintegrated into powder within the energy vortex, leaving not a trace behind. The time freeze was utterly lifted, and Krillin and Gohan collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces still etched with fear. Brother Lin Yue, you are remarkable. Gohan murmured. The smiles of the other members of the Jinyu Force faded, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed upon Lin Yue, as though they were beholding a monster. Quite intriguing, Jinyu licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. To think you could break Gudu's time freeze. It seems you're more interesting than I anticipated. He stepped forward, blue energy radiating from him. Let me play with you, Earthling. You will face me. Goku positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Yue, his golden aura blazing like flames. You are the captain of the Jinyu Force, right? Allow me to see the true strength of Frisia's elite. Saiyan, you possess great courage. Jinyu's energy intensified, the blue light nearly saturating the canyon. Then let me show you the might of a top-tier warrior in the universe. He lunged at Goku, his blue fist carrying the power to rend space itself. Goku stood firm, meeting the assault with his own golden fist. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a deafening roar. The blue and golden energy waves erupted, shaking the canyon's walls and causing debris to rain down like a torrential downpour. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue urged Krillin and Gohan to retreat, calling out to Neil, Mr. Neil, take them to retrieve the Dragon Balls. We will handle things here. However, Neil, watching Goku fiercely battling Jinyu, was filled with apprehension. Go now. Lin Yue's tone brooked no argument. We must secure the Dragon Balls to thwart Frisia. With a clenched jaw, Neil nodded, be careful. He grabbed Krillin and Gohan, sprinting towards a narrow passage. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. The brawny figure with purple skin, Rikuum, roared as he attempted to pursue, only to be intercepted by Lin Yue. Your opponent is me. As Lin Yue was enveloped in a shimmering white aura, his combat power surged to an astonishing 20,000 on the detector. Did they dare to interrupt him? How audacious to think that such a meager power could obstruct my path. Lycum laughed maniacally, unleashing a torrent of purple energy akin to a volcanic eruption, preparing to demonstrate his might. He charged towards Lin Yue with blinding speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Lin Yue, refusing to underestimate his opponent, deftly maneuvered to evade him. Although Lycum possessed tremendous strength, each punch striking the ground with enough force to send debris soaring several meters into the air, his relatively slow speed played into Lin Yue's hands. Is dodging all you can do, coward? Lycum roared, as he gathered a massive purple energy sphere between his hands. Lycum's super flash. The ominous energy orb hurtled towards Lin Yue, threatening to engulf the entire canyon. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue infused the cyclone projectile with both hot and cold attributes, causing a swirling white energy vortex to emerge, adorned with interlacing red and black patterns that radiated both searing heat and bone-chilling energy waves. Dual Polar Blast. The tricolored energy sphere collided with the purple orb, producing a thunderous roar that shook the very earth. The two forces tore at one another, annihilating their surroundings until they culminated in a colossal energy black hole that devoured everything in proximity. As the energy dissipated, both Lin Yue and Lycum stood their ground. Slightly disoriented, Lycum stared at Lin Yue, his contempt transforming into shock. You, how can your energy be? This is the chasm that separates us. Lin Yue replied coldly. Seizing the moment of Lycum's distraction, he swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his back. With a sharp crack, Lycum let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Having dealt with Lycum, Lin Yue turned his gaze towards the battlefield where Goku and Jinyu were engaged in a fierce clash. Their combat had escalated to a fever pitch. Waves of golden and blue energy crashing against one another, shaking the entire canyon. Although Goku held the upper hand, Jinyu's fighting techniques were exceedingly unpredictable, consistently launching counterattacks from seemingly impossible angles. It seemed Lin Yue would need to assist Goku. Just as he was about to join the fray, he sensed a familiar energy rapidly approaching. Vegeta, his brow furrowed in concern. This fool had the audacity to appear at such a critical moment, perhaps hoping to reap the benefits of their struggle. Just then, Jinyu suddenly leapt back, disengaging from the battle. He regarded Goku with a sinister smile playing on his lips. Saiyan, your body is quite impressive. I find it appealing. Goku, taken aback, was puzzled by his words. In an instant, Jinyu assumed a bizarre stance, crossing his arms over his chest as the blue energy around him grew increasingly unstable. This is my ultimate technique, body exchange. A beam of blue light shot forth from Goku's forehead, hurtling towards his face. Goku, watch out! Lin Yue shouted, racing forward to shield him, but it was too late. The blue beam struck Goku's forehead, and both their bodies erupted in radiant light. When the brilliance faded, a shocking scene unfolded. Goku's soul was now within Jinyu's body, while Jinyu inhabited Goku's form. Ha ha ha! I have succeeded. The being inhabiting Goku's body, Jinyu, flexed his golden arms, reveling in the surging power within, erupting into ecstatic laughter. Is this what a battle power of 30,000 feels like? It's simply marvelous. Meanwhile, the imprisoned Goku, furious, charged at his own body, only to be effortlessly sent flying by a single punch. Do not struggle, Saiyan. From this moment forth, I shall be the strongest warrior in the universe. Lin Yue gazed at the unfolding chaos, his heart sinking into despair. The body exchange, orchestrated by Jinyu, was the last scenario he wished to confront. To make matters worse, Vegeta's energy signature loomed ominously close, his scouter displaying Goku's battle power of 30,000, his eyes glinting with avarice. The situation within the canyon had suddenly grown exceedingly complex. Chapter 17. Jinyu's miscalculation and Goku's predicament. The canyon's rock walls trembled violently, sending debris cascading from above. Jinyu, now in Goku's form, exuberantly moved his limbs. Golden energy swirling around him, though it felt somewhat clumsy, akin to wearing ill-fitting attire. Ha, this body is magnificent, Jinyu cackled, delivering a powerful punch to a nearby rock, which instantly disintegrated into dust. Meanwhile, Goku, trapped within Jinyu's body, roared and charged forward once more, his blue energy flickering faintly yet embodying an indomitable spirit. Return my body to me, you despicable fiend. How dare you? Jinyu chuckled disdainfully, sidestepping the attack and delivering a kick to Goku's chest. This body is mine now. You shall remain confined in that wretched form, watching as I dominate the universe. Goku was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the rock wall and spitting blood. He pounded the ground in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless as he watched his own body being manipulated by the enemy. This sense of helplessness was more agonizing than any physical pain. Lin Yue clenched his fists, his mind racing. The current situation was dire. Goku was trapped in Jinyu's body, his battle power diminished to under 10,000. Although Jinyu had assumed Goku's form, he appeared to have yet to fully harness the power of the Super Saiyan, while Vegeta had already arrived at the canyon's entrance. Keenly observing the spectacle, evidently biding his time for an opportunity to seize the advantage. What the other members of the Jinyu force? Lin Yue suddenly realized that, aside from Jinyu and the defeated Guldo, 2 other team members were conspicuously absent. No sooner had he voiced this thought than 2 figures leaped forth from the rock walls on either side of the canyon, none other than the remaining Geese and Berta. Captain Jinyu, we have come to assist you. Berta's speed was akin to lightning, his form nearly indistinguishable, as he materialized before Goku, his fist poised to strike with a whoosh. Be careful. Lin Yue wished to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch as Goku was knocked unconscious by a single blow. Geese raised his hands, purple energy coalescing in his palms. Captain Jinyu, should I obliterate this Saiyan's soul completely? No, Jinyu waved his hand dismissively, a calculating glimmer in his eyes. He still holds value. Once I have fully mastered this body, I shall take my time to torment him. He turned his gaze toward Lin Yue, with a murderous intent flickering within his golden pupils. Now, it is your turn, Earthling. Lin Yue took a deep breath, a white aura coalescing around him. Even if you inhabit Goku's body, it does not alter the fact that you are a despicable coward. Such a stubborn fellow, Jinyu scoffed, his golden aura intensifying. Let me show you the power of a 30,000 battle strength. He charged at Lin Yue with a speed several times greater than that of the previous opponent, Riku. Lin Yue attempted to evade, only to find that Jinyu's speed surpassed his expectations, narrowly escaping several strikes. How is this possible? Lin Yue thought in shock. Although Jinyu had yet to fully master Goku's body, why was he so fast? He soon discerned a flaw. Though Jinyu's movements were rapid, they lacked coherence. As if he were imitating Goku's fighting style without grasping its essence. His advantage lay solely in the formidable body of Goku, rather than true mastery over its power. Realization sparked joy within Lin Yue. He had identified his opponent's weakness. A mere imitator, even with a powerful physique, was but a waste. He ceased his incessant evasion and began to counterattack. Whenever Jinyu executed Goku's signature moves, Lin Yue was able to anticipate and strike at the exposed weaknesses. Damn it! Jinyu, flustered by Lin Yue's cunning attacks, roared as he gathered a golden energy sphere. Kamehameha, the massive golden wave, imbued with a sense of destruction, surged toward Lin Yue, nearly engulfing the entire canyon. Now, a glimmer flickered in Lin Yue's eyes. Rather than bracing for impact, he concentrated all his energy into his legs and lunged sideways. In the split second before the energy wave struck, his body executed an astonishing maneuver in mid-air, narrowly evading the attack. Boom! The golden energy sphere collided with the canyon wall, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Enormous rocks cascaded from above, causing the entire canyon to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Seizing the opportunity amidst the rising dust, Lin Yue swiftly maneuvered behind Jinyu, delivering a fierce blow with a white energy sphere to the back of his head. Jinyu fell without a sound. Jinyu! Buddha bellowed as he charged toward Lin Yue, his speed leaving a trail of afterimages. Anticipating this, Lin Yue infused the ground with icy energy, causing a thin layer of ice to form on the purple rock wall. The moment Buddha stepped onto the icy surface, he lost his balance and slid uncontrollably forward. Now, Lin Yue flicked his fingers, and 3 small energy spheres struck Buddha's joints with precision. Buddha howled in agony, his speed dramatically slowing. Seizing the moment, Lin Yue closed in, his fist radiating intense energy, and struck Buddha's chest with tremendous force. Buddha's body flew back like a puppet with severed strings, crashing against the rock wall, unconscious. In an instant, only Jinyu, who occupied Goku's body, remained of the Jinyu force. You actually... Jinyu gazed at his fallen comrades, disbelief etched across his face. Though he occupied Goku's body, he failed to unleash its true power and was instead relentlessly beaten back by Lin Yue. Now, it is our turn to settle the score. Lin Yue advanced step by step towards Jinyu, the white aura intensifying around him. Return Goku's body to me. Not a chance. Jinyu roared, frantically amplifying his energy, the golden radiance nearly piercing the heavens. I am the mightiest Captain Jinyu of the universe. How could I possibly lose to a lowly earthling like you? He charged at Lin Yue once more, this time abandoning Goku's techniques in favor of his own signature moves, employing a bizarre agility and cunning attacks. His golden fist struck like venomous serpents from every angle, forcing Lin Yue to retreat repeatedly. Gradually, Lin Yue found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his battle power reaching 20,000, it paled in comparison to Goku's 30,000. More critically, Jinyu's vast combat experience enabled him to make the most astute decisions at pivotal moments. Ha ha ha, give up. Jinyu cackled as his fist drew nearer to Lin Yue's face. Your energy is nearly depleted. Lin Yue's breaths became increasingly labored, the energy within him indeed dwindling. Gazing at Jinyu's triumphant visage, a bold idea suddenly flickered in his mind. He leapt back, creating distance while channeling the last remnants of his energy into his palm. This time, he did not form an energy sphere. Instead, he allowed the energy to remain in its primal state, radiating a soft and pure white halo. What? Have you surrendered? Jinyu sneered, advancing step by step. Lin Yue remained silent, focusing on his breathing, awaiting the opportune moment. Just as Jinyu's fist was about to strike him, Lin Yue moved abruptly. He neither dodged nor retaliated. Instead, he gently pressed his palm, imbued with pure energy, against Jinyu's chest. What are you doing? Jinyu hesitated, perplexed by Lin Yue's intent. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Lin Yue's energy surged like a gentle stream into his body, and he felt his control over this vessel swiftly dissipating. What is this power? Jinyu gasped in horror, realizing he could no longer manipulate the energy within him. It is the resonance of energy. Lin Yue's voice was calm, yet powerful. Goku's energy is gentle and embracing, while yours is sinister and violent. The two cannot coexist. I merely helped awaken the original owner of this body. No! Jinyu let out a desperate scream, sensing his soul being repelled, the golden pupils flashing with Goku's will. Return to me. Goku's voice emerged from his lips, tinged with a hint of struggle. The golden aura began to waver, oscillating between ferocity and gentleness, as if engaged in an intense tug of war. Lin Yue understood this was the crucial moment. Gritting his teeth, he infused the last vestige of his energy while silently urging, Goku, awaken. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the valley. The golden aura erupted from Jinyu, sending a powerful shockwave that flung Lin Yue away. As the brilliance faded, standing firmly was Goku, his eyes clear once more. I have returned, he proclaimed, stretching his limbs and relishing the familiar strength, a serene smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Jinyu's soul was completely expelled from Goku's body, transforming into a blue beam of light that shot towards the unconscious form of Jinyu nearby. Coughing, Jinyu awakened, gazing at his familiar body. Then at Goku, his face a mask of despair and resentment, questioning why. Goku offered no response, instead slowly raising his hand as a golden energy sphere coalesced in his palm. This is the fate you deserve, he declared, launching the golden sphere towards Jinyu, engulfing him entirely. With Jinyu dealt with, Goku hurried to Lin Yue's side, helping him to his feet. Lin Yue, are you alright? He inquired. I'm fine. Just a bit fatigued, Lin Yue replied with a smile, shaking his head. Welcome back, Goku. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from the entrance of the canyon. Vegeta strode in, observing Goku and Lin Yue with a complex expression. I didn't expect you to actually win. However, his gaze fixed on Goku. A flicker of battle intent crossing his eyes. Kakarot, it seems your power has risen once more. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks to Lin Yue, I was able to reclaim my body. Moreover, my understanding of Ki deepened while in Jinyu's form. Is that so? Vegeta licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Then let me see just how strong you have become. Lin Yue sensed that a new battle was about to commence. Yet this time, he felt no trepidation. For he knew the true Goku had returned. Outside the canyon, beneath the green celestial canopy, a dark cloud drifted ominously, heralding the approach of a greater storm. Frieza, the most terrifying entity on Namek, was drawing ever closer. Chapter 18, a miasma of poison and the vacuum shield. In the marshlands of Namek, the air was thick with the fetid scent of decaying matter, while enormous lily pads floated on the murky green water, illuminated by the occasional glimmer of toxic insects darting between their roots. Lin Yue parted the obstructing purple vines, the Dragon Ball signal on his detector growing clearer. The two-star ball lay on an island at the heart of the swamp. Take it slow, Gohan. Krillin panted, struggling to keep pace. His pant legs soaked in the marsh's mud. This place is too dangerous. Yet Gohan moved like a nimble deer, leaping from stone to stone that peaked above the water's surface, his golden hair standing out vividly against the green shade. But the Dragon Ball is just ahead. Brother Lin Yue said, we must find it quickly. Bringing up the rear, Lin Yue's fingertips glowed faintly with Ki, a skill he had mastered after the Elder's potential unlocking, allowing him to sense energy fluctuations within a 50-meter radius. At that moment, a nauseating presence emanated from the depths of the swamp, laden with corrosive intensity. Stop! Lin Yue suddenly called out, pulling Gohan and Krillin behind him. The water's surface in the swamp's center began to bubble violently, a plump gray figure slowly rising into view. Dodoria's wrinkled visage twisted into a menacing grin as he confronted them, his hands coalescing with a murky green energy. At last, I've found you. Little Saiyan brat and earth scum. It was Dodoria. Krillin's expression shifted dramatically, the readings on his scouter indicating a power level of 15,000. Hadn't even driven off by Vegeta? It seemed Frieza's minions were more tenacious than anticipated. Lin Yue positioned himself protectively in front of Gohan, a white aura swirling around him. Step back. I shall handle him. Step back? Is it that simple? Dodoria cackled, the gray-green energy in his palm swelling into a spherical form. Try my toxic gas bomb. This is the decaying mist capable of melting alloys, I assure you. It will leave not even your bones intact. With a fierce thrust, he hurled the toxic gas bomb towards the water surface. the gray-green mist exploding forth and rapidly spreading like a tidal wave. In its wake, the dark green lotus leaves withered and blackened. Noxious bubbles erupted upon the surface, and even the air became thick and viscous. This is bad. Hold your breath. Krillin urgently covered his mouth and nose, pulling Gohan backward. However, the spread of the gas exceeded their worst fears. The gray-green mist quickly enveloped a 10-meter radius around them, its acrid scent inducing dizziness. Gohan's face flushed crimson, on the verge of gasping for breath. Lin Yue's gaze sharpened, and a surge of energy erupted within him. The white aura did not expand outward, but instead contracted inward, forming a transparent spherical barrier around the trio. Remarkably, the air within the barrier was being rapidly extracted, creating a temporary vacuum. Krillin was astonished to observe that the pervasive toxic gas, upon making contact with the barrier, was repelled as if encountering an invisible wall, unable to penetrate even a fraction. A variant of the energy wall. Lin Yue's forehead beaded with sweat. Sustaining the vacuum shield demanded more stamina than a standard energy wall. The gas required air to propagate, and by isolating the atmosphere, he could effectively thwart it. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, launching 3 energy blasts. The white projectiles pierced through the vacuum barrier, accurately striking the mire beneath Dodoria's feet. An explosion ensued, mud splattering everywhere, causing Dodoria to stagger, momentarily halting the release of toxic gas. Damn Earthlings! Dodoria wiped the mud from his face, a frenzied, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Do you think this pitiful barrier can last? Once your oxygen is depleted, you will still perish. He began to condense another toxic gas bomb, this one 3 times larger than the last. The gray-green mist threatening to saturate half the swamp with its venomous hue. Brother Lin Yue, your energy is diminishing. Gohan pointed at the scouter on Lin Yue's wrist, where the readings had plummeted from 18,000 to 15,000. Let me help you. Don't act rashly. Lin Yue pressed his hand on Gohan's shoulder. Though his gaze was steely, his energy was too dispersed, revealing a vulnerability. Just as Dodoria prepared to launch the massive toxic gas bomb, Lin Yue abruptly withdrew the vacuum shield. Not entirely, but leaving a small layer of air above their heads, while concentrating the remainder of his energy into a slender energy needle. Now is the moment. The white energy needle, akin to a released arrow, pierced through the yet unsealed layers of toxic gas, accurately striking the energy core of Dodoria's right hand. Rather than exploding, this energy needle, propelled by a spiraling force, forcefully embedded itself within his core. A piercing scream escaped Dodoria's lips as the half-congealed toxic energy orb spiraled out of control, releasing a gray-green explosion from his palm. Instinctively, he raised his left hand to shield himself, only to have it corroded instantly by his own toxic gas, exposing his white bones. Seizing the moment of his excruciating distraction, Lin Yue scooped up Gohan and, with Krillin in tow, dashed toward the island at the center of the swamp. The vacuum shield behind them closed off, completely isolating them from the encroaching toxic fumes. That was close. Krillin collapsed onto the grassy island, gasping for breath, his eyes fixated on Dodoria, who was wailing in agony across the toxic expanse. Trepidation lingered in his heart. Lin Yue, your move was incredible. Who would have thought to use a vacuum to block the poison? Gohan nodded vigorously, his small face brimming with admiration. Brother Lin Yue is amazing. Even more formidable than Dad's Kamehameha. Lin Yue smiled gently, ruffling Gohan's hair. In truth, that maneuver had been a gamble. Had Dodoria's poison not relied on air for its spread, and had he not been able to precisely control the density of his energy, any other attack would have proven futile. Upon reaching the center of the island, Lin Yue discovered a lustrous Dragon Ball embedded within a stone tablet, its starry patterns shimmering under the sun's rays. After securing the Dragon Ball, Lin Yue gazed toward the opposite shore, where Dodoria had vanished into the toxic mist, leaving behind only a bubbling pool of green sludge. We must seek out the Elder, Lin Yue declared, his gaze fixed on the eastern horizon, where the air felt warm and dense, reminiscent of a dormant volcano. Only he could reveal the whereabouts of the remaining Dragon Balls, and perhaps he alone could unravel the mysteries within my body. Krillin and Gohan exchanged determined glances, each finding resolve within the other's eyes. The trio departed the swamp, treading upon the fading light of the setting sun, as the toxic mist gradually receded, revealing a water surface marred with corrosive scars. A testament to the battles fought on Namek, and a harbinger of the grueling confrontations yet to come. Chapter 17. Sabo's Transformation and the Essence of Purity. Upon the crimson plains of Namek, the gravel scorched under the midday sun. Lin Yue knelt to inspect the green bloodstains on the ground. The warmth still lingering at his fingertips, remnants of the Frisia soldier wounded by Goku moments prior. They fled northwest, Krillin announced, holding up the detector, which displayed a rapidly moving red dot, indicating a power level of 18,000. It must be Sabo. No sooner had he spoken than the distant dunes erupted. A purple figure soaring into the sky like a cannonball, only to descend with a howling wind before them. As the sand settled, Sabo's pallid face emerged into the sunlight. A wound on his left chest oozing green blood, his gaze colder than steel. A Saiyan-S lackey? Sabo's eyes swept over Lin Yue, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Where's Kakarot? Did he send you, of all people, to die in his stead? Lin Yue slowly straightened, a white aura shimmering around him. To deal with you, Goku's intervention is unnecessary. Arrogant. Sabo stamped his foot violently, unleashing a wave of purple energy that erupted from his center, sending crimson sand soaring into the air. Witness the true power of a cosmic elite warrior. His body suddenly crackled with sharp sounds as bones bulged beneath his skin. His pale skin fissured with intricate lines, revealing deep blue scales beneath. His once handsome visage twisted into a menacing grimace, with two curved bone spikes protruding from his crown. Instantly, his aura surged, the digits on the detector fluctuating wildly before settling at an astonishing 18,000. This is my battle form. Sabo's voice turned hoarse, resonating with a metallic rasp. Now, do you still believe you can win? Lin Yue offered no reply, instead concentrating his energy in front of him. A wall of white energy materialized, resembling a translucent glass barrier that shimmered softly under the sun's rays. Having honed his skills in the gravity chamber in the room of spirit and time, his energy wall was no mere defense. It embodied the essence of flow, capable of dissipating impact like a stream of living water. Sabo transformed into a purple shadow, his deep blue fist charged with the force to tear through the air, striking the energy wall. Bang! The wall trembled violently, akin to a lake disturbed by a colossal stone. Lin Yue's feet carved deep grooves into the sand as a numbing pain shot through his arms. Yet he gritted his teeth, infusing even more energy into the barrier. Within the seemingly fragile white halo, both hot and cold energy coursed like a multitude of tiny gears operating at high speed, dismantling Sabo's assault layer by layer. How is this possible? Sabo's pupils constricted sharply. His punch was powerful enough to shatter alloys, yet was forcefully halted by this Earthling-S energy wall. What startled him further was the pure energy emanating from the barrier, devoid of any impurities, akin to the pristine waters of an untouched glacier. Seizing the moment of Sabo's distraction, Lin Yue maintained the energy wall with his left hand while quietly gathering a spiraling energy orb in his right. The white energy vortex spun rapidly in his palm, its edges radiating an icy luminescence. This was his new technique, infusing cold energy into the energy orb, enhancing its penetrative power by 30%. Break! Lin Yue flicked his fingers, and the energy orb shot forth like a streak of white lightning, grazing the edge of the energy wall as it hurtled towards Sabo. Instinctively, Sabo erected an energy shield, a purple halo shimmering around him. Yet this time, the energy orb did not explode. Rather, it drilled into the shield like a spinning auger, producing a sharp crack. Astonishingly, the energy shield, which could withstand countless attacks, was punctured, creating a perfect circular hole. Puff! The energy orb grazed Sabo's shoulder, drawing forth a cascade of green droplets. He staggered back. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at the wound on his shoulder, where the scales had been neatly sheared away, exposing blood-soaked muscle beneath. Do you wish to continue fighting? Lin Yue dissipated the energy wall, the white energy still swirling within his palm. Your shield has been breached. Should this continue, it will be you who suffers. Sabo fixed his gaze on the energy in Lin Yue's palm, then glanced towards the approaching golden energy sphere. The unmistakable presence of Goku returning. He realized he had lost all hope of victory. Persisting in this conflict would only lead to his demise. We shall see. Sabo shot Lin Yue a venomous glare before transforming into a purple shadow and soaring into the sky, quickly vanishing at the horizon of the Crimson Plain. Lin let out a sigh of relief, plopping down onto the sandy ground. You scared me. I thought you were about to falter. His power was undeniably formidable. Lin Yue rubbed his sore shoulders, reflecting that his over-reliance on transformation had rendered his foundational energy less stable than it appeared. He picked up a pebble from the ground and, with a gentle breath of energy from his fingertips, reduced it to fine powder in an instant. True strength lies not in the sheer quantity of energy, but in its purity. In the distance, a flash of gold illuminated the sky as Goku descended before them. His golden hair fluttering slightly. Sabo fled? Yes, Lin Yue drove him away. Clint exclaimed excitedly. He was so impressive after transforming, but thankfully, Lin Yue surpassed him. Goku turned to Lin Yue, admiration glinting in his eyes. Your energy has become increasingly refined. Lin Yue smiled modestly. I still cannot compare to you. By the way, where's Gohan? I sent him ahead to the village to search for the Dragon Balls. Goku responded, pointing northwest, where there were likely clues about the Elder. Let us hasten our pace. The three of them walked across the crimson gravel, the sunlight stretching their shadows long. Lin Yue glanced back at the direction where Sabo had disappeared, feeling the lingering tremor of energy from the earlier confrontation in his palm. That battle had convinced him that his understanding of energy had touched upon a new level. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Sabo was gasping for breath, clutching his bleeding shoulder. His mind replayed the moment Lin Yue's energy blast penetrated a shield, a chill creeping up his spine. The sheer, almost terrifying purity of that energy felt like a thorn embedded in his heart, causing him to waver for the first time regarding Frisia's absolute power. This earthling must be eliminated swiftly. Clenching his teeth, Sabo accelerated his flight, his purple figure tracing a restless arc beneath Namek's verdant sky. Chapter 19. The Elder's Abode and Neil's Challenge. In the eastern highlands of Namek, the air was imbued with a faint floral fragrance. Expansive white structures spread along the gentle slope, their rounded roofs resembling plump pearls, casting a soft glow in the sunset. This was the oldest village on Namek, and the residence of the Elder. Lin Yue stood at the village entrance, gazing at the largest white building, which towered 3 times higher than the surrounding homes. Its walls were adorned with spiraling patterns, and its spire pierced the green sky. A gentle, yet formidable energy emanated from within the structure, akin to the deep currents of the ocean, calm yet unfathomable. Is this where the Elder resides? Gohan tilted his small face upwards, curiously examining the strange patterns. Those are the ancient writings of Namek, Clint remarked after scrutinizing for a while, unable to recognize a single character. Perhaps they convey blessings or something similar. Just as they were about to enter the village, 2 Namekians clad in red robes suddenly emerged from behind the building, blocking their path. The taller of the 2, with green skin shimmering in the sunset, had longer antennae than his companion and eyes sharp as an eagle. He was none other than Neil, the Elder's guardian. Intruders, halt! Neil's voice resonated with a deep and commanding tone, as a green aura swirled around him. The Grand Elder was in meditation, refusing to meet anyone, especially not Saiyans or Earthlings. We have urgent matters to discuss with the Grand Elder. Lin Yue stepped forward earnestly. Frisia has arrived on Namek, seeking to seize the Dragon Balls. We are here to assist. Assist? Neil scoffed, the green aura around him intensifying. Ever since you aliens arrived, our homeland has been engulfed in flames of war. My kin have perished, our villages have been razed, and now you claim to offer help? His gaze swept over Gohan, brimming with unabashed hostility. You, like those purple fiends, are a blight upon Namek. My father is not like that. Gohan mustered his courage to retort. His small fist clenched tightly. He has always protected the Namekians. What could a child possibly understand? Neil dismissed him with a derisive glance, directing his attention back to Lin Yue. To meet the Grand Elder, you must first defeat me. Otherwise, take your companions and leave. Do not further desecrate this land. Lin Yue furrowed his brow. He could sense the purity of Neil's energy, imbued with a protective will, not malevolent in nature. Yet this stubborn hostility loomed like an invisible barrier, obstructing their path. I do not wish to fight you. Lin Yue slowly shook his head. Our enemy is Frisia, not each other. Enough of this nonsense. Neil clearly remained unconvinced, charging at Lin Yue with fierce determination. Take this punch. If you can withstand it, I shall hear your explanation. The force behind his punch, infused with a battle power of 8,000, swept across the ground, stirring a flurry of white energy waves. Lin Yue did not evade. He refrained from forming an energy barrier and simply concentrated his energy within, his right hand clenched into a fist, meeting Neil's blow head-on. Lin Yue! Krillin exclaimed in shock, unable to believe Lin Yue would choose to take the hit. At the moment their fists collided, there was no earth-shattering noise. Only a dull thud. Neil felt a gentle yet resilient force emanating from Lin Yue's fist, as if his own punch had struck a pile of cotton, dissipating silently. What astonished him further was that the energy from Lin Yue appeared unassuming yet possessed an extraordinary capacity for absorption, as if it could accommodate all impacts. This is impossible. Neil's pupils constricted in disbelief. He sensed a tingling in his arm, while Lin Yue's fist remained steadfast as a rock. Lin Yue did not seize the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he withdrew his fist and calmly regarded Neil. Your punch embodies a heart of protection, yet lacks the intent to kill. This indicates that you do not genuinely wish to harm us. You are merely blinded by hatred. Neil's expression fluctuated. He locked eyes with Lin Yue, searching for traces of deceit, yet found only sincerity. The lingering sensation from their earlier exchange remained on his fingertips. A remarkably pure energy, devoid of any impurities. Cleaner than any Namekian warrior he had encountered. Neil parted his lips, wanting to say something more, but was interrupted by a frail voice emanating from within the building. Neil, allow them to enter. Upon hearing the sound, Neil was taken aback, immediately restraining his aura and bowing respectfully. Yes, elder. He stepped aside, his gaze towards Lin Yue filled with a myriad of emotions, surprise, confusion, and a subtle hint of admiration. Lin Yue nodded at Neil, accompanied by Clin and Gohan, as they entered the grandest white structure. The interior was more spacious than anticipated, with a massive Namekian lying upon a central stone platform, his body occupying half the room. His skin appeared somewhat withered, and the antennae atop his head drooped feebly, clearly indicating his old age. Yet, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance, akin to two profound stars, seemingly capable of perceiving the deepest secrets of the human heart. Outsider, your energy is quite unique. The elder's gaze fell upon Lin Yue, his aged voice imbued with a peculiar penetrative quality, embodying both the resilience of the Saiyans and the gentleness of earthlings, while harboring an essence not of this universe. Lin Yue felt a jolt within, instinctively clenching his fists. Could the elder truly unveil his secrets? Noticing Lin Yue's tension, the elder gradually smiled. Do not fear. I harbor no ill will towards you. Sit, and let me observe what you can bring to Namek. Chapter 20, Awakening Potential and the Rift of Dimensions. Inside the stone chamber of the elder's abode, the walls were adorned with luminous crystals that emitted a soft green glow. Lin Yue sat cross-legged on the stone bed, distinctly sensing a gentle energy emanating from beneath him, akin to a spring stream gradually permeating his limbs. Relax. The elder's voice resonated throughout the chamber, his antennae gently resting on Lin Yue's forehead. The development of potential is not about forcibly enhancing strength. Rather, it is about unshackling the restraints within your body, allowing the inherent power to flow naturally. Lin Yue closed his eyes, clearing his mind of distractions. As the elder's energy continued to surge into him, he felt as if something within was melting away, an energy barrier left by the particle collider that had long hindered his mastery over dual attributes. Initially, it was but a trickle, but gradually, the golden energy surged forth, akin to a flood breaching its banks, coursing through his meridians. Every muscle, every bone, every cell rejoiced, as if a slumbering giant were awakening after millennia. Lin Yue could not suppress a soft moan. This was not pain, but an exquisite sensation, as if years of accumulated grime were being thoroughly cleansed. He could vividly perceive the flow of energy. The once repellent hot and cold auras were now harmoniously spiraling like the yin-yang symbol, converging into a black and white energy core at his dantian. Just like that, the elder's voice contained a note of satisfaction. Embrace it, do not resist. The power within you is far greater than you can imagine. Suddenly, the golden energy surged exponentially, and Lin Yue felt his consciousness detaching from his body, ascending into the heavens. He beheld the entire visage of Namek, its verdant continents embedded like emeralds within the azure expanse of the ocean. Frisia's spacecraft loomed ominously, akin to a hovering dark cloud casting a foreboding shadow. He observed Goku diligently training upon the crimson plains, his golden aura ablaze like fire. In the distance, far away on Earth, he glimpsed Kame House, where Bulma furrowed her brow at the dimensional coordinates displayed on the screen. At that moment, a more extraordinary scene unfolded. A ship adorned with a skull flag sailed through the cerulean sea, propelled by the laughter of the Straw Hat Youth echoing across the fabric of space. In the eerie Soul Society, a Shinigami clad in black, brandishing a Zanpakuto, engaged in fierce combat with a colossal hollow. On the rooftops of the ninja village, a blonde youth formed peculiar hand seals, a blue Rasengan spinning in his palm. These images flashed through his mind like shattered mirrors, swift and elusive, yet strikingly vivid. Each realm exuded a distinct aura. Some were fiery, others chilling, and some brimming with the clash of wills. This was a tremor within Lin Yue's consciousness. These were not mere illusions, but worlds that truly existed. The elder's voice resonated with a hint of awe, stating, "Your soul is intertwined with countless universes. This is the secret of your aura." Suddenly, the golden energy contracted as if drawn by an unseen force, surging violently towards Lin Yue's dantian. He felt the core of black and white energy within him erupt, countless tiny specks of light bursting forth, forming a new cycle within his meridians, an intricate loop composed of energy fragments from myriad worlds, both independent and unified. Boom! Lin Yue abruptly opened his eyes. A white wave of energy erupted from him, causing the luminescent crystals within the stone chamber to flicker in unison. He gazed down at his palm, where the aura was no longer a mere white, but rather swirled with a delicate spectrum of colors, intensely radiant like a star, yet chillingly serene like a nebula, fiercely tumultuous like a tsunami, yet tranquil as an ancient well. The detector on his wrist emitted a sharp alarm. The numbers on the screen fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing at a staggering value. 20,000. It was a success. The elder retracted his tendrils, a weary yet contented smile gracing his aged visage. Your potential has been fully awakened. Not only has your combat power surpassed 20,000, but more importantly, you have awakened the nascent form of dimensional traversal. Dimensional traversal? Lin Yue clenched his fist, sensing a peculiar energy surging within him, as if with a mere thought. He could tear apart the very fabric of space. Could he truly venture into those worlds he had glimpsed? Theoretically, yes. The elder nodded, a flicker of gravity in his eyes. But you must exercise caution. The barriers between dimensions harbor terrifying energy. With your current strength, forcing a passage could result in being torn apart by spatial storms. He paused. Moreover, each traversal may yield unpredictable consequences for the destination world. Lin Yue fell into silence. Those realms had once been memories of another timeline, now transformed into tangible realities. The fervor of One Piece, the bonds of Bleach, the growth of Naruto. Countless scenes flashed through his mind, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. Now, you may proceed to fulfill your destined duties. The Grand Elder's voice took on a somber tone. Frieza had acquired 5 Dragon Balls, and the Ginyu Force was swiftly approaching. The fate of Namek lay within your grasp. Lin Yue rose to his feet and bowed deeply to the Grand Elder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Grand Elder. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall thwart Frieza." As he exited the stone chamber, Krillin and Gohan immediately converged upon him. "Lin Yue, your energy is astonishing," Krillin exclaimed, brandishing his scouter, eyes wide with disbelief. 20,000. You have actually surpassed 20,000. Gohan chimed in excitedly. "Brother Lin Yue, your energy feels peculiar, almost like a rainbow." Just as Lin Yue was about to respond, the scouter emitted a frantic alert. The screen revealed 5 rapidly approaching red dots, the lowest power level at 12,000, while the highest one displayed as... It was the Ginyu Force. Lin Yue's gaze sharpened instantly. They were here. In the distant sky, 5 figures pierced through the clouds, descending with an earth-shattering aura. Leading them was a blue-skinned alien, a cold smile gracing his lips. He was Ginyu, the captain of the Ginyu Force. The true storm over Namek had finally arrived. Lin Yue clenched his fists, feeling the dimensional power surging within him. There was no fear in his heart, only an unprecedented resolve. Whether facing Frieza's terrifying might or the Ginyu Force's bizarre techniques, he would not falter. For he was not merely tasked with safeguarding Namek, but also protecting the worlds that shimmered in his memories. This was the mission of a traveler, the path he must tread. Chapter 21. The Ginyu Force strikes and the rift in space. The sky over Namek suddenly darkened. It was not the clouds concealing the sun, but rather 5 chilling auras that loomed like storm clouds, thickening the very air. Lin Yue stood upon the plaza before the Grand Elder's dwelling. Fists clenched as the 5 red dots on the scouter resembled blood-red brands, rapidly closing in. "They're coming." Krillin's voice trembled as he instinctively shielded Gohan. "Their power levels are all above 10,000. The highest one cannot even be measured." Before he could finish, 5 figures landed around the plaza, sending shockwaves that shattered the ground beneath them. At the forefront, the blue-skinned alien toyed with his scouter, his white hair glaringly bright against the green sky. It was Ginyu, the captain of the Ginyu Force. Flanking him were the squat and stout Guldo, the purple-skinned Rikum, the tall and lean Berta, and the armored Jis. Their combined auras wove together, forming a suffocating net of energy. Ah, at last, I have found you. Jinyu's gaze swept over Lin Yue before settling on the distant Dragon Balls, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. Where's the Grand Elder? Hand over the Dragon Balls. And perhaps you shall meet a swifter end. Never. Neil roared as he charged forward, green energy surging around him. I shall not allow you to harm the Grand Elder. Foolish native, Rikum sneered, delivering a sidekick that struck Neil's chest with a purple energy whip. Neil screamed as he was sent flying, crashing against the stone wall and losing consciousness. Neil! Gohan exclaimed, his eyes reddening with concern, as golden energy began to coalesce in his palms. Gohan, stay still. Lin Yue urged, gripping his shoulder, his gaze icy as he directed it toward the Jinyu force. They do not require the assistance of a child. Such bravado, Gudo sneered, waddling forward with his corpulent frame, his multifaceted eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Allow me to teach you the meaning of respect for the strong. Suddenly, he pressed both hands to the ground and cried out, time stop. An invisible force radiated from Gudo, freezing everything in its vicinity. Lin Yue watched in disbelief as Rikum's fist hung in midair, as the energy sphere conjured by Jisoo remained suspended in his palm. And as Krillin's terrified expression became an immobile mask, it was as though the world had been pressed to pause, leaving only him and Gudo capable of movement. Ha ha! You cannot move, can you? Gudo cackled triumphantly, approaching Lin Yue with his short legs, fat fingers poking at Lin Yue's chest. Now you are but a lamb waiting for slaughter. I shall first snap your arm. Then, his words were abruptly cut off. In Lin Yue's eyes, there was no fear, only an icy resolve. In the instant that time stopped, Lin Yue distinctly felt the space around him being forcibly frozen, akin to a thin layer of ice forming on a lake. Thanks to the dimensional perception awakened when the Grand Elder unlocked his potential, he could see the myriad cracks lining that icy barrier. Such a rudimentary space confinement dares to call itself time stop? Lin Yue murmured, his voice low yet imbued with a power that pierced through all. Gradually, he raised his hand, and his energy began to tremble with an unusual frequency. It was not a linear force, but rather a resonance akin to sound waves, reverberating within him and transmitting through his palm into the surrounding space. This technique, derived from his understanding of dimensional fragments, allowed him to simulate the oscillation frequency of space with his own energy, thereby shattering external interference. A hum resonated, and white energy rippled outward from Lin Yue. The once solidified air began to exhibit fine cracks, resembling shattered glass. Gudo's smile froze on his face as he realized, in horror, that his proud time stop was crumbling. No, this cannot be. Gudo frantically poured energy into the space, attempting to reinforce the frozen barrier. But Lin Yue's energy surged like an unstoppable tide, each tremor widening the fractures. With a crisp crack, the frozen space collapsed entirely. Rikum's fist struck nothingness. Jisoo's energy sphere detonated uncontrollably, and Krillin and Gohan stumbled back into motion, confusion etched on their faces. Meanwhile, Lin Yue stood before Gudo. Your tricks have come to an end. Lin Yue's fist, charged with white energy, struck toward Gudo's face with no unnecessary flourish, emitting a sound that sliced through the air. Gudo let out a despairing scream, attempting to teleport away, only to find the space still in disarray from the earlier tremors, rendering him incapable of pinpointing his coordinates. The punch landed squarely on his face, sending his rotund body careening like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall of the Grand Elder's residence and falling to the ground, devoid of breath. The remaining 4 members of the Jinyu force were left in stunned silence. Their expressions transformed. They had never anticipated that the so-called invincible Gudo would be annihilated in a single blow, and in such an unfathomable manner. Jinyu's gaze grew grave as he scrutinized Lin Yue anew. The reading on the detector stabilized at 20,000. Yet he was acutely aware that this figure scarcely reflected the true prowess of the earthling before him. Intriguing indeed. Jinyu licked his lips, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. It appeared that King Frisia's intelligence had been flawed. You are far more fascinating than I had imagined. He stepped forward, and a surge of blue energy erupted like a tsunami. Now let's engage. I am Jinyu, captain of the Jinyu force. Chapter 22, Body Exchange and Uncontrolled Energy. The blue energy wave stirred a tempest across the plaza, forming a visible barrier of energy around Jinyu's body that pulverized the stone slabs beneath. He flexed his fingers, each joint's movement accompanied by the sharp crack of tearing air, his gaze akin to that of a predatory beast, fixating intently on Lin Yue. Earthling, you are quite fortunate. Jin Yue's voice rang with a metallic timbre. To have me, Jin Yue, personally take action is an honor bestowed upon you. Lin Yue refrained from idle chatter, allowing the white energy to coalesce in his palm into a swirling orb. Having honed his mastery of spatial tremors during his recent skirmish with Gudu, the cyclone orb not only spun with tremendous velocity, but also emitted subtle spatial fluctuations, resonating with a low hum. Let us see how you handle this. Lin Yue flicked his fingers, and the cyclone orb shot forth like a bolt of white lightning towards Jin Yue. Child's play, Jin Yue scoffed, standing firm as the blue energy wall materialized instantaneously. However, just as the cyclone orb was about to collide with the barrier, Jin Yue abruptly vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage. Too slow. Jin Yue's voice echoed from behind Lin Yue, laced with icy amusement. Startled, Lin Yue pivoted swiftly to block. Jin Yue's fist grazed his shoulder, the force of the blow shredding his combat uniform and leaving a crimson streak. Lin Yue felt the overwhelming power behind that punch, far surpassing both Rickham and Gudu, at least above 25,000. Your speed is commendable, but it is still insufficient. Jin Yue flickered across the plaza, creating a series of afterimages, each reappearance accompanied by a vicious assault. Surrender. You cannot triumph over me. Lin Yue offered no retort, instead elevating his energy to its zenith. His form danced amid the afterimages, the clash of white and blue energies erupting into deafening roars. The plaza's stone slabs were sent flying, revealing the scarlet earth beneath, akin to grotesque wounds. This cannot continue indefinitely. As Lin Yue evaded, he rapidly contemplated. Jin Yue's speed and strength eclipsed his own, and he needed to uncover a weakness. Just then, Jin Yue abruptly ceased his assault, retreating 10 meters away. He regarded Lin Yue with a peculiar smile gracing his lips. I have had my fun. Now, let me demonstrate my true ultimate technique. Body exchange. Jin Yue suddenly struck a bizarre pose, crossing his hands over his chest, the blue energy wave becoming exceedingly unstable, even shimmering with a distorted red glow. A blinding beam of blue light shot forth from his forehead, hurtling towards Lin Yue like a venomous serpent. This is bad. Lin Yue recognized the technique. It was indeed the most enigmatic skill of the Jin Yue force, capable of exchanging bodies through beams of light. He attempted to evade, only to discover that an invisible force had ensnared his body, rendering him utterly immobile. In an instant, a blue ray struck Lin Yue's forehead. A powerful wave of dizziness engulfed him, as if his consciousness were violently extracted from his body, akin to riding a roller coaster at breakneck speed. The world spinning chaotically around him. When he regained awareness, he found himself inhabiting the body of Jin Yue, blue skin, white hair, and a pair of astonished eyes. Ha ha! Success! Jin Yue, now occupying Lin Yue's body, moved his arms, reveling in the surging power within, laughing with elation. This body was extraordinary, a battle power of 20,000, and the sensation was simply marvelous. Lin Yue roared and charged toward his own body, shouting, "Return my body to me, you despicable fiend." Stop struggling, Jin Yue sneered, sidestepping the attack while delivering a powerful punch to Lin Yue's chest. Now, I am the true master of this body. Lin Yue was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall and spitting out a mouthful of blue blood. He pounded the ground in fury, helplessly watching as his own body was manipulated by the enemy. However, Jin Yue's triumph was short-lived. His expression suddenly shifted dramatically, clutching his head as he screamed in agony. Ah? What is this? It hurts. The surface of Lin Yue's body shimmered with intertwining red and blue light, two completely opposing energies clashing violently within, like beasts battling for dominance. Though Jin Yue had exchanged bodies, he could not control the complex energy within Lin Yue, an amalgamation of dimensional fragments. The scorching heat and icy cold surged through his veins, each collision bringing excruciating pain. No, I cannot give up like this. Jin Yue gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the chaos within him with sheer will, but it was in vain. Lin Yue's energy seemed almost alive, continuously repelling his consciousness and even beginning to erode his very soul. I return it to you. I return it. Unable to withstand the torment any longer, Jin Yue assumed the body exchange posture once more, firing a blue beam from his forehead that struck Lin Yue. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him again, and Lin Yue's consciousness returned to his own body. The moment he took control, he immediately guided the energy within to form a cycle, thoroughly eliminating the remnants of Jin Yue's consciousness. Upon Jinyu's return to his own body, he trembled from the lingering pain. Gazing at Lin Yue with terror, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of imperceptible fear. What? What kind of monster is your energy? Lin Yue did not respond. He simply raised his hand slowly, having experienced the body exchange. He gained a profound understanding of his energy. It was not merely a duality of heat and cold, but a fusion of energies from countless worlds, far beyond the control of any being within this universe. It is over. Lin Yue's energy coalesced once more, this time without reservation. The white energy cyclone, imbued with the force of spatial tremors, surged forth like a pillar of judgment, aimed at the still quaking Jinyu. Jinyu sought to evade, yet he soon realized that his body had yet to recover from the recent surge of energy. He could only watch helplessly as the cyclone struck him, his azure form utterly consumed by the white vortex of energy. With Jinyu dispatched, Lin Yue turned his attention to the remaining members, Bert and JIS, who were already pale with fear. The moment they witnessed Jinyu's swift demise, they transformed into streaks of light, fleeing towards the horizon in a state of utter panic. Lin Yue chose not to pursue them. He sensed a more formidable presence approaching. Goku's energy, imbued with a familiar warmth and immense power, was hastening from the east. At last, tranquility returned to the square, leaving only a scene of devastation and the unconscious Neil. Krillin and Gohan rushed over, their faces reflecting the relief of survival. Lin Yue, are you all right? Krillin asked, scrutinizing him anxiously, fearful that he might have undergone another body swap. Lin Yue smiled, stretching his shoulders. Fear not, I am quite well. He glanced at his palm, noting that the energy there felt even more concentrated than before. It seems I have grown stronger. Chapter 23. Goku's arrival and the warning of 530,000. The winds of Namek carried the scent of Earth as they swept across the battlefield recently marred by conflict. Lin Yue knelt down, offering a senza bean to the unconscious Neil. A green light enveloped him, and his wounds healed at a visible pace until he opened his eyes. Am I still alive? Neil gazed around at the chaos, and upon seeing Lin Yue, his expression turned complex. Did you save me? Lin Yue nodded. The Jinyu force has been vanquished. You're safe now. Neil fell silent for a moment before suddenly rising and bowing deeply to Lin Yue. I apologize. I misunderstood you before. Thank you for protecting the elder. We are comrades, Lin Yue said, helping him up. Our priority now is to locate the remaining Dragon Balls and thwart Frieza. At that moment, a golden light streaked across the distant sky, plummeting like a meteor into the center of the square. As the dust settled, Goku's figure emerged before them, clad in his familiar orange martial arts gi. His golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, and his once black pupils had transformed into a striking emerald hue. He radiated an overwhelming aura, significantly more powerful than when he had departed from Earth. Goku! Krillin and Gohan exclaimed, rushing towards him. Dad! Gohan leaped into Goku's embrace, his small face pressed against his father's chest. Goku chuckled, ruffling Gohan's hair before turning to Lin Yue, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Lin Yue, your energy has grown tremendously. Thanks to the elder, I've unlocked my potential, Lin Yue replied, offering him a senza bean. You just arrived. Replenish your strength. Goku accepted the bean, swallowing it with delight as he stretched comfortably. Indeed, senza beans are the best. By the way, where is Frieza? I sensed his energy on my way here. It's incredibly strong. At the mention of Frieza, Lin Yue's expression grew grave. He retrieved his scouter from his pocket and handed it to Goku. Take this. Frieza has arrived on Namek, and his battle power in his first form is 530,000. 530,000. Kling gasped, nearly biting his tongue. Isn't that strength several dozen times greater than all of us combined? Wukong took the detector and pressed the button. Instantly, a distant red dot appeared on the screen, accompanied by the start figure of 530,000. Even the composed Wukong couldn't help but furrow his brow upon seeing this number. It was indeed formidable. Wukong's gaze sharpened, and the golden aura around him shimmered slightly, even stronger than I had imagined. Wukong, what is your current battle power? Lin Yue inquired. He sensed that Wukong's energy had grown even more unfathomable than before, yet he could not ascertain the exact figure. Wukong scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. I'm not too sure. It should be in the hundreds of thousands, I suppose. Lin Yue and Klin exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. Hundreds of thousands? That means Wukong's current strength is already sufficient to contend with Frieza in his first form. Frieza can still transform, Lin Yue reminded. His second and third forms will be stronger, possibly exceeding 1,000,000. A flicker of excitement, not fear, crossed Wukong's eyes. Is that so? That's truly wonderful. Wonderful? Clint exclaimed in confusion. How can you feel that way about such a powerful enemy? Because that makes it challenging. Wukong's smile was pure and fervent. Isn't it exhilarating to battle such a formidable opponent? Lin Yue could only smile helplessly. This was Wukong, who always viewed combat as a source of joy, regardless of the might of his adversary. Where's Frisia now? Wukong asked, his impatience palpable. According to the detector, he is located at the Dragon Ball gathering site in the northwest. Lin Yue pointed to a red dot on the map. He has already collected 5 Dragon Balls, and we must stop him as soon as possible. Wukong nodded, the golden aura beginning to coalesce beneath his feet. You all go find the remaining Dragon Balls. I'll handle Frisia. But, Clint began, only to be interrupted by Wukong. Don't worry. Wukong's gaze was resolute and confident. I won't lose. Besides, we have Lin Yue with us. He glanced at Lin Yue, offering a trusting smile. Once I defeat Frisia, we can have a proper sparring session. Agreed, Lin Yue replied with a smile. Wukong said no more. His golden figure transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the northwest, leaving a golden trail that sliced through the verdant sky. Watching Wukong vanish into the distance, Clint felt a tinge of concern. Lin Yue, do you think Wukong can truly defeat Frisia? 530-000. Have faith in him. Lin Yue reassured, patting Clint's shoulder. He is son Wukong, our hope. He then turned to Neil. Mr. Neil, where are the remaining Dragon Balls? Neil pointed to 2 green dots on the map. One is in a frozen valley to the north, and the other in the volcanic region to the south. I will take you there. Lin Yue nodded, then looked at Gohan. Gohan, do you want to join us in searching for the Dragon Balls, or? I want to find Dad. Gohan interjected, determination etched on his small face. I want to help Dad. Lin Yue was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. All right, let's go together. However, you must promise me to be cautious and not act impulsively. Wu Fan nodded vigorously. The 3 of them hurried in the direction where Goku had departed, while Nier went to inform the other Namekians to evacuate. The fate of Namek was at a critical juncture in the battle. Lin Yue gazed at the distant sky, where golden and purple energy waves clashed, clenching his fists. No matter the cost, they had to emerge victorious. Chapter 24. The Reunion of the Spaceship and Unspoken Worries. The night sky of Namek was exceptionally clear, with purple stars gleaming like diamonds against the green backdrop. Lin Yue walked through the crimson plains under the moonlight, the bloodstains on his battle suit having dried to a dark red, remnants of his earlier efforts to restrain Frisia's minions for Goku. The battle between Goku and Frisia had escalated to a fever pitch, with golden and purple energy waves exploding across the northwestern sky, even staining the clouds in those hues. Lin Yue realized he could not provide any assistance. With a combat power of 20,000, his rash involvement would only burden Goku. I should head back. Lin Yue muttered to himself, turning towards the spaceship. Bulma was waiting for them, and he needed to update her on the situation to alleviate her worries. The spaceship was concealed in a hidden valley in the eastern highlands, its silver-white exterior glimmering coldly in the moonlight. As Lin Yue landed at the entrance, the hatch creaked open. Bulma, clad in a white research uniform, appeared somewhat disheveled, with faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly having been anxious for a long time. The moment she spotted Lin Yue, her tense posture relaxed, and her eyes glistened with emotion. Lin Yue. Bulma could no longer contain herself and rushed into his embrace. Burying her face in his chest, her voice choked with emotion. I'm so glad you're all right. I saw the energy readings from the detector over there, and it was so intense, I thought. The words lingered unspoken, but Lin Yue could sense her trembling form. He gently lifted his hand, tenderly stroking her back, feeling her soft body and rapid heartbeat. I promised I would return. Lin Yue spoke softly, imbued with a soothing power. I'm sorry for making you worry. Bulma remained silent, only tightening her embrace. Lin Yue could feel his shirt dampening with her tears, a wave of bittersweet emotion surging within him. This girl, who always put on a brave front and spoke with bravado, truly cared for them more than anyone else. After a considerable time, Bulma gradually released her hold, gazing at him with reddened eyes. If you scare me like that again, I'll turn your energy detector into a bomb, she exclaimed, yet she gently smoothed out his disheveled collar, her action surprisingly tender. Yes, my fault, Lin Yue chuckled, accepting her ministrations. What about Goku? Is he all right? Bulma inquired, her eyes filled with concern. He's fighting Frisia. Lin Yue's expression turned grave. Frisia was remarkably powerful, boasting a combat power of 530,000 in his first form. But Goku had made significant progress and should be able to manage. 530,000. Bulma gasped, nearly dropping the wrench in her hand. Was that not more formidable than Vegeta by several magnitudes? Goku, I believe in him. Lin Yue grasped her hand, feeling its coldness and slight tremor. He is Goku. He will surely create miracles. As Bulma met Lin Yue's steadfast gaze, her worries diminished somewhat. She nodded and turned to enter the spaceship. I prepared some food for you. You must be famished. The aroma of delicious food wafted through the spaceship. Bulma placed a steaming bowl of nutritious porridge before Lin Yue, enriched with ingredients she had specially brought from Earth. Indeed, Lin Yue was ravenous, and he eagerly began to eat. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Bulma remarked, sitting across from him, resting her chin on her hand. You seem to have grown stronger since your return. Is that Jinyu force particularly formidable? Yes, especially their captain, Jinyu, who possesses a rather peculiar body-swapping ability. Lin Yue recounted the battle, omitting some of the more gruesome details, yet concluded, but I ultimately defeated him. Body-swapping? Bulma furrowed her brow, immediately jotting down notes. What is the principle behind such a skill? Is it based on a soul-level exchange or an energy-level exchange? If we could decipher it, perhaps we could develop. Seeing her engrossed in her research once more, Lin Yue chuckled helplessly. This was Bulma, forever consumed by her inventions. By the way, here, take this. Bulma suddenly remembered something and pulled out a silver bracelet from her pocket. This is a new dimensional anchor device I created. It will help stabilize your spatial coordinates. Since you awaken dimensional travel, this will at least prevent you from ending up in perilous places. Lin Yue accepted the bracelet, feeling the residual warmth from Bulma. It was exquisitely crafted, with a blue crystal embedded with a microchip, an embodiment of Bulma's recent endeavors. Thank you, Bulma, Lin Yue expressed sincerely. Enough chatter. Put it on and give it a try. Bulma averted her gaze, her ears subtly reddening. I don't want you dying in another world without reimbursement for my research expenses. Lin Yue smiled as he donned the bracelet. It fit perfectly. He sensed a faint energy emanating from it, resonating with the dimensional power within him, soothing the previously agitated energy. It's quite fitting, he said. At that moment, the spaceship's alarm blared suddenly. The screen displayed a violent fluctuation of energy responses in the northwest direction. The golden aura was rapidly diminishing while the purple aura surged wildly. It's Goku. Bulma's expression changed dramatically. His energy is declining. Lin Yue's heart leaped into his throat. He rushed to the screen, watching as the red, that representing Goku, dimmed, while Frisia's red, that shone like the blazing sun. How could this be? Lin Yue murmured, clenching his fists. Is it possible that Goku has lost? No way. Lin Yue, where are you going? Bulma called out as he turned to leave. To help Goku. Lin Yue's voice was laced with urgency. Yet, you stand no chance against Frisia. Bulma interjected, her eyes reddening with emotion. Going will only lead to your demise. I am aware, Lin Yue replied, his gaze resolute. But I cannot bear to watch him fight alone. As Bulma attempted to voice her concerns, Lin Yue gently embraced her. Wait for my return, he whispered softly in her ear before turning and dashing out of the spaceship, a brilliant white aura erupting behind him, transforming into a streak of light heading northwest. Bulma stood frozen, her hand lingering where Lin Yue had touched her, her face flushed with warmth. After a considerable moment, she regained her senses and rushed to the control panel, her fingers flying across the console. Fool! Idiot! The dimensional anchor point I provided you hasn't been calibrated yet. Her voice quivered with tears, which finally escaped her eyes, falling onto the control panel and creating a small, spreading stain. Outside the spacecraft, the white streak of light had vanished into the night, leaving only flickering energy points on the green sky, like the hands of fate, uncertain of their destination. Chapter 25. The mockery of the purple behemoth and the response of instantaneous movement. On the crimson plains of Namek, the scars of battle were starkly evident. Craters hundreds of meters in diameter marred the landscape, and shattered mountains appeared as if cleaved by a colossal axe. While the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, Goku knelt on the ground, his golden hair reverting to black, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his breath faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Opposite him, Frisia hovered in midair, his purple skin gleaming under the sunlight, a cruel smirk gracing his lips, embodying his initial form. Cyberman, nothing more. Frisia's voice dripped with haughty derision. As the purple aura swirled slowly in his palm. I expected you to endure a bit longer. I am surprised you faltered so soon. Indeed, Cybermen are nothing but refuse. Goku struggled to rise, but was once again felled to the ground by a casual wave of Frisia's energy. He coughed blood, yet his eyes remained steadfast, showing no sign of submission. Yield, Frisia gradually descended, stepping closer to Goku. No one can save you. Your companions are either dead or have long since hidden in fear. Today marks your end. He raised his hand, a purple energy sphere rapidly coalescing in his palm, radiating enough power to obliterate the entire plane. Farewell, Cyberman. Frisia's smile grew increasingly sinister as the energy sphere prepared to descend. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, like thunder on a clear day. Purple Behemoth. Who are you referring to? Frisia's movements froze instantaneously as he turned sharply. There, not far away in the air, Lin Yue floated, a white aura swirling around him. His gaze icy as he regarded Frisia, the proprietor of the earlier voice. He had completely failed to sense this person's approach, as if they had materialized from thin air. Who are you? Frisia's eyes narrowed with caution. This sudden appearance of a human from Earth evoked an inexplicable sense of threat. Was this yet another ignorant Cyberman lackey? Lin Yue offered no reply, his form flickering as he instantaneously appeared beside Goku. He helped Goku to his feet and placed a magical bean into his mouth as a white energy barrier rose around them, shielding them from Frisia's puzzled gaze. Lin Yue. Goku swallowed the bean and felt his strength rapidly returning, gazing at him in astonishment. How did you get here? If you hadn't come, I would have had to collect your corpse. Although Lin Yue's tone carried a hint of jest, his eyes were serious. First, regain your strength. I'll handle things here. But he is incredibly strong. Goku began. I am aware, Lin Yue interrupted, but I am no longer the same as before. Looking into Lin Yue's resolute eyes, Goku refrained from further protest, closing his eyes to concentrate on restoring his energy. The power of the magical bean was swiftly taking effect. Golden energy began to coalesce within him once more. Frisia observed this scene, his earlier mockery transforming into fury. This suddenly appeared Earthling had the audacity to disregard him and rescue Goku right before his eyes. A blatant insult. You have successfully enraged me, Earthling. Frisia's purple aura surged violently. I had intended to grant you a swift demise, but it seems I shall take my time to torment you. So you may comprehend the consequences of mocking the Cosmic Emperor. He charged at Lin Yue, unleashing a torrential barrage of purple energy blasts, each carrying a scent of annihilation. Lin Yue's gaze sharpened, and the white energy barrier thickened. Simultaneously, his figure began to flicker behind the barrier, reappearing in various locations. Employing the instantaneous movement technique he had mastered after grasping dimensional traversal, more bizarre and swift than Goku's instant transmission. Is that all you can do? Just evade? Frisia's assaults intensified, purple energy blasts enveloping the entire plane. If you have the courage, step forth and face me directly. Lin Yue chose to ignore his taunts. He was waiting for Goku to regain his strength, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. He knew he was not Frisia's equal, yet he had to stall for time. To create an opening for Goku. Since he refused to emerge, I shall shatter your shell. Frisia roared, gathering all his energy, forming a massive purple energy ball above his head, overshadowing the sky and emanating suffocating energy. This move will send you and that Saiyan straight to hell. Frisia cackled maniacally, hurling the colossal energy ball toward Lin Yue's barrier. Lin Yue took a deep breath, channeling all his energy into the barrier while simultaneously tapping into dimensional power. The surface of the white barrier shimmered with a faint rainbow halo, resonating with the energy fragments of countless worlds. Boom! The enormous purple energy ball collided with the white barrier, producing a deafening explosion. The entirety of Namek trembled, the crimson plain flattened, forming a vast crater. The purple energy waves surged outward like a tsunami, obliterating everything in their path. As the dust settled, Frisia gazed triumphantly at the center of the crater, convinced that Lin Yue and Goku had been utterly annihilated. However, when he beheld the scene at the bottom of the pit, his smile abruptly froze. Though Lin Yue's barrier was riddled with cracks, it remained steadfast, protecting Goku behind it. Lin Yue's lips were stained with blood, his face as pale as parchment. Yet his gaze remained icy and unwavering. This is impossible, Frisia exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom what his eyes beheld. A mere Earthling with a combat power of only 20,000 had managed to withstand his full force strike of 530,000. Lin Yue did not afford him a moment to marvel. Channeling the last of his strength, he forcefully thrust the energy wall forward, simultaneously calling out to Goku behind him. Now is the time. A brilliant golden light erupted from behind the energy wall, more radiant than ever before. Goku's form, like a streak of golden lightning, breached the energy wall and instantly stood before Frisia, his fist imbued with cataclysmic power, crashing down upon Frisia's face. Frisia let out a wretched scream, his purple body hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings, colliding against the distant mountains and raising clouds of dust. Lin Yue gazed at Goku's golden silhouette and finally felt a sense of relief, his vision darkening as he fell backward, just before losing consciousness. He thought he could hear Goku's furious roar, Frisia's bellowing, and Bulma's anxious cries from within the spaceship. The battle on Namek had only just begun. Chapter 26. The pure white energy of the tornado. The crimson plains of Namek trembled violently under Frisia's energy wave, the purple energy resembling boiling magma, spreading along the cracks in the ground, turning rocks to dust in its wake. Lin Yue knelt at the bottom of the pit, the white energy wall now riddled with spiderweb-like fissures, yet the cyclone blast in his palm continued to coalesce, its pure white radiance becoming even more blinding against the backdrop of purple energy. Surrender, Earthling! Frisia hovered 100 meters above, his purple skin glowing with fury. Your energy wall cannot withstand for long. That previous attack was merely a warm-up. Now behold the true power of the Cosmic Emperor. With arms outstretched, the purple energy around him surged dramatically, forming an energy storm with a diameter of a kilometer. The pressure at the storm's center was suffocating, and stones from the crimson plains were forcefully drawn into the air, shattering into dust under the tumult of purple energy. Even more terrifying were the countless tiny energy blades interspersed within the storm, each capable of slicing through alloy with ease. This technique, the Death Storm, could tear apart even planet Vegeta. Frisia's laughter rang out like metal scraping against metal. Enjoy the sensation of being torn asunder. The energy storm surged toward Lin Yue at the bottom of the pit with apocalyptic force. From a distance, Krillin and Gohan paled in terror, while Goku, having just regained some strength, clenched his fists, realizing that the storms might exceeded his expectations. Lin Yue slowly raised his head, the white energy coursing frantically within him. The dimensional perception awakened during Elder's potential development allowed him to see clearly the flow of energy within the storm. The seemingly chaotic purple energy actually harbored minute gaps. At that moment, the cyclone blast in his palm had integrated the technique of spatial tremors, each rotation mimicking the frequency of dimensional barriers. Your storm has far too many flaws. Lin Yue's voice was eerily calm, as if the devastating storm before him was merely a gentle breeze. He suddenly hurled the cyclone orb. Unlike before, this orb did not fly in a straight line. Instead, it traced a peculiar arc in the air, precisely penetrating the gaps within the energy storm. At first, the purple tempest merely paused, akin to a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake. Yet in the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted from within the storm. A piercing resonance filled the air. The cyclone orb spun rapidly at the storm center, forming a vortex of pure white energy that began to absorb the purple tempest's energy in reverse. Those frenzied purple energy blades, upon contact with the pure white vortex, melted away as swiftly as snow meeting boiling water, transforming into sustenance for the cyclone orb. What? Frisia's smile froze in an instant. He could sense his control over the storm slipping away rapidly. Impossible. How can my energy be? He attempted to reclaim the storm, only to discover that the purple energy had spiraled completely out of control. The attraction of the pure white vortex intensified, causing the entire energy storm to collapse inward, creating a column of white and purple light connecting heaven and earth. Lin Yue rose, pouring his energy unreservedly into the column. He could feel the cyclone orb undergoing a remarkable transformation. After absorbing Frisia's energy, the pure white radiance now bore a hint of lavender, and its spinning speed multiplied several times, even beginning to subtly tear at the surrounding space. Now is the moment. Lin Yue uttered a low command, thrusting his hands forward with force. The white-purple column suddenly accelerated in its contraction, then erupted with even greater speed. This time, it was no longer a vortex, but a beam of energy condensed to its utmost, akin to the spear of a celestial being, aimed at Frisia high in the sky. The purple tempest along its path was utterly torn apart, revealing a pristine white corridor. Frisia's pupils constricted in dread. He finally felt fear. The power contained within this energy beam transcended his comprehension, even surpassing that of his father. Instinctively, he conjured his strongest energy shield, a purple aura thick as a city wall. The moment the white-purple energy beam collided with the shield, it was as if the entire Namek had been muted. Subsequently, a deafening explosion echoed throughout every corner of the planet. Frisia's energy shield shattered like glass, and he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, with purple blood tracing a sorrowful arc in the air. The energy beam continued unabated, piercing through 3 mountains behind Frisia before finally dissipating into the horizon. On the Crimson Plains, the storm had completely subsided. Lin Yue stood at the bottom of the pit, his white energy slowly retracting, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The strain of forcibly manipulating the cyclone orb infused with Frisia's energy weighed heavily on his body. Yet, his gaze remained exceptionally bright as he watched Frisia fall to the ground, showing no signs of relaxation. Frisia struggled to rise from the rubble, a gaping wound the size of a bowl gaping in his left chest, green blood gushing forth. He had never sustained such grievous injuries, nor had he ever felt so utterly defeated. As he looked at Lin Yue, his eyes reflected not just fury, but an overwhelming disbelief and terror. "Who are you?" Frisia's voice trembled, an unfamiliar emotion stirring within him toward the lower being. Lin Yue offered no response, merely wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He understood that this was far from over. Frisia's first form possessed such formidable power. The subsequent transformations would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. In the distance, Goku had fully recovered, golden energy blazing around him. He regarded Lin Yue's silhouette, astonishment and excitement flickering in his eyes. The previous move had been one he himself could not confidently counter. "Lin Yue, are you all right?" Goku called out. Lin Yue shook his head and turned to face him. "I can still hold on. However, he may very well transform next." No sooner had he spoken than Frisia erupted into a maniacal laughter, a cacophony filled with madness and rage. His body began to undergo a bizarre transformation, bones cracking ominously as bulging veins surfaced beneath his purple skin, his aura increasing at a visibly alarming rate. "Excellent, Earthling," Frisia's voice turned hoarse and shrill. "You have successfully provoked me. I had intended to reserve my final form for that Saiyan, but it seems you must witness it sooner than expected." The atmosphere over the Crimson Plains grew tense once more. Lin Yue clenched his fists, white energy coalescing in his palms. The true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 27. The infuriating instant transmission and the banter over water. Frisia's transformation proved to be even more peculiar than anticipated. His body swelled like an inflated balloon, the once smooth purple skin fracturing into intricate patterns, revealing the dark red muscles beneath. The antennae atop his head thickened like bull horns, sharp bone claws extending from his fingers and toes, his height surging to 3 meters, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. "This is my second form," Frisia articulated, moving his neck as the sound of grinding joints sent chills down the spine. "My battle power is 500,000. Now, with just one hand, I could crush you." He stomped forcefully, dark red energy erupting around him, sending debris soaring from the Crimson Plains and forming a swirling wall of stone around him. The pressure of his 500,000 battle power enveloped the entire plain like a tangible net, thickening the very air itself. Krillin and Gohan found themselves gasping for breath, retreating under the weight of the oppressive aura. Goku, though still standing firm, felt the gravity of the situation as the golden energy surrounding him grew heavier. 500,000 battle power exceeded his current capabilities. "Lin Yue, be careful," Goku shouted, ready to lend his support. Yet Lin Yue appeared remarkably calm, even yawning. He stretched lazily, a thin barrier of white energy forming around him, effortlessly countering Frisia's pressure. "I can't believe it took him this long to transform. I expected it to be much quicker." Frisia's expression turned a shade of iron, his elaborate transformation meant to instill fear, only to be met with Lin Yue's nonchalance. The audacity of this earthling yawning in the face of his cosmic majesty was a blatant affront. "You seek death," Frisia roared, charging at Lin Yue, dark red claws slicing through the air with a sound that threatened to tear space itself. "I will rend you to pieces." His speed had multiplied several times compared to his first form, almost leaving afterimages in place. The trajectory of his claws tore through the air, leaving behind dark streaks. However, just as the claws were about to make contact with Lin Yue, his figure suddenly became indistinct and vanished into thin air. "What?" Frisia's claws grasped at nothingness, embedding themselves in the rocky ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. He abruptly looked up, searching for Lin Yue's presence, only to discover that his opponent had long since disappeared. "Hey, are you looking for me?" A leisurely voice drifted from 100 meters away. Frisia turned to see Lin Yue casually leaning against a massive rock, toying with a small stone, a teasing smile gracing his face. Instant transmission. Frisia was both astonished and enraged. Instant transmission was Goku's signature skill. How could this earthling possess it? And his speed surpassed even that of Goku. He charged towards Lin Yue once more, this time unleashing his full power, dark red energy forming sharp spikes around him, attempting to block all avenues of Lin Yue's escape. Yet, Lin Yue's figure vanished once again. Right here, the voice came from behind Frisia. He whirled around to attack, only to strike at a mere afterimage. Too slow. The voice reappeared to his left. Over here, came the taunt from the right. Frisia spun in circles like a fool, dark red energy waves erupting violently. Yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Yue's clothing. His face turned from ashen to a deep purple, rage almost bursting forth from his eyes. Come on, don't hide. Face me directly. Frisia roared, the energy surrounding him intensifying, carving deep trenches into the crimson plains. Lin Yue's figure materialized 10 meters ahead, still wearing a relaxed smile. You can hit me, but I've suddenly become a bit thirsty. Your transformation is taking too long. It's delaying my drink. He pointed toward the distant spaceship. I'll go buy a bottle of water. You take your time transforming. We can resume our fight when I return. With that, Lin Yue's figure blurred once more, transforming into a streak of white light, vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind a light-hearted remark that echoed in the air. Oh, and don't sneak away, okay? Frisia stood frozen, his muscles trembling with rage. He could sense the air around him mocking him. A cosmic emperor being toyed with by an earthling who even dared to claim he was off to buy water. Ah! A deafening roar shattered the skies of Namek. Frisia's energy surged dramatically, dark red energy coalescing into a towering beam of light that shattered the clouds above. His body underwent another transformation, bones cracking with intensity, muscles bulging, his height increasing by another meter, his power surpassing 1 million. Earthling, I will kill you. I will tear you to shreds. Frisia's sanity had been consumed by fury. He rampaged like a wild beast across the crimson plains. Dark red energy blasts obliterating the surrounding mountains. In the distance, Goku observed the scene, shaking his head in resignation. Lin Yue's trick is rather cruel, provoking Frisia to such an extent. Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, questioning, is this really all right? If we anger Frisia, won't he become even more terrifying? Rest assured, Goku's gaze sharpened. Lin Yue must have his reasons for this. Moreover, it presents an opportunity for me to witness the true extent of Frisia's power. His golden aura ignited, preparing him for battle. Although Lin Yue had temporarily departed, he felt compelled to remain here, ensuring that Frisia would not disturb the Grand Elder and the other Namekians. Meanwhile, Lin Yue had already materialized in the ship's storage room. Bulma sat before the control panel, laughing heartily at the chaotic scenes of Frisia's rampage displayed on the screen. You are too wicked, Bulma exclaimed, handing him a chilled bottle of soda. Have you seen Frisia's face? He looks like a tomato ready to burst. Lin Yue twisted open the soda and took a long swig, the icy liquid coursing down his throat, instantly alleviating the heat of battle. He gazed at the enraged Frisia on the screen, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Without provoking him, how can we compel him to unleash his full strength? Our time is limited. Bulma's smile faded somewhat. Are you suggesting that Frisia has an even stronger form? Indeed, Lin Yue nodded, his expression growing serious. The second form is merely the beginning. His final form is the most fearsome. I must uncover his weaknesses before that occurs. He took another sip of soda, glancing at Goku, who was confronting Frisia. Moreover, Goku needs time to acclimate to his newfound power. Ultimately, this battle rests on his shoulders. Bulma studied Lin Yue's profile, suddenly realizing that this boy, who always wore a smile, was acutely aware of the dire situation. She gently grasped his hand, her warmth conveying a silent message. Be careful. Lin Yue turned to her with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I promised you I would return. He finished the remaining soda in one gulp and tossed the empty bottle into the recycling bin. A white aura enveloped him. All right, I've had my drink. It's time to get back to work. His figure vanished once more within the ship, leaving Bulma to stare at the screen, her fists clenched in determination. The sky of Namek was still ravaged by dark crimson waves of energy, heralding an impending, more brutal battle. Chapter 28. Goku's grueling struggle and the return of Lin Yue with soda. Frisia's third form was even more grotesque than the second. His body had shed its bulk, becoming elongated and brimming with explosive power. His dark red skin was cloaked in fine scales, and 2 pairs of membranous wings unfurled from his back like a bat. Exudinho ominuoha. Most terrifying of all was his face. What once resembled human features had become utterly distorted. His eyes blood red and his mouth split to the roots of his ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. Saiyans, that earthling has fled. You shall take his place in death. Frisia's voice resonated like the hissing of countless venomous creatures, sending shivers down the spine. The formidable battle power of 1.2 million created an invisible force field, firmly anchoring Goku in place. His golden energy burned at its zenith, while his emerald eyes fixated intently on Frisia. He had summoned all of his strength, yet the staggering disparity in battle power rendered him passive from the very beginning. Kamehameha. Goku thrust his hands forward, unleashing a golden energy wave that howled through the air as it surged toward Frisia. This was the mightiest attack he could muster, embodying his complete understanding of energy. Trivial skills. Frisia scoffed, waving his hand dismissively as a crimson energy sphere collided with the Kamehameha. The golden wave was torn apart as if made of paper, and the blood-red projectile continued its relentless course, striking Goku squarely in the chest. Ugh! Goku coughed up blood, propelled backward to crash against a massive boulder, shattering it into fragments. Dad! Gohan could no longer restrain himself, but Krillin held him back with a firm grip. Don't go. You'll only complicate matters. Krillin's voice trembled, his palms slick with cold sweat. He sensed Goku's energy waning rapidly. Frisia approached Goku slowly, his blood-red claws glinting ominously in the sunlight. Give up, Saiyan. You're no different from that earthling, merely an insect beneath my feet. Goku struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips, though his golden aura had dimmed. It had not extinguished entirely. I will never surrender. For the Namekians, for Earth, for everyone, I must defeat you. He charged at Frisia, his fist gathering the last remnants of his strength, aimed squarely at Frisia's face. This blow encompassed all his courage and conviction, moving with such speed that it left a trail of golden afterimages. However, Frisia merely sidestepped with ease, effortlessly evading the strike. Simultaneously, his tail lashed out like a whip, striking Goku's back with tremendous force. With a sharp crack, it felt as though Goku's spine had been shattered. He emitted a pained groan, his body hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings, his golden hair instantly reverting to black. Dad! Gohan's tears finally fell uncontrollably. Frisia gazed down at Goku, now motionless on the ground, and erupted into a piercing laughter. Ha ha ha! This is the Saiyan? What a joke for a so-called warrior race. He lifted his foot, preparing to stamp down on Goku's head. Just then, a leisurely voice interrupted the tension. Well, this looks quite lively. Need a hand? Frisia's foot froze midair as he turned abruptly. There stood Lin Yue on a nearby rock, casually holding an unopened bottle of cola, a relaxed smile gracing his face as if he had just returned from stroll. It's you. Frisia's eyes blazed crimson, a torrent of blood-red energy erupting from him. You dare to return. Lin Yue shrugged and twisted the cap off the cola, taking a sip. I promised to come back and fight you, so of course I must honor my word. It seems I've arrived just in time. He glanced at the fallen Goku and tossed him a senzu bean. Get up, the ground is cold. The senzu bean landed perfectly at Goku's lips, and he instinctively swallowed it. A green radiance flickered, and the injuries within him began to heal at a visibly astonishing rate. His black hair transformed back to gold, and his emerald-hued pupils gleamed once more. Lin Yue, witnessing this, asked Goku if he required assistance once again, casually toying with a bottle of cola. Goku shook his head, the golden aura surrounding him swirling with increased vigor. No need, this is my battle. His gaze fixed on Frisia, resolute determination radiating from his eyes. I must defeat him with my own hands. Lin Yue chuckled softly, approaching Krillin and Gohan, finding a comfortable rock to perch upon, and offering the cola to Gohan. Care for a taste? A specialty from Earth. Gohan paused for a moment, accepting the cola and murmuring a quiet thank you. Brother Lin Yue. Frisia, observing this scene, trembled with rage. He felt as though he had been reduced to a mere spectacle. This earthling not only dared to leisurely sip cola before him, but also treated his fierce battle as an exhibition. You shall all perish. Frisia roared, a crimson torrent of energy erupting into a piercing column of light, causing the entire crimson plane to tremble with his fury. I will tear you apart one by one, so you may learn the consequences of mocking the Emperor of the universe. He lunged at Goku, his speed increasing exponentially, blood-red claws imbued with the power to rend space itself. This time, he unleashed his full might, vowing to obliterate Goku entirely. Goku took a deep breath, a golden vortex of energy forming within him. The recent defeat had illuminated the chasm between him and Frisia, yet it also ignited a fiercer fighting spirit within him. No longer relying solely on brute force, he deftly maneuvered through the gaps in Frisia's relentless onslaught, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Is evasion all you can do, Saiyan? Frisia taunted, his strikes becoming increasingly relentless, blood-red energy blasts raining down like a torrential storm, forcing Goku to retreat repeatedly. However, Goku's gaze intensified with each moment. Under the extreme pressure, his mastery of energy was rapidly escalating. Each dodge became more precise, even allowing him to anticipate Frisia's attack trajectories. Now, Goku suddenly sidestepped, evading Frisia's lethal claws, while simultaneously channeling all his energy into a powerful punch aimed at Frisia's side. A resounding thud echoed as Frisia's body jolted slightly. Though unscathed, a hint of vulnerability emerged. Not bad, Lin Yue remarked from his rocky perch, sipping his cola. Just a bit faster would suffice. Frisia, incensed by the blow, swiftly turned to claw at Goku's throat. Goku leaned back to evade, delivering a kick squarely to Frisia's chin. The battle intensified once more. The golden figure clashed with the blood-red form across the crimson plain, their energies erupting in brilliant displays akin to fireworks. Krillin and Gohan watched anxiously, their palms slick with sweat. Lin Yue, however, was thoroughly engrossed, occasionally offering commentary. That move was impressive, though a tad lacking in power. Oh, so, close to landing a hit, a quicker reaction would be beneficial. His leisurely demeanor starkly contrasted with the tension in the arena, inciting Frisia's fury, which manifested in increasingly frantic and reckless attacks, revealing more and more vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Goku landed a series of punches on Frisia. Though they did not inflict severe damage, they forced him to retreat repeatedly. Damn it! Frisia roared, his membranous wings unfurling behind him, a blood-red aura enveloping him in a protective barrier. If you wish to fight, then I shall indulge you. His battle power began to soar uncontrollably, soon surpassing 1.5 million. The air above the crimson plains thickened, becoming viscous as light itself distorted. Goku's expression grew grave. He sensed that Frisia was still concealing his true strength, and this was not yet his limit. Lin Yue set down his bottle of cola, his gaze sharpening with seriousness. He understood that the true spectacle was about to commence. Frisia had been pushed to the brink of rage and would soon unveil his ultimate form. A terrifying entity with a power level of 1.2 billion. Would Goku be able to elevate himself to a level capable of contending with that? Lin Yue observed the golden figure on the field, a hint of anticipatory smile gracing his lips. This battle was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 29. The pressure of the final form and the guardian of the aura wall. The air over the crimson plains seemed to crystallize. Frisia hovered in midair, his blood-red aura no longer tempestuous but eerily calm, akin to the stillness before a storm. Yet this tranquility was far more suffocating than the previous chaos. His energy was condensing at an alarming rate, each passing second deepening in intensity and peril. It appeared that he could no longer hold back. It seems I must reveal my true abilities. Frisia's voice was chillingly serene, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Goku. Saiyan, you should feel honored that you have compelled me to showcase my final form. Goku clenched his fists, the golden aura blazing to its zenith. He could sense an unprecedented, terrifying power awakening within Frisia, a force potent enough to make the universe tremble. Lin Yue also rose to his feet, a white aura swirling around him. He understood that the ensuing battle would determine the fate of Namek. Frisia's body began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The scales and membranous wings that adorned his surface began to shed, his blood-red skin gradually reverting to purple. His twisted features slowly regained their former elegance, even more refined and striking than in his first form. His height returned to that of an ordinary human, his musculature flowing and explosive. Yet his gaze was as cold as ancient ice. When the transformation concluded, an ostensibly ordinary purple alien stood before the onlookers. There was no grotesque visage, no exaggerated physique, and even his aura had grown remarkably faint, resembling an ordinary person devoid of strength. Yet Lin Yue, Goku, and the others felt an unprecedented terror. It was a chilling presence that penetrated to the marrow, as if they were confronting not merely a being, but the very malice of the universe itself. Is this truly Frisia's final form? Klin's voice trembled. The detector had long since exploded due to exceeding its range, and the sensation was terrifying. 1.2 billion. Lin Yue's voice was unusually grave. His current combat power stood at 2 billion. 2 billion. Both Klin and Gohan exclaimed in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. This figure surpassed their comprehension. It was a power only a deity could possess. Goku's expression also turned extremely serious, the golden aura around him fluctuating violently. He sensed that the Frieza before him was a different entity altogether. The unfathomable power emanating from him, filling Goku with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How do you feel, Saiyan? Frieza's voice carried a hint of amusement. Do you still believe you can defeat me? Goku inhaled deeply, his golden aura surging once more. No matter how formidable your power is, I will not surrender. Excellent. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Frieza's lips. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of 2 billion. Without even moving his body, he casually lifted a finger and pointed at Goku. A slender beam of red light shot from his fingertip, its speed surpassing that of light, reaching Goku in an instant. Death Beam. Though the beam appeared slender, it contained terrifying energy that ignited the air around it, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. Goku's pupils constricted. He had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as the beam approached his chest. Be careful, Lin Yue's voice rang out. Just as the beam was about to strike Goku, a wall of white energy suddenly appeared before him. The red beam collided with the white barrier, emitting a piercing shriek as the red energy violently assaulted the wall, striving to penetrate it. The barrier pulsated fiercely, the white light flickering as if it might shatter at any moment. Lin Yue stood behind the barrier, his complexion pale, hands braced against it, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The power of the death beam far exceeded his expectations, nearly exhausting his energy reserves. Oh, Frieza raised an eyebrow, surprised to see Lin Yue able to withstand his death beam. It seems you are more capable than I anticipated. He intensified his energy output, causing the red beam to grow thicker, and the fluctuations on the barrier became more violent, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. Lin Yue. Goku rushed forward, channeling his golden energy into the barrier in an attempt to assist. Don't. Lin Yue gritted his teeth, forcibly drawing upon his dimensional power. A faint rainbow aura shimmered on the surface of the white barrier. Conserve your strength. This is your battle. The moment the rainbow aura appeared, the barrier's fluctuation stabilized, firmly blocking the impact of the red beam. Frieza's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his death beam would be thwarted by a mere earthling, especially after he had revealed his ultimate form. This realization brought him a sense of humiliation. Interesting. Frieza withdrew his finger, and the red beam vanished. It seems I underestimated you, Earthling. However, this is merely the beginning. He slowly approached Goku, each step resonating like a thud upon the hearts of the onlookers. Though he did not unleash a powerful wave of energy, his very presence rendered the atmosphere palpable with weight. Saiyan, do you still wish to fight me? Frieza's smile was frigid and merciless. With a mere flick of my finger, I could extinguish your life. Goku offered no reply. Instead, the golden aura around him blazed with renewed fervor. The staggering disparity of 2 billion in battle power instilled a sense of despair within him. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Dad, Gohan said anxiously, his small hands clenched tightly. Lin Yue placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. He sensed that while Goku's energy had not surged dramatically, its essence was transforming, becoming more refined and pure, as if it were nurturing something profound. It seems you have chosen death. Frieza's eyes turned icy as he raised his hand, poised to unleash his lethal beam once more. Wait, Lin Yue interjected suddenly. Frieza turned to him, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. What trickery do you intend? Nothing of consequence, Lin Yue replied as he gradually retracted his energy barrier, white energy coalescing in the palm of his hand. I merely wish to remind you not to grow too complacent. He flicked his fingers, sending a small white energy sphere hurtling towards Frieza. This orb was diminutive, its speed unremarkable, seemingly devoid of threat. Frieza scoffed derisively, too indolent to evade it, allowing the sphere to collide with him. Boom! The energy sphere exploded, its white energy scattering like droplets of water. Yet it inflicted no damage upon Frieza, not even soiling his attire. Is this your attack? Frieza's smile grew even more contemptuous. What a waste of time. Yet Lin Yue chuckled softly. You will soon discover whether it was a waste. Within his energy sphere lay a trace of dimensional power, which, while unable to harm Frieza, left a faint spatial marker upon him. With this marker, no matter where Frieza moved, Lin Yue could instantly pinpoint his location. Frieza sensed nothing amiss as he turned his attention back to Goku, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Saiyan, prepare to meet your demise. His finger glowed with crimson light. The death beam charged and ready to strike. Goku inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as if attuning himself to a greater force. The golden energy flowed steadily within him, enveloping him in an unprecedented tranquility. Lin Yue stood by, his white energy poised to erupt at any moment. He understood that Goku was gathering strength. A battle that would determine their fates was on the brink of unfolding. In that pivotal moment, he would deliver the most formidable support. On the Crimson Plains, the wind stirred once more, carrying the scents of dust and gunpowder. The violet figure faced off against the golden one, the air thick with tension, as if it might explode at any moment. The fate of Namek lay in the hands of these two warriors. Chapter 30. The birth of the Super Saiyan and the anticipation of the spectators. The red death beam danced at Frieza's fingertips, like a venomous serpent poised to strike. He gazed at the still, closed-eyed Goku, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Had this Saiyan finally relinquished his resistance? Farewell, Saiyan. Frieza's voice was as cold as ice, and the crimson light at his fingertips surged violently. Your race will vanish from the cosmos along with you. The death beam shot forth like a crimson lightning bolt, aimed directly at Goku's chest. This time, Frieza unleashed his full power, vowing to vaporize Goku completely. Krillin and Gohan shut their eyes in terror, unwilling to witness the impending scene. However, just as the beam was about to strike Goku, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pupils transformed from emerald green to a dazzling gold. His golden hair swayed without wind, resembling flames ablaze. And the aura surrounding him shifted from a gentle golden hue to a tempestuous golden blaze, soaring skyward with an overwhelming force. This Frieza's smile froze in an instant. As the death beam was halted a mere meter from Goku by the golden aura, unable to advance any further. The Super Saiyan, Lin Yue, stood nearby, his eyes glimmering with excitement and relief. At last, under the extreme pressure, Goku transcended his limits and awakened the legendary form of the Saiyans. The golden aura continued to swell furiously, radiating power felt even on the planet Namek. Rocks on the Crimson Plains were hurled into the air. The clouds in the sky shattered, and even the fabric of space rippled. Goku's battle power surged at a terrifying pace, swiftly surpassing 1,000,000. Racing toward the 10 million mark. No, this is impossible. The confidence on Frieza's face was replaced by sheer terror as he gazed incredulously at Goku before him. The Super Saiyan was merely a legend. How could it truly exist? He frantically increased his energy output, the death beam thickening, yet it still could not penetrate Goku's golden aura. Goku slowly raised his hand, the golden energy coalescing in his palm. His gaze was colder than ever, his aura exuding a palpable sense of oppression, starkly contrasting the gentle Goku from before. Frieza. Goku's voice was deep and powerful, tinged with a raspy edge. You just said you would make us disappear? With a gentle wave of his hand, the golden aura erupted violently, utterly shattering the death beam. The crimson energy fragments scattered like fireworks, dissolving within the golden aura. Frieza was thrust backward by the force of the aura, for the first time revealing a look of fear. Your power. How could this is all thanks to you? Goku advanced step by step toward Frieza, the golden aura expanding with each stride. It was you who killed Krillin. You who destroyed Namek. You who forced me to become this way. Lin Yue silently stepped back, allowing the stage to be set for Goku. He could sense that Goku no longer required any assistance. The power of the Super Saiyan was more than sufficient to crush Frieza. The show was about to begin. Lin Yue whispered, his gaze fixated on the two figures in the arena. Bulma had appeared beside him, her small hand gripping his tightly, her palm slick with cold sweat. Goku, can he win? Lin Yue turned to her, his eyes brimming with confidence. Do not worry, he is a Super Saiyan. The battle on the field has erupted. Goku's speed and strength have reached unprecedented heights, his golden form flickering around Frieza, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power. Despite Frieza's desperate resistance, his battle power of 1.2 billion pales in comparison to the Super Saiyan, leaving him to evade and defend in a state of disarray. Accursed! Accursed! Frieza howls in madness, unleashing formidable energy blasts that Goku effortlessly neutralizes. He has never felt so helpless, so utterly defeated. Goku's golden fists rain down upon Frieza, splattering purple blood into the air. The once invincible Cosmic Emperor is now battered and bruised, reduced to a mere ragdoll, subjected to merciless torment. I refuse to accept this. I am the Emperor of the universe. How could I be bested by Saiyan? Frieza bellows in despair, channeling the last remnants of his energy to form a colossal energy sphere, vowing to take Goku down with him. The very planet Namek shall perish alongside me. The massive energy sphere, akin to a miniature sun, radiates a sense of annihilation as it hurtles toward Goku. With a steely gaze, Goku gathers golden energy into a tremendous Kamehameha wave. This is your own doing, Frieza. The golden Kamehameha collides with the purple energy sphere, resulting in a deafening explosion. The golden energy surges like a tidal wave, engulfing the purple sphere and racing toward Frieza. No! Frieza screeches in despair, utterly consumed by the golden energy. As the brilliance fades, Frieza has vanished, leaving behind a devastated crimson plain. Goku stands firm, his golden hair gradually reverting to black, his body succumbing to weakness as he falls backward. Goku, Lin Yue, and Bulma rush forward to catch him. Goku weakly smiles. Did I win? Yes, you did. Lin Yue feeds him a Senzu bean. You did it, Goku. Goku swallows the bean, fatigue closing his eyes. Lin Yue gazes up at the sky, where cracks have begun to form above Namek. Frieza's final energy blast hastening the planet's demise. We must leave this place quickly. Lin Yue's expression grows grave. Namek is about to explode. Chapter 31. Frieza's demise and the escaping spaceship. The surface of Namek begins to tremble violently. Red magma erupting from fissures in the crust like the blood of the earth. The rifts in the sky widen, exposing the vast cosmos beyond as countless meteor fragments plummet, crashing to the ground with thunderous roars. Hurry! To the spaceship. Lin Yue hoists the weakened Goku onto his back, calling out to Krillin and Gohan. Krillin swiftly lifts Gohan, following Lin Yue in the direction of the spaceship. Bulma has already activated the craft, its silver hull starkly illuminated against the backdrop of the red magma. Get on board, Bulma urges, opening the hatch with urgency. Just as they are about to board the spaceship, a faint energy suddenly emanates from behind them. As Lin Yue turned back, he beheld Frieza's battered form lying upon a nearby rock, reduced to little more than his upper half, his breath flickering like a candle in the wind. Help me! Frieza implored, his eyes brimming with a desperate yearning for survival. I can grant you wealth, power, just save me. Lin Yue regarded him with a frigid gaze. This once mighty emperor of the universe now resembled a lost dog, begging for mercy. How ironic. Do you think it's possible? Lin Yue's voice bore no warmth. You have slain countless Namekians, devastated their home, and now you seek to cling to life? A flicker of despair crossed Frieza's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by madness. If I cannot live, then neither shall you. Drawing upon his last vestiges of strength, he conjured a faint energy sphere and hurled it toward Lin Yue. Lin Yue deftly sidestepped, the energy sphere striking the adjacent rock with a feeble explosion. Unrepentant, Lin Yue disregarded him further, carrying Goku aboard the spaceship. Bulma promptly sealed the hatch and activated the engines. The vessel ascended slowly, heading toward the rift in the sky. Through the viewport, they witnessed Frieza's body consumed by surging lava, the once dominant ruler of the universe, meeting his end on the very planet he had hastened to destruction. Namek. Gohan gazed down at the green expanse gradually engulfed by molten rock, his eyes filled with sorrow. Do not worry. The Namekians have been safely relocated by the dragon. Lin Yue reassured him. Following Frieza's defeat, they had summoned the dragon with the last Dragon Ball, transferring the surviving Namekians to a new planet. The spaceship broke free from Namek's atmosphere, entering the vastness of space. Behind them, the once beautiful green planet erupted in a violent explosion, casting a dazzling light that illuminated the surrounding cosmos. At last, we are safe, Krillin exhaled in relief, collapsing into his seat. Lin Yue placed Goku into the medical chamber, observing the vital signs on the monitor stabilizing, and felt a sense of relief wash over him. He approached the cockpit, gazing at the swiftly retreating stars, his expression complex. They had emerged victorious from this battle, yet at a heavy cost. The destruction of Namek and the loss of countless lives were indelibly etched upon his heart. What are you thinking? Bulma inquired softly, handing him a warm beverage. Lin Yue accepted the drink, warmth seeping from his fingertips. I'm pondering where we should go next. Of course, back to Earth, Bulma smiled. Everyone is waiting for us. Lin Yue nodded in agreement. Yes, back to Earth. At that moment, the spaceship shuddered violently. The screen indicated that a powerful gravitational force was tugging at the vessel. What is happening? Bulma hurriedly checked the dashboard. It's the gravitational waves from Namek's explosion. We've even caught in it. The ship's engines emitted a piercing alarm as the hull began to warp, threatening to disintegrate at any moment. Hold on tight. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, a surge of white energy erupting from within him, streaming through the ship's structure to form a colossal energy support. The ethereal white energy, akin to an invisible hand, lifted the entire spaceship, staunchly resisting the pull of the gravitational waves. The vibrations of the vessel immediately diminished, and the alarms on the control panel gradually subsided. Incredible, exclaimed Clin, gazing in astonishment at Lin Yue. You can actually elevate the whole spaceship with your energy. Lin Yue remained silent, focusing intently on controlling the energy. He could sense the power of the gravitational waves waning, and they would soon extricate themselves from peril. Moments later, the spaceship finally broke free from the influence of the gravitational waves, regaining its stability. Lin Yue retracted his energy, wearily leaning back in his chair. Thank you, Lin Yue, Bulma expressed, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Lin Yue smiled gently. We are companions, are we not? The spaceship glided slowly towards Earth. Outside the window, the brilliance of the mech star's explosion had faded, leaving only the profound cosmos and twinkling stars. As Lin Yue gazed out, he silently vowed, no matter what dangers the future held, he would protect those around him and safeguard this universe he had come to regard as home. Chapter 32. The Secrets of Dimensions and the Promise of Snacks. The spaceship navigated serenely through the starry expanse, its autopilot system charting a course for Earth. Clin and Gohan had succumbed to slumber, while Goku was still recuperating in the medical chamber. The entire vessel exuded an unusual tranquility, with only the low hum of the engine resonating in the air. Lin Yue and Bulma sat in the lounge, the window displaying a resplendent river of stars. Countless celestial bodies embedded like diamonds upon a backdrop of black velvet, beautiful and enigmatic. Lin Yue, Bulma suddenly broke the silence. When you blocked Frisia's death beam today, your energy was peculiar, exhibiting a multitude of colors. Lin Yue understood that the moment had come to unveil the truth. He inhaled deeply, his gaze turning earnest. Bulma, there is something I must share with you, something truly extraordinary. Bulma recognized his gravity and nodded. Go on, I'm listening. I am not from this universe. Lin Yue began slowly. I hail from another world, one devoid of science and Frisia, a realm inhabited solely by ordinary humans. Bulma's eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback by this revelation, yet she refrained from interrupting him, gesturing for him to continue. I arrived in this world through a device known as a particle collider. Lin Yue succinctly recounted his journey across dimensions. While the Elder was unlocking my potential, I awakened a remarkable ability, dimensional travel. Dimensional travel? Bulma murmured, a glimmer of curiosity crossing her eyes. Quite literally, Lin Yue replied, extending his hand, as white energy coalesced in his palm, emanating a faint, iridescent glow. I can traverse to other worlds, those that exist only in legends or imagination. He paused, locking eyes with Bulma, and earnestly declared, during my battle with Frisia, fleeting images flashed through my mind. Pirates sailing upon vast oceans, Shinigami fighting in the Soul Society, and ninjas training in their villages. These were visions from other realms. Bulma fell silent, absorbing the weight of his words. The news was utterly shocking, and she needed time to process it. Lin Yue hailed from another realm and possessed the ability to traverse different worlds, a phenomenon more astonishing than the existence of Dragon Balls. Observing her silence, Lin Yue felt a twinge of anxiety and inquired, do you find this strange? Bulma lifted her gaze to the iridescent aura emanating from Lin Yue's palm and suddenly smiled. It is indeed peculiar, but also quite cool. Lin Yue was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from her. The notion of traversing other worlds sounded akin to an adventure. Excitement sparkled in Bulma's eyes as she pondered. What were those worlds like? Were they akin to our own? Did they harbor delightful wonders? Seeing her curiosity, Lin Yue's heart finally eased, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Each world is unique. Some are technologically advanced. Others brim with magic, while some remain as primitive as ancient times. There should be plenty of intriguing things. That's wonderful. Bulma clapped her hands. Next time you journey to another world, be sure to bring back some snacks. Snacks? Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh. Is that all you can think of? What else? Bulma blinked. Am I supposed to ask you to bring back an extraterrestrial? I have no desire to deal with someone like Frisia again. Pausing for a moment, her expression softened. However, you must promise me not to venture into overly dangerous worlds or linger too long. I understand. Lin Yue nodded, warmth swelling in his heart. I will exercise caution. Suddenly, Bulma recalled something. Do you require any specific conditions for your dimensional travel? Are there any side effects? Currently, it's unclear. Lin Yue replied honestly. I only know it consumes a vast amount of energy, and controlling the destination is rather difficult. The Grand Elder warned that forcing a passage could result in being torn apart by space storms. That's perilous. Bulma furrowed her brows. I must devise a positioning device to ensure you can accurately return to Earth. Seeing her deep in thought, Lin Yue felt a surge of gratitude. He recognized that while Bulma jested about snacks, her concern for him ran deep. Thank you, Bulma, Lin Yue whispered. What for? We're friends, Bulma smiled. Then suddenly recalled something. By the way, in those worlds you mentioned, are there any remarkable technologies? Perhaps even more advanced than my capsule corporation? Lin Yue reflected for a moment. There should be. Some worlds can fold spacecraft down to the size of a wristwatch, while others can create sentient robots. Really? Bulma's eyes sparkled. When you go next time, could you bring back some information? I am eager to research it. Witnessing her sudden enthusiasm for research, Lin Yue chuckled helplessly. All right, as long as the opportunity arises. The atmosphere in the lounge lightened, dispelling the earlier tension and anxiety. Lin Yue gazed out at the starry expanse, his heart brimming with anticipation. He remained oblivious to which realm the future would transport him or what adventures awaited, yet he was assured that regardless of his destination, someone on Earth would always be waiting for him, eager for the snacks and tales from various worlds he would bring back. This sentiment was profoundly comforting. Chapter 33. The Return to Earth and the Complexity of Gazes. After several days of navigation, the spacecraft finally breached Earth's atmosphere. Through the porthole, the azure oceans and verdant lands emerged, evoking a sense of familiarity that warmed the hearts of all aboard. We're finally home, Krillin exclaimed, tears shimmering in his eyes. Having been away from Earth for so long and endured countless trials of life and death, the sight of his homeland stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. Gohan, equally exhilarated, pressed his face against the porthole, gazing at the continent below. Mom, I'm back. The spacecraft gently descended onto the landing pad of the Capsule Corporation. As the hatch opened, a wave of familiar air rushed in, infused with the sense of grass and earth. Welcome back. A familiar voice resonated. Lin Yue and the others looked up to see Master Roshi, Bulma's father, and several employees of the Capsule Corporation standing on a landing pad, their faces adorned with smiles. Master Roshi, Gohan joyfully dashed forward, enveloping the old sage in an embrace. Haha, Gohan, you've grown quite a bit. Master Roshi chuckled, ruffling his hair. Krillin, Lin Yue, it's a relief to see you safe. Bulma's father stepped forward, his voice brimming with emotion. We were all quite worried about you. Apologies for causing you concern, Lin Yue replied with a warm smile. At that moment, a solitary figure appeared atop a nearby rooftop. Vegeta, clad in his black battle attire, stood with arms crossed, casting a cold and complex gaze upon them. Lin Yue acknowledged him with a nod. Vegeta, however, did not respond, his eyes sharpening as they bore into Lin Yue, as though trying to penetrate his very essence. His gaze was fraught with resentment, jealousy, and a hint of concealed battle spirit. He pivoted and leapt, vanishing into the distance. Yes, still the same, Krillin chuckled helplessly. Let us not dwell on him. Lin Yue suggested. We should head inside. I'm sure everyone is famished. The Capsule Corporation had prepared a lavish welcome feast for them. The dining table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, featuring roasted meats, grilled fish, fruits, and a cake lovingly crafted by Bulma herself. Gathered together, they shared stories of their experiences on Namek. Krillin animatedly recounted Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, while Gohan enthusiastically described the bizarre flora of Namek. Eliciting gasps of amazement from Master Roshi, Lin Yue sat quietly to the side, absorbing the laughter and joy around him, feeling an overwhelming warmth within. This reclaimed tranquility was far more satisfying than any culinary delight. Bulma, seated beside him, occasionally offered him food, her concern evident in her eyes. By the way, Bulma suddenly recalled, we used the Dragon Balls to resurrect Krillin and the others who were slain by Frieza. The Namekians have promised to create new Dragon Balls once their new home is stable. Wonderful news. With palpable excitement, Klin clapped his hands together, realizing that in times of peril, they now had the Dragon Balls to rely upon. Goku had emerged from the medical pod, savoring a massive roasted leg, and upon hearing the news of the Dragon Balls, he mumbled with delight, Dragon Balls are truly marvelous. Laughter erupted among the group, infusing the dining atmosphere with warmth and joy. After the meal, Lin Yue ascended to the rooftop of the Capsule Corporation, alone. The evening breeze caressed him, bringing the refreshing coolness of a summer night, while the distant city lights twinkled like a myriad of stars. He extended his hand, and a white energy swirled gently in his palm, radiating a soft, iridescent glow. The power of dimensional travel stirred within him, as if beckoning him to explore the unknown realms. "What are you thinking about?" Bulma's voice came from behind. Lin Yue turned to see her holding a bottle of drink, smiling warmly at him. "I was contemplating the future," he replied. Taking the beverage from her, he twisted off the cap and took a sip, his thoughts drifting towards other worlds. "When shall we embark?" Bulma approached him, gazing at the nightscape alongside him. "I'm not quite certain yet," Lin Yue confessed. "I wish to rest for a while, and also to see the dimensional anchor device you've been working on. Have no worries, I assure you it will be flawless," Bulma declared confidently. "Give me a few days, and I will create the most perfect apparatus." Lin Yue smiled and turned to her, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on her face, highlighting her bright eyes and confident smile, stirring something within him. "Thank you, Bulma," he whispered. "Why are you thanking me?" Bulma chided playfully, casting him a teasing glance. "We are friends, after all." Lin Yue remained silent, simply gazing at her. Some feelings need not be articulated through words. From a distance on the rooftop, Vegeta stood silently, observing the two with a complex expression. He clenched his fists, turning away to vanish into the night, resolved to train and grow stronger, surpassing everyone. The night on Earth remained serene, yet each individual harbored distinct aspirations and goals. For Lin Yue, his adventure was merely at its inception. Chapter 34. The Dimensional Anchor and the Kiss on the Forehead. In the ensuing days, Lin Yue recuperated his strength while assisting Bulma in preparing the materials for the Dimensional Anchor device. The laboratory of the Capsule Corporation brimmed with an array of intricate instruments and components. Clad in a white lab coat, Bulma focused intently on calibrating the data, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, which she paid no heed to. "The frequency of this energy converter is still incorrect," she furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the oscillating waveform on the screen. "It must synchronize perfectly with the dimensional energy within you. Otherwise, coordinate displacement during travel is highly probable." Lin Yue stood nearby, touched by her earnest demeanor. In her dedication to ensure his safe dimensional traversal, Bulma had nearly confined herself to the laboratory, sleeping only a few hours each day. "Perhaps you should take a break. Do not overexert yourself." Lin Yue offered her a glass of water. "I'm almost done. Just give me half an hour more," she replied. Bulma took a sip of water before immersing herself in her work once more. "Place your hand on this sensor panel, and I shall measure your energy frequency once again." Following her instructions, Lin Yue placed his hand on the panel, and a gentle stream of white energy began to flow in. The sensor panel emitted a faint blue glow as the waveform on the screen steadily stabilized, gradually aligning with the baseline set by Bulma. "Splendid. We are finally synchronized," Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Now, no matter which world you traverse, as long as you activate this device, you can accurately pinpoint Earth's coordinates and return at any time." She retrieved a small silver bracelet from beneath the workbench, adorned with a blue crystal, the very core of the dimensional anchor device. "Give it a try." Bulma handed the bracelet to Lin Yue. "This crystal can absorb your energy as fuel with a battery life of approximately 1 month. Should the energy run low, it will emit a warning." Lin Yue accepted the bracelet and slipped it onto his wrist. It fit perfectly, the blue crystal glowing softly under the light, resonating subtly with the energy within him. "How does it feel?" Bulma inquired anxiously. "Very comfortable, with no sense of rejection," Lin Yue replied, flexing his wrist as though it were an integral part of him. "That's good to hear." Bulma sighed with relief, a weary yet contented smile gracing her face. "But you must promise me not to venture into perilous worlds or linger for too long. I would worry." Her voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible reluctance. Seeing the fatigue etched in her face and the redness in her eyes warmed Lin Yue's heart. He reached out to gently brush a stray lock of hair from her cheek, then leaned down, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. "Rest assured, I will return." Lin Yue spoke softly yet firmly. "When I do, I shall bring you an abundance of snacks from around the world." Bulma was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson like ripened apples. Instinctively, she covered her forehead, her heart racing and her breath quickening. "W, what are you doing?" Bulma's voice was barely above a whisper, avoiding Lin Yue's gaze. Lin Yue smiled, offering no response. Some sentiments are more powerfully conveyed through actions than words. He turned to leave the laboratory, stating, "I shall prepare for our departure tomorrow." As Lin Yue walked away, Bulma gradually lowered her hand, her fingers tracing the spot where he had kissed her, a smile curving her lips. The sudden kiss had dissipated all her weariness, leaving only anticipation and a hint of sweet nervousness. "Fool," Bulma murmured softly, her face radiating happiness. You must come back safely. She turned back to her workstation, meticulously inspecting every detail of the dimensional anchor device, ensuring everything was flawless. This was the only thing she could do for him. Chapter 35. The first journey into the world of One Piece. The following morning, atop the Capsule Corporation building, Lin Yue donned a practical black combat suit, the dimensional anchor device on his wrist gleaming with a blue luminescence in the rising sun. Bulma, Goku, Krillin, and Gohan all gathered to bid him farewell, their faces reflecting a mixture of reluctance and anticipation. Are you really going? Gohan tugged at Lin Yue's sleeve, inquiring softly, will that world be dangerous? Do not worry. I shall exercise caution, Lin Yue assured him, ruffling his hair. When I return, I will regale you with tales from that land. Take care, Lin Yue. Krillin patted his shoulder. If you encounter peril, return swiftly. Do not be reckless. Yes, I understand. Lin Yue nodded in acknowledgement. Goku stepped forward, grinning widely. When you come back, we shall have a proper sparring session. It's a promise, Lin Yue smiled in return. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Bulma. She looked at him with a mixture of reluctance, concern, yet predominantly support and encouragement. Are you all prepared? Bulma inquired. I am ready, Lin Yue replied, raising his hand as white energy coalesced in his palm, glimmering with a faint rainbow hue. The first world I have chosen is one dominated by the sea, inhabited by a group known as pirates, who seek legendary treasures and sail freely across the ocean. The world of One Piece. Bulma's eyes lit up. That sounded intriguing. Be sure to take plenty of photographs. I will, Lin Yue chuckled, taking a deep breath as the energy within him surged, resonating with the dimensional anchor device. The blue crystal emitted a dazzling radiance, harmonizing with the colorful aura in his palm. A white beam of light erupted from within him, ascending into the sky and forming a swirling vortex, within which glimpses of a blue ocean and white sails were discernible. I shall take my leave now. Lin Yue turned back, waving to the gathered companions. Come back soon. Bulma called out loudly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Yue smiled warmly, turning to step into the white vortex. As he entered, the vortex began to contract rapidly, ultimately vanishing into thin air as if it had never existed. On the rooftop remained only Bulma and the others, along with a faint residue of dimensional energy lingering in the atmosphere. He will return, won't he? Bulma asked softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. He certainly will, Goku affirmed confidently. Lin Yue is not one to give up easily. Bulma nodded, turning to head toward the laboratory. I will monitor the signal from the dimensional anchor point to ensure he can contact us at any moment. Her steps were resolute, her eyes filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Lin Yue was traversing through a surreal tunnel, surrounded by flashing bands of color. The wind howling in his ears as his body felt as though it was being stretched and compressed. Yet, the dimensional anchor device on his wrist radiated a gentle blue light, safeguarding him. Time seemed to lose meaning until a blinding white light appeared ahead. Lin Yue sensed a powerful pull, compelling his body to surge forward. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing upon a golden beach. The azure sea shimmered under the radiant sunlight, and in the distance loomed a colossal pirate ship, its sails adorned with a skull and crossed bones. Accompanied by a straw hat, the sea breeze caressed the air, carrying with it a briny scent. Is this the world of One Piece? Lin Yue gazed at the scene before him, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. His first dimensional traverse had been successful. A new adventure was about to commence. Chapter 36. The Whisper of the Cosmos. In Bulma's laboratory, the holographic projection screen flickered with blinding red light. Lines of distorted alien text scrolled across the screen, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity reminiscent of a lament from the depths of the universe. Are you looking at this again? Lin Yue retrieved a bag of senza beans from the refrigerator, leaning against the metallic workbench as he bit into one, the sweet essence bursting on his tongue. Imbued with familiar vitality, Bulma, without lifting her head, her fingers danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard. You see for yourself. She summoned an audio clip, and a sharp roar instantly filled the laboratory. Urgent bulletin. The Namekian coordinates have become invalid. Lord Frisia's first form has sustained severe damage. Energy readings indicate an unknown powerhouse has shattered the Emperor's aura with a single strike. Combat power assessment. Unable to calculate. Suspected Saiyan alliance. Yet the energy signature is entirely foreign, requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. The audio abruptly ceased, and the text on the screen transformed into chaotic garble. Bulma removed her headphones and turned to glare at Lin Yue. and you still have the audacity to speak. It's because you dashed off to buy cola that Goku nearly fell victim to Frieza's death beam. Lin Yue scratched his head, offering another senzu bean. Don't be angry. Look, I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, it was Goku who ultimately triumphed. I merely just startled half the universe with a casual blow. Bulma snatched the senzu bean and tossed it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Do you know that the cosmic black market is abuzz with tales of a white reaper appearing on Namek, specifically hunting down the elite of Frieza's army? She paused, her ears subtly reddening. I spent 3 days uncovering these fragmented pieces of information. It terrified me. The laboratory door swung open, and Krillin and Gohan peeked in. Gohan clutched a half-eaten piece of roasted meat, his eyes shimmering. Brother Lin Yue, we just heard so many people in town say it was you who drove away that purple monster. It was Goku who won. Lin Yue tousled Gohan's hair, the soft texture comforting beneath his palm. I merely delayed a bit. Krillin leaned closer to the screen, marveling at the alien text. I never imagined Frieza could be so fearsome across the cosmos. Look at these reports. They're almost portraying you as a cosmic demon. Lin Yue shrugged, dismissing the concern. He walked to the window, gazing at the distant coastline. The sunlight spilled across the surface of the sea, casting golden reflections. A tranquility that made one forget the bloody battle that had transpired not long ago. Yet, he was acutely aware that beneath the calm surface, tumultuous currents were stirring. Meanwhile, on the cliffs opposite Kame House, Vegeta stood atop the rocks. His black battle suit billowed in the sea breeze, and he gazed towards the Capsule Corporation laboratory. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale and veins bulging. He abruptly turned, a wave of golden energy exploding around him, and his figure vanished behind the cliff in an instant. The gravity apparatus in the training room needed to be set to 100 times. In the laboratory, Bulma was still lamenting Lin Yue's recklessness, while Krillin was recounting the details of the battle on Namek to Gohan. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light on the floor. Leaning against the window, Lin Yue observed it all, a faint smile gracing his lips. The whispers of the universe persisted. Yet as long as he had these companions by his side, he could weather any storm. Chapter 37, Bulma's Secret Plan. In the late hours of the night, at Capsule Corporation's laboratory, only the hum of machinery remained. Bulma rested her cheek against the cool metallic surface of a workbench, clutching a stylus in her hand. The holographic screen flickered with intricate circuit diagrams, emblazoned with the words Energy Conversion Efficiency, 973. With a drowsy lift of her head, she rubbed her weary eyes. Scattered across the table were numerous drafts, the topmost featuring 2 crooked planets linked by a red arrow, accompanied by a note that read, Lin Yue's pathway. Must not let him get lost. A faint sound of footsteps approached from behind, causing Bulma to hastily gather the papers into a ball and shove them into a drawer, like a cat startled by a stepped-on tail. Another late night? Lin Yue's voice carried a hint of amusement as he entered, bearing a cup of warm milk. No. Bulma straightened her back in a fluster, feigning adjustments to the instruments. I am merely checking the parameters of the dimensional anchor points. I haven't stayed up late at all. Lin Yue walked over and placed the milk beside her. Under the lights, the dark circles beneath her eyes resembled faint ink smudges, and her usually voluminous blue hair lay flat against her cheeks. Let me see, he said, reaching toward the screen. Bulma instinctively tried to block him, but was gently restrained at the wrist. Don't be silly. Lin Yue's fingertips radiated warmth. Let me see where it's stuck. The screen displayed the stability parameters for dimensional travel, with a red warning light flashing, indicating a spatial coordinate deviation of 12 and an unstable energy core. You're using electricity to power the stabilizer? Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. No wonder it's overloaded. Dimensional travel requires gas, not electricity. He picked up the energy conductor on the table and infused it with a strand of white energy. Instantly, the conductor glowed with a gentle white light, and the red warning light on the screen gradually dimmed, with the green numbers climbing. Spatial coordinate deviation at 0. 3. Energy core stability at 90, 95, 99. Is it successful? Bulma's eyes widened, snatching the conductor from him. It was that simple. I've tried over 100 different energy sources and never thought to use gas. She discreetly glanced up, only to find Lin Yue smiling at the direction of the drawer. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly diverted the conversation. Why haven't you gone to sleep yet? I came to check after hearing some commotion in the lab. Lin Yue picked up the crumpled draft that had fallen to the ground, unfolding it to examine the 2 interconnected planets. A gentle light flickered in his eyes. Afraid I might get lost? Bulma's ears turned as red as if they might bleed, and she snatched the draft paper, crumpling it into a ball. Who? Who is afraid you'll get lost? I merely fear that you might perish on some desolate planet, with no one to tend to my experimental instruments. That said, her voice gradually diminished. A wave of fatigue suddenly washed over Bulma, causing her to yawn and lean back involuntarily. Lin Yue reached out to steady her, allowing her to rest upon his shoulder. Her soft tresses brushed against his neck, carrying a faint scent of shampoo. Sleep now, he murmured softly. When you awaken, the stabilizer will be fully calibrated. Bulma mumbled something incoherent before quickly succumbing to a steady rhythm of breath. Lin Yue gazed down at her serene profile, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyelids. He picked up a stylus and added a line of parameters to the screen, then gently lifted Bulma, heading towards the bed in the lounge. Moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping the laboratory in a silvery glow. On the screen of the dimensional anchor point stabilizer, the green digits held steady at 100, accompanied by an automatically generated line of text. Lin Yue exclusive, crafted by Bulma. Chapter 38, Goku's Special Training Invitation. The training grounds of Kame House were adorned with golden hues from the rising sun. Waves crashed against the rocks, producing a cacophony that mingled with the dull thuds of fists striking sandbags. Hiya! Goku's figure suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light, his fist carrying the force to rend the air as it struck the sandbag. The canvas bag burst apart in an explosion of yellow sand. He landed gracefully, his golden hair defying the absence of wind, excitement gleaming in his emerald eyes. Lin Yue, you finally arrived. Goku turned and waved, golden energy swirling around him like flames. Come, let us spar. As Lin Yue stepped onto the beach, he was enveloped by that familiar wave of energy. With a battle power of 3 million, and in his Super Saiyan form, Goku was significantly stronger than during their encounter on Namek. A spar is welcome, Lin Yue replied, flexing his wrists as white energy flowed through his palms, but let it be a friendly match. Absolutely. Goku grinned widely, suddenly vanishing from sight. Lin Yue's pupils narrowed as he sidestepped an incoming punch. The golden fist whizzed past his nose, crashing into the rocks behind him and sending debris flying. The speed had increased, yet the energy felt too dispersed. Lin Yue flicked his fingers, releasing a small energy blast that struck Goku's fist. Goku staggered back 3 steps. Astonishment etched on his face as he gazed at the back of his hand. Your energy is remarkably solid, much stronger than the last time we met. And you as well. Lin Yue's figure suddenly appeared at Goku's left side, his elbow gently nudging against Goku's ribs. Goku reacted swiftly, rolling away while delivering a sweeping kick. Their silhouettes danced rapidly across the beach, golden and white energy waves colliding, creating ripples of energy in their wake. Krillin stood at a distance with binoculars, exclaiming, "Wow, so fast! I can barely see them." Goten sat perched on a rock, his small fists clenched, eyes sparkling with admiration. Daddy and Lin Yue brother are both so amazing. Kamehameha. Goku suddenly retreated, his hands thrusting forth a colossal wave of golden energy. The energy wave surged forth with the might of a tsunami, carving a deep trench in its wake across the sand. Lin Yue did not evade. Instead, he crossed his arms before him. The white energy barrier, akin to transparent crystal, trembled violently under the impact of energy waves, yet remained unshattered. Scatter, he uttered softly. Suddenly, the energy barrier transformed into countless white light points, akin to raindrops merging into the ocean, plunging into the golden energy waves. The previously turbulent energy waves instantly became docile, exploding in mid-air into a cascade of golden rain. Wukong gazed at this spectacle, his eyes wide with amazement. This technique is incredible. Teach me. Lin Yue retracted his energy, smiling as he handed over a celestial being. The potential of Super Saiyan is immense. You simply have not fully mastered it yet. Attempt to compress your energy into your dantian rather than dispersing it throughout your body. Wukong swallowed the celestial being and promptly sat cross-legged to practice. The golden energy waves gradually converged, forming a thin halo around him, his aura deepening beyond what it had been before. Yes, just like that. Lin Yue nodded in approval. On a distant cliff, Vegeta monitored the scene through a scanner. On the screen, Lin Yue's battle power still registered at 20,000, but the density of that energy left even him astounded. He scoffed and turned away, his black cape slicing through the wind with a sharp arc. On the beach, Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, excitedly leaping up. I can feel it. The energy has truly solidified. Lin Yue, let us have another match. Lin Yue shrugged helplessly. assuming a ready stance. Under the morning sun, the two figures again intertwined, the golden and white lights weaving together like a poem dedicated to the strong. Chapter 39, A Warning from the Cosmos. The alarm from Capsule Corporation abruptly shattered the tranquility of the afternoon. In Bulma's laboratory, the holographic communicator flickered wildly with red light. A glaring message appearing on the screen. Warning. High-threat cosmic signal detected. Who is it this time? Bulma pressed the answer button impatiently. Instantly, an unsightly face emerged on the screen, green skin wrinkled, eyes resembling murky yellow gemstones. It was Frisia's father, King Cold. Insignificant earthlings. King Cold's roar made the speaker crackle. How dare you harm my son, Frisia? I shall reduce you and this filthy planet to cosmic dust. At that moment, Lin Yue entered the laboratory and raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He approached the screen, his gaze as frigid as the Siberian wind. Frisia was defeated by me. If you have the guts, come yourself. Arrogant. King Cold's face twisted into a sinister grin. Do you know who I am? My battle power exceeds 5 million. Enough to obliterate Earth 10 times over. Comply, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift end. He activated his energy projection. A massive green energy sphere hovering on the screen, exuding a suffocating pressure. Krillin and Gohan, just entering, found themselves overwhelmed by this aura, stumbling backwards. Bulma clenched her fists, her fingertips turning white. Don't listen to him. We have a Dragon Balls. We could just wish. No need. Lin Yue pressed down on her shoulder, beckoning toward the screen. Is that all you can do? King Cold seethed with rage. You seek death. At the very moment he roared, Lin Yue flicked his finger. An almost imperceptible white energy shot toward the communicator, causing the screen to shatter instantly. Yet, this was not the end. The energy penetrated the electromagnetic signals, traversing light years to accurately strike the spaceship where King Kurd resided. Attendre explosion ensuite. Before the screen went entirely dark, the terrified scream of King Kurd echoed. Through the last fleeting image, a fist-sized hole appeared in the metallic wall behind him, with cold winds rushing in. The laboratory fell into a deep silence. Klin swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Will he come back? Lin Yue picked up a shard, the residual warmth of the energy still lingering, and replied, Probably not. Suddenly, Bulma threw herself into his arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. You scare me to death. Just now I thought I would be afraid. Lin Yue chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can harm you. She lifted her gaze, meeting Lin Yue's tender eyes. Her cheeks flushed instantly as she hurriedly pushed him away. Who is worried about you? I'm just afraid you might die. And then no one would test my new invention. Klin watched with amusement, while Gohan curiously asked, Brother Lin Yue, what was that move you just did? It was amazing. I haven't thought of a name yet. Lin Yue replied with a smile, but I'll let you know once I do. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm hue over the laboratory. The remnants of the communicator were still emitting wisps of smoke, yet the tension in the air had long dissipated. Lin Yue observed his noisy companions beside him, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Regardless of the threats from the cosmos, as long as they stood together, there was nothing to fear. Chapter 40. On the other side of the dimensional gate, the morning mist had yet to clear, yet the rooftop of the Capsule Corporation was already filled with people. Bulma was calibrating a silver device in her hands, blue coordinates pulsing on the screen. It's set. Pirate World, latitude 20 degrees north, East Blue region. Be careful not to fall into the sea and feed the fish. It's 70 ocean there. Dressed in a sleek black combat outfit, Lin Yue wore a dimensional anchor stabilizer on his wrist. The blue crystal shimmered softly in the morning light, resonating subtly with the energy within him. Don't worry, I can swim, he said with a smile, glancing at those around him. Goku was munching on breakfast. Klin was stuffing a first aid kit into his hands, and Gohan insisted on giving him a senzu bean. Brother Lin Yue, here's one for you. Eat it if you encounter danger. Gohan pressed the senzu bean into his palm. Thank you, Gohan. Lin Yue accepted the bean, ruffling his hair affectionately. Bulma suddenly embraced him, her cheek resting against his chest. You must come back. I'll use the stabilizer to track your location and message you every day, if you dare not return. I know, Lin Yue chuckled, returning her embrace and feeling the soft warmth of her body and the rapid beating of her heart. He gently pushed her away, looking earnestly into her eyes. When I return, there is something I wish to tell you. What is it? Bulma's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks reddening like ripe apples. Lin Yue smiled silently, lowering his head to plant a gentle kiss upon her forehead. We'll talk later. Bulma covered her forehead, feeling as though it were aflame. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words, only able to nod vigorously. Lin Yue turned and walked to the center of the rooftop. He took a deep breath, allowing the energy within him to circulate, resonating with the dimensional anchor stabilizer. A low hum filled the air. The blue crystal radiated a dazzling light as a swirling portal slowly unfurled before him. Within the portal, the azure sea and white sails could be faintly glimpsed, accompanied by the soothing sound of crashing waves. "I'm off now," Lin Yue called back, waving to the others. "Come back soon." Bulma's voice trembled slightly. Goku waved a roasted leg of meat, saying, "Don't forget to bring back something delicious." Lin Yue smiled and nodded, stepping into the portal. The swirling gateway began to contract, as if being drawn into some unknown dimension. Before it vanished completely, Bulma caught sight of Lin Yue's figure waving at her from within the portal. His lips curved into a gentle smile. With a soft pop, the portal dissolved into the air, leaving behind a subtle ripple of energy upon the rooftop. Bulma glanced down at the stabilizer in her hand, where a line of green text read, "Dimensional coordinates locked successfully, communication channel established." She touched her forehead, where he had kissed her, whispering, "I will wait for you." Meanwhile, in the arid desert of Alabasta from the world of One Piece, a blue portal suddenly materialized between the sand dunes, and Lin Yue staggered out. The portal vanished behind him, leaving only swirling clouds of yellow sand. Coughing as he choked on the dust, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The endless desert stretched toward the horizon, where faint sounds of hoofbeats and shouts echoed in the distance. Lin Yue flexed his wrists, confirming that the dimensional anchor stabilizer indicated normal coordinates. A spark of excitement danced at the corners of his mouth as he brushed the sand off his clothes. A new world awaited him. He set off in the direction of the approaching hoofbeats, his dark silhouette swiftly disappearing among the undulating dunes. The sun poured golden light over the desert, as if paving a brand new path of adventure for this visitor from another realm. Chapter 41. A Meeting in the Desert. The blazing sun of Alabasta resembled a searing iron, scorching the yellow sands to a blistering heat. As Lin Yue found his footing, the soles of his boots radiated an unbearable warmth, prompting him to furrow his brow. A thin shield of white energy formed beneath his feet, insulating him from the oppressive heat of the sand. "Help! Someone, please help me." A faint cry for assistance drifted on the hot wind, tinged with a girl's sobs. Following the sound, Lin Yue spotted a girl with long blue hair sprinting from behind a sand dune. She wore a tattered white robe, the wind lifting a corner of her veil to reveal a delicate face, though it was marred by dust. Clutched tightly in her arms was a scroll, while 5 burly men wielding curved swords trailed behind her, their black cloaks emblazoned with a crocodile skull emblem. "Princess, don't run." The burly leader grinned menacingly as he brandished his blade. "Lord Crocodile has said that if you obediently hand over the list of the rebels, we might spare you some dignity." The girl was none other than Princess Vivi of Alabasta, gritting her teeth as she ran desperately, the sand beneath her feet clutching at her ankles like a living entity. Just as the curved blade was about to cleave down upon her, she closed her eyes in despair. Instead of the anticipated pain, a dull thud resonated. Vivi opened her eyes to see a figure in white standing before her. Clad in dark attire, black hair tousled by the wind, it was Lin Yue, who had just landed. The man who had swung the blade was now sent flying like a severed kite, crashing into a sand dune and losing consciousness. "Who are you?" Vivi gasped, stepping back in shock. Nearly dropping the scroll she clutched in her arms. Lin Yue did not turn around. Instead, he flicked his fingers. 4 white energy orbs shot forth, precisely striking the wrists of the remaining 4 henchmen. Their curved blades clattered to the ground as they cried out in agony, clutching their dislocated wrists. Lin Yue cast a glance at them, summoning a fist-sized orb of water in his palm, presenting it to Vivi. "Do not be afraid," he spoke in a steady tone, akin to the rare clear spring in the desert. "Have a sip of water first." Vivi was momentarily taken aback. In this parched desert, where even camels could perish from thirst, how could someone conjure fresh water? Hesitantly, she accepted the water orb. The icy sensation coursed through her fingertips, and the refreshing liquid slid down her throat, instantly alleviating her thirst. "Thank you. Thank you. Were you dawdling for?" Lin Yue glanced toward the henchmen who were beginning to rise. "Do you wish for them to pursue us?" Vivi nodded hurriedly, following him to shelter behind a sand dune. The henchmen, witnessing the pitiful state of their companions and wary of Lin Yue's unfathomable prowess, grumbled curses as they retrieved their curved blades and retreated. There from the Baroque works, Vivi clenched the scroll tightly, her voice trembling. "They serve the warlord Crocodile. They seek to incite a rebellion and destroy my country leaning against the sand pile. Lin Yue gazed at the vultures circling in the distance. Crocodile, the sand alligator? Do you know him? Vivi's eyes brightened. I have heard of him, Lin Yue replied, having researched the Pirate King world prior to his arrival. Well aware of the notorious figure's background. Observing the redness around Vivi's eyes, he retrieved a compressed biscuit from his backpack and handed it to her. Eat this to stave off hunger. Your energy is too low. If you continue running like this, you may faint. As Vivi accepted the biscuit, a thought struck her. I haven't asked her name yet. Why are you helping me? Lin Yue, he stated casually, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. I happened to pass by and could not bear to witness such injustice against the few. Vivi bit into the biscuit, gazing at this enigmatic figure who had appeared so suddenly. His gaze was gentle yet reassuring, like an oasis in the desert, seemingly ordinary but concealing the power to save lives. She glanced down at the scroll in her arms, a secret letter from her father to the rebel leader, Koza. If it could reach Rain Base, perhaps the rebellion could be averted. Mr. Lin Yue. Vivi suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with earnestness. Could you accompany me to Rain Base? Chapter 42. The Disturber of Rain Base. The casino in Rain Base was perpetually suffused with the scents of cigars and alcohol. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier was fragmented by curling cigar smoke, while the shouts of gamblers and the clattering of chips melded together, masking the undercurrents surging beneath the city. Lin Yue followed Vivi through the bustling hall. Clad in a black trench coat with the brim of his hat pulled low, Vivi had donned a waitstaff uniform, her blue hair concealed beneath a scarf, her tray trembling slightly as her anxious gaze scanned the crowd. Crocodile awaited in the VIP room on the third floor. Vivi lowered her voice, the tray quivering in her grip. It was said he was meeting a woman named Robin, likely plotting treason. Lin Yue remained silent, attuned to the stirrings above. Two distinctly different presences emanated from the third floor. One felt like dry yellow sand, exuding an oppressive dominance, while the other was akin to the cold, deep currents of the ocean. Stay close to me, he instructed, leading the way to the staircase, a white mist flickering at his fingertips. The door to the VIP room was made of heavy oak. Lin Yue did not knock, but merely tapped lightly with his knuckles. With a crisp crack, the lock splintered. The two occupants turned simultaneously. Crocodile, seated on the sofa with a cigar clenched between his teeth, his golden hook glinting coldly, and Robin, standing by the window in a black gown, her violet hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes flashing with surprise. Who permitted your entry? Crocodile exhaled a ring of smoke, the murderous intent evident in his sandy-hued pupils. Are the minions of the Baroque works all inept? Do not be angry, Sand Crocodile. Lin Yue leaned against the doorframe, his tone teasing. Bullying a young girl hardly demonstrates prowess. If you possess any skill, direct it toward me. Vivi, following closely behind, clenched her fists upon seeing Crocodile, her voice trembling. Crocodile, why are you doing this? What has Alabasta ever done to wrong you? Crocodile scoffed dismissively, ignoring Vivi, and slammed his hook onto the table. It seems we have yet another fool who knows not their fate. Robin, deal with him. Robin did not move, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yue as 6 arms suddenly emerged from the void, slicing through the air toward his throat with fierce wind. Paper drawing? Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, his body bending backward as if boneless, effortlessly evading the attack. The abilities of the flower fruit were impressive, but alas, their speed was lacking. He flicked his fingers, sending an air bullet that accurately struck Robin's wrist. With a muffled grunt, the ethereal arms vanished, and she stepped back, her expression grave. You are not from this country. Correct, but alas, there is no reward, Lin Yue replied, turning his attention to Crocodile. Do not hide behind a woman. I wish to witness the full extent of your sansan fruit. Crocodile abruptly rose, the air around him turning arid, as the wooden floor began to disintegrate into sand. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. He spread his arms wide, yellow sand surging from all directions to form a swirling sandstorm within the room. The tempest bore the strength to tear through steel, sweeping toward Lin Yue, carving deep gashes into the walls, shards of the chandelier mingling with the grains of sand, glinting with deadly brilliance. Be careful, Vivi cried out, attempting to step forward, only to be halted by Lin Yue's barrier of air. Lin Yue stood at the center of the sandstorm, a white aura enveloping him like a protective barrier. The grains of sand collided with this ethereal wall, producing a crisp, crackling sound, yet they remained unable to approach him even by a fraction. Is this all you are capable of? He scoffed lightly and suddenly waved his hand. The white aura exploded forth like a tempest, forcefully dispersing the swirling sandstorm. The yellow sand lost its control. tumbling down to reveal Crocodile's astonished visage. Your fruit ability is commendable, Lin Yue remarked as he slowly approached, his tone calm, but imbued with an undeniable pressure. Unfortunately, your energy is too dispersed. You haven't even grazed the surface of my aura. Crocodile's expression darkened to a hue of iron, having traversed the desert for many years. It was the first time someone dared to critique his power so brazenly. The murderous intent surged within his yellow eyes as he suddenly transformed into grains of sand, merging into the yellow dunes below. Desert Blade, a lethal wave of compressed sand erupted from the earth, slicing through the air with the force to cleave mountains. Aimed directly at Lin Yue's head. Chapter 43, Crushing the Sand Crocodile. The shrill whistle of the blade, slicing through the air, pierced the eardrums. Vivi gasped, covering her mouth, while Robin instinctively took a half-step back. This desert blade harnessed 70% of Crocodile-esque strength. It could split even the hardest rock in twain. Yet, Lin Yue stood motionless, undeterred. In his perception, he sensed Crocodile's physical form concealed 3 meters beneath the sand, where a faint energy fluctuation emanated from his left shoulder, the core sustaining his fruit form. You think hiding in the sand will shield you? Lin Yue chuckled softly, suddenly crouching down and placing his palm on the ground. The white aura surged from his palm, spreading through the sand like a flowing stream. Just as Crocodile prepared for a second strike, he felt a surge of pure energy collide with his left shoulder. Startled, he attempted to evade, only to find his body seemingly nailed in place, unable to move. No need to hide. Your weakness lies in your left shoulder. Lin Yue's voice resonated in his ear. Before Crocodile could comprehend, he felt an excruciating pain in his left shoulder as a white energy orb penetrated the sand, striking his physical form with precision. Gushing blood erupted from beneath the sand, and the sand-transformed body rapidly reverted to its human shape. Clutching his left shoulder, Crocodile staggered back, disbelief flooding his yellow gaze. How could you possibly perceive my true form? The user of the sand fruit can transform their body into sand, making them impervious to ordinary attacks, unless countered by seawater or haki. Yet this man before me, lacking both water and haki, managed to discern my weakness solely through perception. The aura perceives all. Lin Yue straightened, the white aura gradually receding. Your fruit ability is indeed unique, but as long as there is a flow of energy, it cannot elude my perception. Robin, standing nearby, was taken aback, her violet eyes reflecting astonishment. Having accompanied Crocodile for many years, she understood the strange nature of his sand form. Even a Marine Vice Admiral would struggle to unravel it easily. Who is this man that has suddenly appeared? Who are you? Robin could not restrain herself. Your power does not belong to this world. Lin did not respond, but turned his gaze toward Crocodile and asked, Shall we continue fighting? If we do, I will not hold back. Crocodile, leaning against the wall, stood up despite the blood still oozing from his left shoulder. He recognized that he was no match for this man, whose power surpassed comprehension, yet his pride, as one of the 7 warlords, prevented him from yielding. The agents of Baroque Works were swiftly approaching. Crocodile produced a golden whistle and declared, Even if you defeat me, you shall not leave this rain-soaked ground alive. He blew the whistle sharply, the piercing sound cutting through the din of the casino. Soon, chaotic footsteps echoed from below, as hundreds of armed members surged upstairs, surrounding the VIP room completely. Capture them, commanded the leading agent, brandishing a long blade. Master Crocodile has ordered, regardless of life or death. Vivi, frightened, hid behind Lin, while Robin furrowed her brow, realizing that even Lin might struggle against such overwhelming numbers. However, Lin simply sighed, as if lamenting the uncooperative weather. He raised his hand toward the ceiling, white energy coalescing in his palm into a sphere the size of a soccer ball. I did not wish to provoke any trouble. Releasing the energy sphere, it struck the ceiling but did not explode. Rather, it transformed into countless tiny energy blasts that rained down upon the members below. Cries of anguish erupted, yet no one perished. They were merely knocked unconscious by the force. In mere moments, the footsteps below faded away. Crocodile, hand still raised holding the whistle, froze in disbelief as his cigar slipped from his mouth. He finally comprehended that the man before him was beyond his grasp. This was not mere human strength, but that of a legendary being. Lin approached him, looking down from his height, and stated, The plan for rebellion must come to an end. Crocodile opened his mouth, but could produce no sound. Fear engulfed him like quicksand in the desert, drowning all his pride in an instant. Chapter 44, Vivi's Request. The setting sun bathed the streets of Rainbase in a golden red hue. Lin followed Vivi out of the casino, while Robin had mysteriously departed, leaving Crocodile bound in the VIP room, awaiting the king's army for arrest. "Thank you, Mr. Lin," Vivi said, removing her scarf, her blue hair billowing in the wind. "I truly do not know what I would have done without you." "It was but a small effort," Lin replied, kicking a pebble at his feet. "Now, can we discuss the specifics of the rebellion?" Vivi nodded, leading him toward the oasis outside the city. They sat beneath a palm tree, and she retrieved a map from her backpack, pointing to a red circle marked on it. "Crocodile is using dance powder to create droughts, making the populace believe it is the fault of my father, while disguising himself as the king's army to massacre civilians and incite conflict between the rebels and the king's forces. Tomorrow morning, both sides are set to clash in Albana." As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. "The leader of the rebels, Koza, is my childhood friend. He was once a kind soul, surely deceived by Crocodile." Lin listened quietly, refraining from interrupting. He could sense Vivi's energy trembling, filled with urgency and anguish. Yet there was no trace of retreat in her spirit. The seemingly delicate princess harbors an indomitable resilience that rivals the strongest. "Mr. Lin Yue," Vivi suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with earnest entreaty. "I am aware this request may be excessive, yet I implore you to assist me in preventing tomorrow's war." Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into her palms. "I am willing to pay any price to ensure that the truth is revealed." Lin Yue observed the redness in her eyes and unexpectedly smiled. "I can help you." Vivi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? However, I have a condition." Lin Yue raised a finger, cautioning her not to regard him as a hero, nor to mention his name to others. "I am merely here to experience this world and wish to avoid unnecessary troubles." His lack of interest in saving the world stemmed from his disdain for Crocodile's methods and admiration for the girl's courage. Vivi was momentarily taken aback, but then vigorously nodded. "I promise you." "Thank you, Mr. Lin Yue." As night fell, a bonfire flickered to life in the oasis. Vivi retrieved some provisions, only to discover Lin Yue gesturing towards the air beside the fire. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the buzzing mosquitoes were dropping to the ground within 3 feet of them, as if repelled by an invisible barrier. "These pests are rather bothersome, aren't they?" Lin Yue remarked casually, retracting his hand. Vivi felt a warmth envelop her heart. She had always assumed that someone as powerful as Lin Yue would be indifferent and aloof. Yet he had noticed such a trivial matter. "Mr. Lin Yue," Vivi took a bite of her bread. "Where do you hail from?" "I have never encountered anyone quite like you." From a distant place, Lin Yue gazed at the stars above, his dimensional anchor shimmering with a blue light. A message from Bulma, inquiring about his well-being. He replied that all was going smoothly before continuing, "Once I resolve matters here, I shall take my leave." A sense of inexplicable sadness washed over Vivi, but she quickly regained her composure. "Regardless, encountering you is a stroke of fortune for Alabasta." The crackling of the bonfire illuminated their silhouettes. In the distance, the rebel camp's bugles sounded, and Vivi gripped the map tightly, her expression resolute. "Tomorrow, we must stop the war." Chapter 45. The Rebel's Misunderstanding. The dawn in Alyabarna was shattered by the sound of war drums. The armor of the royal army glimmered silver under the morning sun, standing in neat rows at the foot of the city. On the opposite hillside, the rebels brandished their banners, shouting fervently, their rusted swords reflecting fragmented glimmers of light. The open ground between the two factions was thick with a palpable tension akin to gunpowder. Kosha, the leader, rallied charge. A voice among the rebels cried out, "For our compatriots slain by the king." Kosha tightened his grip on the long sword inscribed with the word justice. He glanced at the king's flag atop the city tower. Memories of the villagers slaughtered by the royal army flooding his mind, his eyes reddening as if they might bleed. "Brothers, for the future of Alabasta, we wait." A clear, bright voice suddenly rang out. Vivi galloped forth on a swift steed, her blue hair billowing in the wind. "Kosha, do not be deceived. This is all a scheme orchestrated by Crocodile." Kosha froze. "Vivi, what are you doing here?" "You are not. I am fine." Vivi dismounted and rushed between the two armies, declaring, "Crocodile has created a drought with his dance powder and sent imposters posing as the king's army to incite us to slaughter one another. He has already been captured. Just look." She pointed behind her, where Lin Yue was escorting the handcuffed crocodile. The sand crocodile hung his head, his shoulder wound still oozing blood. Stripped of his former arrogance. "The 7 warlords?" Someone from the rebel faction gasped. Is Princess Vivi telling the truth? However, Kusha furrowed his brow, gripping his long knife tightly. "Do not deceive me, Vivi. How could Lord Crocodile do such a thing?" You must have been brainwashed by the king. Suddenly, his strategist shouted, "Do not believe her. This is a ruse by the king's army to buy time. Attack." With that, a voice cried out, and the rebel forces surged forward like a tidal wave against the king's army. "Block them," commanded the king's general, raising his spear. As the two sides prepared to clash, Vivi, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Stop. It's truly a misunderstanding." At that moment, a white wall of energy materialized suddenly between the two armies. The barrier, as fragile as glass, yet utterly unyielding, sent the vanguard of the rebels tumbling back as they crashed against it. "Who?" Kusha bellowed in anger. Lin Yue emerged slowly from behind the wall, his black cloak billowing in the wind. "I told you it was a conspiracy. Can you not comprehend human speech? You again? Outsider." Kusha recognized him as the one who had been with Vivi yesterday. "You must have incited her. Brothers, break down this wall and slay them." The rebel archers loosed their arrows, only for them to disintegrate into dust upon contact with the barrier. The king's army raised their shields, mistaking Lin Yue for a comrade of the rebels. "See? No one believes you." Crocodile suddenly chuckled, his voice hoarse. "Even if you capture me, what difference does it make? The seeds of hatred have already been sown. This war cannot be halted." Lin Yue ignored him, turning his gaze to Kusha. "You claim the king's army massacred villagers?" "Indeed." Kusha pointed to the wounded behind him. "These are survivors. They witnessed the king's forces pillaging and burning. Is this the armor they wore?" Lin Yue snapped his fingers, conjuring a spectral image of armor in the air, the chest piece adorned with a crocodile skull and the wrist bearing the insignia of the Baroque works. The injured rebels gasped in unison, "Yes, that is the armor. We thought it was new equipment from the king's army. This is Crocodile's private army." Lin Yue's voice resonated across the battlefield. He disguised himself as the king's army to incite your hatred. Kusha's expression shifted, yet he remained defiant. "You provide no evidence." "Evidence?" Lin Yue smiled, suddenly pointing towards the valley to the west of the city. "Do you see that patch of black rock? Crocodile has concealed 30 carts of munitions there, preparing to seize Albana once you have mutually annihilated one another." Kusha's pupils constricted. "You lie. That is our granary, whether it is a lie or not. The truth will reveal itself." Lin Yue raised his hand, and a sphere of energy shot through the air, trailing a white tail as it soared towards the western valley of the city. "Moment laté, attendre explosion reverberated." Billowing thick smoke into the sky and painting half the heavens crimson, a clear sign of munitions being detonated. Both the rebel forces and the royal army were momentarily stunned. "Do you believe now?" Lin Yue dissipated the energy barrier, white energy swirling around him. "Crocodile intended for you to slaughter each other, reaping the benefits from the chaos. The drought was a ruse, the massacre a facade. Even your sense of justice was a meticulously crafted trap designed by him." Kosha gazed towards the valley, his long knife clattering to the ground. He recalled the villagers slain by the royal army and the timely intelligence provided by Crocodile, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. "Chief," a trembling voice emerged from among the rebels. "Have we made a grave mistake?" On the city ramparts, the king pushed aside his guards, his weary voice resonating with sorrow. "Kosha, I have wronged you. The drought over these years has brought suffering to us all. Your Majesty." Kosha looked up at the figure on the ramparts and suddenly knelt. "It was my folly. I was deceived by treacherous men and nearly caused a catastrophic error. Rise." The king sighed. "The fault lies not with you, but with the schemer lurking in the shadows." The rebels collectively lowered their weapons, and the royal army likewise sheathed their pikes. Sunlight pierced through the smoke, illuminating the faces of the soldiers from both sides. As hatred gradually melted away in the light of truth, Vivi watched this scene unfold, tears finally streaming down her face, yet accompanied by a smile of relief. Lin Yue, escorting Crocodile, approached Vivi's side. "It's taken care of. Thank you, Mr. Lin Yue." She wiped her tears. "Without you, I truly don't know. Do not thank me." Lin Yue glanced at the fallen Crocodile. "Thank yourself for not giving up." He turned and walked towards the outskirts of the city, his black trench coat billowing in the wind. The voices of the king and Kosha conversing, mingled with the cheers of the soldiers, were now of no concern to him. Suddenly, the dimensional anchor on his wrist flickered. Bulma had sent a photograph, showcasing her newly developed interdimensional communicator, accompanied by a note that read, "Waiting for you to return for testing." Lin Yue smiled and quickened his pace. The affairs of Alabasta were not yet concluded. Crocodile's remnants and the towns tormented by drought awaited resolution. However, before addressing those matters, he first needed to procure water for this parched land. Chapter 46, The Oasis in the Desert. As news of Crocodile being imprisoned spread throughout Alabasta, A miracle was unfolding in the western oasis. Lin Yue stood at the center of the oasis, his hands slowly rising. The white energy flowed like an invisible conduit from his fingertips towards the distant coastline. Hundreds of kilometers away, the azure sea sensed this peculiar force. The waters surged, creating towering waves that flowed against the energy currents, transforming into a transparent dragon of water that roared across the desert. "What is that?" exclaimed the villagers repairing their homes, gazing upward in astonishment as the water dragon descended from the sky, spiraling thrice above the oasis before showering down with life-giving rain. The parched earth emitted a hissing sound, while the withered palm trees sprouted new shoots and the desiccated reservoir filled at a visibly rapid pace. Children ran barefoot in the rain, and the elders knelt on the ground, weeping silently as they cradled the rainwater. This land, tormented by drought for 3 long years, had finally embraced life once more. Vivi stood atop the city tower, gazing at the curtain of rain in the distance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She understood who was behind this miracle. The enigmatic figure who always claimed to be merely passing through was healing the scars of Alabasta in his own unique way. "Your Highness, it's terrible." A guard rushed in, panic-stricken. "Crocodile has escaped from prison using his powers. He intends to drain the entire moisture from Alabasta and bury everyone with it." Vivi's expression changed drastically. How could this be? Was he not shackled with sea-stone handcuffs? It was his subordinates. They shattered the handcuffs during the jailbreak. The guard's voice trembled. He is now in the city center, siphoning the moisture from the entire town. Without a moment's hesitation, Vivi mounted her horse and raced toward the city center. In the distance, she spotted a sandy yellow figure hovering in midair. It was Crocodile. He spread his arms wide, the air around him drying and turning pale. The cobblestones in the street cracking rapidly, and the moisture being forcibly extracted from the walls, transforming into white mist that was drawn into his body. "Ha ha ha! What does it matter if you capture me again?" Crocodile's laughter rasped like sandpaper. "I will turn all of Alabasta into a desolate wasteland. You shall forever remember the fate of those who offend the Emperor of the universe." The citizens fled in panic, only to realize that the moisture within their bodies was rapidly evaporating, their skin shriveling, and their lips cracking with blood. "Crocodile, stop this!" Vivi shouted as she charged forward, but was repelled by a wave of desiccating air. "Futile, little princess," Crocodile sneered at her. "Even if that mysterious person arrives, he cannot save you. I have absorbed enough moisture. I can drain the very oases of the desert." He clenched his fist, and the water well in the city center suddenly erupted, the last remnants of groundwater consumed by him. At that moment, a white wave of energy sliced through the dry air like a sword, and Lin Yue appeared before Crocodile. "It seems I did not hurt you last time." His gaze was icy, the air around him infused with the humid energy of seawater he had drawn from the coast. "You again?" Crocodile's face contorted with rage. "This time I will not lose. I will drain your moisture and turn you into a desiccated corpse." He spread his arms wide, the sandy yellow energy surging towards Lin Yue with a powerful pull, causing even stones to begin to weather. Yet Lin Yue remained unmoved. A layer of water membrane formed around his body, rendering crocodile suction as ineffective as a stone sinking into the sea. "Your ability is indeed troublesome." Lin Yue flicked his finger, launching a sphere of energy infused with seawater toward Crocodile. "But it won't work on me." The energy sphere pierced through the sandy yellow wave, striking Crocodile squarely in the chest. He let out a blood-curdling scream, feeling the moisture within him spiral out of control. The very vapor he had drained began to rebel, exploding within his body. "No!" Crocodile's form swelled as if inflated like a balloon, his sandy yellow skin glistening with water, a first encounter with the backlash of his own powers. Lin Yue provided him no respite. With hands clasped together, the white energy fused with the ocean's essence, transforming into a colossal water dragon. The dragon roared as it surged toward Crocodile, engulfing him entirely. Boom! The water dragon erupted in the city center, morphing into a torrential downpour. The rain cascaded onto the parched streets, nourishing the cracked earth and falling upon the citizens, rejuvenating their parched skin back to a rosy hue. Crocodile lay in a puddle, drenched, the sea-stone handcuffs relocking his wrists, rendering him incapable of wielding his powers. He gazed at the rain descending from the heavens, despair filling his eyes. His once prized abilities had ultimately succumbed to this endless spring of life. Lin Yue descended beside Vivi, the white energy gradually retracting. This time, there would be no escape. Vivi surveyed the revitalized town, then glanced at the distant, jubilant citizens, softly uttering, "Thank you, Mr. Lin Yue." Lin Yue smiled faintly, remaining silent. He turned his gaze toward the desert beyond the city, where more parched towns awaited salvation. The white energy rose once more, bridging the azure sea and the desert. This time, instead of a water dragon, countless tiny streams emerged, permeating every corner of the desert like capillaries. In the distance, the sand dunes began to turn green, the dried riverbeds flowed anew, and even the ancient wells buried deep underground spouted clear springs. The desert of Alabasta was quietly transforming. Yet, the architect of this change had already packed his belongings, preparing to journey to the next destination. Chapter 47. The Withering of the Desert Sunflower. Crocodile's ultimate counterattack arrived more ferociously than anyone had anticipated. As Lin Yue was mending the ancient reservoir in the south, the sky over Alabasta was suddenly cloaked in a sandy hue. The sand throughout the city began to flow in reverse, coalescing into a colossal sand column. 1,000 meters in diameter, reaching for the heavens, Crocodile's ultimate move, the desert sunflower. What is this? The citizens, celebrating in the square, looked up in terror, witnessing the space around the sand column distort as the ground was violently torn apart, revealing the bedrock below. More horrifyingly, the gravitational pull at the center of the sand column was terrifyingly strong. Houses, trees, and even carriages were forcibly drawn in, reduced to dust by the friction of the sand. In the prison, Crocodile's figure materialized atop the sand column, having freed himself from the sea stone handcuffs. His body cloaked in sand, save for a pair of eyes ablaze with madness. "Lin Yue, come out. I know you are in the city." His voice reverberated throughout the city, laden with a sense of impending doom. "This desert sunflower can turn all of Alabasta into part of the desert. If you wish to spare these people from a grim fate, come to the tower's peak and face me in a final battle." Vivi stood atop the castle, watching the ever-expanding sand column, her heart racing with anxiety. She was aware that Lin Yue had gone south, and it would take at least half a day for him to return. However, the expansion of the sand pillar could not afford such a delay. "Your Highness, we must evacuate the populace," the captain of the guards urged anxiously. "If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Vivi clenched her teeth, her blue hair dancing in the sandy wind. "No, Mr. Lin, you will surely return." At that moment, a white wave of energy streaked across the yellow sky like a meteor as Lin Yue's figure landed atop the sand pillar, confronting Crocodile. "You finally arrived?" Crocodile's voice had a gritty texture, as if the sound were made of sand. "I thought you lacked the courage to show up." "Killing you requires no courage, merely time," Lin Yue retorted, his white aura colliding with the yellow energy of the sand pillar, producing a sizzling sound. "Unfortunately, you are not worthy of wasting my time." Arrogant. Crocodile clenched his fist, and the sand pillar suddenly began to spin rapidly, unleashing countless sand blades with the power to sever steel aimed directly at Lin Yue. Experience the sensation of being buried alive in sand. Lin Yue stood amidst the sand blades, a protective white aura enveloping him. The blades struck the energy barrier and were instantly repelled, crumbling into ordinary yellow sand as they fell. "Your abilities are indeed intriguing," Lin Yue remarked, striding toward Crocodile, his white energy coalescing around his right fist. "Unfortunately, you are using them inappropriately. Do you think you can approach me?" Crocodile scoffed as the sand pillar constricted, encasing both of them within. Inside the sand pillar, he could manipulate every grain of sand. Even a marine admiral might not escape unscathed. "In my domain, you are left with but a dead end." Crocodile's voice echoed from all directions as countless sandy hands emerged from within the pillar, reaching for Lin Yue's limbs. Yet, Lin Yue closed his eyes, extending his awareness to its utmost limits. In his perception, Crocodile's true form was nestled at the core of the sand pillar, where the grains flowed most densely and the energy fluctuations were strongest. "Found you." Lin Yue suddenly opened his eyes and unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a refined white energy, as precise as a scalpel, piercing through layers of sand directly towards the core of the sand pillar. Thud! The sand pillar trembled violently, its rotation slowing abruptly. A scream of agony erupted from the core as Crocodile's figure was dislodged, a fist-shaped imprint piercing through his chest. Yellowish blood oozing from the wound. "How could you possibly in my domain?" "Your domain?" Lin Yue landed before him, the white energy gradually retracting. "It is merely a heap of sand." He raised his foot and gently pressed it against Crocodile's chest. "The game is over, Sand Crocodile." Crocodile met Lin Yue Aishigeish. finally sensing a profound terror deep within his bones. He wished to resist, but realized that the energy within him had been utterly shattered by that previous strike, leaving him too weak to even maintain his sanity form. I am one of the 7 warlords, he stammered, his voice tinged with desperation. 7 warlords? Lin Yue smiled. In my eyes, indistinguishable from the common soldiers by the roadside. He retracted his foot and turned towards the edge of the sand pillar. The sand pillar, devoid of its energy support, began to collapse rapidly, the yellow sand cascading down like a waterfall, unveiling the sky of Alabasta. The citizens gazed at the figure falling from the top of the sand pillar, first stunned, then erupting into thunderous cheers. Lin Yue's white aura shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, akin to the sun rising over the desert. Crocodile lay amidst the ruins, staring at the sun in the sky, his consciousness gradually fading. He recalled his ambition to dominate the desert, remembered the opponents he had crushed beneath his feet. Yet the last image that flashed before his eyes was Lin Yue's unassuming but unshakable silhouette. The sand crocodile ultimately failed to blossom in the desert. Chapter 48. Farewell from the Bell Tower. The chimes of Alabasta rang, particularly clear on the rainy morning. Vivi stood atop the bell tower, adorned in a white gown symbolizing royalty, her blue hair tied into a ponytail gently swaying in the wind. She gazed down at the crowd in the square, where the king and Koza stood together announcing the reconstruction plan, their smiles reflecting the relief of survival. It is your turn, your highness, came the voice of the captain of the guards from behind, filled with gratification. Vivi took a deep breath and approached the edge of the bell tower. The sound from the square gradually quieted, all eyes fixed upon her. Citizens of Alabasta, her voice resonated through the loudspeaker, clear and youthful, yet imbued with extraordinary resolve. Over the past 3 years, we have endured drought, experienced war, and nearly succumbed to self-destruction due to conspiracies. Her voice trembled slightly, but quickly steadied. Yet we did not give up, for we are Alabastians, children of this desert. Drought cannot extinguish our hope. War cannot shatter our unity, and conspiracies cannot shake our yearning for peace. The square erupted into enthusiastic applause, with someone unable to contain themselves exclaiming, "Long live the princess." Now, the conspiracy has been shattered. The much-needed rain has arrived. Vivi's gaze swept across the square, ultimately resting on the desert's edge outside the city, where a dark figure was gradually receding. We owe our gratitude to many, to His Majesty the King for his perseverance, to Chief Koza for his awakening, and especially to a friend who wishes to remain anonymous. She paused, her tone softening. It was he who extended a hand in the desert, who halted the slaughter on the battlefield, who summoned the life-giving springs to nourish the land. He claimed to be merely passing through. Yet he has done so much for us. The people in the square exchanged glances, and soon someone recalled the mysterious figure who had appeared behind the air wall, remembering the sudden downpour, and they began to discuss amongst themselves. He seeks no honor, nor any reward. Vivi gazed at the figure that was about to vanish behind the dunes, her eyes slightly reddening. But I still wish to say one thing to him. Thank you, stranger. Alabasta will always welcome you back. She deeply bowed in the direction of the desert. On the sand dunes outside the city, Lin Yue heard that gratitude transcending distance. His footsteps momentarily pausing. He turned to glance at the white silhouette atop the clock tower, a faint smile gracing his lips as he quickened his pace. He was no hero, nor did he aspire to be one. The dawn of Alabasta belonged to its people, to the princess who tirelessly advocated for her nation. And that was sufficient. Suddenly, the dimensional anchor on his wrist vibrated, and a message from Bulma appeared. The hockey from the world of One Piece seems to resonate with your energy. Shall we explore it? Lin Yue chuckled softly, replying, I am currently seeking a place for research. He extracted a map from his backpack, his fingertip resting on the sea between Whiskey Peak and Alabasta. A crucial passage toward the first half of the Grand Line, a convergence of various forces. It was said that a pirate crew clad in straw hats had recently caused quite an uproar in those waters, their strength formidable. Straw Hat Luffy, perhaps. Lin Yue rolled up the map, white energy coalescing beneath his feet as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring toward the coastline. Atop the clock tower, Vivi watched that figure vanish into the horizon of the desert, letting out a gentle sigh. The head of the guards approached. Your Highness, he has departed. I know. Vivi turned, a resolute smile returning to her face. It is time for us to begin the reconstruction of our homeland. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the streets of Alyabarna, the rain-washed cobblestones glistening, while the distant desert radiated a subtle green hue. This city, which had endured suffering, was on the brink of a true dawn, and the stranger who heralded this dawn had already embarked on a new journey. Chapter 49. The Straw Hat's Invitation. In the tavern of Whiskey Peak, Luffy was indulging heartily in a bucket of meat, while Zoro sipped on his drink. Sanji busied himself serving dishes to Nami and Usopp, and Chopper huddled in a corner, munching on carrots. Have you heard? The rebellion in Alabasta has been quelled. A pirate at the neighboring table whispered, as if sharing a secret. Apparently, a mysterious figure had single-handedly defeated the warlord Crocodile. Is that true? The warlord was so easily defeated? Absolutely. My cousin is a guard in Alyabarna. He said this person could summon rain out of thin air and erect a barrier to fend off an army of 20,000. Luffy paused mid-bite, his eyes suddenly alight with interest. Oh? Is he that formidable? More than formidable. P.S. a monster. Just as the words left his lips, the tavern door swung open. Lin Yue entered, his black trench coat dusted with sand, surveying the raucous hall before striding towards the bar. A glass of water, please. Certainly. The bartender began to pour, only to witness Lin Yue conjure a sphere of water with his fingertip, drinking from it effortlessly. The bartender dropped his glass in shock, stammering. Why you are? Bang! Luffy suddenly leapt onto the bar, his nose nearly touching Lin Yue's face. You are the one who defeated Crocodile? Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, regarding the straw-hatted youth and his exasperated companions behind him. And you are? I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. You are strong. Would you like to join my crew? The tavern fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed on Lin Yue, who had received an invitation from the future Pirate King, a monumental honor. Yet, Lin Yue merely smiled and replied, No, I have other matters to attend to. Why? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Joining me as a pirate would be so much fun. We could search for the One Piece and explore the wonders of the world. My journey diverges from yours, Lin Yue stated, setting down the water balloon and gazing out at the ocean. The destination I seek lies beyond your course. Zoro, putting down his mug, scrutinized Lin Yue with keen eyes. You're quite strong. Was that move a result of a devil fruit ability? No, Lin Yue replied, rising to his feet as white energy flickered around him. It is chi. Chi. Chopper leaned forward, intrigued. What is that? Is it similar to hockey? Somewhat, yet different. Lin Yue responded, fixing his gaze on Luffy. Your potential for hockey is impressive, but remains dormant. Luffy blinked in confusion. Hockey? What is that? You will come to understand in due time. Lin Yue walked to the door, turning back to smile at Luffy. I wish you well on your quest to become the Pirate King. He pushed the door open and swiftly vanished into the throng at the dock. Sitting at the bar, Luffy stroked his chin thoughtfully. Chi, hockey, they sound quite formidable. Forget about that, Luffy. Sanji called, bringing over fresh grilled meat. We need to set sail for the next island, right? Luffy leaped up, clutching the grilled meat again. But that guy is really strong. I want to have a match with him. Nami rolled her eyes. All you think about is fighting. We should focus on how to evade the Navy's pursuit. The tavern buzzed back to life as the Straw Hat pirate ship swiftly raised its sails, venturing deeper into the Grand Line. At the dock, Lin Yue boarded a merchant ship bound for Amazon Lily. The captain, a burly man with a thick beard, paused upon seeing Lin Yue's ticket. Young man, are you certain you wish to go to Amazon Lily? It's a land of women, and men are strictly prohibited from landing. I have my ways. Lin Yue leaned against the ship's railing, gazing toward the distant horizon. Bulma's message chimed in once more. The Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, possesses conqueror's hockey. You should go and learn from her. Remember to take a photo. I want to see what the legendary beauty looks like. Lin Yue chuckled in response. Be careful not to be petrified by her Mero no Mi. The merchant ship gradually departed the harbor, slicing through the azure waters and leaving a trail of white foam in its wake. Lin Yue stood at the stern, watching the Straw Hat pirate ship recede into the distance, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. The next destination, Amazon Lily, not only did it harbor a user of Conqueror's hockey, but it also concealed secrets about ancient weapons, potentially offering him a deeper understanding of the world's power dynamics. The sea breeze caressed him, imbued with a salty essence, as if beckoning him towards new adventures. Chapter 50. The Voyage to the Land of Women. The merchant ship sailed for 3 days and nights through the windless zone. The sea, ominously dubbed the pirate's graveyard, lay in an unsettling calm, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Occasionally, colossal sea kings would glide beneath the vessel, casting shadows that obscured the sun. The other passengers, gripped by fear, cowered in the cabin, yet Lin Yue stood steadfast upon the deck each day, gazing at the eerily tranquil waters. Young man, are you not afraid? inquired the bearded captain, offering a bottle of rum. One flip of those sea kings could capsize our ship. Lin Yue accepted the drink, but did not partake. Instead, he placed it on the ship's railing. They do not dare, he replied. The captain paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. You speak with such wit. Amazon Lily is a realm even the world government hesitates to provoke. What brings you there? To find someone, Lin Yue said, his gaze fixed on the verdant outline emerging on the horizon. I seek one who wields haki. You mean the Empress? The captain's expression shifted. I advise against harboring such intentions. It is said she is the most beautiful woman in the world, yet also the most fearsome. A mere glance from her can turn a man to stone. Lin Yue chuckled softly, offering no explanation. His aura could withstand energy attacks, rendering him immune to the petrifying powers of the Mero no Mi, which was among the reasons for his journey to Amazon Lily. As the merchant ship drew closer to the harbor of Amazon Lily, a magnificent waterfall came into view, and atop it, the faint outline of the town of the Amazons could be discerned. The guards at the port, clad in battle armor, raised their bows upon sighting the merchant vessel. Who approaches? The lead warrior barked. Do you not know that men are forbidden entry into our realm? The captain quickly interjected. We come for trade. Only goods. No men. The female warriors boarded the ship cautiously to inspect it. Upon reaching Lin Yue, their expressions shifted dramatically. There is a man, they exclaimed. Dozens of arrows were drawn, their tips glistening menacingly. Do not be alarmed, Lin Yue said, rising slowly as a white aura enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. I come to visit the Empress with no ill intent. Impudent. The Empress is not someone you can simply meet. The lead warrior shouted. Fire. The arrows rained down like a tempest, but shattered upon contact with the barrier. The warriors, taken aback, retreated in astonishment. I assure you, I harbor no malice. Lin Yue's voice resonated beyond the barrier, imbued with an undeniable authority. Please relay my request. I seek counsel on the application of haki. At that moment, a languid and alluring voice drifted down from the summit of the waterfall. Oh, a man dares to intrude upon our land and speaks of haki? How intriguing. Lin Yue looked up to see a woman dressed in a red qipao standing on the cliff's edge. Her long, ebony hair framed a breathtakingly beautiful visage marked by a beauty spot at the corner of her eye. It was none other than Boa Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily. The warriors behind her knelt, proclaiming, Your Majesty. Hancock's gaze fell upon Lin Yue, her violet eyes shimmering with curiosity. Who are you? Why do you not fear my allure? As an ordinary man gazes upon her visage, he finds himself utterly petrified. Yet, the man before her remains unscathed, his eyes devoid of any infatuation, reflecting only tranquility. My aura can withstand all forms of energy assaults, including your fruit abilities. Lin Yue tilted his head, addressing her. I have come to seek guidance on the application of Conqueror's haki. Hancock arched an eyebrow, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. You wish to consult me? Very well. If you can withstand a single strike, I shall grant you this opportunity. With a flick of her delicate hand, a wave of pink energy surged toward Lin Yue. The fragrant foot of the sweet fruit, capable of instantly petrifying its target. Lin Yue did not flinch. Instead, he raised his hand, white energy coalescing into a shield. The wave collided with the shield, emitting a sizzling sound before dissipating into nothingness. Interesting, a flicker of surprise danced in Hancock's eyes, followed by a smile. Come fort. Although Amazon Lily does not welcome men, it exhibits a degree of tolerance towards the strong. She turned and strode into the passage behind the waterfall, leaving a group of astonished female warriors in her wake. Lin Yue nodded to the captain, white energy lifting his body as he ascended toward the apex of the waterfall. Standing at the cliff's edge, he cast a glance back at the distant sea. The merchant vessel had begun its return journey, and the sun sank slowly on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. Haki, Lin Yue clenched his fist, the white energy resonating subtly with the dimensional power within him. He stepped into the passage, a red carpet unfurling beneath his feet, extending into the depths of the palace. Although the female warriors remained vigilant, they no longer dared to obstruct him. The adventure on Nine Snake Island was merely beginning, and his journey through dimensions was poised to unveil a new chapter upon this ocean of uncertainties. Chapter 51. The Unexpected Visitor in the Daughter Kingdom. The coastline of Nine Snake Island is perpetually shrouded in mist, colossal vines entwining the reefs, forming a natural barrier. As Lin Yue stepped forth from the dimensional rift, he landed softly upon a stretch of sandy beach, the white energy waves not yet fully receded, dissipated by the fragrant sea breeze. Is this the Daughter Kingdom? He retracted the dimensional anchor, surveying his surroundings. Lush jungles blanketed the island's interior, an unusual floral scent permeating the air, yet no vessels or signs of life were visible, rendering the silence somewhat eerie. According to the coordinates provided by Bulma, this was indeed the territory of Amazon Lily. Lin Yue organized his backpack, intending to venture into the jungle when he suddenly heard the rustling of leaves. He turned cautiously, only to behold dozens of female warriors clad in leather armor emerging from behind the trees, their bows drawn taut, arrows gleaming with a sinister blue hue, evidently laced with poison. "A man!" exclaimed the leading warrior, her sun-kissed skin and cropped hair accentuating the prominent serpent tattoo upon her chest. "How dare you intrude upon Nine Snake Island?" Lin Yue raised both hands in a gesture of peace. "I come in peace, with no ill intentions." "Peace?" The warrior scoffed. "The daughter kingdom never welcomes men. You must be a spy for the Navy, seeking to gather intelligence." "Fire!" With a single command, dozens of poisoned arrows descended like a torrential downpour, their tips slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Lin Yue's pupils constricted, and he dared not take this lightly. The archery skills of these female warriors were precise and lethal, each arrow aimed at his vital points. He chose not to confront them head-on. Instead, he gathered his energy in the palm of his hand, a white wave of energy radiating outward like ripples on a tranquil lake. Energy bullets scattered. Dozens of small white energy orbs erupted from his palm, striking the incoming poisoned arrows with unerring accuracy. There were no earth-shattering explosions, only the crisp sound of clinking as the energy orbs deftly altered the direction of the arrows upon contact, sending them soaring into the air without damaging a single shaft. The female warriors were momentarily stunned. They had never witnessed such exquisite control, capable of deflecting poisoned arrows while sparing them from harm. His mastery over power surpassed their comprehension. As Lin Yue dissipated the energy wave, he spoke once more, his tone remaining calm. "I've stated before that I bear no ill will. I merely wish to meet Empress Boa Hancock." "Impertinence!" the leading warrior rebuked. "Is it within your rights to utter the name of Her Majesty the Empress?" "Sisters, prepare for close combat." The warriors immediately drew their curved blades, forming a battle formation. Their movements were synchronized, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of combat. Clearly elite fighters forged in the crucible of life and death. Lin Yue sighed. He did not wish to squander time here, nor did he desire to harm these guardians of their homeland. The white energy once again coalesced in his palm, yet this time it did not manifest as an attack, but rather transformed into a gentle barrier, separating him from the female warriors. "I shall repeat myself. I'm not an enemy." His voice resonated through the energy wall, carrying an undeniable pressure. "If you insist on attacking, I shall defend myself, but I will not harm anyone." The female warriors exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. The strength of this man was unfathomable. The demonstration of his energy bullets had already attested to his prowess, and engaging him directly would yield no favorable outcome. Yet, allowing a stranger to trespass upon their sacred ground was a violation of the rules of Nine Snake Island. At that moment, a melodious flute sound echoed from the depths of the jungle. Upon hearing the flute, the female warriors immediately sheathed their weapons and knelt on one knee, their expressions imbued with profound respect. Lin Yue looked toward the source of the sound in confusion, and through the mist, a female warrior adorned with a serpent-shaped headdress gracefully approached, wielding a gem-encrusted staff, clearly of high status. "Captain Yue, what is the meaning of this?" The warrior's voice was cool and melodious, her gaze scrutinizing as it fell upon Lin Yue. "Lady Margaret," the short-haired warrior promptly reported. "This man has suddenly appeared on the coast and claims to seek an audience with Her Majesty the Empress." The warrior known as Margaret appraised Lin Yue, and upon noticing the dimensional anchor point on his wrist, a flicker of curiosity danced in her eyes. "You are not from this land. I hail from a distant place." Lin Yue replied, dispersing the energy. "I truly have business with the Empress regarding the use of hockey." "Hockey?" Surprise flashed in Margaret's eyes, but she soon shook her head. "Her Majesty the Empress will not meet with you. According to the rules, any man who trespasses onto the island of Nine Serpents shall be subjected to the punishment of petrification." She raised her scepter, the gem at its tip emanating a pink glow. "Considering that you have not harmed anyone, I shall grant you a dignified death." Lin Yue furrowed his brow, about to offer further explanations when he suddenly sensed a formidable aura emanating from the heart of the island, akin to an invisible monarch's pressure, compelling all the female warriors to bow their heads instinctively. Margaret's expression shifted. "It is the presence of Her Majesty the Empress." Her gaze towards Lin Yue grew complex. "It seems you have drawn the Empress's attention. Follow me. Your fate whether life or death, is for Her Majesty to decide. Chapter 52. Ineffective Charm and the Empress's Fury. The path leading to Nine Serpent City was lined with peculiar flowers, their pink petals swaying in the breeze, releasing a heart-stirring fragrance. Lin Yue followed closely behind Margaret, sensing the presence of more female warriors concealed around them, their gazes palpable with vigilance and curiosity. Remember the rules. Upon encountering Her Majesty the Empress, one must kneel and avert one's gaze, Margaret warned coldly, her tone laced with caution. Otherwise, not even the gods can save you. Lin Yue remained silent, merely observing the unique city. The buildings were constructed from massive vines and shells, while the female warriors in the streets donned various armors, each possessing striking beauty and athletic grace, indicative of a martial nation. After passing through multiple checkpoints, they arrived before a grand palace. The palace's columns were entwined with lifelike stone serpents, and upon the throne at the top sat a languid figure, none other than the Empress of Nine Serpents, Boa Hancock. Clad in a red qipao, her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and the vermilion mole at the corner of her eye added an enchanting allure to her exquisite visage. Even in a casual pose, she radiated an air of sovereign authority. "Is it you, the man who dares to invade my kingdom?" Hancock's voice was languorous yet bewitching, underlined by an undeniable authority. Margaret immediately knelt. "Your Majesty, this man has trespassed upon Nine Serpent Island and insists on an audience with you." Lin Yue stood his ground, refusing to kneel, calmly addressing the Empress seated upon her throne. "I am Lin Yue, seeking to inquire about the application of domineering power." A profound silence enveloped the palace. All the female warriors gasped. This man not only dared to remain standing, but also spoke to the Empress in such a tone. Hancock's expression darkened instantaneously, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her violet eyes. "Impudent. No one on Nine Serpent Island has ever spoken to me in such a manner." She gradually rose, radiating a pink aura. "Since you were so eager to meet me, you shall remain here forever." Sweet, sweet, fragrant wind. A wave of pink energy surged towards Lin Yue like a tide, leaving traces of petrification on the palace's stone columns as it passed. This was Hancock's signature technique. Once touched by this fragrant wind, regardless of gender, one would be ensnared by her charm, transformed into an eternal statue. The female warriors turned their heads away, unable to bear witness as this audacious man faced his fate. However, the anticipated outcome did not unfold as expected. The pink energy waves traversed Lin Yue's body, dissipating like harmless mist, leaving him untouched and standing resolutely in place. "Huh?" Hancock was taken aback, her violet eyes brimming with disbelief. This was impossible. She activated her powers once more, and this time, the energy waves were even denser. Sweet wind barrage. Countless pink energy waves cascaded down like a meteor shower, completely enveloping Lin Yue. The female warriors in the palace could clearly see that the moment those energy waves made contact with Lin Yue, they were repelled by an invisible barrier, unable to approach him in the slightest. Lin Yue regarded the astonished Hancock and calmly explained, "My chi can form an energy barrier. Your devil fruit abilities are ineffective against me." The Empress's cheeks flushed with anger, more so from the offense to her pride. As the world's most beautiful woman, she was accustomed to adoration wherever she went, and never had anyone so brazenly disregarded her allure, especially within her own realm. "You have successfully incited my wrath, man." Hancock's gaze turned frigid, her aura of dominance surging. "Since you fear not petrification, then experience the taste of being torn asunder." With a flick of her delicate hand, a tremendous serpent's hiss echoed from outside the palace. Two colossal pythons, measuring dozens of meters in length, burst through the walls, flicking their tongues as they lunged at Lin Yue, their venomous fangs shimmering with an eerie blue luminescence. "Be careful," Margaret instinctively warned, though she held no affection for men. She also did not wish to witness anyone being devoured by serpents within the palace. Lin Yue did not retreat. Instead, he flicked his fingers. Two white energy orbs accurately struck the python's vital spots, not to harm them, but to render them unconscious. The two massive serpents collapsed to the ground without a sound, stirring up a cloud of dust. "What other tricks do you possess? Feel free to unleash them," Lin Yue remarked, observing Hancock's ashen expression. "But I reiterate, I'm not here to engage in combat." Hancock fixed her piercing gaze upon Lin Yue, her chest heaving with agitation. She had never encountered such a formidable opponent, one whose strength could dismiss her devil fruit powers, yet maintained such an arrogant demeanor. Yet, for reasons unknown, as she beheld the calmness in his eyes, Her fury inexplicably began to wane. Confine him to impel down. Hancock suddenly turned and sat, her tone regaining its icy demeanor. No one is permitted to approach without my command. Your Majesty? Margaret looked up in astonishment. Execute the order. Hancock's voice carried an unmistakable authority. The female warriors immediately advanced, producing sea-stone handcuffs to restrain Lin Yue's hands. He offered no resistance, understanding that defiance would only escalate tensions. As he was escorted out of the palace, he glanced back at the figure on the throne, seeing Hancock gazing at him through the palace window, her expression inscrutable. Within the palace, Hancock gently caressed the slave mark on her arm, remnants of the humiliation endured under the celestial dragons. This suddenly appearing man, with his calm eyes devoid of obsession or fear, only possessing pure scrutiny, felt unfamiliar, yet oddly significant to her. Lin Yue, she whispered his name, her fingernails nearly embedding into her palm. Who exactly are you? Chapter 53. Confrontation and Secrets in the Prison. The advancing city of Nine Snake Island is perched upon the cliffs deep within the island, constructed entirely of sea stone intermingled with obsidian. Said to be impervious even to the mightiest of sea kings, Lin Yue finds himself confined in the innermost cell, shackled by sea stone handcuffs that render him incapable of wielding his powers, forced to sit upon the cold stone bed like an ordinary man. The cell is devoid of windows, with only the flickering torches on the walls casting a dim light that illuminates the mottled stone and the marks of iron chains. Leaning against the stone wall, Lin Yue closes his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding atmosphere. It seems that the prison houses female warriors who have transgressed the rules of Nine Snake Island, their auras tinged with resentment and fury. Hey, newcomer, what have you done to incur the wrath of Her Majesty the Empress? A raspy voice emanates from the adjacent cell. I have never seen anyone survive a visit from the palace. Lin Yue opens his eyes. I merely wish to see her. To see the Empress? Do you have any idea how many men have sacrificed their lives just for a glimpse of her? A derisive laugh follows. Yet you possess remarkable audacity to utter such words in the land of women. Lin Yue refrains from responding, sensing the faintness of the other's aura, indicative of severe injuries. At that moment, heavy footsteps resonate outside the cell. The torchlight stretches along the corridor, revealing a familiar figure before the cell door. Boya Hancock, the Empress of Nine Snake Island. She remains clad in her crimson qipao, having replaced her scepter with a delicate lantern. Upon her arrival, the guards immediately kneel, not daring to breathe. All of you step aside. Hancock's voice is frigid, and the guards, as if granted a reprieve, promptly vacate the corridor. Only the two of them remain before the cell, the lantern's glow flickering against the stone walls, elongating their shadows. Who exactly are you? Hancock's voice shatters the silence as she leans against the cell door, her violet eyes scrutinizing him. Why have you sought me out? My name is Lin Yue, and I am a practitioner, he replies, meeting her gaze. I have heard of your mastery over Conqueror's Haki and wish to seek your guidance. Conqueror's Haki? Hancock raises an eyebrow, a smirk of derision gracing her lips. And you trespass into a realm of women for this? You dare to be so presumptuous? I did not intend to be disrespectful, Lin Yue clarifies. In my world, the strong do not kneel. Your world? A glimmer of curiosity flashes in Hancock's eyes. You are not of this realm. Lin Yue does not conceal the truth. I hail from another dimension, capable of traversing different worlds through dimensional rifts. Hancock stands momentarily stunned, clearly bewildered by Lin Yue's words. Dimension? Traversing worlds? This sounds more fantastical than the devil fruits. You are lying. She quickly regains her composure, skepticism coloring her tone. How could such an ability possibly exist? Lin Yue refrains from arguing, instead raising his wrist, still bound by the sea stone cuffs. The dimensional anchor crafted from moonstone glimmers with a soft blue light in the fire's glow, its surface emanating energy fluctuations that do not belong to this world. What is this? Hancock's gaze is drawn to the anchor, sensing the peculiar energy it harbors, distinctly different from Haki. The dimensional anchor can assist me in pinpointing coordinates and prevent me from becoming lost during my travels, Lin Yue softly remarked, akin to your permanent pointer, albeit directing towards disparate worlds. Hancock fell silent, her gaze fixed upon the dimensional anchor for an extended period, then shifted to Lin Yue's tranquil eyes. For the first time, feeling a tremor of uncertainty within her heart. This man was shrouded in enigmas, his strength, his words. The peculiar device upon his wrist, all transcended her understanding. Even if what you say is true, Hancock concealed her curiosity, her tone once again growing frigid. I shall not teach you Haki. The secrets of the Nine Serpents are never divulged, especially to a man. I can offer an exchange, Lin Yue replied, meeting her gaze. I possess knowledge on how to nurture your body with energy, which will refine your haki. I also know how to mend old wounds, such as the hidden scars left by the celestial dragons in your youth. Hancock's expression shifted dramatically as she instinctively pressed her hand against the slave mark on her arm, the skin beneath tightening reflexively. This secret had never been disclosed to anyone. Not even her two younger sisters were aware of the dark injury she had suffered in the past. How do you know? Her voice trembled with disbelief. Her violet eyes filled with wariness and a hint of fear. Your aura revealed it to me, Lin Yue stated calmly. Though your haki is formidable, its foundation is unstable. Each time it surges, your essence becomes chaotic. This is a manifestation of your unhealed wounds. Within your aura lies profound anguish, akin to a beast bound by chains. Hancock fixed her intense gaze on Lin Yue, her chest heaving violently. Not only could this man perceive her old injuries, but he could also sense the torment within her soul. This was utterly terrifying. This does not concern you. She abruptly turned, the lantern-esque light casting a long shadow behind her. Stay in your cell and reflect. Cease your foolish aspirations of haki. She hastily exited the corridor, the hem of her red gown sweeping across the stony ground, producing a hurried sound. It was not until she stepped outside the impel down and felt the moonlight envelop her that Hancock paused, raising her hand to touch the mark on her arm. Her fingertips icy. His words pierced her heart like a needle. The past of being enslaved by the celestial dragons was the scar she most dreaded revisiting. Yet Lin Yue had effortlessly seen through it all. What troubled her even more was his assertion that he could heal her old wounds. For years, she had been haunted by this dark injury, each use of her conqueror's haki invoking excruciating pain. If it could indeed be cured, Hancock turned to gaze at the towering impel down, the moonlight cascading upon her exquisite face, revealing a complex expression. For the first time, she felt a conflicting emotion towards a man, a desire to confine him forever in prison, yet an insatiable curiosity to uncover more of his secrets. In the cell, Lin Yue leaned against the stone wall, hearing a sigh from the adjacent cell. You are quite audacious to mention the celestial dragons. The Empress despises when others bring up that past. Lin Yue remained silent, his attention fixated on the dimensional anchor upon his wrist. Bulma sent a message, detecting a strong surge of Conqueror's haki. Have you found the Empress? Be cautious not to be swayed by her beauty. He chuckled softly, replying, I'm striving to convince her that I'm not a villain. Lin Yue closed his eyes and began to circulate the energy within him, having stowed away the communicator. Although the sea prism stone could suppress abilities, his energy emanated from the depths of his soul. With patience and guidance, he was certain he could find a breakthrough. He understood that Hancock would return. That seemingly haughty empress bore countless scars within, and perhaps he was the only one capable of healing her. Chapter 54. The Perilous Escape and the Bathing Incident. The night in Impel Down was unusually silent, punctuated only by the crackling of torches and the distant sound of waves. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, Lin Yue had spent the night guiding his energy, which had finally broken through the suppression of the sea prism stone, now flowing gently through his meridians. It was time. He opened his eyes, a flash of white energy flickering at his fingertips. The sea prism handcuffs still clung to his wrists, yet they could no longer fully contain his power. Rising to his feet, he approached the cell door to inspect the lock. This mechanism was crafted from sea prism stone, intricate in design, yet under the perception of his energy. The movement of each gear was crystal clear. He flicked a strand of energy, precisely injecting it into the lock core. Click! The crisp sound resonated distinctly in the silent corridor as the cell door slowly creaked open. Lin Yue slipped out of the cell, cloaking his presence in energy, gliding through the corridor like a specter. The guards of Impel Down were deep in slumber, save for a patrolling jailer wandering in the distance. Lin Yue evaded the patrol route, moving towards the exit he recalled from memory. Instead of opting for the main entrance, he directed himself towards the high wall at the rear of the prison, a point of weakest defense and the closest direction to the Empress's palace. Arriving at the base of the high wall, Lin Yue took a deep breath, channeling white energy beneath his feet. He leaped, his energy lifting him gracefully over the towering barrier, landing softly on the grass outside. Moonlight spilled over the jungles of Nine Snake Island, casting a silvery hue upon the leaves. As he oriented himself and prepared to advance towards the palace, he suddenly heard the sound of water ahead. Curious, he approached, parting the dense foliage, and was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Before him was a natural hot spring bathed in moonlight, steam rising gently from the water. reflecting the surrounding petals. In the center of the spring, Boa Hancock was bathing, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets of water gliding down her fair skin. Glimmering under the moon's glow, Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat, but inadvertently stepped on a branch, causing it to crackle underfoot. Who? Hancock whirled around, her violet eyes brimming with fear and anger. Upon seeing Lin Yue, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she screamed, "Shameless!" Lin Yue's mind went blank. Only when he met her furious gaze did he react, hastily turning to flee. Soda. I didn't mean to. Stop. Hancock trembled with rage. Hastily wrapping a robe around herself and barefooted, she pursued him. You lecher. I shall turn you to stone. White energy propelled Lin Yue swiftly through the jungle. With Hancock's furious roars and the sound of energy slicing through the air echoing behind him, the sweet, pink breeze pursued like a tracking missile, petrifying the trees along its path into white sculptures. Stop chasing me. I truly had no intention, Lin Yue explained while dodging the onslaught. I merely sought to escape to find you, never anticipating this encounter. Silence. Hancock's voice trembled with indignation, more offended than enraged. You despicable wretch are utterly unworthy of my presence. She quickened her pace, unleashing her conqueror's haki with unrestrained ferocity. The overwhelming pressure caused the surrounding trees to sway violently, and Lin Yue sensed an intangible weight slowing him down involuntarily. This is bad, Lin Yue thought, realizing the gravity of the situation, and swiftly turned to face the approaching Hancock. Beneath the moonlight, Hancock's eyes glimmered red with fury, her crimson robe billowing in the wind. Droplets of water clinging to her exposed ankles, embodying both regal wrath and a hint of disarray. Do you still have the audacity to halt? Hancock's voice was icy and piercing. Today, you shall experience the sensation of petrification. She raised her hand, gathering energy, the pink glow intensifying in her palm. Lin Yue understood he could not allow her emotions to spiral out of control any longer. I know you are angry, but please allow me to explain. My escape was solely to inform you that I can heal your old wounds. Hancock's movements abruptly ceased, her hand frozen mid-air. As she fixed a penetrating gaze upon Lin Yue, her expression intricate. What did you say? I said I can mend your dark injuries. Lin Yue responded earnestly, locking eyes with her. I will channel my energy to cleanse your meridians, repairing the damage inflicted by the celestial dragons. But it requires your willing cooperation. Hence my need to come find you. Hancock's fury began to dissipate, replaced by skepticism. Why would you help me? We are not connected, and I have imprisoned you. Because I respect the strong, Lin Yue confessed. Your conqueror's haki is pure, yet it is a pity to be shackled by pain. He paused, adding softly, I do not wish to see anyone ensnared by the shadows of their past. Hancock fell silent, the moonlight illuminating her face, revealing glistening tears. For so many years, everyone had only seen her beauty and dominance, never genuinely caring for her suffering. This man, though reckless, had uttered words that struck deep within her heart. Even if what you say is true, Hancock turned her head away, her cheeks slightly flushed. It does not absolve you of your transgression of spying on me while I bathed. I am truly sorry, Lin Yue sincerely apologized. I am willing to accept punishment, but please grant me a chance to heal you first. Hancock regarded his earnest gaze, and the fire of her anger extinguished entirely, replaced by an inexplicable sense of unease. She had never been so close to a man, especially not in such an awkward situation. The thought of her earlier rage possibly being witnessed made her cheeks burn hotter. Follow me, Hancock commanded, turning towards the palace, her voice subdued. Do not think of playing tricks, or I shall make you wish you were never born. Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to keep pace with her. The two walked in silence through the moonlit jungle, their footsteps and the occasional chirping of insects breaking the stillness. As Hancock approached the entrance of the palace, she abruptly halted, turning back to coldly declare, Do not dare to raise your gaze at me until I permit it. Understood, Lin Yue responded with a resigned nod. Observing Lin Yue's bowed head as he followed behind her, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Hancock's lips, though she quickly resumed her icy demeanor. She turned and entered the palace, her mind a tumult of conflicting emotions. This man was undeniably troublesome, yet for reasons unknown. She found herself oddly drawn to this feeling of inconvenience. Chapter 55. The Fragrant Foot and Honest Confrontation. In the council chamber of the Nine-Snake Palace, the atmosphere was palpably delicate. Hancock sat upon her throne, her fingertips unconsciously gliding over the armrest, her gaze resting on Lin Yue with a hint of curiosity. The female warriors flanking her had sheathed their weapons, yet their vigilant eyes remained fixed on Lin Yue. This man, capable of enduring the Empress's fragrant foot, was undeniably perilous. Your Majesty, this individual's origins are unclear. It may be ill-advised to keep him within the palace, Margaret advised softly, concern evident in her tone. Hancock waved her hand dismissively, her crimson nails glistening in the sunlight. I shall manage it myself. Rising from her seat, her chi-pao parted to reveal a glimpse of her fair calf as she gracefully approached Lin Yue. The distance between them was but a breath, and he could detect the faint floral scent mingled with the sweetness of the hot spring steam, causing his heart to quicken involuntarily. You have passed the test, Hancock declared, gazing up at him, mischief dancing in her violet eyes. However, if you wish to remain in the Nine-Snake Palace, you must demonstrate further prowess. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly pivoted, her high-heeled shoe cutting through the air with a fierce wind aimed at Lin Yue's cheek. The pink energy coalesced at the tip of her shoe, the air shimmering with petrifying white streaks. This fragrant foot strike was swifter and more formidable than before, clearly intended to be taken seriously. Lin Yue's pupils constricted, yet he did not flinch. He bent his elbow and raised his arm, white energy forming a thin shield on his forearm, precisely intercepting her kick. A dull thud echoed as the pink energy collided with the white shield, sending ripples through the air. Hancock felt a gentle yet resilient force at her ankle. No matter how hard she pressed, she could not advance a single inch. Surprised, she looked up to meet Lin Yue's focused gaze. There was no adoration in his eyes, only pure concentration, which left her feeling inexplicably disappointed yet somewhat defiant. Release me, Hancock exclaimed with a sharp tone, her other foot suddenly descending toward Lin Yue's instep. A hint of mischief in her actions. With a sigh, Lin Yue lowered the energy shield, instinctively grasping her ankle. The coolness and softness of her skin sent a shiver through him, prompting him to quickly let go and step back. Let's speak civilly. Refrain from resorting to physical altercations. Hancock stumbled slightly before regaining her balance. Her cheeks flushed, though it was unclear whether from anger or something else. She glared at Lin Yue. Who allowed you to grasp my foot? How audacious! It was you who struck me first, Lin Yue countered with a raised eyebrow, adding, and I must admit, the Empress's delicate foot is rather pleasant to the touch. At his words, the air in the council chamber froze. The female warriors stood in stunned silence. Could this man truly dare to jest with the Empress? Margaret had already grasped the hilt of her curved blade, poised to intervene at a moment's notice. Hancock was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. You shameless! Instinctively, she attempted to summon her abilities, only to find her heart racing, rendering her energy unstable. Lin Yue, observing the redness at her ears, recognized the need to tread lightly. He cleared his throat to shift the conversation. Let us discuss serious matters. Your old wounds require daily attention. Where do I reside? Hancock inhaled deeply, suppressing her inner turmoil, and turned towards the direction of the inner palace. Follow me. Her pace was slightly quicker than usual, her red skirt sweeping the ground as if to conceal something. Lin Yue trailed behind her, traversing the intricately adorned corridor until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. The yard was filled with pink blossoms, and at its center stood an exquisite stone house, evidently prepared for their purpose. You will stay here. Hancock, with her back to him, spoke in a muffled tone. Every morning, report to my chambers. You are not permitted to wander freely, especially near the hot springs. Understood, Lin Yue replied with a smile. However, Your Majesty, just now, when you kicked me, your breath became erratic, and your old injury has subtly resurfaced. It requires prompt alleviation. Hancock stiffened and turned abruptly, glaring at him. How do you know? Your aura does not lie. Lin Yue stepped closer, his gaze falling upon her gently rising chest. Is it convenient now? May I assist you? The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Hancock's face to heat up. She hastily retreated. Who said you could handle it now? We shall discuss this tomorrow. She turned and fled, her red figure quickly vanishing at the end of the corridor, oblivious to the flower petals that fell from her shoes. Lin Yue picked up the fallen petals, inhaling their fragrance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This seemingly haughty empress possessed a surprisingly flustered side. In the following days, Lin Yue visited Hancock's chambers each morning to assist in regulating her energy. Initially, Hancock remained vigilant, always assigning a maid to guard the door. However, as she observed Lin Yue's genuine dedication to her treatment, her defenses gradually lowered. One morning, as Lin Yue infused energy into Hancock's dantian, she suddenly let out a soft moan, leaning against him weakly. Lin Yue swiftly supported her, the warmth of her body stirring something within him. "What is wrong?" he asked, retracting his energy with concern. Hancock's cheeks flushed as she leaned against him, breathing heavily. "And nothing, I just feel a bit fatigued." She could sense Lin Yue's steady heartbeat resonating through his chest, oddly reassuring her. Abruptly, she pushed him away, flustered as she adjusted her attire. "That is enough for today. You may leave." Lin Yue noticed the crimson hue on her neck, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he turned to exit the chambers. The moment the door closed, Hancock pressed her hand against her heated cheeks, her heart pounding. Approaching a bronze mirror, she gazed at her bashful reflection, suddenly covering her face. What was happening to her? How could she possibly be developing feelings for a man? Chapter 56. Conversations Under the Moonlight and Past Wounds. The nights on Nine Snake Island were always imbued with a delicate floral fragrance. Lin Yue sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the dimensional anchor point on his wrist. Bulma had sent a message, informing him that there had been a new breakthrough in the technology of the Dragon Ball world, urging him to return soon to test the new traversal device. Return? Lin Yue murmured softly to himself, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the distant palace of Hancock. Their interactions over the past few days had stirred unfamiliar feelings within him for this seemingly aloof, yet warm-hearted empress. Just then, a slender figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Hancock, clad in a white nightgown with her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, exuded a softness that contrasted with her usual commanding presence. "Are you still awake?" She approached and sat down across from Lin Yue, and on the stone table, a pot of wine and 2 cups had mysteriously appeared. Lost in thought, Lin Yue replied, observing her. "What brings the Empress here at such a late hour?" "Do not refer to me as Empress." Hancock poured a cup of wine, her tone unusually gentle. "In private, you may simply call me Hancock." Lin Yue felt a stirring in his heart and lifted his cup to lightly clink with hers. "Hancock." The moonlight bathed them in a silvery glow, the wine shimmering in the cups. Hancock took a sip, her gaze drifting toward the distant sea, a hint of melancholy in her expression. "Tell me, can one truly escape the past?" After a moment of silence, Lin Yue replied, "The past cannot be escaped, but one can choose not to be bound by it." Hancock let out a bitter laugh and took another sip of wine. "You do not understand. Some scars are etched deep within." She rolled up the sleeves of her nightgown, revealing a grotesque slave mark on her arm. "This mark is a gift left by the celestial dragons." Lin Yue's gaze fell upon the mark, sensing the lingering pain it emanated, tightening his heart. "My sisters and I were captured by the celestial dragons in our youth, sold into slavery." Hancock's voice trembled, as if transported back to that dark era. "They treated us as mere playthings, tormenting us at will. This mark is a symbol of their ownership." Tears cascaded down her cheeks, splashing in her wine cup. "Eventually, we managed to escape and return to Amazon Lily. Yet this mark follows me like a nightmare. Each time I see it, I am reminded of those torturous days. I trained relentlessly to become the Empress, to proclaim to the world that I am no longer a slave to be butchered." Lin Yue remained silent, listening intently. He could feel the tumultuous emotions swirling within Hancock: pain, anger, humiliation, a heart-wrenching amalgamation. "They all say I'm the world's most beautiful woman." Hancock chuckled bitterly. "But who knows the scars hidden behind this visage? I dare not trust anyone, especially men, for the celestial dragons were men too." She lifted her tear-filled eyes to Lin Yue. "Do you think I am foolish? I am already an empress, yet still shackled by the shadows of my past." Lin Yue reached out, gently grasping her wrist. A white aura gradually enveloped the slave mark, soothing the residual pain it held. "Not at all foolish." His voice was tender yet resolute. "To have endured such suffering and still rise to become a formidable force. Hancock, you are truly remarkable." His fingertips gently brushed over the mark, the gesture as tender as one would treat a fragile treasure. "This mark serves as a testament to the past, yet it does not define your present. You are now the Empress of Amazon Lily, the possessor of Conqueror's Haki, a formidable force that even the Navy fears." Hancock stared at him, feeling the warmth emanating from her wrist, her tears flowing even more fiercely. For the first time in many years, someone praised her not for her beauty or power, but for truly seeing her resilience and pain. "Lin Yue," she choked out, leaning against his shoulder, "thank you." The warmth of her tears soaked Lin Yue's garment, carrying a faint scent of wine. He did not push her away, but gently patted her back, allowing her to vent years of grievances upon his shoulder. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes nestled together, as if frozen in a painting. The distant sound of the waves gently lapped against the shore, as if providing a soundtrack to this encounter that transcended pain. After an unknown span of time, Hancock gradually calmed down but remained unwilling to rise from Lin Yu's shoulder. She could smell his clean scent, mingled with a hint of fresh greenery, instilling in her an unprecedented sense of security. "Do you think I am weak?" she asked softly, like a little girl worried about being scorned. "No," Lin Yue replied, gazing down at her. "To dare confront pain is true strength." Hancock looked up, meeting his gentle gaze. Under the moonlight, his eyes were clear and resolute, as if they could dispel all darkness. A stirring in her heart compelled her to lean closer, softly pressing a kiss upon his lips. The fleeting softness left both of them momentarily stunned. Hancock's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly stood up. I must go." She turned and ran, her white nightgown tracing a frantic arc in the night. Lin Yue touched his lips, as if still lingering with her warmth and the scent of wine, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He watched the direction in which Hancock disappeared and softly remarked, "The mark belongs to the past. You are Hancock now, a singular you." The night breeze wafted by, bringing with it a richer fragrance of flowers. Lin Yue picked up his glass, downing the remaining wine in one go. The liquid was sharp yet bore a hint of sweetness, much like that sudden kiss, sending ripples through his heart. Chapter 57. The Secret Path of the Flower Sea and Moments of Heartfelt Emotion. Since that moonlit kiss, the atmosphere between Hancock and Lin Yue had grown particularly delicate. She remained the proud empress, yet would steal glances at him when no one was around. He continued to be the indifferent passerby, but unconsciously softened his touch during their treatments. On one particular morning, having just finished his treatment, Hancock unexpectedly handed him a bouquet of pink flowers. "Come with me, I want to show you something." Lin Yue accepted the flowers, observing the familiar petals. The very snake princess flowers that grew outside her chamber window, the national flower of Amazon lily, said to be bestowed only upon the most esteemed guests. "Where are we going?" he asked with curiosity. "You'll know once we get there," Hancock replied, turning to walk outside, her red cheepow dazzling in the morning light. Her steps noticeably more buoyant than usual. Two figures traversed the corridors of the palace, arriving at a concealed stone door. Hancock pressed a mechanism on the stone wall, and the door slowly creaked open, revealing a vine-covered path. This was the forbidden ground of Nine Snake Island, accessible only to the female emperors of generations past. Hancock's voice held an air of mystery as she spoke of a sea of flowers within, her haven for solace. Lin Yue followed her into the path, the vines parting autonomously as if imbued with life. After walking for approximately 15 minutes, they were greeted by a breathtaking expanse of blossoms. A boundless ocean of pink, purple, and blue flowers blossomed under the sun, while butterflies flitted among the blooms, and the air was saturated with an intoxicating fragrance. "How beautiful!" Lin Yue couldn't help but exclaim. "Do you like it?" Hancock inquired, her gaze dancing with mirth as she studied his profile. "Only those I deem worthy may enter here." A stirring sensation gripped Lin Yu's heart as he turned to her. "So, I am one of the worthy?" Hancock's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, stammering. Who said that? I merely think you deserve my gratitude for your assistance." Observing her flustered demeanor, Lin Yue chuckled. He grasped her hand and dashed deeper into the floral wonderland. "Then I must explore thoroughly, lest I squander the graciousness of Her Majesty the Empress." Hancock pulled along, felt her heart race, but did not resist. Their laughter echoed through the sea of flowers, startling a flock of colorful butterflies. They settled in a pavilion at the heart of the floral expanse, where Hancock plucked a pink flower and tucked it behind Lin Yu's ear. "Now you resemble a true guest of Nine Snake Island." Lin Yue gazed at her earnest expression and couldn't resist tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "You look lovely today." The warmth of his fingertips brushed her cheek, causing Hancock's face to bloom a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Flustered, she lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. "You're quite the smooth talker." Lin Yue, captivated by her bashful demeanor, could no longer contain his burgeoning feelings. He gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Hancock," just then a distant cry from a warrior interrupted them. "Your Majesty, urgent situation." Startled, Hancock pushed Lin Yue away. "What is it?" Margaret hurriedly approached, momentarily pausing upon seeing the pair in the pavilion, then bowed her head. "Your Majesty, the Navy's fleet has appeared offshore and seems to be in motion." Hancock's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. "Understood." She cast a complex glance toward Lin Yue. "Return to the palace for now. Await my news." With that, she turned to follow Margaret, her red figure swiftly disappearing at the edge of the floral sea. Lin Yue touched the snake princess flower by his ear, still warm from her presence. He gazed in the direction Hancock had departed, letting out a soft sigh. He had almost confessed. Upon returning to the palace, Lin Yue's heart remained in turmoil. He sensed the presence of a navy near the coast. Though not overwhelming, their numbers were considerable. Hancock's old wounds had yet to heal. Enforcing her powers could prove perilous. As evening fell, Hancock finally returned. Her face bore the marks of fatigue. Yet her lips were adorned with a smile. The matter was resolved. A group of reckless and unrefined ruffians. Lin Yue observed the crimson veins in her eyes. Knowing she must have exerted considerable effort, he stepped forward, unceremoniously grasping her hand, channeling his energy into her being. Do not strain yourself. Your breath is in disarray. A warm current flowed gently, soothing her chaotic chi. Hancock leaned into his embrace, savoring the comforting warmth, and softly uttered, Lin Yue, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Lin Yue held her closely, whispering in her ear, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. The fragrant breeze from the sea of flowers drifted into the palace, infusing the air with a delicate floral scent. The two embraced, needing no further words, for their hearts had already silently communicated in the atmosphere. Hancock understood that this man had entered her heart, becoming the one she yearned to protect. Chapter 58. The Legacy of Chi and Hidden Expectations. The morning sun bathed the training grounds of Nine Snake Island in golden light. White waves of energy swirling at the center of the arena. Lin Yue patiently guided the female warriors to attune to the energy within their bodies. With a mere touch of his fingertips, gentle currents surged into them, unblocking their obstructed meridians. Focus on your breathing rhythm. Let your energy settle in the dantian, not linger in your chest. Lin Yue's palm rested lightly on the back of one female warrior, warm energy flowing from his hand, envisioning it like water, meandering through her meridians. The warrior's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she dared not lose her focus. Since Lin Yue commenced imparting the fundamentals of Qi, the attitudes of the island's female warriors had transformed from hostility to admiration, tinged with a youthful shyness towards this powerful yet gentle man, who was entirely different from their preconceived notions of masculinity. On the elevated platform beside the training ground, Hancock reclined on a chaise longue, observing Lin Yue surrounded by the female warriors, her fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of her long hair. Sunlight filtered through the parasol, casting a warm glow upon her. The red chi pao accentuating her graceful curves, her gaze imbued with complex emotions. Your Majesty, Mr. Lin Yue is an excellent instructor, remarked Maid Margaret, offering a chilled fruit juice. The sisters say that practicing this chi has not only made them more agile, but also alleviated their old injuries. Hancock accepted the juice, taking a sip while her eyes remained fixed on Lin Yue. His chi is indeed pure, more suited for nurturing the body than our own fierce energy. She paused, lowering her voice slightly. Prepare the sisters for tonight. Margaret blinked in surprise, quickly comprehending, her cheeks flushing as she bowed her head. Yes, Your Majesty. As dusk approached and training concluded, Lin Yue returned to the courtyard, only to find two female warriors dressed in sheer gowns waiting at the entrance. Their youthful faces shy and demure. Mr. Lin Yue, Her Majesty requests your presence at the banquet, the warrior on the left said softly, her voice as gentle as a feather. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, following them deeper into the palace. Unlike the solemnity of daylight, the nighttime harem was enveloped in an alluring fragrance, with pink lanterns illuminating the corridors, casting a rosy hue upon the ground. In the banquet hall, there were no tables or chairs, only low couches cushioned with soft mats. Hancock reclined languidly in the main seat, adorned in a sleep robe that modestly revealed her shoulders. Her long, dark hair cascading loosely about her. With a dreamy gaze, she looked upon him. Surrounding her were 7 or 8 female warriors, each possessing striking beauty, clad in light garments. You've arrived. Hancock gestured for him to sit, her tone laced with a hint of languor. After a long day of teaching, you must be weary. Allow my sisters to keep you company with some wine. As Lin Yue settled himself, 2 female warriors approached. One poured wine for him, while the other gently massaged his shoulder. Their delicate fingers perfumed, brushing lightly against his skin. Hancock, this is... Lin Yue felt a tinge of discomfort. It is customary on Nine Snake Island to treat esteemed guests with great courtesy. Hancock took a sip of her wine, her gaze flitting between him and the surrounding warriors. They're the finest sisters on the island, capable of entertaining you and providing warmth. The cheeks of the female warriors flushed crimson, yet none dared to raise their gaze. Silently refilling Lin Yue's wine, and massaging his shoulders. It dawned on Lin Yue that this so-called banquet was merely a pretext. Hancock evidently had other intentions. After a few rounds of wine, Hancock waved her hand, and the surrounding warriors withdrew, leaving only two to stand by. One approached Lin Yue, her fingertips tracing his chest. "Lin Yue, do you know? Women of Nine Snake Island seldom conceive. The continuity of our bloodline has always been a challenge." Her expression turned earnest. "Your essence is so potent, your physique unique. I hope you can aid Nine Snake Island in preserving its lineage." Lin Yue was taken aback. "You mean?" "Indeed." Hancock settled onto his lap, her arms encircling his neck, her breath fragrant as she spoke. "I have already discussed this with my sisters. Starting tonight, they will take turns accompanying you. I wish for children imbued with your essence to flourish upon Nine Snake Island." Her kiss lightly brushed Lin Yue's lips, infused with the sense of wine and blossoms. "Of course, I must be the first to conceive." Warm breath caressed his ear. Her soft body pressed closely against him. Lin Yue could feel Hancock's heartbeat, the anticipation and seriousness reflected in her gaze. He embraced her, deepening their kiss. "I shall heed your wishes, my empress." As night deepened, the lights within the palace gradually dimmed, leaving only the ambiguous whispers of breaths floating in the wind. Hancock leaned against Lin Yue, her fingertips tracing his features. "From now on, you shall be the man of Nine Snake Island. Do not entertain thoughts of leaving." "Agreed." Lin Yue kissed the crown of her head. "I shall not depart." In the days that followed, Lin Yue's life grew extraordinarily busy. By day, he imparted the use of energy on the training grounds, observing the warriors' increasingly formidable skills. By night, he remained in the inner palace, surrounded by Hancock and her carefully selected female warriors. Hancock personally arranged the company each evening, sometimes choosing a gentle maiden, other times a mature and alluring matron. Each approached him with admiration for strength and the mission to perpetuate the tribe's bloodline, showering Lin Yue with tenderness. Hancock herself, however, nearly every night, chose to remain in his chambers, claiming his undivided attention with her unique blend of imperial authority and tenderness. Today, Margaret mentioned that she felt something stirring within her. One morning, Hancock nestled in Lin Yue's embrace, her voice imbued with a hint of exhilaration. "You are indeed remarkable." Lin Yue chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. "Have you forgotten who your child's father is?" Such flattery. Hancock feigned annoyance, playfully striking him, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. "But I have yet to make any progress." She pouted, a touch of grievance in her tone. "Is it that I am not trying hard enough?" The childishness in her demeanor made Lin Yue chuckle as he rolled over to pin her beneath him. "Then let us strive even harder today." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon the entwined couple. The fragrant winds of Nine Snake Island silently bore witness to this love that transcended the seas, and to a tribe's yearning for the continuation of their bloodline. Chapter 59, Oath Under the Moon and the Farewell Kiss. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yue had spent half a year on Nine Snake Island. The female warriors had not only significantly enhanced their combat prowess, but many of them were beginning to show signs of pregnancy, their faces radiating the joy of nurturing new life. Hancock's old wounds had long since healed, and her conqueror's haki, nourished by her emotions, had become even more refined. The gaze she cast upon Lin Yue grew increasingly tender. However, the day of parting ultimately arrived. That evening, Lin Yue's dimensional anchor suddenly emitted a brilliant light, and Bulma's urgent message came through. "The dimensional portal is experiencing fluctuations. You must return swiftly, or you may be trapped there forever." Holding the anchor, Lin Yue approached Hancock's chamber with a heavy heart, fully aware that he must leave. Inside the chamber, Hancock was preening before a bronze mirror. Upon seeing Lin Yue enter, she immediately rose with a smile. "Why are you here so early? The sisters are waiting for you." Yet, as her words trailed off, she noticed the somber expression on Lin Yue's face, and her smile gradually faded. "What is it? What has happened?" Lin Yue extended the anchor to her, its light pulsating in her palm. "My dimensional portal is unstable. I must return." Hancock's complexion instantly paled, her fingers gripping the anchor tightly, her knuckles widening. "Return? You are leaving?" "Yes." Lin Yue nodded with difficulty. "This is not a permanent farewell. Once the portal stabilizes, I will certainly come back for you." "When will you leave?" Hancock's voice trembled as she fought to prevent her tears from falling. "Tomorrow morning." Lin Yue grasped her hand. "I am sorry, Hancock." "Do not say that," Hancock interrupted, taking a deep breath and forcing a smile. "I know you do not belong here. Since you must go, let us bid farewell properly tonight." She turned to the inner chamber, and when she re-emerged, she wore the most beautiful red gown. The mole at the corner of her accentuated by the candlelight, rendering her particularly enchanting. Will you dance with me? Just as we did when we first met amidst the sea of flowers? There was no music, only the rhythm of their heartbeats echoing in the silent chamber. Lin Yue held Hancock's waist, his gaze drawn to the glimmer of tears in her eyes, his heart aching. Hancock leaned against him, their dance gradually slowing until they came to a halt, and she lifted her lips to meet his. This kiss was filled with reluctance and affection, tender and profound. As the kiss deepened, Hancock's tears could no longer be contained, falling onto Lin Yue's garment. "You must return," she choked out. "I and the children will wait for you." "I will," he promised. Lin Yue wiped away her tears, gazing intently into Hancock's eyes. "Once I handle matters over there, I will return immediately. From that moment on, we shall never part." In the stillness of the night, the two lay entwined on the bed, neither succumbing to slumber. Hancock nestled against Lin Yue, her fingertips tracing his chest. "Do you think our child will resemble you or me?" "Beautiful like you, brave like me," Lin Yue replied, kissing her forehead. "When I return, I will teach them to harness their energy and to understand the world." "Very well." Hancock nodded with a smile, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I will take care of Nine Snake Island and await your return as king." "Good." They whispered softly to each other until the first light of dawn broke on the horizon. Lin Yue rose to prepare his belongings, while Hancock quietly assisted him in fastening his cloak, slipping a serpent-shaped jade pendant into his hand. "This is the token of Nine Snake Island. Carry it, and no matter where you are, I shall feel your presence." Lin Yue clutched the pendant tightly, pressing a final kiss to her forehead. "Wait for me." He turned towards the coastline, unwilling to look back, fearing the sight of her tears would draw forth his own. Hancock stood atop the palace's high platform, watching his figure fade into the morning light, unable to contain her anguished cries. The sea breeze tousled her long hair, carrying her desperate call. "Lin Yue, you must return." In the distance, Lin Yue stood before the dimensional rift, casting one last glance towards Nine Snake Island, pressing the jade pendant against his chest before leaping into the radiant light. At the moment, the rift sealed. He thought he heard Hancock's heartbeat and her tearful plea. "I await you." Chapter 60. The warmth of palms and the hopes of life in the days following Lin Yue's departure, Nine Snake Island returned to a semblance of tranquility. Yet an undercurrent of gentle anticipation lingered. The bellies of the female warriors swelled day by day, and the cries of infants began to fill the island, infusing the once dominant atmosphere of authority with the breath of life. Hancock remained the resolute empress, yet after attending to state affairs, she often retreated alone to a pavilion deep within the sea of flowers, caressing her belly and gazing aimlessly towards the sea. 3 months had passed since Lin Yue's departure, and the dimensional anchor had not illuminated since, yet she steadfastly believed that he would return. One morning, while attending to official documents, Hancock was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness, instinctively grasping the edge of her desk. A maid rushed forward, concerned. "Your Majesty, are you unwell? Shall I summon the physician?" "I'm fine." Hancock waved her hand dismissively. Lately, she had been inexplicably fatigued and craved sour foods. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she instructed the maid to call for the physician. After the physician examined her pulse, a look of astonished joy spread across her face. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You are a child." Nearly 2 months along, Hancock was momentarily stunned, and then an overwhelming joy surged within her. Trembling, she placed her hand on her belly, where a small life was developing, a child belonging to her and Lin Yue. "I am pregnant," she murmured, tears instantly blurring her vision. The longing and anxiety of the past 3 months melted away in that moment, transformed into profound happiness. That evening, Hancock lay in her chamber, the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a gentle glow upon her. She gently lifted the hem of her skirt, her palm tenderly resting on her abdomen, feeling the faint breath of life within, reminiscent of Lin Yue's essence, warm and pure. "Baby," she whispered softly, her voice so gentle it could draw tears. "You see, Mama did not deceive you. Your father truly brought you into this world." Her fingertips traced circles on her belly, as if engaging in a dialogue with her child. "Daddy is a remarkable man. He possesses courage and will protect us. When he returns, he will surely adore you. He may be far away now, but Mama knows he is striving to come back. Be good and grow strong, my baby. When Daddy returns, let us surprise him together. Shall we?" Beneath the moonlight, Hancock's face radiated maternal brilliance, shedding her former arrogance and coldness, leaving only warmth and anticipation. She picked up the serpentine jade pendant from the table and pressed it against her abdomen. The stone's smooth warmth felt akin to Lin Yue's hand gently caressing her. "Lin Yue, can you hear me?" She murmured towards the sea, "We have a child. You must return swiftly to see our baby." The sea breeze swept into the chamber, carrying a hint of salt and moisture, as if conveying a distant reply. Hancock clasped the jade pendant tightly in her palm, a resolute smile gracing her face. She understood that the wait might be lengthy, but the thought of the child within her and the man who would surely return filled her with strength. The Empress of Nine Snake Island had newfound reasons to care and protect. As the night deepened, Hancock drifted into a contented slumber. In her dreams, she envisioned Lin Yue returning, embracing her, tenderly kissing her forehead and cautiously caressing her abdomen, laughing like a child. In reality, her abdomen stirred gently, as if responding to her dreams. Their story was only just beginning. Chapter 61. The Crimson Dawn of Marineford. The sky over Marineford was stained with an eerie orange-red hue, foreboding the impending bloody tempest. In the square of the naval headquarters, tens of thousands of naval soldiers stood in orderly formation, their black justice cloaks billowing in the sea breeze, each face etched with solemnity. At the center of the square, Ace was firmly bound to a cross, his hands shackled by sea prism stone handcuffs, rendering him powerless. He lowered his head, his dark hair obscuring his eyes, concealing his expression. Yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil and fury. Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood beside the execution platform, draped in his justice cloak, his demeanor as stern as iron. He surveyed the densely packed navy below, and then glanced at the white-beard pirates' fleet approaching in the distance, taking a deep breath. The war that would determine the world's fate was about to commence. "Attention, everyone!" Sengoku's voice echoed throughout Marineford via the loudspeakers. "The white-beard pirates are about to strike. We must show the world the fate of traitors. Let all pirates understand the cost of challenging justice." The naval soldiers erupted in a thunderous roar. Justice will prevail. On the surface of the sea, a colossal tsunami is taking shape as the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, cuts through the waves, its white beard emblem gleaming vividly in the sunlight. Whitebeard stands at the bow, his massive form resembling a small mountain, the tremors of the quake fruit causing the water to quiver slightly. "Ace!" A heart-wrenching shout suddenly echoes. Luffy, stepping onto Ace's flames, descends from the sky, his straw hat flapping wildly in the fierce wind. He gazes at his brother on the execution platform, his eyes reddened with anger and urgency. "Ace, I'll come to save you." Ace abruptly lifts his head, and upon seeing Luffy, a flicker of surprise flashes in his eyes, quickly followed by profound concern. "Luffy, what are you doing here? Leave. It's dangerous." At that moment, a white light cleaves through the sky, and Lin Yue's figure suddenly materializes at the edge of the square. Having just concluded his stay on Amazon Lily, he pinpointed Luffy's presence through a dimensional anchor and swiftly traversed here, unexpectedly arriving at this historic moment. Standing atop a rooftop, Lin Yue surveys the entirety of Marineford. The Navy stands poised, the Whitebeard pirates loom ominously, Ace on the execution platform, and the reckless straw hat boy charging forward, all reminiscent of the war at the top he remembers, yet imbued with an air of uncertainty due to his arrival. "Indeed, I have returned," Lin Yue murmurs softly, as a white aura flows gently around him. He senses the pervasive intent to kill and the fervor of battle in the air. The presences of the three admirals weighed down like mountains, suffocating, while Whitebeard's aura, though aged, remains akin to a dormant volcano, harboring world-shattering power. Luffy's presence, though still youthful, exudes an indomitable spirit. His gaze rests upon Ace on the execution platform, the brother who always feigned indifference, yet harbored a gentle heart. Then he turns to the relentless Luffy, the boy who aspires to become the Pirate King. Lin Yue clenches his fists, the white aura thickening. "Today, no one shall harm them." At that moment, Sengoku spots Luffy charging forward, his expression darkening. "Stop him." Kizaru vanishes in an instant, reappearing before Luffy, delivering a swift kick to his chest. "Oh dear, what a disobedient little brat." "Rubber jet pistol." Luffy roars as he retaliates with a punch. The collision of fist and foot produces a tremendous sound. Luffy is sent flying by Kizaru's lightspeed kick, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood trickling from his lips. Yet, he immediately rises, charging once more towards the execution platform, his eyes burning with an unquenchable flame. "How tenacious," Kizaru muses, tilting his head as he prepares for another attack. Lin Yue's expression sharpens. In a flash, he appears before Luffy, blocking Kizaru's assault. "HM?" Kizaru raises an eyebrow, glancing at the suddenly appeared Lin Yue. "Who are you? Able to keep up with my speed?" Lin Yue ignores Kizaru, simply advising Luffy behind him, do not act recklessly. Forcing your way through will be futile. Luffy paused for a moment, gazing at the unfamiliar man before him. He could sense the formidable aura emanating from the stranger. One more potent than any he had encountered. Who are you? Why are you helping me? A passerby, Lin Yue replied, his gaze fixed resolutely on the execution platform. I have come to rescue Ace. Just then, Ace on the platform caught sight of Lin Yue, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. You are the man from Amazon Lily? He had seen Lin Yue's description in Hancock's letter and knew of his exceptional strength. Lin Yue nodded at Ace, acknowledging him. Kizaru observed Lin Yue with keen interest. Are you aligned with Whitebeard, or with the Straw Hat Kid? Neither. Lin Yue's voice was frigid. I am here solely to save a life. Save a life? Kizaru chuckled and Marineford. Do you even grasp where you are? I do. Lin Yue's energy surged dramatically. A white wave expanding like a tsunami, but so what? The overwhelming force compelled the surrounding Navy soldiers to retreat, and Kizaru's expression grew grim. It seems we have a troublesome individual here. In the distance, Akainu and Akiji noted the commotion, directing their gazes toward Lin Yue. Who is that? Akainu furrowed his brow, sensing the pure and formidable energy radiating from Lin Yue, instilling within him an inexplicable wariness. Akiji adjusted his hat, his expression serious. I don't know, but he is powerful, very powerful. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, observing the sudden appearance of Lin Yue. A flicker of surprise in his murky eyes. This kid possesses a formidable aura. He turned to Marco beside him. It seems today S variables extend beyond just us. Marco nodded, his gaze vigilant as he scrutinized Lin Yue. Father, we must exercise caution. We do not know if he is friend or foe, regardless of ally or adversary. Whitebeard's voice resonated with authority. As long as he can save Ace, he is a friend. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly tense, all eyes fixated on Lin Yue. Would this enigmatic figure, who had suddenly emerged, become the turning point in this battle? Lin Yue felt the weight of the gazes upon him, unperturbed. He glanced at Ace on the execution platform, then at Luffy beside him, as white energy coalesced in his palm into a brilliant orb of light. Ace, wait for me. Lin Yue whispered softly, yet his words echoed clearly across the square. The variables of the war on the top officially commenced at that moment. Chapter 62. Akainu's Fangs and the Guardian of the Energy Wall. On the square of Marineford, the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. The vanguard fleet of the Whitebeard pirates breached the Navy's defenses, colossal warships shattering the barriers of the port as countless pirates surged over the waves toward the square, clashing violently with Navy soldiers. The sounds of clashing blades, booming cannons, and anguished cries intertwined to create a chaotic symphony of battle. Luffy stood protected behind Lin Yue. Though anxious, he suppressed his impulsiveness. He could distinctly feel the white energy flowing from Lin Yue, a force both gentle and resilient, forming an invisible barrier that shielded them from the surrounding chaos. Who are you truly? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Luffy posed another question to the enigmatic figure who had unexpectedly appeared, not only possessing unfathomable strength, but also offering assistance in rescuing Ace. Lin Yue maintained his focus on the execution platform without turning back, uttering, "We shall discuss matters after Ace is saved. For now, conserve your strength. Only then will we have a chance to break free." At that moment, a searing column of lava suddenly erupted from the Navy ranks, radiating intense heat that warped the very air around it. Be careful. Luffy's pupils dilated. It was the signature move of Admiral Akainu. Magma Fist. Standing at the forefront of the Navy formation, Akainu's fist, encased in molten rock, remained poised for attack, a cold smile etched upon his face. Having just witnessed Lin Yue repel Kizaru's assault, he recognized the formidable adversary before him and resolved to eliminate the weaker Luffy first, thereby removing any unpredictable variables. Despicable. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. He could sense the terrifying heat contained within the magma, potent enough to melt steel. Should it strike Luffy, the consequences will be dire. At that critical juncture, the energy within Lin Yue surged explosively. A white gust of energy spiraled around him, rapidly coalescing into a translucent barrier that stood before him. This barrier was denser than any prior attempt, its surface adorned with intricate energy patterns, reminiscent of finely polished crystal. Boom! The scorching column of lava collided violently with the barrier, producing a deafening roar. Lava is splattered, and the searing droplets, upon hitting the ground, emitted hissing sounds as they burned small, charred holes into the solid stone. The barrier trembled violently, ripples forming on its surface as if it could shatter at any moment. The Navy soldiers gasped in astonishment, and even Akainu furrowed his brow, taken aback that his full-force attack had been thwarted. Lin Yue's arms felt heavy, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The power of Akainu's magma fruit far exceeded his expectations. Although the barrier had absorbed the attack, some heat still permeated through, causing his skin to burn. "Break for me!" Akainu bellowed in fury, intensifying his assault. The lava column thickened, its temperature rising further, and signs of melting began to appear on the surface of the barrier. "Not a chance," Lin Yue retorted, channeling his energy into the barrier like a surging tide. The white gusts clashed violently with the crimson glow of the magma, emitting hissing sounds of energy annihilation. He could distinctly sense the destructive force within the magma, akin to a frenzied beast gnawing at the barrier. Suddenly, the energy patterns on the surface of the barrier brightened. Lin Yue thrust his hands forward and, astonishingly, the barrier began to press toward the lava column. A blinding light erupted at the point of contact between the white energy and the crimson magma, and a vast plume of steam ascended, forming a white misty wall between the two combatants. "What?" Akainu's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that not only was the opponent defending, but actively eroding his magma as well. This peculiar energy possessed the dual ability to insulate against high temperatures while exhibiting remarkable resilience, preventing his magma from being utterly destroyed. Luffy stood by, utterly astonished. He could sense the terrifying energy collision between Lin Yue and Akainu. The mere surge of energy made it difficult for him to breathe. Clenching his fists, he loathed his inability to assist, forced to watch Lin Yue confront the Marine Admiral alone. "Enough!" Lin Yue suddenly exclaimed, a fierce shout echoing as the energy wall erupted in a brilliant white light. The white energy sliced through the magma column like a blade, surging back towards Akainu. Akainu's pupils constricted in alarm as he quickly retreated, simultaneously conjuring a shield of magma. Yet, the energy blade moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly piercing through the magma shield, grazing his arm and leaving a clean cut on the deck of the naval ship behind him. Looking down at his arm, Akainu discovered that the magma skin had sustained a small wound from the energy blade. Although it healed almost instantly, a chilling sensation coursed through him. Lin Yue gradually withdrew his hand, allowing the energy wall to dissipate. He regarded the ashen-faced Akainu with a frigid tone. Is this all the capability of a Marine Admiral? Resorting to ambushes against the younger generation? Impudent. Akainu struck at his core, seethed with rage as magma surged around him. "I am Admiral Akainu of the Marines, representing justice to judge you pirates. Today, you shall witness true power." With a stomp, the ground cracked open, spewing forth molten lava that surged towards Lin Yue and Luffy, incinerating all vegetation and melting stone in its wake, transforming the square into a volcanic inferno. "Watch your step." Lin Yue urgently grasped Luffy, as a white energy lifted them both into the air, evading the oncoming lava. "This guy's too formidable." Luffy observed the rolling lava below, anxiety gripping him. "How can we get past to save Ace?" Lin Yue scanned the battlefield. Whitebeard had unleashed the power of the Tremor fruit, causing the very ground of Marine Ford to tremble, creating openings in the Marine defenses. Kizaru and Akiji were occupied restraining Whitebeard's commanders and could not attend to them for the moment. An opportunity had arisen. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Yue's eyes. "I will distract Akainu. You seize the chance to reach the execution platform. Remember, no matter what happens, do not stop." "But you..." Luffy looked at him with concern, aware of Akainu's overwhelming strength. Facing him alone seemed perilous. "Have no fear, I'll be fine." Lin Yue smiled, the white energy coalescing around him into a form resembling armor. "Go now." With that, Lin Yue leaped forward, charging directly at Akainu. "Akainu, I am your opponent. Seeking death." Akainu roared, meeting him head-on, his fist encased in magma, exuding a devastating aura as it struck towards Lin Yue. The two clashed instantly, the white energy waves colliding with the crimson magma, annihilating in their fervent exchange, while the temperature of the square rose sharply. Lin Yue utilized his ability to teleport and the energy wall to evade and counterattack. Though he could not defeat Akainu just yet, he managed to entangle him completely. Watching Lin Yue's retreating figure and glancing at Ace on the execution platform, Luffy gritted his teeth. "Thank you. I will definitely rescue Ace." He turned, activating the powers of his gum fruit, propelling himself towards the execution platform like a cannonball, leaving the Marine soldiers utterly unable to impede his advance. On the execution platform, Ace gazed at Luffy, who was recklessly charging towards him, and then glanced at Lin Yue, fiercely battling Akainu, his eyes moist with emotion. He felt the profound sense of protection that transcended distance, his heart brimming with gratitude and strength. Sengoku, witnessing Luffy's approach, darkened his expression and commanded, "Stop him. He must not reach Ace." The naval admirals surged towards Luffy, heralding the onset of a new fierce conflict. Meanwhile, Lin Yue's confrontation with Akainu escalated to a fever pitch. He understood that he had to endure, buying enough time for Luffy. The outcome of this summit war rested firmly in their hands. Chapter 63. Akainu's Roar and the Repercussions of His Strike. The sky over Marineford was interwoven with the crimson of molten lava and the pure white of shockwaves. As Lin Yue and Akainu's fierce clash became the battlefield's most dazzling focal point. Each collision unleashed violent energy shockwaves, sending nearby soldiers reeling, while the once sturdy plaza floor became riddled with cracks. Akainu's magma fruit powers were unleashed in full force. He transformed into a human volcano, each punch carrying the scorching heat capable of melting steel. When he unleashed his massive fire attack, torrents of lava surged towards Lin Yue like a tsunami, leaving nothing in their wake and scorching the air with crackling sounds. Lin Yue relied on instantaneous movement and a barrier of energy to continuously deflect the onslaught. The white energy in his hands morphed unpredictably, at times forming shields to withstand the lava, and at others coalescing into sharp blades for counterattacks. His speed of teleportation was astounding, allowing him to evade the lava at the last possible moment, rendering Akainu's fierce assaults futile time and again. "Is all you do is evade?" Akainu roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, accustomed to suppressing opponents with overwhelming strength. He felt a sense of frustration against Lin Yue's elusive tactics. Suddenly, Akainu altered his strategy, abandoning his pursuit of Lin Yue to direct the magma towards the charging Luffy. Dogbite Crimson Lotus. A searing column of lava reformed, aimed directly at Luffy's back. At that moment, Luffy was besieged by several naval admirals, unable to divert his attention, and it appeared he was about to be struck by the magma. Despicable. Lin Yue's gaze sharpened. He realized Akainu was deliberately using Luffy to draw him out. Without a moment's hesitation, he instantly teleported behind Luffy, the energy barrier coalescing once more. Boom! The lava column collided violently with the barrier. This time, Akainu infused even greater power, causing the barrier to tremble violently, with dense cracks appearing on its surface. Lin Yue stifled a groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Lin Yue." Luffy turned to see this scene, his eyes wide with concern. "Are you all right? Don't worry about me. Go save Ace." Lin Yue gritted his teeth against the pain, shouting at Luffy. In that brief moment of distraction, Akainu seized the opportunity, darting like lightning before Lin Yue, his fist encased in magma, descending upon his chest with devastating force. "I'll finish you." A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. The energy within him erupted to its zenith, the white energy coalescing into a dense sphere at his chest. He chose not to defend, but instead met Akainu's fist head-on, gathering all his strength into his right palm, striking towards Akainu's chest. Boom! In the fleeting moment when fists collided, time seemed to stand still. The magma-infused punch of Akainu struck Lin Yue's chest with tremendous force, the searing energy erupting violently, charring his clothing to a crisp black and shattering the armor of condensed energy inch by inch. Lin Yue felt as though a volcano had collided with his chest, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet at that very instant, Lin Yue's own energy-infused palm struck Akainu squarely in the chest. A torrent of white energy surged into Akainu's body like a burst dam, violently clashing with his magma powers. With a gasp, Akainu expelled a copious amount of blood mixed with magma, his face contorted in disbelief. He sensed a pure and domineering energy rampaging within him, scattering his magma energy into disarray and sending waves of unprecedented agony through his chest. How is this possible? Akainu murmured to himself, incredulous that anyone could not only withstand his punch, but also retaliate with such devastating effect. The immense recoil sent both combatants flying backward. Lin Yue crashed into a distant crumbling wall, shattering it to pieces. He struggled to rise, but the searing pain in his chest was unbearable, and the energy within him became erratic. Meanwhile, Akainu was propelled several dozen meters away, toppling rows of Navy soldiers before coming to a halt. Clutching his chest, his magma-formed body trembled as Lin Yue's strike had not only injured his internal organs, but also left a lingering energy that impeded his ability to gather his full strength. "Who on earth are you?" Akainu demanded, staring at the slowly rising Lin Yue with a mix of shock, anger, and a hint of barely perceptible trepidation. This mysterious individual, who had suddenly appeared, possessed a strength that allowed him to withstand his attack and inflict injury, an occurrence that far exceeded Akainu's comprehension. Lin Yue wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the white energy circulating around him once more, albeit somewhat disordered, yet his gaze remained sharp. Just a passerby, unable to tolerate your bullying of children. A passerby? Akainu scoffed, his rage turning to a mocking laugh. You could take my punch and still retaliate? Do you think me a fool? State your name. I have stated that I am merely passing by. Lin Yue adjusted his injured chest, the energy within him gradually mending his wounds. But what about you? Is this the extent of a Marine admiral's prowess, resorting only to ambushes? The surrounding Navy soldiers and pirates were utterly astonished by this scene. The Admiral Akainu had been injured by an unknown, mysterious figure. It was simply preposterous. Whitebeard stood at the bow of his ship, observing Lin Yue's silhouette, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his murky eyes. This young one possesses some intrigue. Marco flew to Whitebeard's side, concern etched upon his face. Old man, that individual is formidable, yet Akainu is not to be trifled with. He has been wounded. Should we not lend assistance? Whitebeard shook his head. No need. That young one has his own pride. Furthermore, he fights for Ace and Luffy. We shall attend to our own affairs. On the execution platform, Ace watched Lin Yue's injured figure, filled with guilt and gratitude. He called out toward Lin Yue. Thank you. Stranger, you need not concern yourself with me. Hurry and flee. Lin Yue lifted his gaze towards the execution platform, casting a faint smile at Ace. I promise to rescue you, and I shall not break my word. He then turned to Akainu, the white aura around him intensifying. Have you rested well? It is now my turn. Akainu, observing the fearless glint in Lin Yue's eyes, felt a flicker of unease for the first time. Despite his injuries, Lin Yue's aura was rapidly revitalizing, exuding a resilience that sent shivers down Akainu's spine. Taking a deep breath, Akainu suppressed his internal wounds, the magma surrounding him roiling with greater ferocity than before. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Lin Yue was equally prepared, the white aura coalescing in his hand into the shape of a long blade, shimmering with energy. A more intense battle was about to erupt, and the situation at Marineford became increasingly enigmatic due to this unforeseen variable. All eyes were fixed on the two figures in the arena, curious whether this enigmatic man in white could truly challenge the authority of a Marine admiral. Chapter 64, Kizaru's Lightspeed Kick and the Stilled Ankle. Golden rays of light intertwined above Marineford, Kizaru's figure darting across the battlefield like a shooting star, each flash accompanied by a sonic kick that tore through the air. The white aura surrounding Lin Yue surged violently, expanding to its utmost limits, firmly locking onto Kizaru's every movement. Such troublesome abilities. Lin Yue muttered as Kizaru's silhouette materialized behind him, a golden foot slicing through the air towards his back. This cannot end well. Just as Kizaru's foot was about to make contact, Lin Yue's body twisted at an impossible angle, his right hand striking out with the precision of a striking serpent, deftly grasping Kizaru's ankle. Crack! The sharp sound of bone meeting bone resonated clearly amidst the chaotic battlefield. Lin Yue's fingers sank into Kizaru's ankle, formed from condensed light energy, as the white aura surged through his fingertips, instantly suppressing the flow of light energy. The lazy smile on Kizaru's face froze, his purple pupils narrowing in shock. What? He felt an unusual binding force at his ankle, the once fluid light energy now frozen, unable to advance even a fraction. Holding Kizaru's ankle, Lin Yue felt a warm sensation in his palm as golden particles flickered between his fingers, struggling to escape. He sensed the light energy within Kizaru, akin to a restless current, attempting to break free from the binding aura. Yet its resilience far exceeded Kizaru's expectations, firmly ensnaring the light energy like an unyielding rubber band. Such is the speed of light, Lin Yue remarked, lifting his gaze to meet Kizaru's, his tone laced with subtle mockery. This statement pierced Kizaru's pride like a needle. As a Marine admiral, his lightspeed kick had never been so belittled. A flicker of fury ignited in Kizaru's eyes as he concentrated golden light into his other foot, channeling greater energy as he aimed a kick at Lin Yue's face. Do not become too complacent. With a powerful twist of his wrist, Lin Yue forcefully slammed Kizaru's body to the ground. As he sidestepped the incoming barefooted kick, Lin Yue's left hand coalesced a sphere of energy, striking the yellow ape squarely in the abdomen. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, The yellow ape's body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the walls of the Navy headquarters and stirring a cloud of dust. Golden light mist swirled around him, clearly indicating that the previous strike had inflicted considerable shock upon him. Standing firm, Lin Yue gradually retracted the white aura surrounding him. He shook his slightly numb right hand. The effort to counter the yellow ape's lightspeed kick had placed significant strain on his arm. Through the haze, the yellow ape's figure slowly materialized, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The nonchalance that once adorned his face was replaced by a solemn expression. Who are you? Such energy does not belong to this world, does it? Lin Yue remained silent, his gaze fixed on the yellow ape with vigilance. He understood that the yellow ape would not concede easily. The previous assault had merely inflicted minor injuries. It appeared that he could no longer hold back. With a resigned sigh, the yellow ape's golden aura intensified, transforming him into a colossal beam of light, an 8-span jeweled needle. Countless golden energy orbs erupted from the beam like a meteor shower, densely enveloping all the space around Lin Yue, each orb brimming with enough power to pierce steel. Barrier! Lin Yue shouted, and a massive spherical shield of white energy formed around him. The energy orbs bombarded the barrier like relentless raindrops, producing a cacophony of explosions, with blinding light making it impossible for onlookers to keep their eyes open. Seizing the moment amidst the fierce battle, Luffy had already breached the defenses of the Navy vice admirals, drawing ever closer to the execution platform. Seeing Lin Yue surrounded by the energy orbs filled him with anxiety. Yet he knew he could not afford to be distracted and gritted his teeth, pushing forward. On the execution platform, Ace watched his bloodied comrade Lin Yue and the desperately approaching Luffy, his eyes brimming with tears. He struggled against the sea-stone handcuffs that constricted his wrists painfully, but they remained unyielding. Boom! The rain of energy orbs finally ceased, and the barrier's brilliance dimmed considerably. Lin Yue gasped for breath. Maintaining such an extensive defense had drained him immensely. The yellow ape reappeared before him, a glimmer of surprise on his face. You actually managed to block that? Your energy truly is enduring. It ends here. Lin Yue suddenly chuckled, a swirling vortex of white energy coalescing in the palm of his hand. It's time for you to experience my speed. Before his words faded, Lin Yue's figure vanished from sight. This time, it was not teleportation, but pure speed derived from the explosive force of his energy, slightly slower than the yellow ape's light speed, yet far more agile. The yellow ape's pupils constricted in shock. Just as he intended to initiate his light speed movement, he found Lin Yue already before him, the swirling vortex crashing forcefully against his chest. Spiral energy ball. The white vortex exploded against the yellow ape's torso, the immense rotational force instantly tearing through his light energy defense, sending him hurtling away once more. This time, the yellow ape could not immediately regain his form. The golden mist lingered in the air for a long while before reassembling into humanoid shape. A trickle of golden blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Kizaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Lin Yue, whose breath was similarly disordered, and refrained from launching another attack. He understood that capturing this enigmatic individual today would be exceedingly difficult. Rather than risking the dignity of an admiral in a futile struggle, it was wiser to retreat for the time being. What a troublesome adversary. Kizaru cast a glance at Luffy, who had dashed to the execution platform, then observed Akainu and Aokiji fiercely battling Whitebeard in the distance, ultimately transforming into a beam of golden light and withdrawing into the Navy ranks. For today, I shall let you be. Lin Yue watched Kizaru's retreating figure, choosing not to pursue. He recognized that his earlier move had drained a significant portion of his energy, and forcing Kizaru back had already reached his limit. He turned his gaze towards the execution platform, where Luffy stood in confrontation with Sengoku, Ace's handcuffs on the verge of being removed. Victory was within reach. However, at that moment, a chilling column of magma suddenly shot towards the unsuspecting Luffy from the side. Akainu had somehow freed himself from Whitebeard's restraint, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied, murderous intent. Luffy, beware! Lin Yue's eyes widened in horror. He attempted to teleport, but discovered that his energy reserves were nearly depleted. Chapter 65. The Frozen Sea and the Walker in the Void. The battle in Marineford had grown increasingly chaotic due to Lin Yue's intervention. Akainu had been forced back by Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Kizaru had temporarily evaded danger, while the third admiral, Aokiji, cast a frigid gaze towards Luffy, who was engaged in fierce combat near the execution platform. Aokiji slowly raised his right hand, a pale blue chill emanating from his fingertips, instantly freezing the ground beneath him. Ice Age. With a low shout, the cold surged towards the sea, the once tumultuous waters visibly freezing at an alarming rate, transforming the entire port into a realm of ice in the blink of an eye. The ice spread relentlessly towards the execution platform, ensnaring countless pirates and Navy soldiers who could not retreat in time, turning them into lifelike ice sculptures. The chill was bone deep, the very air seemingly on the verge of freezing. The temperature in Marineford plummeted, with every breath forming clouds of white mist. In this manner, no one could escape. Akiji adjusted his hat, a cold smile gracing his face. His act of freezing the sea was not only to prevent the white-beard pirate ships from approaching, but also to seal off all escape routes, ensnaring the invaders in a net of ice. Luffy, cradling the recently freed Ace, attempted to break through the icy surface, only to find that the water beneath his feet had solidified into a formidable layer of ice. What is happening? The sea has frozen over, Luffy exclaimed, trying to utilize his rubber fruit powers to shatter the ice, only to discover its unyielding hardness, rendering him unable to budge it. Akiji's figure materialized before them, his icy fist aimed squarely at Luffy. Straw Hat, this is where it ends. At that moment, a wave of white energy cascaded from above, landing before Luffy and Ace. Lin Yue stood suspended in midair, white energy forming an invisible staircase beneath his feet, allowing him to hover above the icy surface. Your opponent is me. Lin Yue regarded Akiji with a calm demeanor. Do not lay a hand on the child. Akiji scrutinized Lin Yue, a flicker of seriousness crossing his gaze. You are the one who injured Akainu and Kizaru? He could sense that the aura emanating from Lin Yue was markedly different from the oppressive presence of Qingji. It bore a warm power that made his heart flutter, perfectly countering the chill that enveloped him. The Ice Age Spear. Qingji conjured several ice spears with both hands, launching them toward Lin Yue with a piercing whoosh. The spears, encased in thick layers of ice, radiated a frigid energy potent enough to freeze blood. The air beneath Lin Yue's feet rippled slightly as he deftly evaded in midair, simultaneously sweeping his hands, causing white energy to transform into several blades that accurately sliced towards the ice spears. Crack! The clash between the energy blades and the ice spears shattered the latter into countless ice shards, while the energy blades surged onward, aimed at Qingji. Qingji's gaze sharpened as he sidestepped the energy blades, which grazed his shoulder and cleaved a long gash through the ice behind him. Quite skilled, he thought, his expression growing more serious. But do you think this will deter me? He pressed his hands against the icy surface, causing the ice to spread once more towards Lin Yue's foothold, freezing the air beneath him. Observing the encroaching ice, Lin Yue let out a soft sigh. Don't freeze the fish in the sea. Suddenly, the energy around him erupted, the white aura boiling forth like scalding water. Surging toward the ice below, wherever the energy wave passed, the hard ice melted at a visible rate, transforming into rivulets and even releasing plumes of steam. Qingji watched in astonishment as his ice was dissolved by the energy wave. Your power can actually melt my ice? He had never encountered such an opponent. His freezing abilities seemed to have met their nemesis. Lin Yue walked upon the air, the energy waves continuously surging beneath him, melting all the ice in his wake, revealing the flowing sea below. He approached Qingji step by step, as the white energy waves clashed with Qingji's cold aura, emitting a hissing sound and forming a distinct boundary. What do you intend to do? Qingji inquired, sensing that Lin Yue bore no intense killing intent, merely obstructing his actions. I do not wish to do anything. Lin Yue halted, a barrier of energy forming before him to block the spreading ice. I merely wish to take them away. He gestured towards Luffy and Ace behind him. Following his gaze, Qingji looked at Luffy and Ace, then at the distant battle between Whitebeard and the Navy, remaining silent for a moment. The Navy's justice does not permit your departure. Justice? Lin Yue chuckled, publicly executing one brother while pursuing another who only wished to save him. Is this your notion of justice? Qingji offered no reply, instead gathering his icy energy once more, preparing to unleash a more formidable attack. Lin Yue recognized the futility of further dialogue. He took a deep breath, elevating the energy within him. If you must obstruct me, do not blame me for being impolite. The white energy waves surged toward Qingji like a tsunami, engaging in a fierce confrontation with his cold aura. The warm waves continuously melted the frigid cold, while the icy energy sought to freeze the advancing waves, resulting in a dramatic clash of ice and fire upon the icy surface of Marineford. Luffy, cradling Ace, gazed at Lin Yue's silhouette, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Lin Yue. He understood that Lin Yue was buying them time and quickly ran towards the melting sea surface with Ace. Let us hasten, Ace, exclaimed Luffy. Ace glanced back at Lin Yue, who was fiercely battling Akiji, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Luffy, we cannot leave him behind. I know, Luffy gritted his teeth. But remaining here will only hinder him. Once we are safe, we shall devise a way to return and assist him. Ace nodded in agreement and followed Luffy towards the distant ships. They were acutely aware that only by successfully escaping could they honor Lin Yue's sacrifice. Lin Yue sensed that Luffy and Ace had ventured far, and he felt a sigh of relief wash over him. He fixed his gaze on Akiji, and the torrent of energy erupted once more. Akiji, your opponent is me. Do not entertain thoughts of pursuing them. Akiji watched the retreating figures of Luffy and Ace. A flicker of hesitation flashing in his eyes, but ultimately he relinquished the pursuit, redirecting all his focus onto Lin Yue. He understood that the man before him was the most formidable adversary he had to contend with. The clash of ice and air continued, etching traces of melting and refreezing upon the ice surface of Marineford, bearing witness to this extraordinary confrontation. Chapter 66. Whitebeard's gratitude and the boys resolved. The skies above Marineford remained shrouded in smoke as the clash between Whitebeard and the Navy escalated to a fever pitch. Whitebeard wielded his massive Naginata, unleashing the power of the Tremor fruit, causing the very island to tremble violently, with the Navy's defenses teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, time was unrelenting. Whitebeard, though formidable, was aged and bore numerous wounds, his breath becoming increasingly labored. Leaning on his Naginata, he surveyed his fallen sons, a glimmer of fatigue crossing his eyes, yet they remained imbued with an indomitable presence. Old man, Marco transformed into his phoenix form, positioning himself before Whitebeard to shield him from Akainu's molten onslaught. Rest for a moment. We shall handle this. Whitebeard shook his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I am not yet so frail as to require my son's protection. He raised his Naginata once more, preparing to strike. At that moment, a wave of white energy surged from the side, intercepting Akiji's freezing attack and shielding Whitebeard. Lin Yue appeared by Whitebeard's side, having just extricated himself from Akiji's grasp to lend support. Are you unscathed? Lin Yue inquired, observing the injuries upon Whitebeard with a sense of respect. This aged man, willing to stand against the entire Navy to protect his sons, embodied a profound paternal love. Whitebeard regarded Lin Yue, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his murky eyes, swiftly followed by admiration. You are quite formidable, young one. He sensed the powerful aura emanating from Lin Yue, more challenging than even the three admirals of the Navy. Lin Yue remained silent, vigilantly surveying the surrounding Navy forces, a white energy swirling around him, ever poised for battle. Suddenly, Whitebeard chuckled, his voice, though raspy, carried a note of gratitude. Thank you, young one. He recognized that had it not been for Lin Yue entangling the three admirals, they would never have made it this far, and Ace could not have been saved. Lin Yue turned to Whitebeard, his tone calm. I fight for Ace, not for you. He harbored little fondness for the pirate known as the world's strongest man, yet he admired the depth of his love for his son. Whitebeard paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. What an amusing little brat. Regardless of your motives, by aiding my son, you have aided me, Whitebeard. From this day forth, you shall be my friend. Whoever dares to harm you shall be my enemy. Lin Yue remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the retreating figures of Luffy and Ace, who had boarded a small vessel, distancing themselves from Marineford. At that moment, Sengoku's voice echoed throughout Marineford. Whitebeard, do you believe you can escape? Sengoku had transformed into a colossal Buddha form, golden radiance illuminating the entire square. Today, you shall all pay for your actions. Great eruption. The voice of Akainu rang out as a massive column of magma surged toward Whitebeard and Lin Yue, exuding an aura of destruction. Be careful. Lin Yue forcefully pushed Whitebeard aside while conjuring a barrier of air to intercept the magma column. Boom! The magma collided with the barrier, producing a tremendous explosion that caused the barrier to tremble violently, fissures appearing on its surface. Lin Yue let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The fierce battle with the three admirals had severely drained his stamina. Whitebeard observed Lin Yue's injury, moved by the boy's willingness to protect him. You need not do this, kid. I'm not doing it for you. Lin Yue wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes resolute. I simply cannot bear to see Ace, who has just been rescued, lose another loved one. Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Yue's youthful yet determined visage, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. This unfamiliar boy, though no relation to them, was willing to sacrifice so much for Ace. Akainu, your opponent is me. Whitebeard bellowed, brandishing his Naginata and charging at Akainu, unleashing the power of the Quake fruit to shatter the magma column. As Lin Yue observed Whitebeard's retreating figure, he realized it was time for him to depart. His dimensional anchor point began to flicker, signaling the urgency of his return. Otherwise, he risked being trapped in this world. Take care, Whitebeard, Lin Yue murmured softly, his form gradually becoming translucent. Whitebeard seemed to sense something, glancing back to see Lin Yue transform into a beam of white light, vanishing into the air. He paused for a moment, then a smile crept onto his face. This little brat is indeed mysterious. Lin Yue's disappearance did not alter the tide of battle. The fierce confrontation between Whitebeard and the Navy raged on. Yet, all were aware that the outcome of this war had irrevocably changed. Ace had been successfully rescued, and the Navy's plans lay in ruins. The enigmatic boy who had appeared and vanished became a riddle in the hearts of all. On the distant small boat, Luffy held Ace closely, casting a grateful glance back toward Marineford. Lin Yue, thank you. We will surely become the Pirate King. Ace also looked toward Marineford, silently expressing his gratitude. Stranger, thank you. I, Ace, shall repay your kindness. The smoke of Marineford still lingered, but the seeds of hope had been sown. Yet Lin Yue, a transient from another realm, has fulfilled his mission and departed quietly, leaving behind a tale to be told. Chapter 67. The Severed Shackles and the Reunion of Brothers. The battle surrounding the execution platform raged on fiercely, with naval soldiers incessantly pouring in, attempting to thwart Luffy's efforts to rescue Ace. Exhausted and battered, Luffy stood resolutely before Ace, protecting his brother who had just been freed from his shackles. Go, Luffy. Don't worry about me, Ace implored, his heart laden with guilt as he beheld the wounds adorning his brother's body. The Navy's target is me. You have no reason to remain here. I will not leave. Luffy shook his head defiantly, his gaze unwavering. We are brothers. I will never abandon you. At that moment, several naval vice admirals broke through the lines, swords raised, intent on capturing Ace. Luffy roared in defiance, stepping forward to shield Ace from their blades. The powers of the gum fruit granted him temporary reprieve from their onslaught. Yet his injuries multiplied. Luffy, Ace's eyes widened in horror as he yearned to assist, but having only just escaped the sea stone cuffs, his body remained feeble, devoid of strength. As a long blade loomed perilously close to Luffy's back, Ace closed his eyes in despair. Airblade slash. A white gust of energy suddenly surged from his side, deftly severing the vice admiral's sword and sending several naval soldiers reeling. Lin Yue's figure materialized before Luffy and Ace, a white aura swirling around him. Though his breath was somewhat erratic, his gaze remained sharp. Are you all right? Lin Yue inquired, his brow furrowing at the sight of Luffy's injuries. I'm fine. Luffy shook his head. Please save Ace. Nodding, Lin Yue approached Ace, examining the remnants of the sea stone cuffs on his wrist. He extended his hand, a soft sphere of light forming in his palm from the white energy. Relax, Lin Yue murmured, pressing the luminous orb against Ace's wrist. Warmth surged into Ace's body, immediately alleviating the debilitating effects of the sea stone and mending his wounds. Ace could feel a powerful vitality flooding back into him, rejuvenating his spirit. This is... Ace gazed at Lin Yue in astonishment, sensing that this energy was distinct from Haki, yet even more pure and comforting. Without offering an explanation, Lin Yue remained focused, guiding the energy to restore Ace's body. Moments later, he withdrew his hand. The marks on Ace's wrist had vanished, and his strength had been replenished. All done, Lin Yue declared. Your strength has returned. Ace flexed his wrist, feeling the flames of power surging anew within him, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, stranger. No need for thanks, Lin Yue replied, shaking his head as his gaze shifted to the relentless tide of naval soldiers approaching. We must leave. With a surge of energy, a barrier of white aura erupted around him, shielding them from the advancing Navy. Go with your brother, Lin Yue said to Ace. I will cover for you. Ace glanced at Lin Yue's retreating figure and then at Luffy beside him, nodding in agreement. All right, Luffy, let's go. Yeah, Luffy responded, and together they dashed towards the seaside. Lin Yue watched their silhouettes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned to face the oncoming naval soldiers, as white energy coalesced in his hand into a blade of air. If you wish to stop them, you must first pass through me. Stop him. Don't let Ace escape. The naval soldiers roared as they charged at Lin Yue, swords drawn and cannon fire erupting. Lin Yue wielded the air blade, the white gust sweeping like a tempest, deflecting all the soldiers' attacks. His movements were as swift as lightning. With each swing of his blade, several naval soldiers were sent flying, none could withstand his onslaught. On the execution platform, Sengoku watched in astonishment and fury as Lin Yue single-handedly held back all the naval soldiers. "Who is this bastard?" he exclaimed, never having encountered such formidable strength that could oppose thousands of naval soldiers alone. "Marshal, should we intervene personally?" a naval vice admiral inquired. Sengoku shook his head. "No. Whitebeard is still over there. We cannot leave. Let the soldiers engage him. We will deal with him once Whitebeard is taken care of." Lin Yue remained oblivious to Sengoku's plans, focusing solely on wielding the air blade to stand firm against the naval soldiers. His stamina was rapidly depleting, wounds beginning to mar his body, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He sensed that Luffy and Ace were nearing the coastline, a sigh of relief escaping him. As long as they could escape safely, his sacrifices would be worthwhile. "It's nearly time to end this," Lin Yue murmured, as the energy within him surged once more. The white waves forming a colossal shockwave that sent the surrounding naval soldiers sprawling, clearing a space around him. He turned and sprinted towards the seaside, channeling energy beneath his feet to accelerate. The pursuing naval soldiers struggled to close the distance, repelled by the force of the energy waves. Lin Yue quickly caught up with Luffy and Ace, who had reached the shore and were searching for a vessel. "Over there." Lin Yue pointed to a small boat not far off. "We'll take that boat to leave." Luffy and Ace nodded and followed Lin Yue towards the small craft. The naval soldiers had also arrived at the beach, firing at them. Lin Yue swiftly conjured a wall of energy to shield them from the bullets, urging, "Hurry, get on the boat." Luffy and Ace promptly jumped aboard, followed closely by Lin Yue, who severed the rope tethering the boat. The small vessel glided gently across the sea, distancing itself from the battlefield of Marineford, rife with smoke and death. Luffy and Ace gazed back at the receding island, their hearts brimming with complex emotions. "We're safe," Luffy declared, a smile illuminating his face. "Yeah," Ace nodded, turning to Lin Yue with gratitude in his eyes. "Lin Yue, thank you. Without you, we could never have escaped." Lin Yue smiled in return. "No need for thanks. You are brothers. Helping each other is only natural." The small boat continues its voyage across the tranquil sea, carrying 3 individuals, each with their own fates, toward an uncertain future. The smoke of Marineford gradually dissipates, yet the repercussions of this war are only just beginning. Chapter 68. The Tears and Courage of the Flesh. The vessel glides slowly over the calm waters, distancing itself from the remnants of battle and turmoil. The setting sun casts its warm glow upon the surface of the sea, adding a touch of solace to this escape. Luffy finally sheds all his defenses, his taut nerves relaxing, and the emotions he has long suppressed can no longer be contained. He embraces Ace tightly, tears cascading down like pearls released from a broken string, soaking Ace's garments. "Ace, I'm so scared," Luffy chokes out, his voice laden with dread and grievance. "I fear I may never see you again. They have bound you there, with so many who wish to harm you. I thought I could never rescue you." Ace stiffens momentarily before reaching out to hold Luffy close, his own eyes misting. He senses the tremors in his younger brother, a blend of fear and anxiety. Luffy has always presented himself as fearless, and Ace has never witnessed such vulnerability in him. "I am sorry, Luffy." Ace's voice quakes, filled with remorse for causing concern. "It is my fault for allowing myself to fall into such a predicament." He gently pats Luffy's back, comforting him as he once did in their youth. "Do not cry. I'm all right now. We are safe." Yet Luffy's sobs intensify, the pent-up fear, exhaustion, and joy of reunion erupting in this moment. He clings to Ace as if releasing him would mean losing his brother once more. The harrowing journey from Impel down to Marineford, fraught with bloodshed and near death, transforms into the scalding tears that express his deep affection for Ace. Lin Yue sits quietly at the stern of the boat, observing the 2 brothers embrace and weep without interruption. He perceives the chaotic energy within Luffy, a manifestation of overexertion and emotional upheaval. Although Ace has regained some strength, the lingering effects of the Sea Prism Stone and his previous injuries render his aura unstable as well. Lin Yue extends his hand, white energy coalescing in his palm. As he retrieves provisions from his backpack, dried meat and fruits that Hancock had insisted he take before departing from Amazon Lily. Infusing the food with his energy, the white aura envelopes the dried meat, imparting a subtle sheen, transforming the ordinary sustenance into a bounty rich with vitality. After a moment, Lin Yue presents the revitalized meat to Luffy. "Here, eat this. It will help restore your strength." Luffy lifts his tear-stained face, and upon seeing the meat, his stomach growls audibly, reminding him that he has not eaten in quite some time, an overwhelming hunger surging forth. Yet he instinctively glances at Ace, as if seeking his brother's approval. Ace wipes away the tears from Luffy's face and nods encouragingly. Go ahead and eat, Luffy. You need to replenish your energy. He then looks at Lin Yue, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, Lin Yue. Luffy seized the jerky and immediately devoured it with great enthusiasm. As the meat entered his mouth, a warm energy flowed down his throat and swiftly spread throughout his body, revitalizing his previously weary and aching limbs. His exhausted strength began to recover rapidly, and his chaotic breath gradually stabilized. It's delicious, Luffy mumbled, his eyes sparkling anew. What kind of meat is this? It's so powerful. This is meat nourished by energy, Lin Yue replied with a smile, offering him several more pieces. Eat more. Regain your strength quickly. We are not entirely out of danger yet. Nodding vigorously, Luffy continued to eat heartily. Soon, his cheeks regained their rosy hue, and his gaze became bright. The earlier fatigue and frailty vanished, and he transformed back into the vibrant youth he once was. Ace observed his brother's swift recovery, his gratitude towards Lin Yue intensifying. He could sense the peculiar energy within that meat, capable not only of replenishing strength, but also of healing bodily injuries, a truly astonishing ability. Lin Yue, who exactly are you? Ace could not restrain his curiosity. Your abilities are extraordinarily unique. Lin Yue gazed towards the distant horizon, the twilight sun elongating his silhouette. I am merely a wandering practitioner, having stumbled upon this world by chance. He paused, turning to Ace. I assist you merely because I disapprove of the Navy's actions, and Luffy's determination has touched me. Ace fell silent. He could sense Lin Yue spoke the truth, yet he felt that this enigmatic youth harbored many secrets. However, he chose not to press further. Everyone possesses their own mysteries, and Lin Yue's willingness to help was sufficient. Luffy soon finished all the energy meat, patting his full belly and letting out a satisfied burp. I regained my strength. Lin Yue, thank you. He stood up, walked to the ship's edge, and gazed out at the vast ocean, his resolve strengthening once more. Ace, where shall we head next? Ace looked at his brother, brimming with vitality, and felt a wave of contentment. First, let us find a safe place to rest, then we can make our plans. He turned to Lin Yue. What are your plans now? Lin Yue's dimensional anchor in his pocket began to warm slightly, signaling that the dimensional portal was stabilizing. It was time to depart. He looked at the two brothers and softly said, I must take my leave. Both Luffy and Ace were momentarily taken aback. You're leaving? Yes, Lin Yue nodded. My journey is not yet complete. I must return to my own world. Luffy felt anxious. Can't you stay? We could adventure together. We could search for the One Piece. Lin Yue chuckled, tousling Luffy's hair. No, our paths are different, but I believe we will meet again in the future. He turned serious, looking at Luffy. After you've regained your strength, let us find a safe island to dock, and then I will depart. Though reluctant, Luffy sensed Lin Yue's resolve and could only nod. All right then, let us hurry and find an island. The small vessel continued its journey across the sea as the sun gradually descended, giving way to the rising moon. Luffy and Ace leaned against each other, engaging in quiet conversation about their future plans. Lin Yue sat at the stern of the boat, gazing at the myriad of stars above, his thoughts drifting to Hancock on Amazon Lily and the child soon to be born, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The turmoil of the Paramount War had shifted its conclusion due to his intervention. Ace had survived, and Luffy was spared the anguish of losing his brother. That was sufficient. Chapter 69. The Shockwave of the Great Buddha and the End of the Chi Wall. The small boat navigated the waters throughout the night, finally coming ashore on a secluded island. It was desolate, adorned only with dense jungles and clear streams, a perfect temporary refuge. Luffy and Ace tended to their wounds by the stream and consumed some food, their strength nearly restored. Lin Yue leaned against a grand tree, checking the dimensional anchor point, which was glowing increasingly brighter, signifying that the dimensional portal was stable and they could depart at any moment. Lin Yue, are you truly going to leave? Luffy inquired, his eyes filled with reluctance as he gazed at the anchor point in Lin Yue's hand. Yes, Lin Yue nodded, rising to his feet. The portal had stabilized, and delaying further would mean losing their chance. Ace stepped forward, patting Lin Yue on the shoulder. Lin Yue, thank you sincerely for everything. Such great kindness cannot go unacknowledged. If you ever need anything, just say the word and I, Ace, will risk everything to assist you. Lin Yue smiled lightly. There is no need for such formality. We are friends. At that moment, the sky suddenly transformed into a golden hue as a formidable aura emerged from the distance, exuding an undeniable pressure. Lin Yue, Luffy. and Ace simultaneously raised their heads to behold a massive golden Buddha apparition materializing in the air. It was none other than Admiral Sengoku. "How could they find us here?" Luffy exclaimed, his face awash with shock. Ace became vigilant, flames igniting around him. "It's Haki perception. Sengoku can pinpoint our location through Haki." Sengoku's voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the island. "Straw Hat Kid, Ace, and that mysterious person. Did you think you could escape?" The colossal golden Buddha's palm slowly lifted, immense energy coalescing within it. "Today, you shall face justice." "This is bad." He about to strike. Lin Yue's expression changed. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within that palm, surpassing even Akainu's magma and Kizaru's light. "Luffy, Ace, quickly evade." Luffy and Ace swiftly dodged to the sides, while Lin Yue's internal energy erupted to its zenith. A white wave of energy surged forth like a tsunami, forming a colossal chi wall before the three of them. Its surface adorned with intricate energy patterns, denser than any previous manifestation. "Great Buddha shockwave!" Sengoku roared, the enormous golden palm crashing down with ferocity. The golden energy wave cascading like a waterfall, bearing the power to obliterate the very heavens and earth, hurtling towards the island. Boom! The golden shockwave collided fiercely with the white chi wall, producing a deafening roar. The entire island trembled violently, the ground fissured, and trees were uprooted. The golden energy relentlessly battered against the barrier of air, striving to tear it asunder, while the barrier steadfastly resisted. A brilliant interplay of white and golden light illuminated the entire night sky. Lin Yue strained to uphold the barrier, veins bulging on his forehead, his complexion as pale as parchment. The shockwave from the Buddha of the Warring States surpassed his expectations, a full-force strike that embodied decades of dominance and fruit power. Each collision sent surges of vitality coursing through him, as cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier. Luffy and Ace watched in desperate anxiety as Lin Yue bore the burden alone, feeling utterly helpless. They sensed the terrifying energy and understood that their attempts to intervene would be futile. "Lin Yue," Luffy shouted, tears welling in his eyes. "Get away. Don't worry about us." Lin Yue did not turn back. Gritting his teeth, he poured the last vestige of his energy into the barrier. "Luffy, Ace, remember, you must live well." The golden shockwave intensified, more cracks forming on the barrier's surface, until with a deafening crack, it shattered completely. The golden energy surged toward Lin Yue like a torrent breaching a dam. "Lin Yue!" Luffy and Ace cried out in despair, their eyes wide with horror. Yet, just as the golden wave was about to strike Lin Yue, his figure suddenly transformed into a beam of white light, enveloped by the radiance emitted from a dimensional anchor point. He gazed at Luffy and Ace, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly uttered, "Enough. This farce must come to an end." In a flash of white light, Lin Yue vanished entirely from the air. The golden shockwave lost its target, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, dust swirling in the aftermath. The shadow of the Buddha stood frozen in the air, sensing the complete absence of the mysterious youth's presence, as if he had never existed. "How is this possible?" Sengoku murmured, disbelief etched across his face. As the dust settled, Luffy and Ace rushed to the edge of the crater, only to find the ground empty. Lin Yue was nowhere to be seen. "Lin Yue! Lin Yue!" Luffy shouted at the sky, but received no answer. Ace placed a hand on Luffy's shoulder, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. "He has gone back to his world." Sengoku observed the vanished Lin Yue, then glanced at the surviving Luffy and Ace, ultimately refraining from launching another attack. He knew that without Lin Yue's interference, he could easily subdue Luffy and Ace, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself devoid of the desire to strike. The image of that enigmatic youth and his final words echoed in his mind. "The farce must end," Sengoku softly repeated as the colossal shadow of the Buddha gradually dissipated. Retreating, the Navy's presence slowly faded into the night sky, and the island returned to tranquility, leaving only Luffy and Ace standing at the edge of the crater. Gazing in the direction Lin Yue had vanished, silence enveloping them. Though Lin Yue had departed, the courage and hope he instilled would forever remain in their hearts. Chapter 70. The Departed Vessel, an Unfulfilled Promise. After Sengoku's departure, the island was completely at peace. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Luffy and Ace sat by the creek, silently gazing at the water surface, each lost in thought about Lin Yue, who had just departed. "Ace, do you think Lin Yue has truly returned to his own world?" Luffy asked softly, his voice brimming with reluctance. Yes, Ace nodded, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He is not of this world and must inevitably return. But we must keep in our hearts all that he has done for us. Luffy clenched his fists, resolutely replying, I understand. Lin Yue is our friend. Once I become the Pirate King, I will definitely find him and invite him to my banquet. Ace smiled. All right, then we shall seek him out together. At that moment, the distant sound of a ship's engine reverberated through the air. Luffy and Ace stood alert, spotting a pirate ship slowly approaching the island. With a familiar figure standing at the bow, Shanks, the red-haired pirate. Shanks! Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Shanks leaped ashore, gazing at Luffy and Ace with a look of relief. It seems you are both unharmed. That is truly wonderful, he remarked, clearly aware of the events surrounding the Marineford War. Shanks, what brings you here? Luffy inquired. I sense the energy fluctuations in this area, and came to investigate, Shanks responded, surveying the surroundings. Was there a fierce battle here? I also detected a unique energy signature. Though faint, it is remarkably pure. Luffy and Ace exchanged glances before recounting Lin Yue's story to Shanks. Upon hearing it, a glimmer of surprise crossed Shanks's eyes. A powerful being from another world, assisting you in rescuing Ace? This world certainly conceals many secrets, he mused, gazing into the distance. Shanks, could you assist us in finding a ship? We need to leave this place, Ace requested. Of course, Shanks nodded. My ship is nearby. You may accompany me to safety. Luffy and Ace looked at Shanks with gratitude. Thank you, Shanks. The three boarded Shanks's pirate ship, which gradually sailed away from the island, heading towards the vast ocean. Luffy stood at the bow, gazing in the direction where Lin Yue had vanished, his heart filled with appreciation and anticipation. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth from a dimensional rift, landing in Luffy's hand. Momentarily taken aback, he opened his palm to reveal a small, glowing jade pendant, the very one Lin Yue had always worn. The pendant seemed to retain Lin Yue's essence, and Luffy felt a warm energy flow into him. Concurrently, Lin Yue's voice echoed in his mind, a final message left before his departure. Luffy, when you hold this pendant, I will have returned to my world. I regret not being able to accompany you on your adventures, but I believe you will surely become the Pirate King. Remember, no matter the challenges you face, never forsake your dreams and your comrades. Protect Ace, safeguard your friends, and on the day you claim the title of Pirate King, we shall meet again. Lin Yue, with a firm grip on the jade pendant, felt tears well up again, yet this time, those tears brimmed with courage and hope. He raised his head to gaze upon the vast ocean and shouted, Lin Yue, thank you. I will surely become the Pirate King. Wait for me. His voice echoed across the surface of the sea, carrying far and wide. Behind him, Shanks and Ace stood, observing his resolute silhouette, smiles adorning their faces. They understood that Luffy had matured. Lin Yue's appearance not only altered Ace's fate, but also reinforced Luffy's commitment to his dreams. Meanwhile, within the disarray of the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku sat at his desk, perusing the report concerning the enigmatic young man in white. The document contained only sparse details, identity unknown, abilities unspecified, immensely powerful, capable of withstanding the onslaught of 3 admirals, and had mysteriously vanished. Sengoku sighed, setting the report aside as he gazed out at the sea. This world is on the brink of change. In a distant realm, Lin Yue emerged from a dimensional rift, returning to a familiar place. Clutching the serpent-shaped jade pendant, he felt the essence of Hancock lingering in the air. I have returned, Lin Yue murmured softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. He knew that his promise to Luffy and Ace was far from fulfilled, and his connection to this world was not yet severed. When the time was right, he would undoubtedly return to sea if the boy who aspired to be the Pirate King had realized his dream. Embracing Lin Yue's aspirations, Luffy continued his adventures upon the sea, supported by his brothers and companions, with the path to becoming the Pirate King and the promise of reuniting with friends ahead of him. This interlude of the war at Marineford, this friendship transcending worlds, would forever be etched in their hearts, serving as the driving force propelling them forward. Chapter 71. The Unexpected Visitor in Hueco Mundo. The desert of Hueco Mundo was perpetually shrouded in silence. The yellow sands howled under the fierce winds, swirling countless bones and debris, carving grotesque patterns upon the ground. As Lin Yue stepped through the dimensional rift, his foot crushed a weathered hollow bone, producing a sharp cracking sound. What a desolate place, he remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire, while a white aura enveloped him, shielding him from the arid heat. Just as he steadied himself, 2 distinctly contrasting energy waves surged into his perception. One was searing and chaotic, akin to a raging wildfire, imbued with indomitable will. The other was frigid as an abyss, a pure malice that seemed poised to freeze the very air around him. Following the source of the energy, Lin Yue traversed a sand dune, only to halt at the sight before him. On the barren sands, Ichigo Kurosaki knelt on one knee, his Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, embedded in the ground, supporting his weight. His green eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and fatigue. His spiritual pressure was in disarray, flickering like a dying flame, yet still burning tenaciously. Opposite him, Ulquiorra floated in midair, his black trench coat billowing in the wind, his pale face devoid of expression, save for the cold indifference in his emerald eyes that looked down upon Ichigo, as if he were an insignificant insect. You do not comprehend pain at all, human. Ulquiorra's voice floated lightly, yet carried an icy chill. Your resistance is merely a futile struggle, akin to a droplet of water in the desert, destined to be consumed. Silence. Ichigo bellowed, drawing Zangetsu and charging forward with his wounded body, the blade infused with his lingering spiritual pressure aimed at Ulquiorra. However, Ulquiorra merely leaned slightly to the side, effortlessly evading the attack without exerting his full strength. He glanced at Ichigo's staggering figure, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Is this what you call determination? Utterly laughable. He spoke the truth. Indeed, you were rather ridiculous. A languid voice suddenly broke the tension. Ulquiorra turned sharply to see an unfamiliar man standing atop a sand dune, with short black hair and clad in ordinary black attire. Surrounded by a faint white aura, Lin Yue. Ichigo was taken aback. He had never encountered this man before, but could sense the energy radiating from him. Neither spiritual pressure nor the power of a hollow, yet more refined and pure than any energy he had encountered. Human, who are you? Ulquiorra's black wings unfurled, casting a shadow as his spiritual pressure bore down upon Lin Yue. Dare you interfere with my battle? Are you prepared to face death? Lin Yue shrugged, dismissing the oppressive aura, just passing by, and I couldn't stand to see you bully a child. He cast a glance at Ichigo, noting that although the boy was somewhat inexperienced, he was far more agreeable than a braggart like Ulquiorra. Impudent. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Ulquiorra's eyes as he gathered a sphere of black energy in his right hand. Zero, the pitch-black blast, imbued with an air of annihilation, shot toward Lin Yue, vaporizing the sand in its path and leaving a charred trail behind. Be careful, Ichigo exclaimed. Yet, Lin Yue merely flicked his fingers, unleashing a white energy blast that struck the Zero with precision. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a muted sound of energy dissipating as the black blast crumbled under the impact, ultimately transforming into a cascade of sand. Ulquiorra's pupils dilated, his emerald eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. You're quite powerful. The sarcasm faded from his tone, replaced with a gravity that acknowledged Lin Yue as a worthy opponent. Lin Yue flexed his wrist, the white energy swirling in his palm. Oh? So you intend to cease your bullying of the child and engage with me instead? Ichigo quickly interjected, Don't fight him. He is the fourth Espada, very strong. Lin Yue smiled over his shoulder. Rest assured, it won't take me 10 minutes to deal with him. Ulquiorra's expression darkened, his contempt igniting a surge in his spiritual pressure. It seems you are still unaware of what you are about to face. The yellow sands churned violently beneath his power, forming a swirling sandstorm that enveloped the three of them. The silence of Hueco Mundo was shattered as a battle far beyond Ichigo's comprehension was about to erupt in this desolate desert. Chapter 72. The Throbbing of Zangetsu. The sandstorm ravaged the wasteland of Hueco Mundo, while Ulquiorra's spiritual pressure acted as a tangible shackle, firmly binding Lin Yue. Yet, Lin Yue remained unfazed, instead walking directly toward the still-dazed Ichigo. Hey kid. Lin Yue gently patted Ichigo's shoulder, a stream of white energy flowing from his palm, instantly alleviating the chaotic spiritual pressure within him. May I take a look at your sword? Ichigo hesitated for a moment, instinctively tightening his grip on Zangetsu. What do you intend to do? He sensed that Lin Yue's energy was gentle and devoid of malice. Yet he still felt a degree of reluctance to allow a stranger to touch his Zanpakuto. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking it from you, Lin Yue replied, raising an eyebrow. I merely wish to observe the sword of a soul reaper and see if there is any resonance with my own power. Ulquiorra hovered amidst the swirling sandstorm, observing the scene with a look of perplexity in his eyes. What is he doing? Is he disregarding my existence? However, Lin Yue's effortless neutralization of the power of Black Zero deterred him from acting rashly. He could only suppress his urge to attack for the time being. After a moment's hesitation, Ichigo ultimately relaxed his grip and handed Zangetsu over. The hilt still bore his warmth, slightly heated due to the instability of his spiritual pressure, and the blade's patterns were dull and lifeless, indicating that it, like its master, was in a weakened state. The moment Lin Yue grasped the hilt, white energy surged from his fingertips into the blade like a flowing river. A wondrous transformation occurred. The once dull Zangetsu emitted a resonant hum, golden light rapidly spreading along the blade's patterns. Astonishingly, its length extended from 2 meters to 3, the blade becoming broader and its edges shimmering with flowing golden energy, as if imbued with life. This is... Ichigo's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling a connection with Zangetsu that had never been so vivid, as if he could hear the whispers of the sword spirit. It felt as though Zangetsu had come alive. Ulquiorra stood straight in the storm, disbelief filling his emerald eyes. What has he done to the Zanpakuto? That energy can actually provoke a resonance? Lin Yue held the now augmented Zangetsu, feeling the pulse emanating from the blade. A knowing smile gracing his lips. Just as I suspected, he released his grip, and Zangetsu automatically returned to its original size, yet the brilliance of its glow remained. The residual golden energy in its patterns, rendering it several times sharper than before. Here you go. Lin Yue returned Zangetsu to Ichigo. Ichigo trembled as he grasped the hilt, instantly feeling a warm energy coursing through his body, swiftly mending the fatigue and injuries from their earlier battle. He swung Zangetsu, the wind generated by the blade carrying an unprecedented force, effortlessly cleaving a gap through the sandstorm before him. This is incredible, Ichigo exclaimed in delight. Lin Yue, what exactly did you do to Zangetsu? Nothing much, Lin Yue replied nonchalantly. I merely helped it awaken. The spiritual pressure you Soul Reapers speak of is essentially quite similar to my energy. Both are manifestations of life force. However, he glanced at the solemn Ulquiorra. You wield it too clumsily, wasting too much energy. Nonsense. Ulquiorra interrupted his thoughts, his spiritual pressure surging once more. A crimson fireball coalesced at the heart of the sandstorm. The power of the Soul Reapers and Hollows is beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal like you. Seirei no Sky. The crimson fireball shot towards Lin Yue like a meteor, imbued with energy more violent than Black Zero. Wherever it passed, the yellow sand ignited, forming a wall of flames. Ichigo hurriedly shouted, "Be careful. This is his Kido." Lin Yue merely raised his hand, a translucent barrier of white energy materializing before him. The fireball struck the barrier, emitting a hissing sound as the crimson flames raged against its surface, yet could not penetrate even a fraction. Has the warm-up concluded? Lin Yue dissipated the barrier, observing the blue smoke left in the wake of the extinguished flames, his gaze sharpening. It's my turn now. Ulquiorra regarded Lin Yue, who remained unscathed, an inkling of unease creeping into his heart for the first time. This man's energy not only countered his attacks, but also influenced his Zanpakuto, surpassing anything he had previously comprehended regarding power. The sandstorm roared violently between them. The true battle had only just begun. Chapter 73. Crushing the Espada. The sandstorm of Hueco Mundo grew increasingly ferocious from the clash of two formidable energies. Ulquiorra hovered in midair, his emerald eyes fixed intently on Lin Yue. The black wings behind him expanding under the infusion of spiritual pressure, their edges emanating a foreboding aura. It seems I must demonstrate to you what true power entails. Ulquiorra's voice was as cold as steel. Release, black-winged demon. As the release command echoed, Ulquiorra's form began to transform. His skin turned as pale as parchment, his wings unfurling to their utmost, shrouding the sky, while a slender tail extended from his vertebrae, dark patterns materializing around the void. The unleashed spiritual pressure conjured a tempest, uprooting the surrounding dunes and causing the very fabric of space to ripple. This is the true form of the fourth Espada. Ulquiorra dove downward, his claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound as he lunged at Lin Yue. Feel despair. Ichigo, observing from a distance, was left in awe. He had never witnessed such overwhelming spiritual pressure, the mere aftershocks rendering him breathless. Brother Lin Yue, quick dodge. Yet Lin Yue stood steadfast, a pale, golden shield of energy forming upon his body, akin to the most impenetrable armor. With a thunderous crash, Ulquiorra's claws collided with the shield, producing a jarring metallic screech. To everyone's astonishment, those claws capable of rending steel were firmly halted by the energy shield, minute cracks even appearing at the tips. Ulquiorra's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at his claws. Impossible. My black-winged demon form can easily shred even captain-level Soul Reapers. Lin Yue regarded his astonished expression with indifference. Is this all you can do? The fourth espada is nothing more than this. Silence. Ulquiorra was utterly provoked, his spiritual pressure surging once more as his body began to undergo a second transformation. His black wings grew more fearsome, bristling with bony spikes, his skin displaying black scales, and his eyes morphing into pure black whirlpools. This was his hidden trump card, Segunda Etapa. Ulquiorra's voice brimmed with frenzied malice. This is a power even Aizen-sama may not have witnessed. You shall perish in this uncharted desert today. He opened his mouth, conjuring a black Zero 10 times larger than before, the dark sphere warping the surrounding space, exuding an aura potent enough to annihilate half of Hueco Mundo. Lin yawned, appearing somewhat bored. It's about time I exert my full strength. I have a schedule to keep. He conjured a white orb the size of a pigeon egg at his fingertips and casually flung it away. The orb collided with a black energy flash in midair. Yet contrary to expectations, there was no explosive energy release. The white orb effortlessly pierced through the layers of the black energy, gliding past Ulquiorra's cheek as smoothly as a hot knife through butter and accurately obliterating a distant tower within the hollow realm. A thunderous crash echoed as the tower collapsed, leaving Ulquiorra frozen in midair, instinctively touching his cheek, where a thin wound had been carved by the residual force of the orb, dark blood seeping forth. This marked the first time he had sustained an injury in battle since becoming an espada, and it was inflicted by such a seemingly careless strike. Ulquiorra's thoughts. He wasn't even taking it seriously. Chapter 74, Ichigo's Inquiry. The winds and sands of Hueco Mundo gradually subsided, and Ulquiorra's figure, filled with reluctance and astonishment, vanished into the horizon. Only Lin Yue and Ichigo remained on the desert expanse, alongside the gradually approaching footsteps of Rukia, Ishida Yuryu, and others coming to provide assistance. Ichigo, leaning on Zangetsu, gazed in the direction where Ulquiorra had disappeared, then turned to Lin Yue, his eyes gleaming with unmasked admiration and curiosity. Brother Lin Yue, you were incredible just now. That ability to casually deflect the energy flash. Can you teach me? Lin Yue chuckled at his candid request and patted his shoulder. I am not a Soul Reaper, so I cannot teach you the release of your Zanpakuto or the ways of Kido. However, if you wish to learn how to better harness your energy, I can certainly offer you some guidance. Harness energy? Ichigo was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, you mean controlling my spiritual pressure? Close enough, Lin Yue nodded, gesturing for him to attempt releasing his spiritual pressure. Ichigo complied, and green spiritual energy surged forth from within him, enveloping the surroundings like boiling steam. However, this energy was exceedingly chaotic, fluctuating wildly, sometimes surging, sometimes waning, like a faucet that had not been properly tightened, wasting a great deal of energy into the air. Lin Yue furrowed his brow. Do you see? Your spiritual pressure is too dispersed. It's akin to striking cotton with your fist. It may appear powerful, yet the actual force that can impact the enemy is pitifully minuscule. He extended a finger towards the tip of Ichigo's Zanpakuto, attempting to compress all the energy there. Imagine your spiritual pressure as a stream of water, and the blade's tip as the soul outlet. Ichigo concentrated, striving to direct his spiritual pressure towards the blade's tip. Initially, it was challenging. The energy darted about like a mischievous child. However, under Lin Yue's almost imperceptible guidance, the green spiritual pressure gradually began to coalesce. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he gritted his teeth to persist, and finally, the tip of Zangetsu erupted with a brilliant green light, faintly intertwined with a hint of gold, an influence of Lin Yue's energy. I did it! Ichigo exclaimed with joy. He could distinctly feel the spiritual pressure becoming unprecedentedly refined, and the gust of wind generated by his swing was several times sharper than before. My spiritual pressure seems truly focused now. Lin Yue retracted his hand, nodding in satisfaction. This is merely the foundation. Spiritual pressure and my energy are essentially forms of life energy. The difference lies in their application. You Soul Reapers rely too heavily on the transformations of your Zanpakuto and the formulas of Kido, inadvertently neglecting the mastery of the energy itself. He paused, observing Ichigo's expression of partial understanding, and added, do not let the label of a Soul Reaper confine you. Energy is merely energy, and what matters is how effectively you wield it. Ichigo gripped Zangetsu, feeling the refined spiritual pressure circulating within him, his gaze growing resolute. I understand now, Brother Lin Yue. You elucidate things far better than Captain Yukitake. Hey, Ichigo. Rukia, accompanied by Yuryu, Ishida, and Chad, finally arrived. Seeing Ichigo in such good spirits, she visibly relaxed. However, upon noticing Lin Yue standing nearby, her expression turned wary. Who is this? Ishida adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Lin Yue and sensing the peculiar energy emanating from him. Neither spiritual pressure nor hollow power. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in his eyes. You are neither a Soul Reaper nor Quincy. He is Brother Lin Yue. Ichigo quickly explained. He just saved me and even defeated that Ulquiorra. Defeated the fourth Espada? Rukia exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. She had first-hand experience of Ulquiorra's terror, and to think that this sudden arrival could so effortlessly vanquish him was astonishing. Lin Yue nodded at them, offering no further explanation. His gaze fell upon Rukia's Zanpakuto at her waist, sensing the pure spiritual pressure contained within the blade. Your sword is commendable, yet its spiritual pressure is too restrained, lacking release. Rukia was taken aback, instinctively gripping the hilt. She felt as if his gaze could penetrate the very essence of her Zanpakuto, a sensation that both startled and unsettled her. At that moment, ripples appeared in the distance, and a dimensional gate slowly opened. Ichigo's eyes brightened. It's Urahara's dimensional gate. We can return to Soul Society. He turned to Lin Yue. Brother Lin Yue, will you accompany us? Although Soul Society has its rules, it is far better than Hueco Mundo. Lin Yue gazed at the shimmering spiritual particles flowing through the gate. Recalling Bulma's mention of the Soul Society and its spiritual pressure system, his curiosity piqued. Certainly, it is an opportune moment to explore your realm of Soul Reapers. Rukia hesitated momentarily, but remembering how Lin Yue had just saved Ichigo and sensing his unfathomable power, she decided that having him with them would likely ensure greater safety. Then let us proceed. The dimensional gate will not remain open for long. The group stepped into the dimensional gate, a flash of light enveloping them as they vanished from the desert of Hueco Mundo. Only the shattered remnants of a tower and scattered debris testified to the battle that had fundamentally altered their understanding of Hueco Mundo. Chapter 75, Breaking into Soul Society. The light of the dimensional gate flowed like a river of stars, and Lin Yue felt the surroundings teeming with dense spiritual particles. A stark contrast to the desolation of Hueco Mundo. As the radiance faded, they found themselves standing in the streets of Soul Society. The ancient wooden structures stood in charming disarray, the cobblestone paths clean and orderly, while Soul Reapers and their black Haori ambled by in small clusters. A subtle fragrance of cherry blossoms filled the air. Unlike the lifelessness of Hueco Mundo, this place brimmed with vitality, resembling a serene, ancient town. So this is Soul Society? Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, surveying the surroundings as a gentle white mist flowed around him, naturally filtering the excess spiritual particles from the air, revealing a reality that differed from his expectations. Here lies the outskirts of Soul Society, adjacent to the station of the Godii 13. We must report the situation promptly. Rukia explained. The matter concerning Ulquiorra must be known to the captains. No sooner had she spoken than a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Dozens of Soul Reapers suddenly emerged from around the corner, encircling them. At the forefront stood a middle-aged Soul Reaper wearing glasses. His Zanpakuto drawn and its tip aimed directly at Lin Yue. An anomalous energy source detected. The middle-aged Soul Reaper bellowed. Spiritual pressure locked on Lin Yue. Neither Soul Reaper nor hollow. The energy response is intense. Subdue him. Wait, he is our ally. Ichigo immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Yue. His Zanpakuto held resolutely across his chest. He helped us defeat Ulquiorra. He is not our enemy. Ally, the middle-aged Soul Reaper scoffed. Such an energy response has never existed in Soul Society. Trespassing into the Soul Society is a capital offense. Attack. The surrounding Soul Reapers promptly swung their blades. The sharp edges imbued with formidable spiritual pressure, clearly indicating their rigorous training. Lin Yue's gaze sharpened as a white aura swiftly enveloped him, forming a barrier. The blade struck the energy wall with a resounding clang, failing to leave even the slightest crack, while the force reverberated back, causing the attackers to stagger backward. Do not engage. Lin Yue's voice resonated through the barrier, tinged with a hint of exasperation. I am merely here to locate someone, with no intention of causing harm. However, the Soul Reapers were evidently unconvinced. The leading middle-aged Soul Reaper shouted, illusions. Everyone, use Keto. Bakuto number 31, red fire cannon. Several crimson fireballs shot forth from the hands of the Soul Reapers, propelled by their scorching spiritual pressure towards the barrier. Lin Yue waved his hand gently. The energy wall rippled, and the fireballs disintegrated upon contact, bursting into a myriad of scattered sparks. Rukia hastily interjected, "He is truly our friend. I am Rukia Kachiki of the 13th Division. You may verify this." The Soul Reapers hesitated, as the Kachiki name evidently instilled a degree of caution within them. Yet the middle-aged Soul Reaper gritted his teeth, declaring, "Even if he is of the Kachiki clan, we cannot shield suspicious individuals. Continue the assault." At this impasse, two formidable spiritual pressures approached from a distance, akin to two moving mountains, instantly rendering the lower-ranked Soul Reapers breathless. "What is happening?" a chilling voice inquired. Lin Yue looked up to see two Soul Reapers emerging from the street corner. On the left stood a man clad in a white haori, adorned with floral embroidery. His silver hair tied back, his expression stern, none other than Byakuya Kachiki. To his right stood a man with flowing red hair, his zanpakuto wrapped in bandages at his waist. His gaze defiant, none other than Renji Abarai. "Captain Byakuya, Vice Captain Renji." The encircling Soul Reapers immediately knelt on one knee, paying their respects. Byakuya's gaze swept across the scene, ultimately resting on Lin Yue, his icy eyes betraying a flicker of gravity. He could distinctly sense the energy emanating from Lin Yue. It was neither spiritual pressure, nor Kido, nor hollow power, but rather an extraordinarily concentrated essence, akin to a rugged stone concealed beneath a tranquil facade, harboring immeasurable strength. Regardless of who you may be, trespassing into the Soul Society is a capital offense. Byakuya uttered no superfluous words as he slowly drew his zanpakuto. "Scatter, Senbenzakura." In an instant, the pink light of the blade flickered and transformed into countless delicate blades resembling cherry blossoms, surging toward Lin Yue like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire street. "Captain Byakuya!" Rukia exclaimed in surprise, never anticipating that he would take such decisive action. Ichigo quickly raised his zanpakuto, intending to intervene, but was restrained by Renji. "Do not interfere. This is the captain's judgment." Lin Yue observed the approaching Senbenzakura with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He could sense the sharp spiritual pressure contained within each blade, a clear indication of the exquisite power of the zanpakuto. Yet he did not flinch. He remained composed, standing his ground as a white barrier of energy expanded once more, even more solid than before. Thus commenced a clash between a foreign visitor and the noble of Soul Society. Chapter 76. Energy Barrier versus Senbenzakura. The pink blades surged forth like a relentless tide, completely engulfing Lin Yue. Each petal of Senbenzakura was as sharp as a blade, imbued with the spiritual pressure of Kachiki Byakuya, capable of reducing steel to dust. The onlookers held their breath, even Ichigo gripping his zanpakuto tightly with tension. Clang! The jarring sound of metal striking metal reverberated through the street. A shocking scene unfolded. The myriad cherry blossom blades collided against Lin Yue's white energy barrier. Unable to advance a single inch, each petal was firmly halted by the barrier, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to raindrops hitting glass. Even more astonishing was that, under the recoil from the energy barrier, those sharp petals began to shatter, transforming into finer particles of spiritual light, drifting into the air. Kachiki Byakuya's pupils constricted slightly, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his blade. He had never encountered such formidable defense. The sharpness of Senbenzakura was among the finest within the Godai 13, and even captain-level Shinigami would hesitate to confront it directly. Yet this unfamiliar man's barrier effortlessly repelled it, even shattering his blades. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Byakuya did not pause, his spiritual pressure surging once more. The scattered cherry blossom blades suddenly reformed into a massive pink spear, its tip glinting with a menacing light, piercing toward the energy barrier with enhanced penetrating force. This was the advanced form of Senbenzakura, concentrating the dispersed blades to elevate its piercing power, capable of breaching the most robust defenses. Lin Yue regarded the oncoming spear with a faint smile, extending a finger to gently touch its tip. The white energy flowed from his fingertip into the spear, causing the once concentrated cherry blossom blades to freeze momentarily. In the next instant, with a crisp crack, the pink spear began to shatter from its apex, countless tiny petals scattering and ultimately vanishing into the air. Silence fell upon the street. The surrounding Shinigami stood in stunned disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They could not fathom that the captain's pride, Senbenzakura, could be so effortlessly countered by another. And all it took was a mere finger. Asanoji Renji gaped, murmuring, "The captain Senbenzakura was blocked?" How could this be possible? He was well aware of the formidable power of Senbonzakura. Even his baboon, King Snake, could hardly withstand it in direct confrontation. Rukia gazed at Lin Yue in astonishment, her understanding of this enigmatic man's strength deepening. How could he so effortlessly subdue Captain Byakuya? What was his true identity? Lin Yue retracted his finger and regarded the icy-faced Byakuya, stating with indifference, "Your sword is quite exquisite, yet it lacks lethality. Instead of pursuing changes in form, it would be more prudent to diligently refine your energy." This remark struck like a needle, piercing deeply into Byakuya's pride. As the head of the Kuchiki clan and captain of the 6th Division of the Godai 13, he had never been subjected to such disdain. Moreover, the one who dared to belittle him was an unfamiliar intruder from the Soul Society. Byakuya's temple throbbed with barely restrained fury, his grip on the hilt of his sword turning white from the tension. He could feel the astonished gazes of his subordinates. The honor of nobility seemed utterly laughable in the face of absolute power. Yet, he did not lose his composure. The prowess Lin Yue displayed made it clear that a head-on clash would yield no victory. At that moment, the soft sound of footsteps broke the street's oppressive silence. "Captain Byakuya, why must you be so rude to a guest?" A gentle female voice chimed. The crowd turned to see a woman clad in a pink Shinigami uniform approaching gracefully, her long pink hair cascading like a waterfall. The plain, yet ancient Zanpakuto at her waist belonged to Captain Unohana Retsu, whose warm smile belied the profound depth of her gaze, as if she could see into one's soul. Upon spotting Unohana, Byakuya's taut demeanor relaxed slightly. "Captain Unohana." She approached Lin Yue, offering a slight bow, her smile still gentle. "My dear sir, I apologize for your fright. Captain Byakuya is simply fulfilling his duties and means no harm. Might I invite you to the 4th Division for a brief respite? Consider it an apology from the Soul Society." Lin Yue observed her Zanpakuto, Minazuki, sensing the ferocious killing intent concealed within its blade, a stark contrast to her gentle exterior. A playful smile graced his lips. "The 4th Division is the medical team, is it not?" The captain does not appear to embody the qualities of a healer. A fleeting glimmer of something unidentifiable flickered in Unohana's eyes, yet her smile remained unchanged. "You jest, sir. Your energy is quite unique. Perhaps you could assist me in unraveling a mystery regarding vitality." Byakuya opened his mouth to interject, but was silenced by a look from Unohana. She turned to Lin Yue and inquired, "What are your thoughts, sir?" Lin Yue glanced at Ichigo beside him, who promptly nodded in agreement. "The 4th Division is very safe. Captain Unohana is truly kind." Lin Yue chuckled. "Since the lovely captain has extended an invitation, I shall not refuse." He turned to Ichigo. "You all can attend to your matters. I will find you later." With that, he followed Unohana Retsu towards the direction of the 4th Division. The figures of the pink-haired woman and the dark-clad man gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind a street filled with astonished Shinigami and the still icy expression of Byakuya Kuchiki. A tense conflict had been temporarily diffused by Unohana's intervention. Yet the entanglement between Lin Yue and the Soul Society was only just beginning. Chapter 77. The Invitation from Unohana Retsu. The quarters of the 4th Division are nestled within a grove of cherry blossoms in the Soul Society, offering a stark contrast to the ominous ambience of the other divisions of the Godai 13. The cobblestone path is adorned with fallen pink and white petals, yielding softly underfoot, while the air is imbued with a fragrant blend of herbs and blossoms. Even the flowing spiritual particles carry a soothing, healing essence. Lin Yue follows behind Isen Kotetsu, observing her pink hair as it dances gently in the breeze, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding cherry blossoms, creating an extraordinary sense of tranquility. The members of the 4th Division, clad in white medical uniforms, are engaged in various activities, some drying herbs, while others practice the fundamentals of healing Kido in the courtyard. Upon noticing their captain escorting an unfamiliar man, they pause in curiosity, yet none dare to approach without invitation. The atmosphere within the 4th Division is indeed pleasant. Lin Yue gazes at the flourishing herbs in the courtyard, where a gentle breeze stirs them slightly, as if responding to his energy, offering a stark contrast to the tension of the earlier streets. Isen turns to him with a gentle smile, though the depths of her gaze remain undiminished. Our 4th Division is dedicated to the mission of saving lives, which naturally necessitates a serene environment, unlike the combat divisions that are fraught with the clash of blades. She leads Lin Yue into a refined tatami room. "Please, have a seat while I prepare a pot of tea." The decor of the room is simple and rustic, adorned with a landscape painting. In a corner display shelf, hold an assortment of medicinal jars and dried flowers. Sunlight filters through the paper windows, casting a warm glow upon the tatami mats. A maid swiftly brings in the tea set, and the fragrant steam rises, dissipating the herbal aromas in the air. Is the energy you possess referred to as chi? Isain inquires casually as she pours tea for Lin Yue, her fingers moving with the delicacy of caressing fragile porcelain. Earlier, I witnessed Captain Byakuya's Senbenzakura fail to harm you in the slightest. Such defensive capability is rare, even among captain-level Shinigami. Lin Yue raises the teacup, the warmth of the liquid gliding down his throat, leaving a subtle sweetness in its wake. He senses the faint spiritual particles within the tea slowly merging with the chi in his body, finding the energy transformation process intriguing. Indeed, chi is fundamentally different from your spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure resembles an outward projection of mental and life force, requiring a Zanpakuto or Kido to manifest concrete attacks. Whereas chi is an intrinsic life energy capable of both absorption and release, with defense being merely its foundational application. Intrinsic life energy? A flicker of curiosity ignites in Isain's eyes as she sets down the teapot, her fingers lightly tapping the table. Are you suggesting that the essence of chi is akin to spiritual pressure, merely differing in application? One could say so. Lin Yue nods, summoning a wisp of white chi that transforms into a delicate butterfly in midair. As it flutters, it creates gentle currents of air, for instance. Without the aid of any external tools, I can shape it purely through intent. Spiritual pressure requires the Shirkai release of a Zanpakuto to alter its form, does it not? The butterfly flits gracefully around the tatami room before finally alighting on the rim of Isain's teacup, its wings trembling as if it were alive. The captain of the 4th Division gazes at the pristine white chi, a subtle tremor of realization flashing in her eyes. She perceives the purity of this energy, devoid of any impurities, as pristine as nascent spiritual particles, yet possessing a resilience surpassing that of any spiritual pressure. Did you just say that my blade is unlike a doctor's? Suddenly, Hinajiku's tone shifted, her gaze landing on the Zanpakuto, Shirosu, at her waist. Her voice remained gentle, yet carried a hint of inquiry. The Zanpakuto of the 4th Division predominantly embodies healing abilities, yet my Shirosu is indeed somewhat unique. Lin Yue followed her gaze to the ancient blade, his heightened perception allowing him to detect the energy concealed within its body, a ferocious aura of slaughter. Akin to a slumbering beast, starkly contrasting with Hinajiku's gentle demeanor. He could even faintly discern the crimson spiritual particles flowing within the blade's patterns. Remnants of years steeped in carnage. It is indeed extraordinary. Lin Yue withdrew his gaze, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Your blade harbors a substantial amount of killing intent, not merely the kind accumulated from slaying hollows, but rather that of one accustomed to hunting kin, relishing the thrill of the strike. This killing intent resembles that of a butcher steeped in the blood of the battlefield for years, rather than a healer saving lives. Hinajika's fingers tightened slightly around her teacup, causing the liquid within to ripple gently. For the first time, a subtle crack appeared in her smile, reminiscent of stones dropped into a placid lake, creating concentric ripples. She paused in silence, then resumed her gentle smile, though the scrutiny in her eyes deepened. You jest, sir. In my youth, I indeed participated in numerous battles. It is inevitable for Zanpakuto to become tainted by killing intent. However, I am now the captain of the 4th Division, and this aura of slaughter has long been suppressed. Suppression does not equate to eradication, Lin Yue interjected, shaking his head. The energy he had gathered coalesced like a butterfly landing on his fingertip, akin to stones weighing down wild grass, appearing tranquil on the surface, yet with roots fervently spreading underground. Your spiritual pressure and killing intent have entwined, and forceful suppression will only render it more violent upon eruption, potentially rebounding upon oneself. Hinajiku halted her motion with the teacup. Lin Yue's words acted as a precise scalpel, dissecting the calm facade she had meticulously maintained over the years. Indeed, she had sensed the killing intent of Shirosu gradually spiraling out of control, particularly in battle, where the desire for slaughter would surge uncontrollably, leaving her alarmed. She set down her teacup and inclined her body slightly towards Lin Yue, her posture more serious than before. Your understanding of energy surpasses my expectations. In truth, my invitation for you to the 4th Division, beyond offering my apologies, carries an ulterior motive. Are you inquiring whether energy can purify your killing intent? Lin Yue responded with a smile, picking up the thread of conversation. A flicker of surprise crossed Hinajiku's eyes, and she nodded with composure. Indeed, my Zanpakuto has accompanied me for too long, and the killing intent has seeped deeply into the essence of my spiritual pressure. Ordinary methods cannot eradicate it. Your energy is so pure. Perhaps it can help me unravel this long-standing dilemma. She paused, adding, of course, I would not impose upon you without recompense. If you wish to learn about the Shinigami's spiritual pressure or Kido, I would gladly impart my knowledge. Lin Yue observed the expectation and sincerity in her gaze. Stirred within him, his curiosity about the energy system of the Shinigami was piqued. As a Shinigami who had lived for a millennium, Hinajiku surely possessed many secrets. Assisting her in purifying her killing intent would also allow him to delve deeper into the principles of spiritual pressure and energy transformation, thus becoming mutually beneficial. Very well. As the ethereal butterfly of Lin Yue's spirit dissipated, he proposed a condition. You must engage in sparring with me a few times. I need to personally experience your spiritual pressure to discover the most suitable method of purification. In an instant, a spark ignited in the eyes of Omida Kiryu, reminiscent of a long-dormant star being rekindled. No problem. I am available at any time. The sunlight streamed through the paper window, casting warm patches of light between the two, as the aroma of tea intertwined with the delicate fragrance of cherry blossoms. This seemingly serendipitous invitation quietly heralded the collision of two energy systems, allowing two powerful figures, each harboring secrets, to embark on a dialogue that transcended their pasts. In the distance, the headquarters of the Godii 13 stood imposing and dignified. Yet none knew that within this elegant room of the 4th Division, an energy transformation capable of redefining the Soul Society was brewing. Chapter 78. The Sparring in the Medical Room. The training ground of the 4th Division lay hidden deep within the cherry blossom grove, an expanse enveloped by a barrier. This barrier could isolate the fluctuations of spiritual pressure, preventing the energy from influencing other members during the sparring session. Omida Kiryu dismissed the curious teammates, leaving only herself and Lin Yue in the arena. Please, be gentle, sir, she said with a slight bow, her hand resting on the hilt of her Zanpakuto. Her pink hair flowed gracefully within the spiritual particles of the barrier, her expression remaining gentle, yet her gaze sharpened, akin to a blade poised to strike. Lin Yue flexed his wrist, the white energy swirling slowly around him. Let us keep it moderate. I do not wish to dismantle your training ground. Omida Kiryu seized her words, slowly drawing her Zanpakuto. The ancient blade glimmered coldly under the sun, presenting a stark contrast to her gentle demeanor. Shirkai Shirazake. With the incantation spoken, the Zanpakuto transformed into a swirling mass of crimson mist, within which enormous tentacles writhed. In the next moment, the mist coalesced into a massive, blood-red octopus, its countless tentacles thrashing in the air, dispersing a corrosive blood mist throughout the training ground. This is my Zanpakuto, Shirazake. Omida Kiryu's voice emanated from behind the octopus. It could devour spiritual pressure and corrode all. Be cautious, sir. Wherever the blood mist passed, the stone slabs beneath were eaten away, riddled with innumerable holes, and even the spiritual particles in the air became restless. This was no healing Zanpakuto. It was evidently a weapon of great lethality. Lin Yue observed the encroaching blood mist, distinctly sensing the violent, murderous intent and corrosive spiritual pressure it harbored. Yet he did not retreat. The white energy enveloped him, forming a faint golden barrier. At the moment the blood mist collided with the energy wall, a hissing sound erupted. Surprisingly, the blood mist, capable of corroding steel, not only failed to penetrate the barrier, but was gradually neutralized and purified, dissipating into pale red specks in the air. This is Omida Kiryu's pupils constricted. She could feel her spiritual pressure being assimilated upon contact with the energy wall, the violent, murderous intent seemingly finding its nemesis, transforming into docility. Lin Yue stood at the center of the energy wall, gazing at the blood-red octopus, softly remarking, "Your blade is beautiful, but the murderous intent is too overwhelming. Such forceful suppression will only lead to self-harm and harm to others." He extended his hand, reaching through the energy wall, gently pressing against one of the nearest tentacles. The white energy flowed from his palm into the tendrils, which had been writhing before suddenly stiffening. The crimson hue on their surface gradually faded, revealing a pale pink essence, even sprouting a few tender green leaves, as if infused with the vitality of life. The entity, Niju Sha, appeared to revel in this energy. Mizuko Rei gazed in astonishment at this scene, sensing the elation emanating from her Zanpakuto, an unprecedented occurrence. Lin Yue withdrew his hand, and the energy barrier slowly dissipated. Its inherent spiritual pressure was not malevolent. It had merely been tainted by the suppressed bloodlust. It was akin to clear spring water mingling with waste. As long as the source was purified, it would naturally regain its clarity. Mizuka Rei released her shurikai, and Niju Sha reverted to its Zanpakuto form, the cold glimmer of the blade softening considerably. She looked at Lin Yue, her eyes filled with astonishment and a hint of relief. For a century, no one has ever influenced my Zanpakuto in such a manner. Lin Yue smiled slightly. This is merely the beginning. Your bloodlust has deeply penetrated the essence of your spiritual pressure, and complete purification will require time. We can engage in daily sparring. I will guide you in releasing your bloodlust through energy, gradually leading to purification. Very well, Mizuka Rei replied without hesitation. She sheathed her Zanpakuto and solemnly bowed to Lin Yue, saying, "Thank you, sir. There's no need for formalities." Lin Yue waved his hand. "Studying the transformation of different energies benefits me as well. By the way, what was your role before? The intensity of your bloodlust far surpasses that of Byakuya." Mizuka Rei fell silent for a moment, then softly replied, "I was once the most skilled reaper in Soul Society when it came to slaughter. They called me Mizuka Hachikiryu." She lifted her gaze, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. "Later, Captain Yamamoto appointed me to establish the 4th Division, focusing on healing. And this blade gradually became forgotten in its murderous nature." Lin Yue suddenly understood. "I see. However, the current you is more suited to being a healer." Mizuka Rei observed the sincerity in his smile, and the long-standing gloom in her heart seemed to dissipate slightly. She turned and walked toward the stone table at the edge of the training ground. "Shall we sit over there? I brewed some calming herbal tea." The two sat beside the stone table, the fragrance of the herbal tea alleviating the tension from their earlier sparring. Mizuka Rei elaborated on the Reaper's spiritual pressure system and the principles of Kido, while Lin Yue shared his methods of energy cultivation and its properties. The collision of these two entirely different energy systems sparked inspiration, benefiting them both immensely. Lin Yue observed Mizuka Rei listening intently, feeling enriched himself. So Kido guides spiritual particles through specific incantations, much like the intent of Qi, though your methods are considerably more intricate. Indeed, Mizuka Rei nodded. Kido requires strict incantations and gestures, unlike Qi, which can be wielded at will. She looked at Lin Yue with a glimmer of anticipation. "If you don't mind, could you spare more time in the future to guide the members of the 4th Division? Your Qi might have extraordinary effects in healing." Lin Yue pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Certainly. I would also like to observe the effects of Qi in healing spiritual pressure injuries." As the setting sun filtered through the barrier, it cast elongated shadows of the two, stretching them across the ground. Cherry blossoms descended upon the stone table, merging with the steam of herbal tea to create a tranquil and harmonious tableau. What began as a contest for skill evolved into a communion of energy and spirit, subtly deepening the bond between Lin Yue and Yuichiro Unohana. Chapter 79. The Dressing in the Late Night. As the night deepened, the medical room of the 4th Division remained illuminated. The faint aroma of herbs mingled with the soft glow of the moonlight, permeating the serene space. Lin Yue sat beside the bed, observing as Yuichiro Unohana gently bandaged the small wound on his arm, a remnant of the blood mist that brushed against him when he had intentionally held back during their earlier sparring session. Her movements were tender, her fingertips imbued with a healing spiritual pressure that lightly caressed the injury. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulder, obscuring half her face, with only the moonlight illuminating the gentle contours of her profile. "You let me wound you on purpose, didn't you?" Unohana suddenly spoke, her voice soft, as if afraid to disturb the stillness of the night. Lin Yue smiled, not denying it. When sparring with a lady, one cannot exert full strength. Moreover, I wish to personally gauge the intensity of your killing intent, so I could devise a more effective purification strategy. Unohana lifted her gaze, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. "Aren't you afraid I might lose control of my killing intent and truly harm you? My past is not something to be proud of. I can sense your spiritual pressure is quite stable," Lin Yue replied earnestly, meeting her gaze. "Though your killing intent is palpable, it lacks true malice. Otherwise, you would not have restrained your strength during our earlier duel." Unohana paused, then lowered her head, continuing to dress as wound. "I didn't expect you to notice. I truly didn't dare to use my full strength, fearing I might frighten you, my guest." "I'm not merely a guest," Lin Yue corrected, "at least not now. We are friends and, moreover, sparring partners. Friends? Unohana softly echoed the word, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips, as it had been long since anyone had referred to her in such a manner. She fell silent for a moment, as if having made a profound resolution, then spoke softly. I was once the most feared Shinigami in Soul Society, my hands stained with blood. In pursuit of the ultimate swordsmanship, I have taken many lives, including those of my own kin. They called me Yachiru Kachiki, a monster who knew only slaughter. Lin Yue listened quietly, not interrupting. He could sense the subtle fluctuations in her spiritual pressure as she spoke, laden with regret, pain, and a hint of elusive relief. Later, Captain Yamamoto found me, urging me to establish the 4th Division, to use these hands to save rather than to kill. Unohana's voice grew hoarse. I thought I had succeeded, yet this killing intent clings to me like a parasite, a constant reminder of my past. Having finished dressing his wound, she gently patted Lin Yue's arm. All done. Lin Yue gazed at the redness at the corners of her eyes and smiled. The past is but a shadow now. You are the compassionate captain of the 4th Division, Yachiru Unohana, and that is what truly matters. He paused, adding, moreover, your healing skills are exceptional, surpassing many doctors I have encountered. Unohana chuckled at his remark, the shadows in her eyes lifting considerably. You've met many doctors? Lin Yue nodded, recalling the Bulma from the Dragon Ball world and the healer from Nine Snake Island. I have traveled to many places and met numerous individuals, but none have perfectly fused the concepts of slaughter and healing as you have. Is this a compliment? Ayatsuwa Lai raised an eyebrow, her tone considerably lighter. Indeed, Lin Yue responded, observing her. Energy itself harbors no inherent good or evil. Whether it manifests as destruction or protection entirely depends on the user's intent. Your aura, oh no, your spiritual pressure, while tinged with a hint of menace, predominantly expresses a profound reverence for life. Otherwise, the flesh-eating parasite would not have been so easily purified by my energy. Ayatsuwa Lai felt a stirring within her heart as she met Lin Yue's earnest gaze, her heartbeat inexplicably faltering. She quickly diverted her gaze, picking up a nearby vial. It's getting late. Allow me to escort you to your guest room. Wait, Lin Yue called out, retrieving a jade pendant formed from condensed energy from his pocket. The pendant, inscribed with a cherry blossom, emanated a gentle white glow. Here, this is for you. What is this? Ayatsuwa Lai inquired as she accepted the pendant, sensing the gentle energy contained within. It is a talisman forged from energy, Lin Yue elucidated. It can help suppress your murderous intent and assist in healing. Wearing it will ensure you have a restful night. Ayatsuwa Lai held the warm pendant, her fingertips trembling slightly. This was the first time someone had shown such thoughtful consideration for her, even noting her struggles with sleep due to her turbulent energy. She took a deep breath, striving to steady her emotions. Thank you, Lin Yue. You're welcome, Lai. Lin Yue replied with a smile, adopting a more affectionate address. Ayatsuwa Lai's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she hastily turned towards the door. Allow me to guide you to your room. Under the moonlight, her steps were somewhat hurried, her pink hair tracing graceful arcs in the air. Lin Yue watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he picked up his coat and followed her. The 4th Division's headquarters was particularly tranquil in the dead of night, the only sounds being the gentle fall of cherry blossoms and the soft footsteps of the two. A simple bandaging session and a few late-night conversations quietly bridged the distance between two previously unfamiliar souls, all under the silent witness of the moonlight. Chapter 80. Aizen's attention. The lights in the 5th Division Captain's office burned late into the night. Aizen Sasuke sat behind a large desk, his fingers lightly tapping the surface in a steady rhythm, reminiscent of a silent melody. Before him, a crystal ball reflected Lin Yue sparring with Ayatsuwa Lai in the 4th Division, captured through a hidden surveillance technique within the division. Within the crystal ball, Lin Yue was enveloped in a white aura, effortlessly neutralizing Ayatsuwa Lai's attacks and even purifying the lethal energy of the flesh-eating parasite. Aizen observed this scene, a meaningful smile curving his lips, his eyes behind the glasses glimmering with intrigue. An interesting energy, Aizen mused softly, his fingertips gliding over the surface of the crystal ball, neither belonging to the Soul Reapers nor to the Hollows, yet capable of easily suppressing the spiritual pressures of Byakuya and Ayatsuwa Lai. What exactly is this energy known as Chi? Standing behind him, Tosin Kiname lowered his head, his voice heavy. Captain, do you require me to eliminate this unstable factor? His existence may influence our plans. Aizen shook his head, rejecting the proposal put forth by Kiraku, unnecessary. Such an entity could potentially serve as a catalyst for my evolution. He summoned the image of Lin Yue effortlessly defeating Ulquiorra in Hueco Mundo, capable of easily overcoming Ulquiorra's second release, while also maneuvering against two captains in the Soul Society. This level of prowess has already transcended that of an ordinary captain-class Soul Reaper. Aizen magnified the scene within the crystal ball, scrutinizing Lin Yue's process of purifying murderous intent with his energy. This force not only possesses formidable defensive capabilities, but also purifies negative energy, seemingly existing to counteract the power of Hollow's intriguing, truly intriguing. He rose to his feet, moving to the window and gazing towards the direction of the Godii 13 headquarters. The moonlight cascaded upon him, outlining his tall figure, yet failing to illuminate the ambition lurking in his eyes. Kiraku, do you think he could be from the Soul Society? Aizen inquired suddenly. Kiraku paused, reflecting on the images within the crystal ball. Not likely. He seems unfamiliar with the Soul Reaper system, and the energy he wields is distinctly different from spiritual pressure. He resembles more a visitor from another world. Another world? A flicker of excitement danced in Aizen's eyes. This made things even more fascinating. The energy system of a different realm might offer me new insights. He turned to Kiraku, his smile remaining gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable command. Prepare yourself. We must extend an invitation to this guest. An invitation? Kiraku queried, puzzled. Do you intend to meet him in person? Of course. Aizen nodded. Such an intriguing existence deserves my personal attention. Make arrangements for a tea gathering at the 5th Division tomorrow at noon. Inform him that I wish to consult Mr. Lin Yue regarding matters of energy. Remember to extend a warm invitation. Do not let him decline. Yes, Captain. Kiraku bowed and exited the office. Alone in the office, Aizen returned to his desk, where the crystal ball reflected the scene of Lin Yue and Uno Hanaretsu sharing a heartfelt conversation in the dead of night. Aizen observed their animated exchange, his smile unwavering. Yet his gaze gradually turned cold. He grasped the Zanpakuto, Kyoka Sujetsu, its blade smooth as a mirror, reflecting his gentle visage behind glasses. Energy? Such an unfamiliar term. Aizen mused, gently caressing the blade. I eagerly anticipate our meeting, Mr. Lin Yue. I hope your abilities will not disappoint. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the blade of Kyoka Sujetsu, casting a chilling gleam. An invitation targeting Lin Yue was quietly taking shape, while Lin Yue, situated in the 4th Division, remained blissfully unaware. He was engrossed in researching the transformation between spiritual pressure and energy, entirely oblivious to the ambitious gaze that had firmly fixed upon him. Beneath the tranquility of the Soul Society, currents of unrest were stirring. Aizen's attention not only acknowledged Lin Yue's strength, but also foretold the approach of a greater storm. Chapter 81. The Art of Qi Healing. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps of the cherry blossom trees, casting its glow upon the training grounds of the 4th Division. Several Shinigami, recently returned from the mortal realm, lay upon medical mats, their pallid faces marred by wounds oozing dark crimson blood, a testament to the corrosive spiritual energy inflicted by hollows. The conventional healing techniques proved inadequate for swift recovery. As Oranhana's Ryatsu coalesced into a pale green hue, ready to invoke a high-level healing method, she was gently halted by Lin Yue. Allow me to try this approach, he suggested, stepping towards the most grievously injured Shinigami, his fingertips enveloped in a soft golden aura reminiscent of warm sunlight. Oranhana observed with curiosity, sensing the pure vitality contained within this ethereal essence, surpassing mere spiritual pressure. Without further ado, Lin Yue pressed his fingertips delicately against the festering wound. The golden aura flowed into the injury like a gentle stream, and astonishingly, the grotesque decay radiated a soothing glow. In a matter of breaths, necrotic tissue visibly shed, replaced by fresh granulation, leaving behind merely a faint pink scar where once lay a deep gash exposing bone. My spiritual energy seems to be rejuvenating on its own, cried the wounded Shinigami in astonishment, as her previously depleted Ryatsu surged forth like a withered tree reborn in spring, color returning to their pallid cheeks. The surrounding Shinigami gasped in awe, exclaiming, "This is truly miraculous. It far surpasses Captain Oranhana's healing methods. What sorcery is this?" Oranhana's eyes widened in disbelief as she sensed the flow of the aura. This energy acted directly at the cellular level, not only mending injuries, but also nourishing the very essence of life, proving far more effective than the mere guidance of spiritual particles for healing. Can this energy truly repair cells? She inquired, unable to contain her intrigue. This essence is the source of life energy. Purer than spiritual pressure and closer to the essence of existence, Lin Yue replied, rising to his feet and beckoning Hannah. Come, give it a try. Focus your mind. Feel its flow, as you would with spiritual pressure, but with gentleness and concentration. After a moment's hesitation, she approached another injured comrade. Lin Yue gently grasped her wrist, guiding a thread of the golden essence into her being. Follow my energy. Feel how it resonates with the life force of the injured. The warm golden aura flowed through their joined hands, and Hannah perceived the gentle yet powerful energy. Unlike spiritual pressure, it did not require deliberate direction. Rather, it naturally sought out the damaged areas, soothing the wounds like a tender hand. Upon contact with the wounded's life energy, she could almost hear the cells rejoicing. Her body trembled, not from anxiety, but from the awakening of a newfound understanding of power within her. As Lin Yue released her hand, she found herself capable of wielding the energy independently for healing, albeit with initial awkwardness, yet achieving results far beyond those of ordinary methods. Success! Hannah exclaimed, observing the rapid healing of her comrade's wounds, a genuine smile illuminating her face, akin to snow melting under the sun, rendering the surrounding cherry blossoms dim in comparison. Thank you for your guidance, Lin Yue. He nodded with a smile. This is merely the foundation. This healing technique not only mends injuries, but also nourishes the self. Prolonged practice will also enhance your control over spiritual energy. Sunlight cascaded upon the two individuals, while the air was imbued with a healing essence and a faint aroma of cherry blossoms. A simple lesson in healing not only revolutionized the Grim Reaper's understanding of treatment, but also bestowed upon Maohua a newfound comprehension of the significance of power. Indeed, the blade of slaughter could transform into a hand of protection. Chapter 82. The Fusion of Swordsmanship and Qi. Deep within the bamboo groves on the outskirts of the Soul Society, the morning mist lingered. Maohua unsheathed her Zanpakuto, its ancient blade glimmering coldly amidst the fog, a stark contrast to her usual image as a healer. Today, please use your true abilities, she declared, her voice imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Her pink hair dancing in the breeze, and her eyes sparkling with a long-lost passion for swordsmanship. Lin Yue smiled as he picked up a fallen bamboo, effortlessly crafting it into a rudimentary wooden sword. This is my only weapon. I hope you don't mind? That's sufficient, Maohua replied without a hint of condescension. She sensed that despite Lin Yue's tranquil demeanor, an unfathomable power lay within him. Be cautious. No sooner had she spoken than her figure vanished within the bamboo forest. And in the next instant, a fierce strike accompanied by a cutting wind was upon him. The blade's wind carried with it a murderous intent that had been concealed for a century. The bamboo grove shattered in its wake, the ground carved into deep ravines. This was the true prowess of the former Kenpachi. Lin Yue did not flinch or evade. With a gentle flick of his wooden sword, he struck the side of her Zanpakuto with precision. A crisp sound echoed, and Maohua felt a gentle yet resilient force emanate from the impact. Her seemingly certain strike effortlessly deflected. Try to infuse your qi into the blade. Lin Yue's voice resonated in her ears. At the moment their swords met, a stream of qi began to circulate along the blade's length. Instinctively, Maohua guided her spiritual pressure to merge with the qi. Suddenly, the Zanpakuto emitted a resonant hum, its light expanding several feet. The previously concealed murderous intent was neutralized by the gentle power of the qi, transforming into a more refined brilliance. Without thinking, she swung her sword toward a distant boulder. Instead of a thunderous roar, the moment the blade made contact, the boulder was cleaved as effortlessly as tofu, its surface smooth as a mirror. This is, Maohua gazed at her sword in astonishment, feeling it imbued with an unprecedented resilience. Each swing allowed her to distinctly perceive the flow of energy. It was no longer merely an instrument of slaughter, but a means to precisely control the extension of power. Lin Yue retracted his wooden sword and smiled. Swordsmanship transcends mere killing. Qi can transform it into a force of protection. Your sword is inherently powerful, merely constrained by the shackles of murderous intent. Maohua sheathed her sword, her gaze lingering on the severed boulder, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. After a century, she felt her Zanpakuto responding to her will as never before. The realm of unity between person and sword was an experience she had never encountered in her pursuit of slaughter. She looked at Lin Yue, her face breaking into a long overdue, unguarded smile. You have given me a new understanding of swordsmanship. Thank you, Lin Yue. It is an honor to earn the recognition of Kenpachi. Lin Yue returned the gesture with a smile. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance. Captain Mawa, Captain Kachiki is looking for you. It seems to be regarding the disturbances in the living world. The smile of Retsu Unohana faded, replaced by the composure befitting the captain of the 4th Division. It seems a new mission is at hand. She nodded at Lin Yue, indicating their continuation tomorrow. I am at your service at any time. Lin Yue watched her silhouette vanish into the depths of the bamboo grove. The lingering sensation of gripping the blade still tingling at his fingertips. Sunlight pierced through the morning mist, cascading upon the severed boulder, refracting a dazzling brilliance. As two distinctly different philosophies of swordsmanship achieved a wondrous amalgamation in that moment. Chapter 83. Rukia's Inquiry. In the courtyard of the 4th Division, Rukia clutched her shurikai. Sodi no Shiryuki, her palms clammy with anxiety. Ever since she learned that Lin Yue could enhance a Zanpakuto, even tempering Unohana's own shurikai, she had been hesitating about whether to seek his counsel. After all, her spiritual pressure had remained unstable since previous battles, diminishing the power of Sodi no Shiryuki significantly. Lin Yue, do you have a moment? Rukia mustered her courage as she saw him returning from the training ground, her voice barely above a whisper. Could you help me take a look at my blade? Lin Yue observed Sodi no Shiryuki in her arms, its icy patterns dim and lifeless, clearly in need of refinement. Of course, he replied, accepting the blade, its chill palpable in his hands. He sensed the pure spiritual pressure contained within, yet it was too scattered, akin to a pile of loose sand. Your blade is pure, with a fine essence. However, its energy is diffuse, resembling a frozen lake that appears solid but shatters with a single strike. Focus your mind and feel the flow of energy. A pale golden energy began to circulate along the blade, the icy patterns of Sodi no Shiryuki gradually sharpening, the previously dull blade emerging with a soft blue luminescence, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees. Rukia could distinctly sense the joyous emotion emanating from her Zanpakuto. The bond of unity between her and the blade was stronger than ever before. Wow! Rukia exclaimed in amazement at the transformed Sodi no Shiryuki. Unable to resist swinging the blade, a refined shard of ice materialized out of thin air, instantly freezing the small pond in the courtyard, its surface smooth as a mirror, adorned with intricate patterns, something she had previously needed to exert all her strength to achieve. It's so much stronger than before. Rukia twirled in excitement, her blue eyes sparkling. Unfair. Why is only Rukia receiving help? Ichigo, having emerged from seemingly nowhere, complained, my Zangetsu needs enhancement too. Lin Yue chuckled as he lightly tapped his head. Who told you to laze about hiding behind the tree? If you wish to grow stronger, you must put in the effort. I want to assist those seeking shortcuts. I wasn't slacking off. Ichigo's face flushed, yet he dared not retort. Lin Yue turned back to Rukia, saying, energy, like spiritual pressure, must be felt with intent. Do not be confined by the rules of the Soul Reapers. Your spiritual pressure naturally leans towards ice and snow. Attempt to merge this energy with your icy, spiritual pressure, and perhaps you may discover new abilities. She nodded earnestly. I will practice diligently. Thank you, Lin Yue. At that moment, Byakuya Kachiki's figure appeared at the entrance to the courtyard. He chanced upon Rukia freezing the pond with her enhanced Sodi no Shiryuki, his expression growing complex. When his gaze fell upon Lin Yue, a flicker of inquiry flashed through his typically frosty eyes. Baizai did not approach, but merely cast a distant glance before turning away. However, the turmoil within him lingered for a prolonged period. Lin Yue's existence had begun to undermine his established understanding of the Death God's power structure. Chapter 84. Aizen's Test. As Lin Yue departed from the 4th Division, making his way to the training grounds, he was abruptly confronted by Dong Senya, who appeared in the middle of the path. An ominous spiritual pressure emanated from him, starkly contrasting his usual gentle demeanor. Mr. Lin Yue, Captain Aizen wishes to have a discussion with you at the 5th Division. Dong Senya's voice was devoid of emotion, as if merely relaying a command. Sensing the malevolence concealed within his spiritual pressure, Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. Aizen, what does he want with me? The captain wishes to discuss matters concerning energy, Dong Senya replied, slowly drawing his blade. The Zanpakuto, clear insect, glimmered with an eerie sheen under the sun. However, prior to that, I wish to ascertain whether your strength warrants an audience with the captain. Ah, so that is your true intention, Lin Yue remarked coolly, his energy beginning to circulate around him. Aizen has dispatched you to test me? Dong Senya, refusing to answer directly, countered with a sudden surge of spiritual pressure. How much do you truly understand about the Soul Society? What do you know of the Death God's powers? An outsider like you has no right to act so brazenly here. He swung his blade, unleashing a piercing sound wave attack. The invisible sound blades surged toward Lin Yue like a torrent, shattering the stone slabs beneath them. This was the initial release ability of Clear Insect, capable of disturbing an enemy's perception through sound waves and even directly assaulting the soul. Yet, Lin Yue appeared impervious to the sound waves, as if they had no effect on him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he conjured a barrier of white energy. The sound waves crashed against it and dissipated instantly, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Impossible. Dong Senya's expression changed drastically. He had never witnessed anyone so effortlessly neutralize the sonic assault of Clear Insect. Lin Yue, not allowing him a moment to recover, concentrated his energy into an invisible palm strike, striking Dong Senya with the swiftness of lightning. Dong Senya hurriedly raised his blade to block, but the force behind the palm strike sent him hurtling away, crashing heavily against a distant wall, causing him to cough up blood. Your strength is inadequate. You are unworthy to serve as a messenger, Lin Yue declared, towering over him. Inform Aizen that if he wishes to see me, he should come himself. Sending a subordinate like you only serves to reflect his lack of sincerity. Dong Senya struggled to rise, cold sweat soaking his back. He sensed that Lin Yue had shown him mercy with that last strike. Otherwise, he would have already become a lifeless corpse. The sheer power radiating from Lin Yue instilled a profound fear within him. Daring not to utter another word, he clutched his chest and fled in disarray. Observing Dong Senya's retreating figure, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Yue's eyes. Has Aizen finally decided to make a move? Perfect. For he too wished to confront the shadowy puppeteer of this world of death gods. In the office of the 5th Division Captain, Dong Senya reported the encounter to Aizen, his voice trembling. Upon hearing the account, Aizen did not express anger. Rather, his smile deepened. Oh, he dares to claim I lack sincerity? How utterly intriguing. As Lan Ran gazed out at the sky, the ambition gleamed in his eyes beyond his glasses. It appears I must take matters into my own hands. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow I shall personally visit Mr. Lin Yue. Chapter 85. On the rooftop of the 4th Division late at night, the moonlight cascaded like water. Oren's eyes were complex as she held a bottle of wine, gazing towards the distant headquarters of the Godii 13. Lin Yue sat beside her, quietly accompanying her without prying into her thoughts. I was once Kenpachi of the Soul Society. Oren suddenly spoke, her voice soft, as if recounting another's tale. She took pride in slaughter and reveled in defeating the strong, her hands stained with blood. Rolling up her sleeves, she revealed the crisscrossing scars on her arms, which appeared especially grotesque under the moonlight. These are remnants of battles fought for life and death. I have slain many, including my kin. As long as it grants me strength, I care not for the sacrifice of others. Lin Yue offered her a cup of wine, gently stating, the past cannot be altered, but the future is yours to choose. You are now the captain of the 4th Division, saving lives with these very hands, and that is enough. Oren took the cup, tilting her head back to drink, the liquid trickling down her chin, soaking her collar. She gazed at Lin Yue's gentle profile, her eyes slightly reddening. For the first time, someone does not fear my past or harbor curiosity about my killings, but rather understands me. Over the years, everyone acknowledged her as the legendary Kenpachi, yet none were aware of her inner turmoil. While many admired her healing abilities, none cared for the nights tormented by the specter of death. Only Lin Yue, this stranger she had known for mere days, saw through her hardened exterior to the softness within. Lin Yue extended his hand, softly wiping the wine from her lips. The warmth of his fingertips seeped through her skin, causing her body to stiffen slightly. Turning to face him, she fell into the depths of his gentle and profound gaze. Devoid of fear or desire, filled solely with pure understanding and respect. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed. The night breeze carried the fragrance of cherry blossoms, dispersing the awkwardness that lingered between them. Thank you, Lin Yue, Oren murmured, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. We are friends, are we not? Lin Yue replied with a smile. Friends, Oren echoed the word, a tender smile gracing her lips. They fell into silence, simply watching the moon, allowing its light to envelop them. The air was infused with a subtle aroma of wine and a delicate atmosphere, as if something was quietly transforming. The world below continued its clamor, yet this moment of tranquility belonged solely to the two of them. Chapter 86. Rumors in the Soul Society. The news of Lin Yue's enhancement of his Zanpakuto spread like wildfire throughout the Soul Society. In the Shinigami Lounge, discussions of this mysterious outsider filled nearly every corner. Have you heard? The 4th Division has a formidable figure who can heal without Kido or Zanpakuto, merely using a form of energy called Chi, and it works faster than Captain Oren's healing Kido. Indeed, he has also triumphed over the captain of the 5th Division, Kiraku Shunsui, reportedly with just a single move. How terrifying! I have heard that he possesses the ability to enhance Zanpakuto, with his Seijai Shohai Shirogane being one of his enhancements. Its power multiplied several times. Amidst the murmurs of awe, curiosity, and disbelief, one individual stood out, a skinned Nakluvar, who was particularly unconvinced. He sought out Lin Yue, who was instructing the 4th Division members in spiritual healing. After shedding his coat, revealing a robust physique, he declared, "Lin Yue, I wish to spar with you." Before Lin Yue could respond, he unleashed his Bankai, Baboon King Snaketail. The massive serpent-like blade spiraled upward, charged with formidable spiritual pressure, aimed directly at Lin Yue. "Show me your true strength." Lin Yue sighed in resignation, facing the oncoming Snaketail, and merely flicked his finger. A burst of white spiritual energy precisely struck the 7-inch mark of the Snaketail, instantly deflecting the once mighty serpent, causing Nakluvar to tumble helplessly, landing in a disheveled heap. "Your power is considerable, yet lacks control, akin to a leaky faucet." Lin Yue extended his hand to assist him up, stating, "Your energy can stabilize your blade. Attempt this." He grasped Nakluvar's wrist, channeling a thread of energy into the Snaketail. To Nakluvar's astonishment, the previously unruly blade became docile, its spiritual pressure now refined. He swung it experimentally, and the Snaketail adeptly maneuvered around obstacles, striking the distant target with precision. His face flushed with embarrassment, he awkwardly conceded, "All right, you're impressive." With that, he turned to flee, nearly colliding with Captain Yamamoto at the door. Captain Yamamoto observed Nakluvar's disheveled retreat and then regarded Lin Yue, his expression turning grave. He convened a meeting of the Godai 13 captains, stating solemnly, "We must closely monitor this human named Lin Yue. His energy system has transcended the understanding of the Soul Reapers and could potentially disrupt the balance of Soul Society. Is the captain concerned he may pose a threat to Soul Society?" Yukitake Jishuru inquired, a glimmer of caution in his eyes. Uncertain, Captain Yamamoto shook his head. "But we must be prepared. Urahara, you have interacted with him the most. Do you perceive him as a foe or an ally?" All eyes turned to Urahara Kisuk. After a moment of contemplation, she replied softly, "He harbors no malice. In fact, he aids us in enhancing our strength. Yet, his intentions remain ambiguous, and his true power is unfathomable." A hush fell over the meeting room. This enigmatic and formidable figure had become a thorn in the hearts of all the captains. Unbeknownst to them, a far greater storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 87-88. The office of the 5th Division captain was arranged with simplicity and elegance, complementing Aizen's serene demeanor. Lin Yue sat on the sofa, observing as Aizen poured tea for him, yet he felt no sense of relaxation. Beneath the seemingly gentle spiritual pressure of this man lay a disquieting ambition. "Mr. Lin Yue, your strength is truly remarkable," Aizen remarked, adjusting his glasses with a gentle smile. "Soul Society is far too small to adequately accommodate your talents." Lin Yue lifted his teacup and replied coolly, "Captain Aizen, you did not summon me merely for tea, did you?" "Indeed, Mr. Lin Yue, you see through my intentions effortlessly." A faint smile graced Aizen's lips as he retrieved an exquisite box from his drawer. Upon opening it, the blue crystal within radiated an alluring glow. This was the Hogyoku, an artifact capable of allowing individuals to transcend their limits and attain genuine evolution. Whether one was a Soul Reaper or a Hollow, it could bestow upon them unprecedented power. Lin Yue gazed at the Hogyoku, sensing the chaotic and colossal energy contained within, a convergence of countless souls' grievances and desires, both pure and perilous. This externally imposed power, forcibly augmented, ultimately amounted to nothing more than an ephemeral illusion, its foundation unstable. Aizen's smile remained unchanged, yet a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. "Do you not desire greater strength? With your innate energy, supplemented by the Hogyoku, you might surpass the boundaries of Soul Reapers and Hollows. Reaching realms even the Soul King cannot aspire to. True strength is cultivated through one's own effort, not pilfered from others." Lin Yue set down his teacup and rose to his feet. "I appreciate your goodwill, Captain Aizen, but I have no interest in the powers of others." Aizen withdrew the Hogyoku, his smile still gentle. It seems Mr. Lin Yue has made up his mind. I apologize for my presumption. Lin Yue refrained from further conversation and turned to leave the 5th Division. As he watched his silhouette fade at the doorway, Aizen's smile vanished in an instant. His gaze icy as a blade. Jin, advance the plan. Aizen commanded the concealed Jin Ikamaru, instructing him to serve as a stepping stone for his evolution. Jin licked his lips and replied with a grin, "As you wish, Captain Aizen. But is he truly that formidable? Indeed, formidable enough to pose a threat to me." Aizen gazed out the window. It was precisely this that rendered his energy all the more valuable. Prepare for the transition of Karakura Town. I wish him to witness the birth of a new world with his own eyes. Sunlight streamed through the office window, yet it could not illuminate the depths of Aizen's unquenchable ambition. A conspiracy against Lin Yue had officially commenced. Chapter 88. The disturbance in Karakura Town was suddenly engulfed in chaos. A multitude of hollows appeared without warning, their ranks ranging from Jillians to Ajuches, fervently assaulting both humans and the station Soul Reapers. Strangely, the number of these hollows seemed to be increasing endlessly. Something is amiss. Upon arriving in Karakura Town, Lin Yue immediately sensed the anomaly. Despite the disarray of the hollow's spiritual pressure, an underlying pattern faintly emerged. Their energy felt unnaturally unified, as if manipulated like puppets. He found Ichigo engaged in battle with a hollow and shouted, "Be wary of Aizen. These hollows are merely bait. His true target may be the entirety of Karakura Town." "How do you know?" Ichigo inquired, bewildered, as he cleaved a Jillian in two. "My energy can perceive fluctuations in power. Aizen's spiritual pressure has been distorting everyone's awareness." Lin Yue unleashed a burst of energy, sending several hollows flying. He is likely employing illusions. There aren't nearly as many hollows as it seems. From a distant high-rise, Aizen surveyed the tumultuous battlefield, a cold smile curling his lips. "Lin Yue, even if you perceive the truth, what of it? You cannot thwart this." Beside him, Jin chuckled. "Captain, Lieutenant Urahara and the 4th Division are approaching. Shall we? No need." Aizen shook his head. "Allowing them to join this grand spectacle will only enhance its allure. I am eager to observe whether Lin Yue can safeguard everyone." At that moment, Mizuka Retsu arrived at the battlefield with her team from the 4th Division. Upon seeing Lin Yue, she promptly approached and inquired, "Do you require assistance?" Lin Yue nodded in response, stating, "These hollows are a blend of illusion and reality, making it challenging for ordinary Soul Reapers to discern. Take your team and protect the civilians. I shall seek out Aizen's true form. Be cautious." Mizuka Retsu gazed at him, her eyes filled with concern, for Aizen's abilities were indeed insidious. "Fear not, illusions hold no power over me." Lin Yue smiled at her, unleashing his spiritual pressure and vanishing from sight in an instant. "Until we meet again," as she watched Lin Yue dash deeper into the battlefield. Mizuka Retsu tightened her grip on her Zanpakuto. She could sense the malevolence permeating the air, alongside Lin Yue's indomitable spirit. Regardless of Aizen's schemes, she would stand resolutely by Lin Yue's side. The battle in Karakura Town raged on, yet the seeds of hope had quietly taken root in their hearts. Chapter 89-90. In the heart of Karakura Town, Aizen stood atop a mound of ruins, exuding a formidable spiritual pressure. He observed the chaos among the Soul Reapers and Hollows, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "All shall become my pawns." As his words echoed, the complete hypnosis of Kyoka Suigetsu activated. The Soul Reapers, who were previously engaged in battle with the Hollows, suddenly turned upon one another, their enemies transformed into the visage of their comrades. Ichigo too fell into the illusion. Swinging his sword at the air, a look of anguish etched across his face. "Ha ha, this is the power of a god." Aizen cackled. "No one can escape the hypnosis of Kyoka Suigetsu. Is that so?" A chilling voice interjected unexpectedly. Aizen's smile froze as he turned in disbelief toward the source of the voice. Lin Yue stood before him, his aura erupting. Golden energy forming shockwaves that shattered the illusions in the eyes of the Soul Reapers like fragile bubbles. How is this possible? Aizen's expression shifted dramatically. "Kyoka Suigetsu has never failed. Why have you not been hypnotized? Your illusions hold no sway over me." Lin Yue advanced step by step towards Aizen, his energy locking onto him. "Your spiritual pressure fluctuations are too regular, akin to a poor radio signal, easily disrupted by my energy. By tuning into a different frequency, one can naturally unravel your illusions." Gradually, the surrounding Soul Reapers began to awaken, their faces reflecting shock as they realized Lin Yue was confronting Aizen while they had been engaged in self-destruction moments ago. He hasn't been hypnotized." Brother Lin Yue is incredible. Ichigo too broke free from the illusion, catching sight of Lin Yue and feeling a surge of relief. Brother Lin Yue, you truly did not deceive me. Aizen surveyed the gradually awakening soul reapers, then glanced at the composed Lin Yue. A flicker of panic rising within him for the first time. Impossible. Kyoka Suigetsu is the perfect hypnosis. No one can resist it. Nothing is perfect. Lin Yue had reached Aizen's side, energy coalescing in his palm. Your illusions are indeed formidable, capable of disturbing the senses and spiritual perception. Yet, my energy does not rely on the five senses, nor on spiritual pressure. It perceives the essence of energy directly. No matter how you disguise your spiritual pressure, its essence remains yours, and it cannot deceive me. With gritted teeth and a face dark enough to drip water, Aizen seethed. Even if you are not hypnotized, you cannot defeat me. He unleashed his Zanpakuto, his spiritual pressure surging dramatically. Shatter, mirror flower, water moon. Countless blades surged from all directions, carrying an aura of annihilation. Yet, Lin Yue remained motionless, a golden barrier springing forth in an instant, repelling all the blades with ease. It is time to end this, Aizen. Lin Yue's voice was cold and resolute. Your mirror flower, water moon, is ineffective against me. Beneath the sunlight, the clash between the golden barrier and Aizen's blades produced a piercing sound. Lin Yue's figure stood tall within the barrier, resembling an unwavering lighthouse illuminating the darkness of Karakura Town. Chapter 90. The Crushing Evolution of God. The skies over Karakura Town were shrouded in black spiritual pressure. After merging with the Hogyoku, Aizen evolved into a more formidable form, his short white hair and exposed chest adorned with the Hogyoku. Pairs of black wings stretching from his back, and a black storm of spiritual pressure swirling around him, distorting the very fabric of space. This is the power of God. Aizen cackled madly, his voice echoing throughout Karakura Town. Can you withstand this, Lin Yue? He swung his hand, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that flattened Karakura Town in an instant, dust swirling in the aftermath. Standing at the eye of the storm, Lin Yue remained unfazed, the golden barrier unmoving as the energy wave collided against it like a cow sinking into the sea. No matter how flamboyant your evolution is, its essence remains weak. The power derived from external sources is ultimately unstable. Impudent, Aizen roared, charging at Lin Yue with lightning speed, his black claws imbued with the force to rend space itself. Lin Yue sidestepped the attack, gathering energy at his fingertips and flicking it casually. The seemingly feeble energy pierced through Aizen's tempest of power, striking his chest with pinpoint accuracy. Puffed. Aizen staggered back, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at his chest, where a tiny wound had formed, rapidly healing, yet leaving him acutely aware of a disturbance within his energy. My body has evolved to be immortal. How could you possibly injure me? Aizen shouted in madness, unable to accept the reality that he had been harmed. The energy of the Hogyoku was pilfered, unstable, and would scatter with a jolt. Lin Yue advanced step by step, his energy steadily rising. Your so-called evolution is merely the forced amalgamation of powers that do not belong to you, much like a vase glued together, appearing robust, yet shattering at the slightest touch. He intensified his energy output, the golden force surging toward Aizen like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the Hogyoku within Aizen began to flicker with a red glow, emitting unstable energy fluctuations. He could sense the power within him spiraling out of control. The once docile energy now rebelling against him, causing him immense agony. No, my evolution, my dream of divinity. For the first time, Aizen displayed a look of fear. Feeling his strength wane, his body regressing, Lin Yue offered him no chance to struggle. He unleashed a punch, gathering all his power into a golden energy that shot forth like a meteor, striking Aizen squarely in the chest. A deafening explosion erupted, the Hogyoku being forcibly expelled from Aizen's body, letting out a mournful wail as it shattered in the air, scattering into fragments. Without the support of the Hogyoku, Aizen's evolved form swiftly crumbled, reverting to his ordinary Shinigami appearance, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The black storm dissipated, and sunlight once again bathed Karakura Town. The Shinigami gazed at the fallen Aizen, then turned their attention to Lin Yue standing amidst the ruins, their expressions filled with disbelief. We have won. Brother Lin Yue has defeated Aizen. Cheers erupted in Karakura Town, suffused with the joy of survival after calamity. Lin Yue looked at the scattered shards of the Hogyoku and let out a soft sigh. This farce had finally come to an end. Chapter 91. The Calm Aftermath. The smoke of battle in Karakura Town gradually cleared as the Shinigami began to restore order and tend to the wounded. Aizen was taken back to Soul Society, where he would face endless imprisonment. A crisis that had engulfed both the Shinigami and the living world was brought to a close by Lin Yue's intervention. At the headquarters of the Gotei 13, Captain Yamamoto convened an emergency meeting. Upon receiving the report of Lin Yue's effortless defeat of Aizen, a complex array of emotions flickered across his murky eyes: shock, relief, and a subtle hint of wariness. Mr. Lin Yue, Captain Yamamoto addressed Lin Yue, who had come to report. You have saved Soul Society and the living world. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you choose to remain, I could propose to the Central 46 that you become a special captain of the Gotei 13 with a status equal to our own. Lin Yue shook his head, politely declining. Thank you for your kindness, Captain, but I have other worlds to explore. My journey is not yet complete. Captain Yamamoto appeared unsurprised, as if he had anticipated this response. I understand. However, the doors of Soul Society will always be open for you. Whenever you return, you will be our friend. Thank you. Lin Yue nodded in appreciation. As he exited the captain's office, Lin Yue encountered Byakuya Kuchiki in the corridor. The usually aloof captain of the 6th Division surprisingly paused, offering a slight nod. Thank you. Lin Yue understood he was referring to Rukia and the entirety of Soul Society, and he smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Watching Lin Yue's departing figure, Byakuya's gaze softened considerably. This enigmatic outsider had not only saved Soul Society, but had also provided him with a new understanding of power and justice. The sky above Soul Society was exceptionally clear, having been washed clean by the baptism of battle, and everything was slowly returning to tranquility. Yet, all were aware that Lin Yue's name would be etched in the annals of Soul Society's history in vivid strokes. Chapter 91. The Undercurrents of Calm and Unresolved Invitations. As the news of Aizen's sealing spread throughout Soul Society, the entire Gotei 13 reveled in the joy of survival. In the 4th Division's medical room, Aizen Kotetsu led her team in tending to the injured Shinigami. The soft green glow of healing energy intertwined with the golden aura left by Lin Yue, creating a unique halo of restoration. Lin Yue stood by the window, observing the streets regaining their order, the white energy gently swirling at his fingertips. After his battle with Aizen, he gained a deeper understanding of spiritual pressure and energy transformation, and he sensed that within the energy system of Soul Society lay even greater secrets. What was he contemplating? Mizuhana Rei approached, offering him a cup of warm medicinal tea. After triumphing over Aizen, why did he still wear a troubled expression? Lin Yue accepted the teacup, savoring the warmth within his palms, lost in contemplation of Aizen's notions of evolution. Although he had strayed from the path, his pursuit of power possessed a unique insight. The spiritual pressure system of the Soul Society seemed to harbor vast potential for exploration. Mizuhana Rei gazed at his serious profile, a flicker of reluctance crossing her eyes. Are you planning to leave? Lin Yue remained silent for a moment before nodding. My dimensional anchor point has stabilized. It is time for me to return. Many worlds await my exploration. Just then, a member of the 4th Division hurried over. Captain, Mr. Lin Yue, the Commander General requests your presence at the 1st Division headquarters. In the conference hall of the 1st Division headquarters, the atmosphere was solemn. Chapter 92. The Promise Beneath the Cherry Blossoms and the Longing Within the Blade. The courtyard of the 4th Division was blanketed in a cascade of cherry blossoms, resembling a delicate pink-white carpet. The morning sunlight filtered through the petals, casting mottled shadows upon the stone path, as the air was infused with a refreshing blend of herbal and floral fragrances. Mizuhana Rei doni da palha lá vender kimono. Her long hair loosely tied back, with a few strands of pink cascading beside her cheeks, presenting a stark contrast to her usual composed captain demeanor. Cradling an ancient wooden box in her hands, she stood beneath the cherry blossom tree in the center of the courtyard, gently tracing the intricate patterns on the box's surface, her eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. When Lin Yue's figure appeared at the courtyard entrance, her shoulders quivered slightly, and she turned around, her face adorned with a gentle smile, albeit tinged with an almost imperceptible bittersweetness. You've arrived. Mizuhana Rei's voice was softer than usual, as if she feared disturbing the morning's tranquility. Lin Yue approached her, noticing the red veins in her eyes, understanding she must have spent the night awake. Have you been waiting long? He inquired softly, the white mist swirling around him, unconsciously brushing away the cherry blossom petals resting on her shoulders. Not long. Mizuhana Rei averted her gaze, handing over the wooden box. This is for you. Lin Yue accepted the box, feeling its slight weight. Upon opening it, he discovered a finely crafted short sword nestled within, a scabbard of deep purple sharkskin, adorned with a golden embroidered cherry blossom. The hilt was wrapped in a non-slip white cotton cord, with tassels tied at its end. He gently drew the short sword, its blade glinting coldly under the sunlight. And within the delicate forging patterns of the blade, he could faintly perceive an ebb of energy. This was the sword I wielded in my youth. Mizuhana Rei's voice carried the warmth of nostalgia. At that time, I was not yet the captain of the 4th Division, and I often practiced my swordsmanship in the bamboo groves of Rakongai. It has accompanied me through many battles and my most bewildering days. Lin Yue's fingertips brushed against the blade, sensing the lingering spiritual pressure within it, both the fierce killing intent of her early years and the gentle healing energy that had since settled. Two distinctly different energies coexisting harmoniously within the sword. This sword is remarkable, he praised sincerely, feeling its spirit. Its name is Sakura Zaku. Mizuhana Retsu gazed at him as he held the blade, her smile soft and gentle like a spring brook. Take it with you. Consider it my companionship on the journey ahead. In times of peril, it may prove invaluable. She paused before adding, I have inscribed a rudimentary healing technique within the scabbard. A mere infusion of spiritual pressure will activate it. Lin Yue sheathed the short blade with solemnity, securely fastening it to his waist. Thank you, Retsu. I shall safeguard it diligently. He observed the redness in her eyes, reaching out to gently brush aside the strands of hair from her cheek. Once I conclude my affairs, I shall return to you. At that time, I will teach you more advanced techniques of energy manipulation that will not only heal, but also elevate your swordsmanship to new heights. Really? Retsu's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to stars twinkling within her gaze. Certainly, Lin Yue replied with a smile, nodding. I will teach you how to harness energy to create a life field, allowing your healing abilities to encompass the entire battlefield. Furthermore, I will instruct you in the art of energy blades, enabling Sakura to unleash long-range slashes, eliminating the need for close combat. He enumerated the forthcoming lessons, attempting to dispel the melancholy of their impending separation. Retsu listened quietly, her smile deepening. She understood that this might serve as mere consolation, yet in this moment, she chose to believe in their pact. Very well, I shall await your return, she replied softly, her voice tinged with emotion. The cherry blossoms of the 4th Division bloom every year. I shall brew tea here, awaiting your return. The two stood beneath the cherry tree, enveloped in a silence that lingered. Sunlight filtered through the petals, casting warm spots of light upon them, while the blossoms danced like ethereal beings between them. In the distance, shouts from the Soul Reaper's training echoed, and nearby, the gentle rustling of the cherry blossoms in the wind filled the air with tranquility. Yet an undercurrent of heaviness marked their farewell. Lin Yue looked down at the Sakura short blade at his waist, feeling a faint warmth emanating from the blade, as if Retsu's spiritual pressure was softly responding. He understood that this separation might endure for quite some time, yet the promise in his heart remained crystal clear. I must prepare now. He spoke softly, reluctantly diverting his gaze. Retsu nodded, fighting back tears. I will escort you to the gate. They walked side by side along the stone pathway strewn with cherry blossoms, their silence pregnant with unspoken words flowing through the air. Upon reaching the entrance of the 4th Division, Lin Yue halted. This is where we part. Indeed. Retsu lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Be careful on your journey. Lin Yue gazed at her deeply before turning and striding away. Retsu stood at the gate, watching his figure gradually fade around the corner until he vanished from sight. Slowly, she raised her hand to cover her trembling lips. The wind swept through the courtyard, swirling the cherry blossoms as if silently bidding farewell to their parting. The short blade at her waist trembled lightly, seemingly conveying its master's reluctance. Lin Yue caressed the scabbard, silently vowing, wait for my return. Chapter 93. Secrets Beneath the Moonlight and the Pact of Life. The night draped over the Soul Society like a deep blue velvet, tenderly enveloping it. On the rooftop of the 4th Division, moonlight cascaded like water, bathing everything in a hazy silver glow. Mizuhana Retsu sat at the edge of the eaves, her knees drawn to her chest, gazing into the distance at the flickering lights of the 13th Division headquarters. Unconsciously, her fingers caressed the spirit pendant gifted by Lin Yue, which emitted a gentle white glow, warming her slightly cool fingertips. She had lingered here for quite some time, from the descent of the sun to the deepening moonlight. A secret, like a seed, had been buried within her for ages, and tonight it was finally poised to break through the soil. When she heard a subtle rustling from the roof tiles, her body tensed momentarily before relaxing again, it was Lin Yu's presence. He landed lightly beside her, still carrying the scent of the training grounds. "Are you still awake at this hour?" he inquired as he settled next to her, offering a paper bag containing rice cakes freshly purchased from the second division shop, rumored to be the most popular treat in Soul Society. Mizuhana Retsu accepted the bag and opened it, a sweet aroma wafting up to greet her. She took a piece of the rice cake and placed it in her mouth. Its soft, chewy texture, infused with the sweetness of red beans, lacked the familiar taste she remembered. She was lost in thought. "I'm pondering something," she murmured, her gaze still fixed on the distant lights. Lin Yue did not press for details, merely choosing to sit in quiet companionship. Under the moonlight, he could discern the gentle contours of her profile and sense the subtle fluctuations of her spiritual pressure, an amalgamation of tension, hesitation, and a hint of anticipation. Silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the rustling of cherry blossom branches in the breeze. After what felt like an eternity, Mizuhana Retsu finally turned her head, the moonlight illuminating the resolve in her eyes. Drawing a deep breath, she leaned gently against Lin Yue's shoulder, expending all her strength to do so. Lin Yue instinctively stiffened, wanting to support her, yet she pressed his hand down. "Stay still," she whispered, her voice as delicate as a whispering breeze. "Let me lean for a moment." The warmth of her body seeped through the thin fabric of her clothing, accompanied by a subtle herbal fragrance. Lin Yue felt her slight tremors, and his confusion deepened. He sensed her spiritual pressure rising rapidly, as if she were on the verge of making a significant decision. After a considerable pause, Mizuhana Retsu lifted her head, her gaze colliding with Lin Yue's bewildered eyes. Her cheeks glowed faintly in the moonlight, but her expression was resolute. She reached out, gently placing her hand in Lin Yue's palm, then gradually guided his hand toward her abdomen. The moment Lin Yue's fingertips brushed against her belly, he froze, feeling a faint yet unmistakable pulse of life energy there, a vitality that bore the characteristics of Mizuhana Retsu's spiritual pressure, intertwined with a trace of his own essence. The two energies entwined like vines, nurturing a new life. Lin Yue's mind went blank, a torrent of words caught in his throat, unable to escape his lips. He felt the heartbeat of that life energy, weak yet resilient, each pulse echoing against his own heart. Seeing his astonished expression, Mizuhana Retsu found her composure. She gently grasped Lin Yue's hand resting on her abdomen and softly declared, "I am pregnant." Those 5 words struck Lin Yue like thunder, reverberating in his ears. He abruptly lowered his gaze to her belly, then raised it to meet her eyes, repeatedly confirming this astonishing reality. After the overwhelming shock, an indescribable joy surged within him like a tidal wave, causing his fingertips to tremble. "Is it true?" he asked hoarsely, his eyes brimming with incredulous delight. Mizuki smiled and nodded, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. "I discovered it a few days ago during a checkup. I wanted to tell you sooner, but I couldn't find the right moment." Her fingers gently traced the back of Lin Yue's hand. "This child is ours." Lin Yue cautiously placed his hand on her abdomen, feeling the soft warmth emanate from within, tenderly enveloping the faint energy of life. He could distinctly sense the response from the tiny being, a pure joy and dependence radiating back at him. A profound sense of responsibility and happiness blossomed in his heart, illuminating the true meaning of guardianship. "I'm sorry," he suddenly spoke, his voice laden with guilt. "I have to leave soon and cannot be by your side." "It's all right." Mizuki shook her head, resting against his chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. "I know your journey is not yet complete. Go do what you must. I will be here waiting for your return." She paused, softly adding, "When the child is born, I will tell him that his father is a remarkable man, a gentle yet formidable warrior who ventured far and wide, and will one day return to us." Lin Yue embraced her tightly, resting his chin atop her head, savoring the warmth of her body and the gentle stirrings of life within her. "Wait for me," he vowed solemnly, his voice imbued with an unprecedented determination. "Within a year, I will undoubtedly return for you both. At that time, I will teach our child to harness energy, to wield a sword, and take you both to see the world I have traversed." "All right." Mizuki nodded earnestly in his embrace, tears finally spilling down her cheeks, warm and fervent as they fell upon his clothing. Beneath the moonlight, the two held each other closely. The breeze carried the fragrance of cherry blossoms, tenderly tousling their hair. The life within her seemed to sense the promise exchanged between its parents, stirring gently, as if to respond to this vow that transcended worlds. In that moment, all sorrow of parting was washed away by the joy of life, leaving only a profound anticipation and a resolute promise. Chapter 94. The Youth's Promise and the Power of Legacy. The training grounds of the Soul Society were particularly lively. Bathed in sunlight, with a gentle breeze blowing, Ichigo, Rukia, Chad, and Yuryu sat on the stone steps at the edge of the arena, each wearing a complex expression that mingled reluctance, anticipation, and a tinge of excitement. Lin Yue stood before them, the sakura blossom dagger at his waist gleaming in the sunlight. As he gazed upon these young Shinigami and Quincy's, a myriad of emotions swelled within him. From their initial encounter in Hueco Mundo to the battles fought side by side in Karakura Town, this journey had been exceptionally vibrant because of their presence. Are you really leaving? Ichigo scratched his head, his tone filled with reluctance. Can't you stay a few more days? I still want to spar with you one last time. After spending this time together, he had come to regard Lin Yue as a trustworthy older brother and mentor. No, Lin Yue replied. The energy at the dimensional anchor point is stabilizing quickly. I must depart at this juncture. Lin Yue chuckled as he patted his shoulder, assuring him that there would be ample opportunities for sparring in the future. When I return, do not allow yourself to grow complacent or regress. Rukia, cradling the enhanced Senbenzakura, gazed at him with gratitude shimmering in her azure eyes. Thank you, Brother Lin Yue, for your guidance during this period. My Senbenzakura can now truly unleash its power. She swung the blade, the icy blue spiritual pressure swirling around it, more refined and pure than ever before. It is the result of your own efforts, Lin Yue remarked, observing her intently. Remember what I taught you. Do not be constrained by the rules of the Soul Reapers. Instead, feel the flow of energy with your heart. Your innate talent is exceptional, and you will undoubtedly become a formidable Soul Reaper in the future. Chad, with his deep voice, added, if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to contact us via the communicator. Though few words escaped his lips, the sincerity in his eyes was unmistakable. Ishida adjusted his glasses, unusually devoid of sarcasm. Your energy is indeed intriguing, although I still maintain that the Quincy powers are superior. He paused momentarily before adding, safe travels. Lin Yue shook his head with a smile and retrieved a scroll from his pocket, offering it to Ichigo. Here, this is for you. Ichigo, bewildered, accepted the scroll and opened it, revealing elegantly penned instructions on the fundamentals of energy cultivation. The scroll meticulously detailed methods for sensing, condensing, and utilizing energy, along with basic illustrations of energy techniques. This is, he gasped, looking up in astonishment. You wrote down the cultivation methods? Indeed, Lin Yue nodded. Spiritual pressure and energy are fundamentally interconnected. If you practice according to the methods outlined, it will enhance the refinement of your spiritual pressure and improve your control. When you encounter obstacles, seek inspiration from nature. Energy is omnipresent. Wind, water, sunlight, all can offer enlightenment. Recalling Ichigo's previous struggles with chaotic spiritual pressure, he had specifically annotated the key points of the calming technique within the scroll. Ichigo gripped the scroll tightly, his fingers whitening from the pressure. He could sense the weight of this gift. It was not merely a method of cultivation, but a profound trust and expectation. I will practice diligently, he declared, nodding vigorously, determination sparkling in his eyes. When you return, I will not allow myself to be bullied again. I will protect you then. Lin Yue was amused by his earnestness. Very well, I shall await that day. He turned to Rukia. You must also keep an eye on him. Do not let him slack off. Leave it to me. Rukia saluted with a smile, confidence radiating from her blue eyes. Lin Yue then offered some advice to Chad and Ishida. Chad, your strength leans towards defense and explosive power. Try to strengthen your body's energy barrier to enhance your defense comprehensively. Ishida, the precision of your Quincy archery is remarkable. If you can imbue your arrows with energy, their penetrative power will multiply several times over. Both of them listened intently, gratitude evident in their expressions. At that moment, Renji and Byakuya approached. Renji awkwardly held out a poorly wrapped box. Hey, this is a cherry blossom cake. I had someone buying the Rukon guy. They say it tastes good. Eat it on your journey. His tone remained haughty, yet his ears betrayed his embarrassment. Lin Yue accepted it with a smile. Thank you, Renji. Byakuya regarded Lin Yue, a rare warmth softening his typically icy demeanor. Take care on your journey. The Soul Society owes you a debt of gratitude. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact us through the dimensional gate. He paused briefly and added, Rukia has entrusted you with her guidance. Rest assured, Captain. Lin Yue replied with a nod. The sunlight enveloped everyone, warm and radiant. The breeze in the training grounds carried the essence of youth, gently dispersing the melancholy of parting. As Lin Yue gazed upon the earnest faces before him, his heart brimmed with reluctance, yet his resolve to return grew stronger. "I must take my leave," he said with a final glance at the crowd. "Take care of yourselves. Wait for my return." "Understood." Everyone responded in unison, waving vigorously. Lin Yue turned away. The sakura blossom short sword at his waist swaying gently, as if bidding farewell to all. Ichigo gripped the scroll tightly in his hands, watching Lin Yue's retreating figure, silently vowing to become stronger so that when Lin Yue returned, he would present a more formidable self. This legacy of strength would quietly alter the fates of these youths in the days to come. Chapter 95. The farewell and unspoken concerns beyond the light gate as night deepened. The sky of the Soul Society sparkled with stars. On the rooftop of the 4th Division, Saiyan stood alone at the eaves, tightly clutching the spirit orb pendant Lin Yue had gifted her. The pendant emitted a soft white glow, illuminating the anticipation and reluctance in her eyes. The evening breeze lifted her pink hair, carrying the lingering fragrance of cherry blossoms. It could not disperse the sorrowful air of parting. From the direction of the training grounds came faint energy fluctuations, akin to pebbles cast into a still lake, rippling through the tranquil flow of spiritual energy. Saiyan's heart leapt to her throat. She knew that this was the energy reaction of dimensional traversal. Lin Yue was about to depart. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing heart, her gaze fixated on the source of the energy waves. Even with several streets between them, her spiritual pressure perception could distinctly capture that familiar aura. In the center of the training grounds, Lin Yue stood before a luminous gate formed from condensed energy. The gate radiated a gentle kaleidoscope of colors, resembling flowing auroras, with the surrounding space subtly warped, the spiritual particles in the air swirling to form tiny energy vortices. He could feel the powerful dimensional pull emanating from the other side of the gate, a warm and familiar energy frequency belonging to the Dragon Ball world. Casting a final glance at the night sky of the Soul Society, the stars sparkled like scattered diamonds embedded in the deep blue velvet, identical to the scene he had witnessed upon his arrival, yet transformed by the experiences of this time. He instinctively tightened his grip on the sakura blossom short sword at his waist, the cherry blossom patterns on the sheath shimmering softly in the light of the gate, as if resonating with his emotions. Then he raised his gaze towards the 4th Division, even without seeing a distinct figure. He could sense that gentle spiritual pressure that had always watched over him. "It is time to depart," Lin Yue murmured softly, his voice resonating clearly in the open training grounds. He adjusted his attire and tucked the cherry blossom cake Ichigo had given him into his bosom, a testament to the boy's awkward affection. Then, he took a step forward, moving towards the light gate. Almost the instant he lifted his foot, Saiyan leaned forward sharply from the rooftop. She could sense the surge of energy approaching the dimensional rift, her heartbeat racing as though it might burst forth from her chest. Instinctively, she extended her hand, gently waving in the direction of the radiant light. The spiritual pressure from her fingertips spread outward, tracing a delicate pink arc in the air, as if that gesture could somehow tether him to her. The brilliance of the portal intensified, gradually engulfing Lin Yue's figure. Just as he reached the edge of the light gate, he suddenly halted, turned, and waved towards the 4th Division, the energy dissipating with his motion, transforming into a golden cherry blossom that blossomed in the air before slowly fading away. It was a silent signal he left behind, quietly bidding farewell. On the rooftop, Mogai Retsu, witnessing the golden cherry blossom, could no longer contain her tears. Warm droplets cascaded down her cheeks, splattering onto her hand with a searing warmth. She vigorously waved her arm, the spiritual pressure uncontrollably fluctuating, forming a pink cherry blossom phantom in the night sky, responding to his farewell. "I will wait for you," she whispered softly, her voice scattered by the wind, yet imbued with unwavering determination. Lin Yue gazed at the pink cherry blossom in the night sky, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He turned and stepped into the light gate, the kaleidoscopic brilliance surging, completely enveloping his form. The portal began to contract, the energy vortex gradually calming, the dimensional fluctuations in the air diminishing until they faded into a faint glow as if they had never existed. The training ground returned to silence, save for the mournful sound of the wind passing through the flagpole and the scattered cherry blossom petals. Mogai Retsu remained rooted in place, maintaining her waving posture. It was only when that familiar surge of energy vanished completely from her perception that she slowly lowered her arm, covering her mouth as suppressed sobs finally escaped her throat. The moonlight bathed her, elongating her shadow, rendering her particularly solitary. She cast her gaze down to her abdomen, where new life was blossoming, a bond stronger than any other between them. The jade pendant of energy in her palm remained warm, a lingering mark left by Lin Yue, a talisman reassuring her resolve. Taking a deep breath, Mogai Retsu wiped away her tears, her gaze regaining its steadfastness. She turned and descended from the rooftop, her steps resolute. Under the moonlight, her silhouette, though solitary, radiated a gentle strength born of nurturing life. The lights of the 4th Division flickered behind her, resembling a warm harbor awaiting the return of a voyager. The stars in the night sky continued to twinkle, as if bearing witness to this interdimensional promise. Where the portal had vanished, the residual energy and spiritual particles slowly merged, leaving a faint cherry blossom imprint on the stone slab of the training ground, silently narrating the story that had unfolded here. Chapter 96. Embrace of the Dragon Ball World and Concerns over Dimensional Crossing. In the Capsule Corporation laboratory of the Dragon Ball World, Bulma paced anxiously before the control console. The holographic screen displayed intricate energy graphs, with red signal points flickering erratically at the edges. These were the last signals transmitted from Lin Yue's dimensional locator. The designated time had already exceeded by 3 hours. Bulma nervously bit her nails, her beautiful blue eyes reflecting her deep concern. The locator indicated that he was in a realm with an exceptionally high density of spiritual energy, where the fluctuations were chaotically erratic. Would he encounter danger? She raised her hand to tap the console, and suddenly, the signals on the screen stabilized, with the green energy bar slowly beginning to ascend. Wait, the signal has returned. The energy frequency is matching. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment as she quickly called up the spatial coordinates. The dimensional anchor was stable. He was coming back. In the center of the laboratory, the air began to warp, and a vibrant portal resembling the training grounds of the Soul Society materialized before her. Even more stable and dazzling than in the world of the Shinigami. A powerful gust of wind surged from the portal, gently swaying the experimental apparatus. Familiar waves of energy emanated from within the portal, causing Bulma's heart to skip a beat. Instinctively, she took a few steps forward, her gaze fixed intently on the depths of the portal. In the next moment, Lin Yue stepped through, enveloped in an unfamiliar aura of spiritual energy, accompanied by a faint scent of cherry blossoms. As he steadied himself, still adjusting to the energy differences between the two worlds, he was suddenly embraced by a warm body. Lin Yue, you have finally returned, Bulma exclaimed, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck, her voice trembling with emotion, her shoulders quaking slightly from the aftershock of fear. Do you have any idea how worried I was? The locator indicated you were in a realm filled entirely with spirits, and several times, the energy signal nearly vanished. I thought. The rest of her thoughts remained unspoken, but the fear in her voice was palpable. Lin Yue staggered back a half step from her forceful embrace and quickly reached out to steady her, feeling her soft form and rapid heartbeat. A wave of guilt washing over him. I apologize for causing you distress, he murmured, gently patting her back and using his energy to soothe her emotions. The situation over there was a bit complicated, which delayed my return. Bulma nestled closer, burying her face in his chest, greedily inhaling his scent until she confirmed he was truly safe, her tense body gradually relaxing. What kind of place was that? She inquired, lifting her gaze, her eyes reddened, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Lin Yue smiled as he wiped away her tears with his fingertips, his energy exuding a tender warmth. It is a world called the Soul Society, where the inhabitants exist in a spiritual form and refer to themselves as Shinigami, fighting by manipulating spiritual pressure. He offered a brief explanation, mentioning that he had encountered some troubles, but they had all been resolved. It was only then that Bulma noticed the short blade at his waist. What is this? A new weapon? It doesn't seem to match her usual style. The ancient design of the Sakura Blossom short blade starkly contrasted with Lin Yue's typical energy weapons, the cherry blossom patterns on the sheath exuding a delicate Eastern charm. It was a gift from a friend, Lin Yue replied, fondly brushing the sheath with his fingers. Her name is Retsu Unohana, the captain of the medical team there. She has been of great assistance to me. Upon hearing the word friend, Bulma's ears perked up, and she scrutinized Lin Yue's expression, her lovely brows slightly furrowing. A female? Lin Yue was oblivious to the subtle shift in her tone and nodded with a smile, acknowledging her as an impressive doctor and a formidable swordsman. Just as he was about to elaborate on the miraculous nature of my Ji Hua Lai's energy therapy, he was interrupted by Bulma's sudden gesture. She reached out to wrap her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a firm kiss on his lips. Gazing at him with intensity, she declared, "No matter how remarkable your friends may be, all that matters is your safe return. You must not venture into such perilous places again, nor should you go missing for so long." Her tone bore a hint of dominance, yet her eyes sparkled with the joy of reunion. Lin Yue paused for a moment, then embraced her in return with a smile. "All right, I shall make sure to report to you in advance next time, allowing you to monitor my whereabouts at all times. Are you satisfied now, Lady Bulma?" Amused, Bulma playfully tapped his chest. "Now, that is more like it. Now, tell me all about your experiences in that world. Did you encounter any formidable adversaries among the competitions? What fascinating technologies did you come across?" She pulled Lin Yue towards the lounge, bombarding him with a flurry of curious questions. The shimmering portal of the laboratory faded completely, and the dimensional fluctuations in the air settled into tranquility. Lin Yue observed the chattering Bulma beside him, feeling the familiar energy of the Dragon Ball world envelop him, filling his heart with a profound sense of belonging. Yet, his fingertips unconsciously brushed the hilt of the cherry blossom dagger, and memories of the moonlit Soul Society and cherry blossoms flooded his mind. Alongside the figure waving from the rooftop, the journey across dimensions continued, but certain attachments had already etched themselves deeply into his soul, intertwined with the essence of energy and spiritual pressure. Chapter 97. Jealousy and Honesty. In the lounge of the Capsule Corporation, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the white sofa. Bulma prepared 2 cups of hot cocoa, handing one to Lin Yue while she settled on the sofa, hugging her knees and gazing at him with bright eyes, eagerly awaiting tales from the world of the Shinigami. Lin Yue took a sip of the hot cocoa, the sweet warmth sliding down his throat, dispelling the fatigue from his dimensional travels. He collected his thoughts and began to recount his experiences in the Soul Society. The energy in that world is called spiritual pressure, akin to our chi. Yet the methods of application are entirely distinct. They wield their Zanpakuto to unleash abilities, along with a form of magic known as Kido, which presents a unique combat style. Zanpakuto? Is it akin to a magical weapon? Bulma inquired with curiosity, her fingers swiftly recording notes on her tablet. What is the principle behind Kido? Is it energy manipulation or spatial magic? It resembles the application of energy runes, Lin Yue elucidated, guiding spiritual particles through specific incantations and gestures to form attacks or defenses. However, their reliance on fixed formulas renders them less flexible than the application of Qi. He recalled Mai Jihua Lai's teachings and Aizen's illusionary abilities, mentioning an enemy named Aizen whose powers involved illusion, capable of manipulating a person's 5 senses, nearly leading to his downfall. Illusions? That sounds troublesome. Is it more challenging than Frisia's energy spheres? Bulma wrinkled her nose in concern. Each has its own merits, Lin Yue chuckled. However, his energy foundation was unstable, relying on external forces to enhance his power. Ultimately, I shattered his core energy source, so he should pose no further threat. Bulma nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly shifted the topic, seemingly casually inquiring, "The one you just mentioned, Kiraka Shunsui, what kind of person is he? For you to praise him so highly, he must be remarkable, right?" Her fingers absent-mindedly traced the screen of her tablet, while her ears perked up attentively. Lin Yue, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, replied earnestly, "She is the captain of the 4th Division, akin to the commander of the Medical Corps. Not only does she possess extraordinary healing abilities, but she is also a formidable swordswoman, having once been one of the strongest in Soul Society." He recalled her candidness under the moonlight and added, "She has undergone many trials, shifting from a life of slaughter to one of protection. She is both gentle and resilient." Gentle? Bulma seized upon this keyword, raising an eyebrow at him, her tone laced with a subtle bitterness. "It sounds like you two share a close bond, and she even gifted you a sword. You praise her gentleness." She set down her tablet and crossed her arms. "More gentle than me?" Realizing her jealousy, Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you jealous about? We are merely friends and sparring partners. She helped me understand the spiritual pressure system, and I taught her how to heal with energy. It is a mutual exchange." "Just that?" Bulma leaned closer, her blue eyes fixed intently on his, as if seeking to uncover any deceit. "Then why did your gaze soften when you spoke of her?" Seeing her sulky expression stirred warmth within him. He wrapped his arms around her and gently pinched her cheek. "In that world, she indeed aided me greatly. When confronted with Aizen's machinations, she was the first to stand by my side in support. While I taught her about energy manipulation, she was earnest in her learning. We share a bond of trust forged in battle, and a mutual recognition of each other's strengths." It is different for what I feel for you. In what way is it different? Bulma inquired, tilting her head up at him, unwilling to let go of her curiosity. My feelings for you are of concern, a desire for a lasting companionship. Lin Yue gazed deeply into her eyes. Every day in Soul Society, I long to return to you. He paused, choosing to be forthright, and with her, it is a camaraderie built on mutual respect. He hesitated, then continued, furthermore, we have made a promise. Bulma's heart tightened suddenly. What promise? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue gently caressed her long hair. She is pregnant with my child. Bulma froze, her eyes widening in disbelief, seemingly unable to process the revelation. The room fell into a brief silence. Save for the distinct chirping of birds outside, Lin Yue did not rush her. He simply held her, sensing her body tense against him. After what felt like an eternity, Bulma finally regained her voice, her tone complex. So, you have a child in another world? It was unexpected, yet it also carries responsibility, Lin Yue affirmed with a nod. Not concealing the truth. I promised her I would return to see them. That is my commitment. Observing Bulma's reddening eyes, he hastily added, but this will not affect us. Bulma, your place in my heart will never change. I can guarantee that. Bulma fell silent, biting her lip, her fingers tightly clutching his clothing. She felt a deep sadness, a sense of grievance from being kept in the dark, and an unease about the unknown. Yet more than anything, she found solace in the acknowledgement of responsibility and commitment he had expressed. She understands Lin Yue. He is not one to evade responsibility. You should have informed me sooner, she murmured, her voice tinged with a sob, feeling foolish after a moment of jealousy. I apologize for not finding the right moment. Lin Yue gently wiped her tears away. I will no longer keep anything from you. No matter which world I traverse or what I encounter, I will share it all with you, including this child. When he is born, if you wish, we could go see him together. Bulma sniffed and nestled against him. Really? Can we visit the Soul Society? Her curiosity quickly overshadowed her previous grievances. Of course, Lin Yue replied with a smile. Once you develop a stable dimensional travel device, we can journey together to explore various worlds. Now that sounds more like it. Bulma finally smiled, playfully punching him. But next time, you mustn't leave traces in other worlds. Otherwise, I shall convert your dimensional locator into bomb mode. At your service, Miss Bulma. Lin Yue chuckled in surrender, holding her close. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of the two together. The honesty that transcended dimensions brought their hearts closer, and the new life gestating in the realm of the Soul Reapers became a wondrous bond between their two worlds. The hot cocoa in the lounge exuded a sweet aroma, akin to this relationship, imbued with jealousy, yet resolutely warm and enduring. Chapter 98, A New Life in the Soul Society, The Miracle of the Soul Society. Time flew by, and it had been half a year since Lin Yue departed from the Soul Society. The cherry blossoms of the 4th Division had bloomed and withered again. The herbs in the courtyard were placed in cycles, and the abdomen of Retsu Unohana grew day by day, nurturing new life. Sunlight filtered through the paper windows onto the tatama mats, revealing her sitting in the courtyard, her fingertips gathering a faint energy as she carefully caressed her belly, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Over these 6 months, the Soul Society gradually returned to tranquility. After Aizen's sealing, the Central 46 room was reorganized, and the Order of the Godii, 13, returned to normalcy. Ichigo and his friends occasionally visited the 4th Division through the interdimensional gate, bringing earthly snacks and Lin Yue's cultivation insights. Ichigo had made significant progress in his energy control, and Rukia could now manifest ice blades from her sword. Each time they reported such advancements, Retsu Unohana's eyes would light up, as if she could see Lin Yue's shadow through them. On that early morning, the atmosphere in the 4th Division's medical room was filled with tension and anticipation. A soft green, healing energy flowed through the room, intertwining with the golden energy in the air to form a warm cocoon of vitality. Retsu Unohana lay on a soft mattress, her complexion pale from the pains. Yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Her long hair clung to her cheeks and neck, dampened by sweat, and her usually gentle aura now radiated undeniable resilience. Rukia, Kachiki, and the core members of the 4th Division stood anxiously outside the door, nervously wringing their hands. Renji, unusually subdued, strolled through the corridor with his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally glancing toward the infirmary door. The medical consultant dispatched by Captain Yamamoto was already in position, clutching a scroll to record the fluctuations of spiritual pressure, his fingertips trembling slightly. The captain's spiritual pressure remained stable, and the signs of life from the child were robust. The vice captain of the 4th Division gently pushed open the door, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, reporting in hushed tones that the child's energy was quite extraordinary, embodying both the captain's spiritual pressure characteristics and an unfamiliar wave of energy, pure and vibrant, reminiscent of Mr. Lin Yue's aura. Inside the infirmary, Unohana Retsu gritted her teeth, her knuckles whitening from exertion. She could distinctly sense the movements of the tiny life within her, the energy pulsating with a familiar rhythm, imbued with the gentleness of cherry blossoms and the sharpness of the Zanpakuto, alongside Lin Yue's warmth, pure and resilient, akin to the dawn's first light. The two energies entwined like creeping vines, jointly supporting the arrival of new life, with each subtle movement resonating with wondrous energy. As an intense surge of energy erupted, the spiritual particles of the 4th Division quaked violently. Golden energy and pink spiritual pressure burst forth from the infirmary's windows and doors, manifesting in the courtyard as a blossoming cherry blossom illusion. As the petals fell, they coalesced into tiny points of energy, merging with the surrounding herbs. Then, a resounding cry of a newborn shattered the morning tranquility, intertwining energy and spiritual pressure to create a remarkable ripple, prompting the soul reapers in the corridor to instinctively cover their ears, yet their faces alight with joy. He is born, a boy. The vice captain burst from the room, cradling the swaddled infant, his voice quavering with excitement. Both mother and child were safe. Rukia and the team instantly surrounded him, peering through the swaddle to glimpse a wrinkled little being. His eyes were closed, yet his tiny fists were tightly clenched, a faint golden energy dancing around his fingertips, resonating with a pink point of spiritual pressure floating on his brow, reminiscent of 2 miniature stars. In the infirmary, Unohana Retsu leaned weakly against the headboard, sweat trickling down her chin. When the vice captain placed the child in her arms, her gaze softened immeasurably. The little one seemed to sense his mother's essence, ceasing his cries, his mouth twitching gently as he grasped her finger. Within his small palm, golden energy and pink spiritual pressure flowed together, warming her heart and bringing tears to her eyes. He looks just like him, Unohana murmured softly, her fingertips caressing the child's cheek, where the contours of his brows and eyes mirrored Lin Yue's. I shall name you Kingston. Lin Kingston. May you possess the sharpness of a sword, yet the gentleness of a heart. The child appeared to understand her words, a look of contentment gracing his small face, a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. News of the event swiftly spread throughout the Soul Society. When the Soul Reapers learned that Unohana Retsu's child possessed the unprecedented ability to manipulate both energy and spiritual pressure, astonishment rippled through them. Such a cross-energy system talent was unparalleled, a miraculous phenomenon in the Soul Society. Captain Yamamoto personally delivered his blessings, observing the dual-colored energy flowing from the child's fingertips, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing through his murky eyes. This child may indeed alter the future of the Soul Society. In an unusual gesture, Yukitake Jushiru presented a finely crafted longevity lock inscribed with the word protection. Rukia cradled little Kenshin, gazing at his fingers tightly gripping hers, and smiled, saying, when Brother Lin Yue returns, he will certainly be astonished to see how remarkable little Kenshin has become. By the sun-drenched window, Unohana Retsu held the child and gently hummed an ancient lullaby. The sunlight enveloped her and the baby, weaving golden energy and pink spiritual pressure into soft arcs in the air. She looked down at Kenshin's peaceful sleeping face, her heart brimming with hope. Cherry blossoms once again danced down in the courtyard, landing on the windowsill as if bestowing blessings upon this new life. The miracles of the Soul Society had manifested, and the promise connecting the two worlds continued to quietly thrive within this small being. Chapter 99. Perception across dimensions. Unspoken concerns lingered. In the Capsule Corporation of the Dragon Ball universe, Lin Yue sat beside the training arena, observing the intense sparring between Goku and Vegeta. The golden Saiyan energy collided within the space, generating shockwaves that reverberated through the surrounding air. Bulma stood beside him, arms crossed, holding the latest energy detector, occasionally furrowing her brow as she recorded the data. Goku's Super Saiyan 3rd grade had stabilized, yet the energy consumption remained excessive. Bulma poked at the energy curve on the screen, noting the intricacy of Vegeta's new technique, albeit overly reliant on explosive power. She turned to Lin Yue, finding him lost in thought, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the sakura blossom short sword at his waist, pondering something deeply. snapping back to reality. Lin Yue smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. I just sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. Energy fluctuation? Bulma immediately became alert, raising the detector to scan the area. Where's it coming from? Is it a new enemy? It's not an enemy. It's a gentle energy. Lin Yue closed his eyes, focusing on that elusive connection. Since departing from the Soul Society, he had exchanged energy marks with Unohana Retsu. He infused a strand of energy into the jade pendant, while she left a life mark on the Sakura Blossom Blade with her spiritual pressure, allowing them to sense each other's general state across dimensions. At that moment, the cherry blossom patterns on the Sakura Blossom sword began to warm slightly, a new energy infused with spiritual pressure and chi flowing through the hilt, vibrant and warm, like a pulsating little sun. This energy encapsulated both Unohana Retsu's gentle spiritual pressure and his own pure chi, merging perfectly to create a completely new life frequency. It's Kenshin. Lin Yue opened his eyes, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face, warmth radiating from his gaze. He has been born, and he is healthy. Kenshin? The one you mentioned? Bulma paused, processing the information, her expression a blend of curiosity, awkwardness, and a hint of barely perceptible softness. You can sense him? Yes. Our energy marks are connected. Lin Yue gathered a strand of chi at his fingertip, which transformed in the air into a small infant apparition, surrounded by golden chi and pink spiritual pressure. Look, his energy is pure, and his spiritual pressure is stable. He is a very healthy little fellow. Bulma leaned in for a closer look. Though the ethereal image was somewhat hazy, the intertwining dual energies were distinctly visible. Indeed, there were two types of energy present simultaneously. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed in the cosmos. Her inner scientist ignited instantly, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on the apparition. The energy conversion rate was astonishing. The two energies not only coexisted without conflict but also nourished one another, embodying a perfect symbiosis. Lin Yue chuckled at her earnest demeanor. Could you perhaps focus on something different? For instance, isn't he rather adorable? Can cuteness be consumed? Bulma shot him a disapproving glance, yet she found herself glancing at the ethereal image again, conceding that it was indeed remarkable. His name is Kingson? Lin Kingson? Well, I hope he possesses the sharpness of a sword and the warmth of a heart, just as his name suggests. Lin Yue retracted his energy, his voice imbued with paternal joy. Judging by the energy fluctuations, he likely inherited the talent to manipulate both ki and spiritual pressure. What a clever little fellow. He sensed Kingson's life energy was vibrant, the small ki already responsive to external stimuli, and the spiritual pressure held the potential of a Zanpakuto. In the future, he might become the first Soul Reaper to master both ki healing and swordsmanship. This thought filled him with anticipation. Bulma observed the uncontainable smile on his face, feeling a twinge of jealousy, yet she huffed. Well, now that you know your precious son has been born, are you satisfied? She poked Lin Yue's arm teasingly, adding, but remember, next time, no leaving energy signatures in other worlds at random. Otherwise, I shall adjust your dimensional stabilizer to a one-way street, and you'll be unable to return. Leaving them was not trivial, Lin Yue explained helplessly. It was a special circumstance. Special circumstances are not an excuse. Bulma replied, hands on her hips like an irritable kitten. In the future, you must report before venturing to other worlds. Maintain a 3-meter distance from suspicious women. No accepting blades from strangers. Lin Yue chuckled as he pulled her into an embrace. Understood, Queen Bulma. From now on, all my itineraries will be reported to you. Is that satisfactory? Bulma nestled against him, a secret smile gracing her lips. That's more like it. After a pause, she softly inquired, so, does Kingston look like you or like that Mozahana Ray? Probably a bit of both. I can sense my features in his energy imprint, while the spiritual pressure resonates with hers. Lin Yue gazed down at the girl in his arms. Shall I bring you his photograph next time? We need to photograph. Bulma retorted defiantly, yet she surreptitiously created a new folder on the analyzer, titled Soul Society, Lin Kingston, Energy Analysis. However, if I could research the principles of dual energy symbiosis, it might enhance my dimensional travel device. Lin Yue chuckled at her contradictory nature. Sunlight bathed the two of them, and the sounds of energy clashes in the training ground seemed to soften. The perception that transcended dimensions reassured him of peace in the distance, while the ties of affection beside him rendered this anticipation all the more tangible. He touched the warm blade of his Sakura short sword at his waist, its warmth instilling a sense of calm within him. Bulma gazed at him with a tender expression as he caressed the short blade. letting out a soft hum while quietly grasping his other hand. Some concerns need not be articulated, and certain promises do not require constant reiteration, for they have long since transformed into energetic imprints, indelibly etched in the depths of the soul, transcending dimensions, never to fade away. Chapter 100. The Red Light of the Dimensional Stabilizer. An invitation from the Naruto world. 3 months later, the laboratory of Capsule Corporation bustled with activity. Various intricate instruments shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, and the air was infused with the scents of ozone and metal. Lin Yue stood before the central control console, observing the fluctuating dimensional coordinates on the screen, his fingers rapidly dancing across the virtual keyboard. Bulma leaned over the apparatus beside her, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Her hair tousled like a bird's nest. Clutching a wrench in her hand, she intermittently tapped the dimensional stabilizer before her, murmuring to herself, "The energy conversion rate has finally stabilized at 98. The error margin for the spatial anchor point has been reduced to 0.01 nanometers. This time, I will definitely not transport you into lava. Last time was an accident." Lin Yue reminded her helplessly, recalling the experience of falling into a volcano during their previous traversal, which still made his back feel hot. However, the current coordinates indeed appeared stable, and the energy frequency was remarkably clear. The screen displayed a swirling red energy vortex, its center marked as an unknown world with an energy system labeled chakra. Adjacent to it, the analysis report noted high energy density, multi-attribute fusion, and the presence of a special bloodline energy. This was Lin Yue's chosen target, selected based on the energy map of the multiverse, a realm where chakra serves as the core energy system. Chakra? It sounds like some form of hybrid energy, Bulma remarked, leaning closer to examine the screen, pointing at the energy patterns within the red vortex. Look at the fluctuations here. They exhibit characteristics of both spiritual and physical energy, along with chaotic elements reminiscent of natural energy, distinctly different from the chi and spiritual pressure you described. That is precisely why I wish to explore this realm, Lin Yue said, retrieving fragments of information from the world database. Based on the residual energy traces, he deduced that the inhabitants of this world could utilize chakra to wield various extraordinary abilities, even manipulating elements and altering landscapes. Most intriguingly, their energy source is said to originate from an entity known as the Mother of Chakra. The Mother of Chakra? Bulma raised an eyebrow. Is she akin to a tree of the universe, or perhaps a core of energy similar to the Dragon Balls? Unclear. The data is too sparse. Lin Yue shook his head, excitement flickering in his eyes. Yet, to serve as the energy source for an entire world must be a complex phenomenon. I wish to meet her and discern the essence of chakra, to understand how it differs from our chi. Perhaps I can uncover new directions for energy evolution. He recalled his research on spiritual pressure in the Soul Society and the perfect fusion of chi and spiritual pressure within Kenshin, his curiosity about the essence of energy intensifying. Each world's energy system resembled a puzzle, and he yearned to assemble these pieces to reveal the grand tapestry that awaited. Bulma observed the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, aware that he was once again filled with longing for new worlds. She pursed her lips and feigned discontent, saying, "Go on then." But this time the dimensional stabilizer is equipped with an emergency recall function. If I press this button, you will be forcibly transported back. She held up a red remote control, waving it before him. And remember, you must report back weekly. No disappearing like you did in the Soul Society. Understood, Taskmaster. Lin Yue replied with a smile as he accepted the spatial capsule she offered, containing spare energy supplements and a communicator. Once I acclimate to that environment, I'll return to take you along. They say that world boasts beautiful red leaves and hot springs. Hot springs? Bulma's eyes sparkled instantly. Now that's more like it. Remember to take some scenic photos, and if you encounter the Mother of Chakra, be sure to get her autograph if she is attractive. Lin Yue chuckled at her enthusiasm, fastening the Sakura Blossom dagger to his waist and double-checking his energy imprint. The vibrations from Sakura Blossom were stable, and both Hikari and Kensei were safe. Kensei's energy seemed to have increased, and he could faintly sense the shaping ability of his energy. "Don't worry, I'll prioritize safety," Lin Yue assured as he approached the shimmering portal generated by the dimensional stabilizer. The portal emitted a steady red glow, distinct from the previous kaleidoscopic radiance. Within this red light lay the unique energy patterns of chakra. "I'll be back soon. Quickly there and back." Bulma waved her hand, her eyes slightly reddened. Yet she forced a smile. "And remember to bring a gift for little Kensei." Lin Yue nodded with a smile and stepped into the portal. The crimson light enveloped him instantly, and the energy vortex within the portal began to spin rapidly, ultimately transforming into a beam of red light that vanished from the laboratory, leaving only a faint trace of chakra in the air. Bulma gazed at the spot where the portal had disappeared, looked down at the emergency remote in her hand, then raised her eyes to the coordinates of the Naruto world displayed on the screen. She murmured softly, "Honestly, it's always so worrisome." Yet a smile crept onto her lips, her eyes brimming with anticipation. A new journey had commenced. The invitation from the Naruto world awaited ahead. Lin Yue's silhouette traversed through the crimson light, the Sakura blossom dagger at his waist trembling gently as if in response to new challenges. The promises and concerns in his heart soared alongside the red light, venturing into the unknown expanse. The journey across countless realms is ceaseless, and his story has merely begun a new chapter. Chapter 101, Arrival in the Sphere of Origin. The dark red sky resembled a block of glowing iron, oppressive to the point of being suffocating. Lin Yue's figure coalesced upon a desolate plain, the ground beneath him cracking with blackened veins. The air was thick with an energy so turbulent it felt almost solid, a force more chaotic than tailed beast chakra and more violent than a collapsed jade, causing the space to tremble with each movement. Is this the Naruto world? The energy concentration is indeed considerable, but regrettably too chaotic. Lin Yue frowned as he sensed the surrounding environment, his fingertips enveloped in a barrier of chi to shield against the corrosive energies in the air. Just as he steadied himself, a deafening roar echoed from the heavens, sending waves of sound that stirred up a cloud of dust, forcing him to squint. At the edge of his vision, an indescribable monster was rampaging. It bore 9 twisted tails, its body as colossal as a mountain, adorned with dark purple scales. With each breath, it expelled orbs of crimson energy, the tailed beast balls capable of annihilating entire continents, now raining down like a torrential storm. Before the 10 tails, 2 figures struggled to maintain their ground. The man on the left was clad in a flowing white robe, a purple rinnegan hovering above his forehead. His hands formed seals, generating a pale blue chakra shield, yet the force of the tailed beast balls pressed down upon him, driving his knees into the earth. Beside him stood another man in dark battle armor, wielding a long blade, shattering the incoming shards of energy with each swing. Yet blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What manner of beast is this? Lin Yue marveled inwardly. He could distinctly sense the sheer volume of energy within the 10 tails, comparable to the collective power of dozens of stars. Yet it was chaotic, akin to a runaway reactor, with every strand of chakra clashing and tearing apart, instinctively venting its might. "Father, the shield can barely hold." Yu Village's voice came, breathless, as the chakra emanating from the long blade weakened. He gritted his teeth, the rinnegan working at full capacity, striving to guide the chakra of the 10 tails, urging, "Just hold on a little longer, if we can find his core." But before he could finish, another tailed beast ball struck the shield, and the pale blue barrier instantly fractured, sending both men hurtling to the ground. Just as the 10 tails prepared to deliver a fatal blow, it suddenly turned alert. Its crimson compound eyes zeroing in on Lin Yue's seemingly insignificant figure, radiating a pure energy that instinctively instilled dread. The 10 tails roared, altering its course, its thickest tail whipping around to coalesce a tailed beast ball twice the size of the previous ones, launching it towards Lin Yue with an aura of utter destruction. "Be careful." He struggled to shout a warning, only to find he lacked the strength even to move a finger. Yet Lin Yue stood unmoved, gazing at the rapidly approaching tailed beast ball. He could distinctly perceive the swirling elements of fire, wind, and lightning within, crashing and annihilating one another, generating a terrifying destructive force. "This energy is far too chaotic, a sheer waste," he murmured to himself, then raised his hand, causing the energy within his palm to spiral rapidly, forming a funnel-shaped golden vortex. As the tailed beast ball collided with the vortex, the anticipated explosion did not ensue. The dark red sphere was drawn into the vortex, as if swallowed by a black hole. The raging chakra struggled violently within the golden energy, yet gradually succumbed to its primal force, becoming refined. The once conflicting elemental chakras shed their impurities, transforming into a gentle flow of energy that seeped into the earth below, causing the parched soil to sprout tender shoots at a visibly rapid pace. This entire process unfolded in mere seconds, and the tailed beast ball, which could have obliterated half a continent, was utterly purified, vanishing without a trace. Yu Village stared in astonishment. mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. The tailed beast ball, which they had been unable to withstand with all their might, had been filtered like wastewater in the hands of this suddenly appearing stranger. Are you the savior sent by the heavens? Yue struggled to rise, his Rinnegan filled with shock and reverence. The energy emanating from the individual before me bears resemblance to chakra, yet it is purer and more potent, seemingly encapsulating the primal force of the universe. Lin Yue dissipated the vortex from his palm and approached the two, his gaze sweeping over the distant, warily growling 10 tails. Is this the chakra you speak of? It is utilized far too crudely. He bent down to assist Yue, allowing the energy at his fingertips to flow into the contact point, mending the damaged meridians within. To dare wield such immense power without comprehending its essence, no wonder it spiraled out of control. As Yue felt the warm energy coursing through him, the previously depleted chakra began to rapidly rejuvenate, leaving him speechless in astonishment. Yue gripped his long knife tightly, warily observing Lin Yue. Who are you? Why are you assisting us? While he felt gratitude for the rescue, the overwhelming strength of this stranger instinctively made him cautious. Lin Yue offered no reply, merely turning his attention back to the 10 tails, which was once again coalescing the tailed beast ball, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seems this colossal creature has yet to learn its lesson. Allow me to demonstrate how true energy control should be executed. A golden aura erupted around him, forming a column of light that soared skyward, tearing through the dark crimson sky. Chapter 102, A Dialogue with the Sage of Six Paths. The makeshift camp lay concealed among the vast roots of the divine tree, where the chakra concentration was relatively mild, allowing the injured Yue and Yue a moment's respite. Yue gathered the last of his chakra to form a simple cup of clear water, cradled in a large leaf, which he presented to Lin Yue with an air of cautious reverence. Your power far surpasses that of my brother and me. May I inquire how you master energy? His Rinnegan fixated intently on Lin Yue, brimming with curiosity. The chakra of the 10 tails is exceedingly ferocious, yet you effortlessly purify it. What manner of power is this? Lin Yue accepted the leaf, observing the clear water reflecting his own image. He gently tapped the surface with his fingertip, causing golden ripples to appear. You refer to it as chakra, do you not? In essence, it is a fusion of life energy and spiritual energy, akin to the chi I cultivate, albeit employed in vastly divergent manners. Yue furrowed his brow. Chakra is chakra. How could it possibly be akin to the chi you describe? Our chakra possesses 5 attributes, requiring hand seals to guide it, while your power. He recalled the earlier scene of purifying the tailed beast ball, still haunted by the memory. Attributes? Hand seals? Lin Yue chuckled, condensing a sphere of golden chi at his fingertips. As his thoughts flowed, the energy morphed into flickering flames, then into flowing waves, and finally coalesced into a solid block of earth. You see, energy inherently possesses no attributes. It is you who impose the classification of the 5 elements, thereby constraining its potential. Just as water can extinguish fire or carry a vessel, the crux lies not in attributes, but in how one guides it. He suddenly sprang to his feet, causing the clear water in the leaf to spill over. No attributes? This is impossible. Our ancestors have taught us that chakra is distinctly categorized by attributes. Fire overcomes wind, wind conquers lightning. This is an unassailable truth. Even ancestors can err. Lin Yue casually waved his hand, suspending the scattered droplets of water in midair with his chakra. You treat chakra as a mere tool, applying rigid formulas, forgetting that it is inherently a part of your being. Try to relinquish your obsession with attributes, allowing chakra to flow naturally through your body like blood, without the urge to control it. After a moment's hesitation, Yue followed his advice, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to attune himself to the chakra within. According to Lin Yue's guidance, he attempted to abandon hand seals and attribute manipulation, simply letting the chakra flow through his meridians. A marvelous transformation occurred. The previously sluggish chakra began to flow with remarkable fluidity, and the damage inflicted upon his meridians during battle gradually began to mend. Even his breathing became more effortless. It was true. The chakra had become docile. Yue excitedly opened his eyes, the Rinnegan within sparkling with disbelief. He could sense it nourishing his body rather than merely depleting it. Although Yue Village remained silent, the wariness in his eyes had notably diminished. He emulated Yu's approach to guide his own chakra, discovering that the once volatile lightning attribute had indeed stabilized, bringing a sense of calm to his spirit as well. Lin Yue observed their transformations with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Chakra is intricately linked to human emotions. The more impatient you are, the more turbulent it becomes. Just like the 10 tails earlier, its chaotic chakra was not a result of its strength, but stemmed from its suffering and rage. You can even sense the pain of the 10 tails. Yui eklamet, inja singli astonishit. Energy does not lie, Lin Yue replied calmly. Each of its roars conveys a sense of tearing. It must have been forcibly stripped of its primordial energy, resulting in such loss of control. Yu Village suddenly spoke up. His tone still cautious. Who are you? Why are you helping us? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Leaning against the roots of the divine tree, Lin Yue gazed at the still roaring 10 tails in the distance, nonchalantly stating, I was merely passing by, unable to tolerate such rampant energy being squandered. A hint of a smile graced his lips. Moreover, while your research on chakra is rather rudimentary, the essence of energy in this world is quite intriguing. I wish to learn more about it. Yu, observing Lin Yue's composed profile, suddenly felt a surge of thought. Perhaps this individual before him is the prophesied harbinger of transformation. Stealthily, he produced a scroll of animal hide, and in the faint light, he meticulously recorded Lin Yue's insights on the essence of chakra, the tremor of his pen betraying his inner excitement. Chapter 103, The Goddess of the Origin Sphere. The origin sphere was eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of the divine tree's branches. There were no sun, moon, or stars. An eternal twilight shrouded everything. The colossal divine tree stood as a pillar supporting the heavens and the earth, its trunk so robust that it would take dozens to encircle it. Its sprawling branches blotted out the sun, and the air was thick with a chakra presence more potent than that of the outside world. Lin Yue followed closely behind Yu, his gaze curiously assessing the divine tree. He could sense that this tree's energy was of the same origin as the 10 tails, but was far gentler and more accommodating. Its immense root system delved into the earth like veins, drawing in the world's primordial energy. Is this the source of chakra? He reached out to touch the trunk, feeling the warm texture of the bark as if it were breathing. With a sigh, Yu gazed at the center of the tree trunk with a complex expression. This is the divine tree, the very place where our mother, Kagaya, is sealed. She was the first to possess chakra, yet she ignited wars to monopolize this power, ultimately being sealed here by my brother and me. Lin Yue approached the trunk, acutely sensing the faint energy fluctuations emanating from within. The chakra was so pure, devoid of any impurities, more pristine than Yu Yi's Rinnegan chakra. Yet it bore an essence of profound loneliness and coldness, akin to a soul imprisoned for a millennium, silently weeping. Her chakra is pure, not as malevolent as you claim. He spoke softly. Do not be deceived by appearances. Yu urged anxiously, gripping his arm. Their mother's power was exceedingly perilous, capable of manipulating the divine tree's strength, and even altering space itself. Just then, an ethereal and chilling voice echoed from the trunk, as if resonating from a distant time and space. Are you here to confront me once more? Is it you, or the village of you? Lin Yue looked up, witnessing a blurred female visage emerging from the fissures of the trunk, her blood-red Rinnegan eyes devoid of emotion, silently observing them. I am not here to confront you, Lin Yue replied, loosening his grip on Yu, and taking 2 steps forward. I merely wish to see what sort of being can wield such pure energy. The face within the trunk appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of emotion passing through her blood-red eyes. For millennia, all who encountered her either trembled in fear or harbored hatred. Never had anyone spoken in such a tone of curiosity. Her voice held a touch of self-mockery. They all call it a malevolent force. Energy bears no morality, only the intent of its wielder. Lin Yue gazed earnestly into her eyes, the chakra therein exuding a striking purity yet infused with an overwhelming sense of solitude. Much like the divine tree isolated within the realm, Kagaya fell silent. The branches of the divine tree suddenly stirred gently, a golden leaf drifting down before Lin Yue, which he caught delicately in his palm. You are unlike them. Her voice softened slightly. Your energy is warm, reminiscent of sunlight I beheld long, long ago. Mother, Yu exclaimed sharply, do not beguile him. Your schemes will not prevail. He stood protectively in front of Lin Yue, chakra coalescing once more. Mr. Lin Yue, we must leave this place. She can manipulate minds. Yet Lin Yue shook his head, gently placing the golden leaf against the trunk. She is not beguiling me. It has merely been too long since anyone has listened to her. He felt a subtle wave of joy ripple through Kagaya, chakra at the moment the leaf made contact with the trunk. Yue, have you ever pondered why she sought to monopolize chakra? Why she would rather be sealed than abandon the divine tree? He was momentarily stunned. He had always believed that their mother instigated wars out of greed and tyranny, never considering the underlying reasons. Kagaya's voice resonated once more, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. The divine tree is the foundation of the world. Chakra is the key to balance. They do not understand, only resorting to violence against one another. Lin Yue gazed at the gradually clarifying visage within the trunk, a sudden conjecture blossoming within him. This woman, known as the Mother of Chakra, may not be as malevolent as the legends depict. Her solitude and the purity of her chakra narrate a tale of profound misunderstanding. Chapter 104. The Origin of Chakra. The night within the primordial sphere was particularly prolonged, devoid of starlight, illuminated only by the faint glow emanating from the divine tree. Kagaya's consciousness coalesced into a hazy apparition, seated upon the roots of the tree opposite Lin Yue, as petals from the divine tree danced around her like fireflies, infusing the lifeless space with a semblance of vitality. I stole chakra from the divine tree, Kagaya murmured softly, her voice laced with distant memories. In that time, my homeland was ravaged by ceaseless war, my kin slaughtered to near extinction. I fled to this realm and discovered the fruit of the divine tree, which bestowed power. I believed that possessing chakra would bring an end to the turmoil and safeguard the survivors. Her ethereal form gently caressed the trunk of the divine tree, and pain flickered within her scarlet rinnegan. Yet, upon acquiring power, they commenced even more brutal conflicts. In my attempt to halt the bloodshed, I could only retract the chakra, but they regarded me as a tyrant, even my own sons. Lin Yue listened quietly, refraining from interruption. He sensed the fluctuations in Kagaya's chakra as she recounted her tale. The pure energy interwoven with sorrow, anger, and helplessness, yet devoid of any genuine malice. The energy itself was not at fault. It was the selfishness of its wielder that corrupted it. He extended his hand, gathering a sphere of golden energy within his palm. You see, my chi and your chakra, along with the divine tree's energy, are fundamentally the same. They all represent the flow of the world's essence. He directed the sphere towards the divine tree, and at the moment the golden radiance met the tree's glow, the entire tree trembled gently. The previously dormant branches began to unfurl, buds blossoming one after another, as golden petals spread like a tide, enveloping the primordial sphere in a warm luminescence. The divine tree absorbs the essence of the world, while the chakra you refine is derived from it, and chi draws power directly from the essence of life. We are essentially of the same origin, diverging in flow. Kagaya gazed in astonishment at the blooming divine tree, and for the first time, genuine emotions surfaced in her scarlet rinnegan. For millennia, the divine tree has never been so vibrant. Can you truly comprehend the essence of energy? I have traversed many worlds and witnessed numerous energy systems. Lin Yue retracted his hand, golden petals swirling around him. In some worlds, it is called spiritual pressure, in others, magical power. You refer to it as chakra. While I term it chi, the names differ, yet the essence remains the connection between life and the world. Your perception of chakra is shrouded in mystery, binding you to it, while they wield it as a weapon, leading to chaos. He guided a stream of chi towards Kagaya's apparition, and as the golden energy met her chakra, the formerly cold chakra shimmered with warmth. Try guiding your chakra in this manner, allowing it to flow as naturally as breath. Do not suppress it with will. Instead, seek resonance. Kagaya heeded his advice, and as she relinquished her desire for control over the chakra, permitting the energy to flow freely, an unprecedented sense of ease enveloped her. The negative emotions that had long festered within her chakra melted away like snow, and the petals of the divine tree fell upon her apparition, rendering her outline ever clearer. Kagaya gazed in astonishment at her own hands, feeling an unprecedented closeness to the divine tree. The anguish that had once been sealed within her had diminished significantly. With a gentle approach, Lin Yue remarked, "You are neither controlled by chakra nor controlling it. You are inherently one with it." As Kagaya looked upon Lin Yue's warm smile, a glimmer of moisture clouded her crimson rinnegan for the first time. For millennia, no one has understood me. They fear my power, yet no one has ever inquired why I sought it. How can you comprehend this? Because I have witnessed too many souls misunderstood by power. Lin Yue reflected on the past of Kagaya's counterpart, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Power itself is neutral. It is solitude that renders it perilous. You simply employed the wrong method. Your desire to protect morphed into possession. Her ethereal form gently leaned towards the divine tree, her voice trembling slightly. Had you appeared a millennium earlier, perhaps everything would have been different. At that moment, Yue and Yuzuru approached, and upon seeing the blossoming divine tree and the noticeably calm Kagaya, they were rendered speechless. Mother's chakra has settled? Yue murmured, her gaze towards Lin Yue filled with reverence. This man not only purified the 10 tails, but also possessed the ability to soothe. Chapter 105, Teaching the Six Paths Brothers. In the clearing beneath the divine tree, sunlight filtered through the golden petals, casting mottled shadows that formed a natural training ground. Yue gazed distressed at the chakra in his palm, brow furrowed. He had just incinerated a patch of weeds with the great fireball technique, but felt the chakra depleting at double the anticipated rate, lingering heat prickling his palm. What troubles you? Lin Yue approached, observing his reddened hand. Is your chakra out of control? Not out of control, but excessively drained, Yue sighed. That technique consumed 30% of my chakra, yet only scorched half of the grassland. At this rate, I cannot sustain a prolonged confrontation with the 10 tails. He turned to his brother, Yuzuru, who was practicing his sword techniques. Although Yuzuru's chakra was refined, he engaged in brute force, each swing of the blade exhausting his stamina. Lin Yue picked up a stone and gathered a small orb of energy at his fingertip. You see, energy does not lie in quantity, but in refinement. With a gentle flick, the energy collided with the stone, not resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, yet the stone fragmented into powder from within. By compressing chakra like air, every particle of energy was maximized, avoiding waste. Yue's eyes lit up. Compressing chakra? Like forcing water through a narrow tube? Precisely, Lin Yue demonstrated the technique of energy compression. Feeling the density of chakra flowing within his body, gently applying mental pressure to transform it from mist to liquid, and then from liquid to ice. Now, try using the compressed chakra for another great fireball. Following Lin Yue's guidance, Yue sat cross-legged, concentrating on compressing his chakra. Initially, the chakra flitted about like a mischievous fish. But as he gradually grasped the technique, the scattered chakra began to coalesce, forming an orange light the size of a walnut in his palm. Its temperature several times higher than that of the previous great fireball. That's it, Lin Yue encouraged. Do not worry about the power. The compressed energy will naturally erupt. Yue inhaled deeply, propelling the luminous orb forward. In an instant, as the orange light burst forth, it expanded dramatically, transforming into a cohesive fireball that incinerated the entire patch of weeds with precision. When the flames subsided, only faint scorch marks remained on the ground, devoid of any energy leakage. More significantly, he sensed that the chakra expenditure was less than 10%. It was a resounding success. Yue leapt to his feet, his rinnegan shimmering with excitement. The potency had doubled while the consumption had diminished by 70%. Was this the secret of energy compression? On the other side, Yumura stood in astonishment, halting his movements with the blade. He couldn't help but approach. May I give it a try? My sword technique always necessitates a substantial amount of chakra to enhance the blade. Of course, Lin Yue replied, looking at Yumura. Your chakra leans towards the robust. It would be more suitable to enhance your physique. Try infusing the compressed chakra into your muscles and bones, rather than merely coating your weapon. He demonstrated, using chakra to strengthen his arm, effortlessly crushing a massive boulder, feeling the resonance of energy within his body. Let chakra become your armor, rather than an external enhancement. With a mix of skepticism and determination, Yumura attempted to infuse the compressed chakra into his arm. As he clenched his fist, he felt power coursing through his bones. The wood that previously required a blade to cleave could now be effortlessly snapped by hand, without any sense of fatigue. This is extraordinary, Yumura exclaimed in awe. With this, close combat does not necessitate reliance on weapons. Lin Yue observed their progress with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This is merely the foundation. You both have been overly reliant on ninjutsu and weapons, forgetting that your bodies themselves are the finest vessels of energy. He gestured toward the leaves swaying in the breeze. Moreover, do not confine ninjutsu to merely 5 elemental attributes. Explore the fusion of chakra with natural energy. Can you perceive the energy that resides in the air? Yue focused his senses and indeed discovered minute energy particles floating around the divine tree. They were gentler than chakra, yet brimming with vibrant life. Are you suggesting that we can enhance chakra with natural energy? Like the nascent form of the legendary sage arts? Quite close, yet more natural. Lin Yue replied with a smile. Sage arts require a forceful absorption of natural energy, which can lead to an imbalance. You should embrace it as naturally as you breathe, allowing chakra and natural energy to coexist harmoniously rather than seizing it by force. He reached out to touch the branches of the divine tree, golden energy resonating with the natural forces, causing petals to swirl around him. Yue promptly produced a beast skin scroll, swiftly recording each of Lin Yue's words, the tip of his pen scratching against the coarse surface of the hide. He meticulously noted the key points on energy compression, body enhancement, and natural resonance, even sketching simple diagrams of airflow. These notes would later evolve into some of the earliest ninja scrolls in the ninja world. Though Yumura was not particularly eloquent, he quietly absorbed Lin Yue's guidance, repeatedly practicing the fusion of chakra with his body. He noticed not only an enhancement in strength, but also the gradual healing of old wounds from previous battles, deepening his trust in Lin Yue. Lin Yue observed the two engrossed in their practice, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. Sunlight filtered through the golden petals, casting elongated shadows of the trio on the ground. Studied diligently, he spoke softly, his gaze directed towards the distant location of the 10 tails, proclaiming that the future world requires your guardianship, and your strength will determine the fate of this realm. The petals of the divine tree fluttered gently down, as if bestowing blessings upon this moment of inheritance. The fusion of chakra and natural energy was quietly nurturing a force capable of transforming the world upon this ancient land. Chapter 106. The Tenderness of Kaguya. Beneath the divine tree in the primordial space, golden petals fell like a delicate rain, the air imbued with a warm essence of mingled chakra and natural energy. The ethereal silhouette of Kaguya sat beside Lin Yue, her form now markedly clearer, the coldness in her blood-red Rinnegan gradually fading, replaced by a touch of softness. She cradled a fruit freshly plucked from the divine tree, its surface glistening, emanating a gentle blue light, with chakra flowing within, pure and untainted, resembling solidified moonlight. This was the unblemished fruit of the divine tree, untouched by the malevolence of war. Kaguya gently extended the fruit towards Lin Yue. The chakra at her fingertips resonated tenderly with the energy of the fruit, which, when consumed, could nourish the body and harmonize the flow of chakra. Thank you for teaching me to soothe chakra with energy. Now even the divine tree has become vibrant. She spoke softly, a hint of shyness in her tone, as if cautiously sharing a treasure. Lin Yue accepted the fruit, the energy of his own aura gently enveloping it, distinctly sensing the life force contained within, harmonizing with Kaguya chakra, yet exuding a gentler essence, akin to the dawn's first light caressing the earth. Indeed, it is as pure as your chakra, devoid of impurities, he remarked, taking a small bite. The fruit melted in his mouth, transforming into a warm current that slid down his throat, instantly dispersing throughout his limbs, banishing the fatigue left from guiding the Six Paths brothers and dimensional traversing. As if the energy of the divine tree resonated with his own aura. Is it delicious? Kaguya inquired softly, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation, reminiscent of a child eager for praise. Her silhouette leaned slightly forward, her chakra rippling gently with her emotions as petals from the divine tree settled in her hair, infusing this millennia-old solitude with a touch of vitality. It is sweet and warm, Lin Yue replied with a smile, offering the remaining fruit back to her. You should try it. The energy of this fruit is well suited for you. Kaguya did not take it, merely gazing into his eyes, a semblance of a smile flickering across her Rinnegan. You should enjoy it. The fruit of the divine tree is merely energy to me, but for you, it replenishes your essence. Her silhouette leaned against the trunk of the divine tree, her gaze drifting towards the far reaches of the void, as if peering through the barriers of space to glimpse a distant past. I was once an ordinary person, hailing from another world called Otsutsuki. Lin Yue sat quietly beside her, refraining from interruption. He could feel Kaguya as chakra began to fluctuate with her memories, the pure energy intertwined with a distant sorrow. In a realm reminiscent of our own, where turmoil reigns incessantly, Kaguya's voice trembled slightly as her fingertips unconsciously traced chakra markings upon the bark of the divine tree. As the vessel of my clan, I was brought to this world in search of hope for the continuation of our bloodline, only to discover that war also ravages this land, with fragile tribes at risk of being consumed at any moment. She paused, as if to steady her emotions, and the waves of chakra began to surge more violently. To survive, and to protect the last few clansmen who accompanied me, I partook of the divine tree's fruit, obtaining the power of chakra. With this strength, I brought an end to the continent strife and established a peaceful nation. Yet they later came to fear my power, branding me a monster and a tyrant who robbed them of their freedom. One by one, my kin aged and passed away until I was left alone. Kagaya's voice grew increasingly faint, and for the first time, tears formed in her blood-red rinnegan, drops composed of pure chakra, crystal clear, yet imbued with genuine sorrow. I wished to share my chakra with everyone, granting them the strength to protect themselves, but upon learning, they turned against each other, employing the techniques I had taught them to inflict harm. Even my sons, Yui and Yumura, regarded my existence as a threat, claiming I sought to monopolize chakra. She turned her gaze towards Lin Yue, her eyes filled with confusion and pain. Have I erred? Is possessing power truly a sin? Must peace be upheld solely through weakness? Lin Yue extended his hand, gently grasping Kagaya's ethereal palm. Though merely a manifestation of energy, it conveyed warmth unmistakably. Power is not an original sin. It is solitude, that is. He gazed earnestly into her eyes, his energy flowing slowly into her chakra at the point of contact, soothing the chaotic forces within. You are not at fault. Rather, the approach you took was misguided. Your desire to protect others transformed, through the pain of loss, into excessive possessiveness. You wished to share your strength, yet, due to a lack of trust, it morphed into coercive control. Kagaya stood momentarily stunned, as tears of chakra cascaded down her cheeks. Upon touching Lin Yue's energy, they transformed into golden specks of light, dissipating into the air. For the first time in millennia, someone did not condemn her for her ruthlessness, but instead discerned the essence of her solitude. So it was, she murmured, her voice laced with both relief and deeper sorrow. If only I had understood sooner, would I not have been sealed here, nor have reached this impasse with my children? There are no ifs, only a future. Lin Yue gently guided her swirling chakra with his energy, restoring the disordered forces to tranquility. Energy does not deceive. Your chakra is so pure, indicating that your true nature has never been genuinely malevolent. You have merely been ensnared by solitude for too long, forgetting how to trust and how to let go. Kagaya's ethereal form suddenly leaned against Lin Yue's shoulder, her chakra body trembling slightly, as if weeping silently. Petals from the divine tree fell into her hair, lending a hint of color to her pallid visage, while the surrounding chakra energy became unprecedentedly serene. For a millennium, you have been the first to understand me, she whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of dependence. With you by my side, I no longer feel loneliness. My chakra has calmed, reminiscent of the tranquility I felt upon first acquiring my powers. Lin Yue gently brushed her windswept hair, his fingertips tenderly enveloping her chakra, as if soothing a wounded soul. Do not be afraid, nor feel isolated, he softly implored, his gaze directed deep into the sacred tree. Once I resolve the matter of the 10 tails and discover a method to stabilize time and space, I may be able to help you attain true serenity. It may not necessarily mean breaking the seal, but at the very least, it will alleviate your torment from solitude, allowing you to reconcile with this world. Kagaya's ethereal form froze momentarily, her head snapping up to meet Lin Yue's gaze, her blood-red rinnegan filled with incredulous hope. Her chakra surged violently, causing even the sacred tree to tremble gently. Is it truly possible? Can I find peace once more? As long as the energy continues to flow, hope remains. Lin Yue nodded with a smile, his energy coalescing between them into a golden flower. Your chakra shares its origin with the sacred tree, interconnected with the world. It should not be deemed an evil force. Once I decipher the ultimate transformation of chakra and energy, perhaps I can guide you toward the path of coexistence. The branches of the sacred tree swayed gently, emitting a soft sound as if responding to this promise. Golden petals danced around them, infusing the dimness of the primordial space with warmth. In this moment, Kagaya, known as the Mother of Chakra, was no longer the malevolent tyrant of legend, but rather a lonely soul yearning for understanding and companionship. Lin Yue's presence brought the first glimmer of light to her millennia of darkness. She gazed at his gentle profile, and for the first time, an energy wave named Hope rippled through her chakra, akin to a dormant volcano reigniting with a spark. Chapter 107, An Unexpected Temporal Turbulence. The tranquility of the primordial space was abruptly shattered by a violent tremor. The golden petals that had been gracefully drifting around the sacred tree suddenly began to spin wildly, as if drawn by an invisible vortex. The chakra in the air clashed fiercely with the natural energy, producing a jarring, buzzing sound. Lin Yue was instructing Yue on the flow of energy to temper the residual fury of the tailed beast's chakra when the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. Icy spatial energy surging forth from the black fissure. What's happening? Yue sprang to her feet, her rinnegan unfurling instantaneously, her purple pupils reflecting the distorted space. Is the 10 tails attacking the seal? No. This energy fluctuation signifies a rift in the spatial dimension. Lin Yue's heart tightened, instinctively reaching for the dimensional stabilizer at his waist. The palm-sized metallic device felt alarmingly hot, its screen, once displaying stable green coordinates, now glaring red, with frantic numbers forming a warning indicating the loosening of the energy anchor point for the temporal coordinate shift, a sharp alarm piercing the stillness of the primordial space. This is bad. The dimensional stabilizer is malfunctioning. Lin Yue's energy surged into the stabilizer, attempting to repair the disrupted energy circuits. The space here was already on the brink due to the conflicting energies of the sacred tree and the 10 tails, and the recent attempt to harmonize the chakra may have triggered the temporal turbulence. His energy surged along the stabilizer circuitry, golden vitality clashing violently with the dimensional energy within the apparatus. The coordinates displayed on the screen stabilized momentarily before collapsing once more. The fissures in the ground widened incessantly, and an irresistible force emanated from the void, as if an unseen hand sought to drag him into an endless abyss. The branches and leaves of the sacred tree twisted in agony, and even the chakra left by Kagaya in the trunk fluctuated wildly, conveying a sense of urgency. Mr. Lin Yue, I will help you stabilize the space, Yue exclaimed, coalescing her chakra into a shield and attempting to approach, only to be repelled by the chaotic currents of space. Do not come closer, Lin Yue shouted sharply, simultaneously directing a concentrated burst of energy towards Yue, forming a golden barrier to protect her. This is a matter of space-time. Chakra cannot interfere. Take care of the sacred tree and Kagaya. I will find a way to stabilize the coordinates and return. Before his words could echo, the stabilizer erupted with a resounding crack, shards scattering as a pitch-black vortex of space-time formed behind Lin Yue, its powerful suction instantly draining the energy from the surroundings. Lin Yue felt as though he had been thrown into a tumultuous washing machine. As the world spun around him, he glimpsed Yui's anxious face, the struggling branches of the sacred tree, and Kagaya's phantom visage peering from the trunk, all rapidly receding from view, until his consciousness was ultimately consumed by darkness. Time became a blur, and after an indeterminate period, Lin Yue regained awareness amid a violent impact. He discovered himself fallen in a dense forest. The leaves beneath him crushed into a deep pit. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, carrying a faint metallic taste, amidst the chaotic flow of time and space. His energy was nearly depleted, and his body bore the brunt of the shock. Where am I? He muttered, propping himself up from the ground, rubbing his disoriented head as he surveyed his surroundings. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sun, while the air was thick with the rich scent of damp earth. In the distance, the cries of youth and the dull thuds of energy collisions could be faintly heard. Lin Yue channeled his energy to mend his turbulent meridians while extending his perception to encompass a radius of 1 kilometer. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened. A plethora of vibrant chakra floated through the air. Though less potent than the chakra of the primordial space, it bore unmistakable signs of human manipulation. One particular chakra radiated with a sunny vitality, yet was controlled in a remarkably crude manner. Another was cold and violent, akin to a suppressed beast roaring, imbued with familiar-tailed beast energy traits. This ferocious chakra, was it from a tailed beast? Lin Yue felt a stir within him. This energy shared a source with the 10 tails, but was significantly weaker and forcefully restrained by some will. It was more chaotic than the 10 tails chakra, resembling that of a Jinchuriki. He leaped in the direction of the energy's fluctuations, swiftly navigating through the branches. Upon breaking through a dense thicket, the sight before him clarified his predicament. A blond boy clad in black ninja attire was tightly bound to a tree trunk by grains of yellow sand. The patterns of his facial stubble contorted with rage as he shouted at his captor. "Let me go, you coward who hides in the sand." Opposite the blond boy stood a small, slender youth with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, his deep blue hair framing a gaze as frosty as winter's chill. The swirling sand around him coalesced into menacing claws, locking onto its prey with unyielding determination. The chilling chakra emanating from him was palpable, and amidst the grains of sand, a faint silhouette of the one-tail, Shikaku, could be discerned. Naruto? Gaara? The battlefield of the Chunin exam? Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, a resigned smile creeping upon his lips. It appeared that the chaotic currents of time had transported him to the main storyline several centuries ahead. What a predicament indeed. At that moment, Gaara's emotions were on the verge of eruption, the chakra of Shikaku breaking free from its constraints as the yellow grains of sand surged violently, coalescing into a colossal sand waterfall, hurtling towards Naruto with an aura of annihilation. The struggles of the golden-haired youth grew increasingly feeble, his chakra nearly depleted. Just as the sand cascade was about to engulf Naruto, Lin Yue concentrated a golden energy at his fingertips and flicked it. The energy shot through the air like a meteor, precisely striking the chakra core at the heart of the sand waterfall. With a soft pop, the frenzied cascade disintegrated as if it were a punctured balloon, instantly scattering into ordinary grains of sand. The bindings of sand that ensnared Naruto dissipated, and he fell heavily to the ground, bewildered as he gazed towards the source of the energy, only to behold a stranger emerging from the thicket, bathed in golden sunlight that outlined a mysterious halo around him.